The man gradually regained consciousness, and then a pungent smell of sulfur filled his nostrils, instantly waking him up. He looked around and found himself inside a dormant volcano. Hot lava churned and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. All of this stunned Caesar. He was clearly asleep in bed, so how did he end up here when he woke up? He tried to control his body, preparing to leave this unfamiliar environment and figure things out. However, he soon discovered that his body was not as flexible as a human's at all. On the contrary, every movement contained astonishing power. Just then, he saw his reflection on the surface of the churning lava. It was a crimson dragon. It was over 10 meters long, like a small hill, and its mouth was filled with crisscrossing fangs. It has winding, ferocious dragon horns on its head, and its eyes are like burning suns. Its whole body is covered with densely packed, deep red dragon scales that shine like jewels, and clusters of blazing flames constantly spread from them. This scene left Caesar completely bewildered. What on earth had happened? Just then, a vast and unfamiliar memory suddenly flooded into his mind. After processing this information, he immediately understood his predicament. He had unexpectedly transmigrated to a fantasy world and transformed from a human into a young red dragon. This is a wondrous world of swords and magic, inhabited by elves, humans, dragons, giants, demons, angels, the abyss, and gods, a world teeming with various races, and filled with countless dangers and opportunities. What shocked Caesar even more was that after sorting through these memories, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding detected that the host has transmigrated to another world and become a red dragon. The strongest dragon family system has been activated. As long as the host continues to reproduce and expand the family, they can randomly obtain god-level magic equipment, rare treasures, high-level scrolls, special talents, bloodline enhancements, and all kinds of rare treasures. Please actively expand your lineage and spread your bloodline. Upon hearing the system notification, Caesar's confusion was instantly replaced by ecstatic joy. He had transformed from an ordinary human into a dragon and awakened such an incredible system. The next second, a crazy plan quickly took shape in his mind. He would constantly plunder and conquer beauties of various races, make them give birth to a large number of dragon offspring for him, thereby rapidly expanding his family, obtaining system rewards to evolve his bloodline, and enhancing his own strength. Next, he will build an invincible legion to sweep across this continent. He will spread his bloodline to every corner of this world, step by step, from a weak red dragon to the red dragon emperor, and completely rule this other world. After calming himself down, Caesar decided to familiarize himself with his surroundings first. With a thought, he effortlessly manipulated his enormous dragon wings, which slowly unfurled as if they were arms. As the energy of the surrounding space fluctuated, his body quickly gained an upward buoyancy. Dragons possess flight. It's like having a high-level flight spell innately. It doesn't entirely rely on their wings. It's essentially a passive magical ability. Caesar flapped his wings and leaped away, directly leaving the lava-filled valley. He glanced down at the lush forest below. The dragon, carrying a scorching current, soared freely in the clear blue sky, quickly surveying a radius of 30 kilometers around its lair. Caesar intends to bring this entire region into his territory. Within this area, he plans to try and recruit any powerful magical creatures or high-quality large beasts as his followers. Just then, a giant eagle with a wingspan even wider than Caesar's and a body length approaching 15 meters suddenly swooped down overhead. Upon spotting Caesar, the giant eagle let out a provocative cry. Caesar heard the noise and looked up. It was a magical creature covered in blue feathers, with raging air currents swirling between its wings, a blue-feathered eagle. With just one glance, one could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Clearly, before Caesar's arrival, this azure-feathered eagle was the true ruler of this area, with other magical creatures and large beasts merely its prey. Eagles are naturally proud and have little awe of dragons. Caesar's arrival, in its eyes, was undoubtedly a challenge to its authority, so it decided to teach him a lesson. A tiny creature. How dare you provoke the great Lord Caesar? You are courting death. Caesar stared at the blue-feathered eagle, his eyes showing no fear. Although the other was much larger, dragons were born apex predators. He snorted coldly and opened his dragon mouth. Lava-like energy rapidly gathered within, and dragon breath condensed and took shape. A blazing ball of flame, like a fallen meteor, hurtled towards the azure feather eagle with astonishing force. Screech! The azure feather eagle was equally unwilling to be outdone. A gale swirled around it, transforming into a tornado-like stream of air that collided head-on with the fiery dragon's breath. Boom! In an instant, the entire space was covered by a blend of fiery red and cyan light. You've been tricked! Caesar revealed a cold smile, and the invisible dragons might seem to materialize at this moment, pressing down fiercely on the azure feather eagle. Dragon's might? This is also a powerful tactic of dragons. Unless the difference in strength is too great, most magical creatures will be suppressed. Taking advantage of the azure feathered eagle's brief pause due to the magical impact, Caesar swooped down. The lingering flames and wind blades in the air bombarded his dragon body, yet left no mark. The dragon's magical resistance was terrifyingly high. With its wings spread, the dragon moved as fast as a crimson lightning bolt. It covered a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and Caesar suddenly pressed down on the azure feather eagle, its massive body slamming down. Its sharp dragon claws mercilessly slashed at its vital points. Bang! 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 A series of dull impacts rang out. Caesar's melee combat skills were on full display. In close combat, even a silver dragon would find it difficult to contend with a red dragon. A formidable defense. Terrifying power. For a dragon, melee combat is the true killing move. Seeing the azure feathered eagle still struggling tenaciously, Caesar didn't hesitate, unleashing his final blow, a fourth circle spell, Ring of Fire Resistance. Fourth circle spells are already considered mid-level spells. Even for a young dragon, they possess considerable power. Moreover, Caesar, being a fire elemental red dragon, wields even more powerful fire-based evocation spells. With a deafening roar, a massive ring of fire erupted, slamming into the azure feather eagle. Both crashed to the ground simultaneously. Caesar looked at the spoils at his feet, arrogantly placing the azure feathered eagle under his claws, declaring ownership of this territory. Listen carefully, now you only have two choices: either pledge allegiance to the great Prince Caesar, or become my food. This azure feathered eagle is indeed powerful. If they were to fight at a distance, Caesar might not have the upper hand. While magical creatures like azure feathered eagles are enormous, they are more adept at spell-like attacks and are far inferior to dragons in close combat. Although it was severely injured, it was not yet dead. If Caesar wanted to truly rule this territory, he needed to have a retinue. And the fighting prowess of this blue-feathered eagle before him made him consider subduing it. After all, he is currently a lone dragon. If he could bring this azure-feathered eagle under his command, it would undoubtedly make his territory more formidable. I pledge my allegiance to your Highness Caesar. Caesar understood what the other meant. But his expression became slightly strange, because he suddenly realized that the blue-feathered eagle in front of him was actually female. According to the records of the dragon race, there is no reproductive isolation between dragons and other races. Furthermore, the dragon race possesses an aesthetic sense that is almost like a constant spell, the ability to discover the beauty in all things. Even the ugly goblins can be seen as having a unique beauty under this aesthetic. At this moment, Caesar carefully examined the blue-feathered eagle before him. Apart from its scorched wings, its appearance was undoubtedly outstanding, exquisitely shaped, with a cold and aloof temperament, and an untamed arrogance about it. By human standards, she was undoubtedly a stunningly beautiful woman, cold and aloof. A bold idea suddenly arose in Caesar's mind. Dragons are inherently arrogant. In terms of reproduction, they mostly choose only their own kind. As for other creatures, even angels and demons, they are nothing more than inferior beings in their eyes, utterly unworthy of mention. Therefore, dragons who are truly willing to mate with other races are extremely rare. The only exceptions are those metal dragons with relatively gentle temperaments. They are generally friendly towards humans, and a few even choose to mate with humans and leave offspring. This is one of the important reasons why professions such as dragon blood warriors and dragon blood mages exist in human kingdoms. Of course, even if a metallic dragon chooses a human mate, it will never choose a weakling. At the very least, the mate must be a genius with great potential. Although there are many creatures on the continent that contain dragon blood, such as earth dragons, wyverns, and flying dragons, these dragon descendants seem to be closely related to the giant dragons. In fact, most of them are the followers of the dragon after being transformed by the dragon vein, or dragon vein creatures that have lived in the territory of the true dragon for a long time and gradually evolved after being infected by the dragon's aura. They are also collectively known as dragon beasts, and are the main carriers of the dragon bloodline spread. Otherwise, given the powerful characteristics of dragons, a top-tier race, if their numbers were to increase on a large scale, the entire multiverse would be ruled by dragons. Not to mention humans, even gods would find it difficult to contend with them. But Caesar's past life was, after all, human. This gave him a greater tolerance for humans, and even humanoid beings were within his acceptable range. The human race also possesses immense potential. In most planes, humans constitute the majority of the population. Although their lifespan is short, legendary-level powerhouses can emerge as early as their 20s, a growth rate that many races cannot match. Caesar glanced at the badly wounded azure feather eagle. He wasn't too worried. While magical creatures couldn't regenerate as well as dragons, they far surpassed ordinary wild beasts. They would generally recover after 10 days to 2 weeks of rest. Caesar extended his dragon claw and seized the azure feather eagle. With a flap of his dragon wings, he soared into the air and carried it back to the vicinity of the dragon's nest to recuperate. About a week later, the azure feather eagle had largely recovered and was ready to undergo dragon vein transformation. Dragon vein transformation. This not only enhances the strength of subordinates, but also strengthens their loyalty, making them unable to disobey Caesar's will. Caesar expended a considerable amount of dragon blood to transform the azure feather eagle. Under the baptism of dragon blood, the once proud azure feather eagle gradually became docile and then fell into a deep slumber. Dragon vein azure feather eagle. Caesar chuckled softly. Finally, he possessed a familiar of considerable strength. He held high expectations for this azure feather eagle. After all, polymorph is only a fourth circle spell, as recorded in the Dragon Legacy. When dragons enter adolescence and their magical abilities mature, this type of spell becomes almost instinctive, allowing them to cast it with ease. However, the 5 chromatic dragons are generally unwilling to take human form, as only their dragon form brings them true security and satisfaction. Then, Caesar flew to a peak in the extreme Flame Mountains. He spread his wings and looked down at the territory that once belonged to the azure feather eagle, but was now his. Various wild beasts and magical creatures roamed the forests. Next, Caesar first enjoyed a hearty meal, and then tamed a group of fire lizards. These creatures were 3 to 4 meters long, resembled dire lizards in appearance, and emanated a scorching aura. In the wilderness, they were consistently among the top fighters. The Caesar of today is not the same as before. Now that he has entered adolescence, once his dragon might is unleashed, these wild tribes are utterly powerless to resist and have no choice but to submit. Besides them, there was a group of gnolls. The moment they saw Caesar, they voluntarily pledged their allegiance, willingly becoming the Red Dragon's minions. For many races, being able to follow a powerful and noble red dragon was a dream come true. Although these gnolls were insignificant in Caesar's eyes, they possessed intelligence and the ability to communicate, which could be used to assist in managing the territory. There were about 20 fire lizards and over 50 gnolls. In total, they numbered less than 100. Looking at his sparse retinue, Caesar shook his head. He recalled the female red dragon from before, whose retinue numbered over 1,000, a formidable force that greatly satisfied the dragon's desire for dominance. Thinking this through, Caesar's thirst for power grew even stronger. And now, there was only one way for him to become stronger: to continuously reproduce. However, to reproduce, he clearly couldn't do it alone. This required a suitable partner. The azure feather eagle is not yet a viable option. Although the dragon vein transformation has been completed, mastering the 4th circle spell, polymorph, will still take some time. Should I go to the human kingdoms and capture some women? Caesar pondered to himself. However, given his current strength as a teenage red dragon, doing so still carries considerable risk. There are a significant number of mid-level spellcasters in the human realm, enough to pose a threat to him. Compared to magical creatures, these spellcasters possess mastery of multiple schools of magic, are highly intelligent, and have far more complex combat styles. If a few more years pass, and he enters his 50s in youth, the situation will be completely different. A young red dragon possesses immense power, comparable to some adult dragons among the 5-colored dragons. Unless a high-ranking spellcaster is present, human kingdoms would not dare to provoke him lightly. High-ranking spellcasters are rare to begin with. Although they possess power comparable to adult dragons, not every kingdom has such beings. Humans reproduce rapidly, but their short lifespan is their fatal limitation. Faced with the threat of a young red dragon, most kingdoms have no choice but to compromise. Moreover, dragons are extremely vengeful. If they cannot be completely killed, they will only grow stronger. Decades later, when high-ranking spellcasters grow old or even perish, the dragons will exact their revenge. Just like that female red dragon, they will plunder wealth wantonly, and many kingdoms dare not offend them, having to enlist the help of silver dragons to deal with them. Just then, a robust gnoll strode over, his expression extremely respectful. It was none other than the Knoll leader, Soren. Your Highness Caesar, may your glory illuminate the entire continent, and may all things in heaven and earth praise your greatness. This flattery still pleased Caesar. However, he was more concerned with his reproductive plans at the moment, so he waved his dragon wings and said indifferently, Speak plainly. Your servant, Cylon, obeys your will. Cyril remained devout, like a fanatic. For Knolls, following dragons was the highest honor. He paused, then said cautiously, Some of our people have discovered traces of humans. Humans? Caesar's gaze sharpened slightly. Where are they? Soren pondered for a moment, then replied respectfully. In the south, about 10 kilometers from your territory. They were discovered by a few tribesmen who were preparing to join our tribe. Chapter 4 Princess Silvermoon. Outside Caesar's territory, a group of figures fled in disarray, clearly being pursued by enemies. Unbeknownst to them, a powerful red dragon now lurked within the Coral Mountains. In the crowd, 2 wounded knights bandaged their wounds while muttering curses under their breath. Damn traitors, they'll be in hell sooner or later! The atmosphere was oppressive and furious. Diana looked remorseful and said softly, I've dragged you into this. If it weren't for me, Uncle Sith and the others wouldn't have died. Her tone was full of guilt. The one-armed knight immediately retorted, Your Highness, this is not your fault. It was the Grand Duke of Zijing who betrayed the kingdom and launched a rebellion. All the blame lies with them. The others also urged her to cheer up. The knights firmly stated that as long as Diana was alive, there was still hope for the kingdom. You inherit royal blood, you will surely reclaim everything in the future, and the rebels will pay the price. A rebellion recently broke out in the Silvermoon Kingdom, with Grand Duke Bauhinia leading the nobles to overthrow the monarchy. Diana escaped the rebellion because she was out, but this made her a wanted fugitive. Now, she has only 2 knights and 2 squires by her side. Her once loyal guard has been almost entirely wiped out, and these 4 are her last resort. Diana prayed softly, May the goddess of magic protect you. She began to chant a spell, and points of light fell, rapidly healing everyone's wounds. This was a 3rd circle spell, mass healing. Spellcasters were extremely rare among humans, and she had already reached the 3rd circle at such a young age. Her talent was astonishing. On the battlefield, a well-prepared spell can turn the tide of battle. Diana was seen as the hope for the future, even having the potential to become a high-ranking mage. A high-ranking mage, in a human kingdom, holds a position even higher than that of the king. Had the kingdom's original high-ranking mage not recently passed away, Grand Duke Zijing would not have dared to rebel. Just as hope began to rise, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the sky, sending chills down everyone's spines. 2 knights shouted, On guard! And quickly shielded Diana. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically. 10 griffin riders descended from the sky, surrounding them completely, the enemy's most elite and ace unit. Grand Duke Zijing clearly did not underestimate his opponent, directly dispatching elite forces to completely annihilate the kingdom's last bloodline. Your Highness, run! 2 knights desperately blocked his way, while the other 2 attendants were too frightened to move. The griffin knight leader sneered. Do you think you can escape? His spear unleashed a fierce wind blade, its aura terrifying. The next instant, the spear pierced through the air, instantly impaling a knight and pinning him to the ground. Blood splattered, and the situation collapsed in an instant. Diana gritted her teeth and cast a spell. 3rd ring spell, Chain Lightning! Lightning erupted suddenly, thunder swept across, striking the enemy leader. The lightning exploded, like a storm descending, blue arcs of electricity filling the sky. But the next second, her heart sank to the bottom. The opponent was prepared, immediately unleashing the 4th circle spell, Shield of Faith, easily blocking the attack. The vast difference in power nearly drove her to despair. The leader calmly remarked, The caster is indeed dangerous. He crushed the scroll, clearly having made thorough preparations beforehand. In a short time, all of Diana's guards were dead. The leader of the Griffin Knights raised his lance and coldly pronounced, Princess Diana, farewell. The Grand Duke of the Bauhinia had only one order, to exterminate them all. Facing death, Diana slowly closed her eyes. A sudden gust of wind whipped her silver hair and skirt. But the expected fatal blow never came. She opened her eyes and saw that all the Griffin Knights opposite her had changed their expressions drastically, even showing signs of fear, and were all looking into the distance. There, a colossal beast slowly emerged. Its crimson scales shimmered in the light, and an oppressive aura swept across the entire area. It was a dragon, and a red dragon at that. As the leader of the 5 dragons, it symbolized destruction and evil, plunging everyone into an abyss. Chapter 5 The noble dragon never keeps its promises. A ferocious dragon's might descended from the sky like a burst dam, instantly overwhelming the entire area. The griffins immediately stirred. Faced with the powerful red dragon, they trembled instinctively, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. Several human knights were thrown from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. A massive shadow loomed over them as Caesar coldly surveyed them. Even the mid-level warrior, the leader of the griffin riders, paled, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This red dragon before them, though not yet an adult, was far superior to the weaker white dragon. Even in its adolescence, it posed a deadly threat to them. Suppressing his emotions, the leader tore open the spell scroll again, and a transparent aura enveloped everyone. This was the fourth ring. Dragon-proof aura. Specifically designed to weaken the power of dragon breath. Although dragons were rare on the continent, all nations had suffered at their hands, so the legion was well prepared to fight dragons. He didn't want to start a war, so he looked up respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Red Dragon. May I ask what brings you here?" Caesar sneered and asked, "You dare to question me after trespassing into my territory?" Although this place was still some distance from his territory, he was already displeased that they were fighting at that gateway. The next moment, scorching dragon breath gathered in Caesar's mouth, fire elements surged wildly, and the temperature soared. A black and red flame halo appeared, and the scorching air waves forced the knights to sweat profusely. Then, it exploded with a roar, flames bursting out like fireworks, engulfing the griffin squad. The knights raised their shields to withstand the attack, and their leader gritted his teeth and crushed another scroll. The Shield of Faith layered the defense, and miraculously it blocked the blow without a single casualty. Just as they were preparing for a desperate counterattack, Caesar lazily spoke. "This is a lesson. Leave a price, and you can get out of here." He had long seen that this group was wealthy, though they possessed few trump cards. The leader cursed inwardly, but was helpless, and could only reluctantly leave behind 10 gems. Crystal, agate, and jade, though lacking magic, were incredibly valuable, and dragons loved them most. Caesar appeared aloof, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This was the first time he possessed treasure of his own. He had seen countless treasures in the female red dragon's lair, yet had never been able to obtain a single one. That sense of resentment fueled his secret vow to reclaim his wealth one day. Seeing Caesar's satisfied expression, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that even with the powerful Duke of Zijing's influence, slaying the dragon would come at a great cost, and failure would have even more severe consequences. So he signaled his men to take Princess Diana away. However, the night had barely landed when Caesar suddenly unleashed a burst of dragon breath, incinerating both man and griffin. The leader roared in fury. "You!" He then realized he had underestimated the red dragon's evil and treachery. Caesar said impatiently, "This girl is now my property. Get lost before I get angry." In his view, offering even a single explanation was already merciful. He remembered a phrase from his past life. "As everyone knows, I never keep my promises." That was the true nature of a dragon. The leader, enraged, laughed coldly. "Fine, fine. Your shamelessness will be punished by the Grand Duke of Zijing sooner or later." He uttered these harsh words and prepared to retreat, but unexpectedly, a giant blue eagle blocked his path. The giant eagle was 16 meters long, its feathers a bluish-red hue, resembling armor, with some parts inlaid with dragon's scales. A fierce wind and flame swirled around it, its power astonishing. This was an azure-feathered eagle that had completed its dragon vein evolution. Its combat strength might even surpass Caesar's. Caesar grinned maliciously at the sight. "Threatening me?" He stopped pretending. "I want your treasure, and your lives are mine too." It turned out that he had planned to annihilate them all along, but he was just stalling for time to prevent them from escaping. With their escape route blocked, the Griffin squad had no chance of survival. Caught in a pincer attack, none escaped. Even their leader, after a brief struggle, was killed. The terror of the dragon was once again on full display. At the same level, humans are virtually no match for dragons. Their scales are indestructible, their might suppresses all, their breath destroys everything, and combined with top-tier magic and physical prowess, they stand at the pinnacle of life. Unless one possesses powerful equipment, or a special profession, to oppose a dragon is tantamount to suicide. Chapter 6 The Princess of the Silvermoon Kingdom. At Caesar's command, the gnolls excitedly cleaned up the battlefield, stripping the Griffin knights of their armor, lances, and shields. They also searched the corpses for hundreds of gold and silver coins, more than 20 gems, and several precious magic gems, all of which were sent to the dragon's lair. Red dragons are naturally extremely sensitive to treasure. They can detect the loss of even a single copper coin amidst mountains of gold and silver instantly. Caesar was no exception, so he had no concern whatsoever that his retinues would dare to hoard it. That would be tantamount to courting death. Caesar spoke in a low voice. Human, what is your name? He looked down at the girl before him. With cascading silver hair, exquisite features, and a graceful figure, she was beautiful by both human and dragon standards. The young woman composed herself and gave an elegant bow. Your Excellency Red Dragon, my name is Diana Silvermoon. Although she maintained her composure, the way she gripped her staff betrayed her inner tension. She should have died at the hands of the Grand Duke of Bohemia, but was saved by the Red Dragon. It all seemed somewhat unreal. Caesar didn't beat around the bush, saying directly, From this moment on, you belong to me. If you are willing to follow me, I will grant you a chance to live. State your choice. Diana hesitated for a moment, then quickly made her decision. Burdened by her obsession with revenge, she couldn't die easily, so she firmly replied, I do. A wise choice. Caesar spread his dragon wings, grabbed her, and carried her back to his lair, a dormant volcano. His residence was at the summit, his powerful retinue lived on the mountainside, and his foot was guarded by fire lizards and gnolls. He placed Diana near the mountaintop. There stood a simple palace built for humans, perfect for her to live in. Caesar was quite pleased with the young, highly talented third circle spellcaster. Diana clutched her skirt and whispered, Lord Red Dragon. She vaguely knew what she might be facing, and her heart was still pounding with nervousness. Caesar's tone was unusually gentle. Don't be nervous, relax. He would restrain some of his violence when facing a beautiful young woman. For him, this was a unique kind of enjoyment. The next moment, his body shone with fiery red magical light, and his massive dragon form rapidly shrank, transforming into human form. Soon, a red-haired boy of about 15 or 16 years old appeared in the spot, his handsome appearance almost unreal. His red hair was like the sunset, and his deep red eyes possessed a fatal attraction, completely overturning Diana's perception of red dragons. Her heart raced, and she even felt a little lost in thought. This was the first time Caesar had used transfiguration, and the power compressed within his tiny body made him slightly uncomfortable. But in this cramped palace, he had no other choice, otherwise the slightest force would shatter it. He adjusted to his human body, his gaze falling on the still dazed Diana, a slight smile playing on his lips. Chapter 7 The Irish World. After the home run, Caesar rested for a while and quickly recovered. He whispered, Diana? There was no doubt that dragons had far greater stamina than humans. Diana heard the voice, met his gaze for a moment, then quickly looked away, her cheeks slightly flushed. She wasn't as fragile as she seemed. Spellcasters were only slightly weaker than melee classes, but in reality, nourished by magic for a long time, their bodies were already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Especially high-ranking mages, even without using spells, could suppress many powerful individuals simply by wearing armor and wielding swords. However, what's truly terrifying is their magical power. Legendary warriors can split mountains and shatter the earth, while a legendary spellcaster can unleash a catastrophe with a single 10th level spell. Magic has always been the dominant force in this world. Diana silently cast a healing spell on herself, and her discomfort quickly dissipated. Caesar, seeing this, didn't continue, knowing she had reached her limit. He then turned to play with the trophy, a silver spatial ring from the Griffin Knight leader. The ring was just the right size for a human, but it seemed pitifully small to him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was enchanted by a mid-level mage, requiring a spell to open. Forcibly breaking it would only destroy the contents. However, this level of enchantment was not difficult for him. Caesar pondered for a moment, his magical power surging, and a red light gradually appeared. Unlock spell, he murmured, concentrating his mind on the ring. Soon, the internal space of the ring rippled, indicating that although it wasn't fully activated, it was nearing success. Thanks to the dragon's immense magical power, this low-level spell consumed almost no energy. Half an hour later, the space finally opened, revealing a large number of items. First was a pile of scrolls, mostly spells below the third rank such as lightness of movement, wind wall, and fireball, 13 in total. These spells were of little use to Caesar. Given his magic immunity, they would at most cause minor damage, which he would quickly recover from. He wasn't particularly interested, glancing at them casually before his gaze soon fell on other items. The next moment, his attention was drawn to a pile of magic gems, more than 30 in total, clearly the wealth accumulated by the Knight Leader over many years. Caesar was immediately intrigued. If a mid-level warrior was so wealthy, the mage's wealth must be unimaginable. He couldn't help but develop a greater interest in humans, though this interest was solely focused on their wealth. It's no wonder dragons enjoy plundering humans. There's certainly a reason behind it. Besides the gems, there were several yellowed books. He picked one up at random and flipped through it. The contents were in the common language of the continent, and since dragons are naturally fluent in languages, reading was no problem for them. The book is titled, The Legendary Dragon Knight's Journey, and tells the story of a knight traveling across the continent. Saintesses, elves, princesses, and even the Dragon Queen are all attracted by his charm and follow him to save the world, almost the ultimate fantasy for knights. The book also provides detailed descriptions of local customs and traditions, and with its beautiful illustrations, it became quite popular in the Silvermoon Kingdom, with many knights reading it repeatedly. Caesar also found it fascinating and gleaned some important information from it. The prime material plane he inhabits is called the world of Elrond, which comprises 7 continents of varying strengths. The Silvermoon Kingdom, located on the Emerald Continent, is just one of these nations. In addition, there are numerous islands and 4 vast seas. The 4 oceans are ruled by giant sharks, nagas, mermaids, and sea monsters, respectively, and their power is no less than that of any magical empire. And a magical empire has at least 10 legendary powerhouses. The world of Elrond is a powerful plane in the multiverse, with numerous subordinate planes, including the Dragon's Nest, the 7 Heavens Mountain, the Endless Abyss, the Chaos Astral Plane, the Elemental Realm, and the Elf Forest. This is a world watched over by the gods. Chapter 8. The Gradual Growth of the Family. These events were actually recorded in the dragon's legacy long ago. However, most dragons are naturally lazy and rarely pay attention unless absolutely necessary. Caesar, however, became interested in that book, The Legendary Journey of the Dragon Riders, and thus began to seriously consider the world as, a concept encompassing overall situation, overall dynamics, and overall situation. He murmured, 7 continents, 4 oceans, gradually realizing the vastness of the world of Elrond. Dominating the prime material plane was no easy feat. He needed to plan carefully. He would have to wait until he reached adolescence, or even adulthood before he would truly possess the resources to establish himself in any region. More importantly, this world is under the watchful eyes of the gods, and once he is targeted by them, the trouble will be immense. Even Tiamat, the mother of the 5 dragons, wouldn't stand up for him. He would have to rely on himself. Therefore, Caesar knew very well that to roam freely, he had to at least become a legendary dragon. In the days that followed, Caesar devoted almost all his time, except for cultivation and eating, to expanding his family's power. Half a month later, he finally received good news from Diana, which greatly excited him. He was just waiting for the birth of his first child, after which the system reward would arrive. Just then, a voice came from outside the palace. "Great Prince Caesar, your loyal servant Chinyu requests an audience." Caesar casually replied, "Come in," while simultaneously deactivating his protective magic, continuing to leisurely enjoy Diana's service. Soon, a woman with a sharp, commanding presence entered the hall. She was tall and slender, with cascading blue hair and arms adorned with blue feathers. She exuded an air of arrogance, though her movements were slightly awkward. She was none other than the Azure Feather Eagle, whose strength had greatly increased after undergoing the Dragon Vein transformation. Chinyu now wields her 4th circle shape-shifting ability with ease, but having been accustomed to her beast form for so long, her human body still feels somewhat unnatural. However, this is only a matter of time. Caesar looked at her, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to be so outstanding after transforming. Compared to Diana, the two had completely different styles, one youthful and innocent, the other aloof and elegant, each possessing their own charm. Noticing Caesar's gaze, Chinyu was secretly delighted. As a dragon-blooded creature, pleasing its master was instinctive, and being valued was an honor. Her emerald eyes carefully observed Caesar, who smiled and beckoned. "Chinyu, come here." The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous and subtle, and everything naturally continued to develop. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. Chinyu, too, received the blessing and successfully conceived a dragon-blooded offspring. The dragon race's reproduction method is quite unique. While their mating cycle is similar to that of humans, true dragons can only be born from dragons. As top-tier magical creatures, even fledgling dragons are extremely dangerous, thus their bloodline purity must be maintained, which is one of the reasons for the rarity of dragons. However, if it mates with other magical creatures, it depends on the strength of the mother. The stronger the mother, the longer the gestation period, but the higher the probability of giving birth to a high-talented dragonborn. In comparison, Chinyu's gestation period is several times slower than Diana's, but for the immortal Caesar, this amount of time is nothing. After all, most dragons spend their long years in slumber, but Caesar devoted his time to the plan to revive the dragon race. His family also quietly grew stronger step by step. Chapter 9: Expanding Territory and Conquering New Lands. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar dragon's lair, but beside him stood a strange beauty. Caesar's consciousness quickly returned, his fatigue vanished, and his body was rejuvenated. He couldn't help but sigh. Dragons were naturally drawn to beauty, which explained the many legends of evil dragons abducting princesses. He had rested for too long, and could no longer afford to stagnate. Even though the rewards were yet to be received, it wouldn't stop him from continuing to expand his territory. The dragon's nest currently only occupied a corner of the Coral Mountains, an area of paradise for countless wild monsters. With Caesar's current strength, he could easily expand outwards, subdue more followers, and even bring the entire Coral Mountains under his rule. His inherent arrogance and domineering nature gradually awakened. Destruction and domination were the very essence of the Red Dragon, and he would only push these traits to their extreme. Thinking of this, he took the opportunity to review the power system within the dragon's legacy. Below the legendary level, there were 9 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 were lower, tiers 4 to 6 were middle, tiers 7 to 9 were high, and above that lay the unattainable legendary realm. Different worlds may have different classifications of strength, but the essence remains the same. The gap between low and high ranks is significant, but once one steps into the legendary realm, it represents a qualitative leap. Even 10 top-tier beings joining forces would find it difficult to shake a true legendary being. Dragons are hailed as a top-tier race precisely because, as long as they don't die young, they naturally enter the legendary realm upon reaching a certain age. Red dragons are the cream of the crop, typically reaching this level at around 400 years old. While the other 5 colored dragons are slightly less advanced, they still have a chance. In addition, there are the even rarer legendary dragon species, born legendary, extremely rare, and second only to the supreme beings of the dragon race in status. Throughout the multiverse, there are many types of dragons, but the most common are still the 3 major systems: 5-colored dragons, metallic dragons, and gem dragons. Returning to his own past, Caesar is only 28 years old, equivalent to a human's adolescence. After a period of slumber, he has reached the mid-level, making him virtually unharmable to ordinary low-level creatures, and even mid-level opponents struggle to contend with him, given that dragons are naturally skilled in both magic and martial arts, possessing extremely well-rounded combat abilities. Let Shilong lead some men to scout out and see if there are any high-ranking creatures in the mountains, Caesar quickly decided. As long as there were no high-ranking beings, he could expand freely in the Coral Mountains, and even against a 6th-rank creature, he would have a fighting chance. He had once defeated a peak 5th-rank Azure Feather Eagle, and now the eagle had advanced to the 6th rank under the Dragon Veins modification. With the two of them working together, they would pose almost no threat unless they were high-ranking creatures. The next moment, enormous dragon wings unfurled, like the sails of a giant ship, tearing through the clouds with a tremor. Caesar preferred this dragon body, powerful and free. A terrifying dragon aura spread out, and the surrounding followers stopped what they were doing and bowed in worship. The first to arrive was Shilong, the Gnoll leader at the peak of the 3rd tier. Following him were more than 20 fire lizards, mostly 2nd or 3rd tier. Finally arriving were the largest group, the Gnolls, mostly only at the 1st rank, the most basic fighting force. Less than 100 of their followers. This was Caesar's entire strength. He stood atop the mountain, looking down at the crowd, his voice deep and authoritative. "Take your people and scout for me in the distance. The Coral Mountains will fall entirely into my hands, and you will receive my glory." Shilong's expression turned solemn, and he immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty. The Shilong tribe will fight for you, your highness Caesar." The fire lizard, though not eloquent, also roared in response. With the order given, an expansion around the Coral Mountains officially began. Chapter 10 New Familiar. Caesar nodded in satisfaction. He knew very well that to motivate his subordinates to fight desperately, he had to offer them substantial rewards. Therefore, he decided to set an example to inspire all his followers to be even more loyal. Soon, under the watchful eyes of numerous monsters, Caesar transformed Chiron into a dragon vein gnoll on the spot. This was a reward for its discovery of human tracks, and dragon vein transformation was a power all his followers dreamed of. Shilong's body instantly swelled, breaking through the 2-meter barrier to over 3 meters, completely shattering the limits of its species. More importantly, elemental power began to flow within its body, officially transforming it into a magical creature capable of casting spells. Although its magic was still weak and its combat was primarily melee, the transformation was astonishing. Short horns sprouted from its forehead, its body was covered in red scales, and even wings with bone spurs grew from its back. Flames coiled around its tail, and its aura surged dramatically. Through this transformation, Shilong successfully advanced to a mid-tier 4th-order magical creature, doubling its strength. It was so excited it could hardly contain itself. This was almost the ultimate glory that every gnoll pursued in their lifetime. "Great Prince Caesar, you will surely make your name resound throughout the continent," Shilong is willing to be your sharpest claws. It prostrated itself on the ground, its tone fervent and devout. The surrounding gnolls, watching their leader's transformation, felt both fear and envy, their reverence for Caesar deepening. Meanwhile, the fire lizard beside them was equally restless, gazing longingly at the red dragon, yearning for the same favor. Seeing that morale had been fully mobilized, Caesar, though somewhat exhausted, was still satisfied. He knew very well that the dragon vein transformation was extremely costly, and would only be bestowed upon truly promising followers to strengthen his monster army. He then issued a new order. To spread my bloodline, I need more mates. If you can find suitable females, you will also be richly rewarded. Dragon's greed is well known, but Caesar's standards were somewhat unusual. Humans had to be as beautiful as Diana, while magical creatures had to be at least at the 4th rank. This left his followers puzzled but dared not disobey. Over the next month, Caesar's territory expanded from 30 kilometers to 50 kilometers. He also gradually recruited new followers, and the size of his monster army continued to grow. Chiron's Gnoll tribe had expanded to over 100 members, and they also discovered a similarly sized kobold tribe. Both sides were initially prepared for a fierce battle, but the situation quickly changed. When the kobolds learned that the gnolls had submitted to the red dragon, they surrendered without hesitation. Compared to the gnolls, they were far more fanatical in their devotion to the dragon, considering following it the highest honor. Meanwhile, they also encountered a troll tribe. Though few in number, their fighting power was astonishing. Trolls were massive in stature, possessed incredible regenerative abilities, and fought ruthlessly. They were natural-born warriors. However, they also had a fatal flaw: low intelligence. Most were foolish and reckless. Previously, Cylon would never have dared to provoke them, but now, with over 200 soldiers, they could barely put up a fight. Both sides were prepared for a bloody battle, but at the crucial moment, a troll wizard appeared. As one of the few intelligent members of the tribe, he was deeply respected by his people. This wizard took the initiative to visit Caesar, choosing to surrender, offering not only a large amount of treasure but also the most beautiful female troll in the tribe as a gesture of goodwill. This action nearly made Caesar nauseous, and he immediately rejected the female troll. However, he accepted the treasure without hesitation and formally pledged allegiance to the troll tribe. This troll wizard possessed 4th circle magic and was incredibly powerful. With proper preparation, she could even fight against a dozen warriors of the same level, making her an extremely formidable opponent. Besides Qingyu, it became one of Caesar's strongest forces. The ordinary trolls were mostly 2nd or 3rd tier elites, significantly boosting the overall strength of the monster army. More importantly, the wizard brought new information. Although Caesar looked down on female trolls, it still provided intelligence. A female purple-scaled python was nearby. Chapter 11. The search for a new partner begins. Through the troll wizard's description, Caesar learns of a female purple-scaled python. She is also one of the overlords of the Coral Mountains, and her strength even surpasses that of Qingyu before her dragon vein transformation. She is a genuine 6th-tier life form. This giant purple-scaled python is said to possess the bloodline of a legendary serpent, making it extremely powerful. It arrived in the Coral Mountains a few years ago, seizing territory that originally belonged to the trolls and firmly establishing itself as an unassailable force. Caesar immediately became interested upon hearing this. A 6th-tier rank combined with legendary bloodline meant immense future potential. These magical creatures were naturally intelligent and difficult to subdue, much like the once arrogant Qingyu. But becoming partners would be entirely different. It would undoubtedly be a superior choice, capable of bearing him even stronger offspring. Sax, you've done well. If the intelligence is accurate, I'll reward you. Now, tell me her location. Caesar's tone became noticeably excited. In his view, as long as this giant purple-scaled serpent met his expectations, his 3rd mate was essentially secured. As for being unable to defeat it, he hadn't even considered that possibility. The red dragon's pride made him fearless. As you command, the troll wizard Sakas respectfully replied, immediately providing the exact location. He knew very well that the dragon's power was far beyond what the tribe could contend with. Blind resistance would only bring destruction. Caesar slowly rose, like a sleeping king awakening. His wings suddenly unfurled, their span exceeding 18 meters, resembling a burning red cloud, his massive body instantly exuding an intense sense of oppression. This was the power of a red dragon. Even though both were 4th-tier beings, the troll wizard had no thought of resistance. His size, magic power, and defense were completely overwhelming, leaving no room for even the idea of fighting back. Caesar gave the other a cold glance, his vertical pupils filled with intimidation. He didn't bother to guess what the other was thinking. Before absolute power, all calculations were meaningless. In the wilderness, these races never revered the dragons themselves, but rather their power. If a stronger one appeared, they would switch sides at any time, so the dragons only needed to maintain absolute dominance. The next moment, Caesar spread his wings and soared into the sky. A fierce wind howled. The dragon could fly for long periods without magic, possessing astonishing stamina, capable of remaining airborne for months at a time. This endurance stemmed from the dragon heart. Four powerful chambers pounded continuously, providing a constant source of power to its massive body, allowing it to quickly recover to its peak condition even after a short rest. During his flight, Caesar looked down upon the land, taking in a variety of colossal beasts. Iron-haired ferocious boars, earth-shattering bears, and ferocious white tigers nearly his own size were scattered throughout the mountains. Magical creatures weren't numerous in the Coral Mountains. Most were ordinary wild animals. However, some of them had become ferocious, their sizes swelling dramatically, their strength astonishing, even capable of suppressing ordinary magical creatures. These ferocious creatures, though not highly intelligent, are top-tier hunters. Fortunately, resources are plentiful, and they rarely expand their territory, thus maintaining a delicate balance in the mountains. Caesar looked at these powerful creatures, his eyes brightening, a desire for conquest rising within him. When I reach adolescence, I can try to subdue them all. If these ferocious species were to unite, even high-ranking beings would find it difficult to contend with them. This is a major reason why powerful humans have hesitated to venture deep into the Coral Mountains. For this reason, even though Caesar kidnapped the princess of the Silvermoon Kingdom and annihilated the Griffin squad, no one dared to easily launch a campaign against him. This mountain range itself serves as a natural barrier. After flying about 100 kilometers, a sunken basin appeared ahead. The interior was filled with magical energy, the environment humid, as if deliberately modified, making it extremely suitable for snakes to inhabit. Caesar, with his dragon-like superhuman vision, quickly locked onto his target. Deep within the basin, a purple shadow flickered in and out of sight. In the sunlight, its purple scales shimmered, beautiful yet dangerous. The troll wizard's intelligence was accurate. This was indeed an exceptionally stunning purple-scaled giant python. Chapter 12 The Mighty Sylvanus. Caesar gazed into the distance, deep within the damp, cold basin, and saw a colossal serpent covered in purple scales. The serpent was 16 meters long, its body long and winding, its scales dazzling like jewels. As it moved, it dragged a 4 or 5 meter tall savage bear along with it. The bear's body was spotless, clearly having been killed almost without resistance. Wildfire bears are considered high up in the food chain in the Coral Mountains, rarely seen even in Caesar's territory. But before this giant purple-scaled serpent, it was merely ordinary prey. Caesar judged that the creature was at least a 6th-tier magical being, possessing legendary bloodline, extremely strong vitality and defense, and intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary wild beasts. Caesar quickly became interested in the female serpent. Its smooth, bright purple scales, jewel-like pupils, and long, well-proportioned body were extremely attractive in the eyes of dragons, second only to real female dragons. I wonder what her name is, he thought, a growing restlessness stirring within him. Without hesitation, Caesar used invisibility to appear before the giant serpent, revealing himself directly and saying, "Before you stands the future Red Dragon King, the Wing of the End, the King of Kings, Caesar Sargeras. Beautiful serpent lady, will you become my mate?" Dragons are always direct in their courtship, unlike the roundabout ways of humans. The giant purple-scaled serpent paused slightly, then narrowed her eyes to examine him, sticking out her forked tongue and sneering. "Red Dragon? What a little pervert. Maybe I'll consider you when you're an adult, but you're too weak now. Leave my territory and don't disturb my feeding." Her tone was contemptuous and mocking, like a queen on high. Her name is Sylvanus. She has legendary blood and once fought and easily defeated a green dragon that was nearly an adult. This gave her extreme confidence, and she looked down on the underage Caesar. Caesar's dragon face froze instantly, his anger flaring up rapidly. His dragon eyes narrowed sharply, becoming cold and dangerous, filled with an aura of destruction. As the leader of the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon was naturally arrogant, believing himself to be superior to all things. Now, to be looked down upon by a mere 6th-tier giant serpent was intolerable to him. Roar! Caesar unleashed a powerful dragon's might, his terrifying aura pressing down on the soul, enough to plunge weaker creatures into fear and dizziness. But Sylvanus was only slightly startled, quickly regaining her composure, a provocative smile playing on her lips. "Is that all?" Her legendary bloodline granted her extremely strong resistance to high-level pressure. The next moment, the two engaged in close combat. The red dragon and the giant serpent clashed, scales flying everywhere. However, Sylvanus's melee abilities were clearly superior, and her level was higher, quickly turning the tide of the battle. Caesar was forced to retreat repeatedly, sustaining multiple injuries. If he had entered his youth, he might have been able to put up a fight, but the gap was now obvious. Soon, he was forced to create distance and resort to magical counterattacks. Fourth ring magic exploding fireball. As the incantation was completed, a dark red fireball, the size of a boulder, materialized, its surface riddled with cracks and radiating an extremely dangerous aura. The next second, the fireball shot through the air like a meteor, unleashing a scorching storm as it hurtled towards Sylvanas. Facing the incoming attack, Sylvanas's body suddenly glowed, instantly transforming into a half-human, half-snake form. She was tall and slender, with a coiled serpentine tail, veiled in a purple gauze that revealed her fair and delicate skin in the firelight, exuding both allure and queenly majesty. Her bloodline was not that of an ordinary giant serpent, but that of the legendary Serpent King, thus granting her 3 innate forms. Her serpent form excelled in melee combat, while her serpent man form enhanced her spellcasting speed and power. Just as the exploding fireball approached, she completed the spellcasting. Fifth ring spell Amethyst Barrier. The crystalline purple barrier instantly unfolded, blocking in front of her and forcefully meeting the destructive fireball head-on. Sylvanas's strength lies not only in melee combat but also in magic. She is proficient in casting 5th and even 6th level spells, and coupled with the high-speed casting in her snake woman form, this is the true source of her confidence in defeating a nearly adult green dragon. Chapter 13 The Reward for a Gold Rank Offspring. Amethyst is an extremely heat-resistant gemstone, perfectly suited for countering fire-based evocation magic. As Sylvanas chanted softly, the surrounding space seemed to mirror itself, and a solid purple barrier rapidly formed, firmly blocking the oncoming exploding fireball. Boom! The fireball instantly shattered, and terrifying heat swept across the surroundings. Although blocked by the barrier, the impact of the explosion was still deafening. The surface of the amethyst even showed signs of melting, emitting a piercing hissing sound. Flames surged across the sky, dyeing the clouds above crimson. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Sylvanas was just about to continue casting the 6th circle spell, the Amethyst Seal of the Serpent King, when she discovered that Caesar had already flapped his wings and flown far away, out of the casting range. She frowned slightly and sneered softly. What a cunning red dragon! She glanced at the burned basin, then her gaze fell on the remaining red dragon scales on the ground, and her expression softened a bit. Red dragon scales were top-grade materials, she scoffed. This little perverted dragon, if you dare to come again, I won't hold back. Wild creatures have always revered strength. Although they had just clashed, Sylvanas's impression of Caesar was actually quite positive. For his age, his strength was exceptional, making him stand out among the dragons she had ever seen. If he truly matured, he might indeed earn her respect. On the other side, Caesar grimaced in midair. Ouch, it hurts so much! This giant purple-scaled serpent is almost at the high level. He had originally thought he could handle a 6th-tier creature, but Sylvanas had reached the peak of the 6th tier in both melee combat and spellcasting. Coupled with her legendary Serpent King bloodline, her overall strength was approaching that of a high-level professional. In the battle just now, Caesar not only suffered a loss but also remembered her name. Sylvanas. Humph, I will have you. His desire to conquer only intensified. For the next 6 months Caesar refrained from further provocations, instead sending his retinue to secretly monitor and gather intelligence. He quickly learned a great deal about Sylvanas's habits. This snake woman with legendary blood was always solitary and did not take any followers. Apart from going out hunting, she spent most of her time in her lair, and recently she had been frequently falling into a deep sleep, rarely showing herself. Based on the information from the troll wizard Sax, Caesar deduced that she arrived at the Coral Mountains around the same time as him, and her frequent slumber indicated that she was on the verge of advancement, likely about to become a high-ranking being. Once she successfully broke through, it would be even more difficult for Caesar to suppress her, which made him somewhat anxious. However, another matter quickly diverted his attention. Diana was about to give birth. To ensure a smooth delivery, Caesar traveled to the nearby Silvermoon Kingdom, abducting human women from the villages to care for Diana. He also selected experienced midwives to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Outside the palace, Caesar spread his dragon wings and cast detection spells to constantly monitor the interior. He distrusted these humans. If anyone made any unusual move, he would tear them to pieces immediately. Time ticked by, and even Caesar felt unusually tense. Finally, a middle-aged woman rushed out, shouting, "Your Highness, the Red Dragon, Princess Diana's delivery went smoothly." The cry of a baby followed. It was a girl. Caesar was overjoyed, and at the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Your first offspring is born. The system swiftly provided its assessment. This offspring possesses both the bloodline of a red dragon and the bloodline of a spellcaster from the Silver Moon Kingdom, a hybrid of dragon and human, with both warrior and magical aptitude at the gold level, a double gold rating. Immediately afterward, 5 rewards appeared before him, from which he could choose 3: growth, mutation, staff, treasure, and scroll. Each was incredibly tempting, leaving Caesar momentarily unable to choose. Growth means a decade of physical improvement, a choice you must make. Mutation may bring powerful talents. A staff can enhance spell casting. A treasure chest represents an entire mountain of gold, and the scroll is the 7th circle spell, Thunderous Purgatory, with astonishing power. Caesar stared at the rewards, inwardly cursing. I want them all! He was especially captivated by the chests overflowing with treasure. The allure of gold and jewels was almost irresistible to a dragon. But he gritted his teeth and suppressed his greed, comforting himself. Giving up a mountain of gold is for gaining more in the future. Ultimately, he made his decision, choosing growth, mutation, and a 7th circle magic scroll. The first 2 directly enhanced his strength, while Thunderous Purgatory was a powerful trump card. That was a high-level 7th circle magic. Chapter 14: The Rebellion of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Caesar ultimately chose the 1st, 2nd, and 5th rewards. The moment he confirmed, a mysterious power surged into his body, a tingling sensation spreading from his flesh and blood to his soul, like waves crashing against him, immersing him in it for over half an hour before gradually subsiding. Immediately afterwards, a strong drowsiness suddenly struck him. This feeling was very similar to when he had advanced from the juvenile dragon stage last time, but this time it was even more intense, as if a deeper transformation was about to begin. Caesar forced himself to stay awake and looked at the spell scroll floating before him. The scroll was covered in purple runes and occasionally flashed with lightning. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. This is a powerful 7th circle spell. When encountering a formidable enemy, what he spews out will no longer be just dragon breath, but the terrifying, raging thunder purgatory. A power so great that it would drive the enemy to despair on the spot. He then summoned Qingyu and briefly instructed her to look after Diana and guard the territory. After everything was arranged, Caesar returned directly to the dragon's lair. The surging, scorching magma, with its familiar high temperature, brought him immense comfort, as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother. Red dragons naturally love this environment, which not only promotes their growth but also provides them with natural protection during slumber. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, Caesar slowly closed his dragon eyes and quickly fell asleep. The Silvermoon Kingdom is one of the 13 kingdoms of the Emerald Continent. Just 1 year ago, with the rebellion launched by the Grand Duke of Zijing, the true ruler of this country changed hands. Silvermoon City, the capital, is the most prosperous place in the entire kingdom. After Duke Zijing occupied it, he moved all his family's forces there, and used his powerful army to suppress the opposition, forcing a large number of nobles to submit. In the royal palace's back garden, a loud crash resounded as a rockery over 10 meters high was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. The Grand Duke of Zijing, draped in a golden cloak, wielded a silver greatsword, its blade radiating power yet subtly exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. "Still no news of Diana?" he asked casually. The knight behind him was tense and replied in a low voice. "The last trace is in the Karl Mountains. Kasef led the Griffin Knights to search for it, but they all lost contact. It's unclear whether it was caused by monsters or if the princess still has a trump card." A shadow crossed the Grand Duke of Bohemia's eyes. He had almost wiped out the royal family, with only Diana escaping. At the time, he was busy purging the nobility and hadn't pursued the matter further, never expecting that there would still be no result to this day. The knight continued, "Furthermore, our informant in the Kingdom of Morningstar has confirmed that Diana did not go to seek help. The Kingdom of Morningstar is far stronger than the Kingdom of Silvermoon, possessing a large number of high-ranking spellcasters and warriors. The Kingdom of Silvermoon, on the other hand, currently lacks even a single high-ranking mage, significantly diminishing its overall deterrent power. In this world, once a high-ranking mage establishes a mage tower, they can even fight against multiple enemies and turn the tables on powerful foes, which is the most terrifying aspect of spellcasters. The two countries are separated by the Karl Mountains, a region teeming with monsters and ferocious creatures, serving as a natural barrier. Either side wishing to wage war must first withstand the onslaught of monsters, thus both have long maintained a state of restraint. Diana originally crossed the mountains to escape to the Kingdom of Morningstar. But now, she has a new source of support. Under the protection of the Red Dragon Caesar, she became the matriarch of the monster territory, far removed from the conflicts of the human world. Instead, she lived a peaceful and fulfilling life and had long since given up the idea of escaping. Since she's gone, there's no need to waste manpower on her, Grand Duke Zijing said coldly. Perhaps she's already dead in the mouth of a demon. His confidence stemmed from power. Through a deal with a mysterious entity, he sacrificed a large amount of royal blood, causing his strength to surge from the 7th rank to the 9th rank, just one step away from becoming a legend. That strange power emboldened him even more. At this moment, the Grand Duke of Zijing no longer even took high-ranking spellcasters seriously. Chapter 15: The Grand Duke of Zijing's Covetousness. After a brief report, the knight suddenly thought of something. Your Excellency, not long ago, a border village of our kingdom was attacked by a red dragon. Although it did not cause any damage, many women were abducted. I wonder if we should seek help from the Metal Dragons? Metal Dragon Clan. The dragons, who have always upheld kindness and justice, like to help the weak and fight against evil, but they never interfere in the conflicts between humans. They are like detached observers. Generally, if the 5-colored dragons attack a kingdom, and the damage they cause is not too severe, most kingdoms will choose to hire the metal dragons to mediate the situation. After all, the 5-colored dragons are a group of evil and violent creatures. Their powerful vitality makes them difficult to defeat, and they are particularly vengeful. The kingdoms on the Emerald Continent are overwhelmed by them and have tacitly agreed to let the metal dragons mediate the conflicts with these creatures. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Zijing quickly realized something. He frowned and asked, Red Dragon? Is it the red dragon that kept coming to extort our Silvermoon Kingdom? Wasn't she already driven away? There are quite a few dragons near the Silvermoon Kingdom. But red dragons are not common. The red dragon that the Grand Duke Zijing mentioned, who liked to extort money from the Silvermoon Kingdom, was the female red dragon who took Caesar in. She often robbed human caravans and intimidated the prosperous cities of the Silvermoon Kingdom. Every time she returned to her dragon's lair, she would be able to see her full haul, which made Caesar very envious. But the Silvermoon Kingdom is still very powerful. Apart from spellcasters, it has more other high-ranking professions than the Morningstar Kingdom. Under these circumstances, ordinary 5-colored dragons do not dare to openly rob them. At most, they will rob them secretly. The red dragon is an exception. Among all known dragons, the most arrogant, conceited, and domineering is undoubtedly the red dragon. The red dragon dares to think what other dragons dare not think, and dares to do what other dragons dare not do. The red dragon deserves most of the credit for the widespread reputation of evil dragons in human kingdoms. Under such circumstances, it's perfectly normal to be ganged up on by the metal dragons. It wasn't the same red dragon as before. According to the local lord's report, it was a red dragon that was about 12 meters long and had a wingspan of about 18 meters. It was much smaller than the previous red dragon and may have only recently arrived in our Silvermoon Kingdom. The knight explained. Is that so? A flickering light flashed in the eyes of the Grand Duke Zijing. Red dragon. A red dragon of this size is at most just reaching adolescence. Although it is not yet an adult, it is still a very dangerous magical creature. Encountering such a red dragon in an ordinary human city would be a nightmare within a nightmare, as it would be impossible to stop its power. But it's different for high-ranking professionals. This is similar to hero units in a game. Each one is a true hero, requiring not only sufficient talent but also many hardships and stories to become a high-ranking powerhouse. Even if they are only high-ranking low-level beings, a 7th rank being can become a very important figure in any kingdom. Even a dragon cannot be easily ignored. Suddenly, Grand Duke Zijing had a bold idea, to capture this red dragon that was not yet an adult. Of course, he did not want to enslave the red dragon. That's unrealistic. The proud red dragon would rather die than submit to the hands of humans. His true purpose was to sacrifice the red dragon. As the leader of the 5 dragons, the red dragon undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of magical creatures. Once it reached a certain age, it could become a legendary dragon, and few races could rival it. Even the bloodline of the Silvermoon Kingdom cannot compare to it. They enjoyed the benefits of the sacrifice. Grand Duke Zijing secretly sacrificed many people, including many members of his own family, but the reward he received was very meager. They unexpectedly received news about this red dragon. This immediately aroused a greedy thought in the Duke of Zijing. If that red dragon could be sacrificed to that great being, he would surely be generous with the rewards, and perhaps even grant me the chance to reach the legendary realm in my lifetime. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Karl Mountains remain restless, with constant conflicts between various monsters. New changes occur every day. Large beasts are often baptized by the elements, and become terrifying ferocious species. Occasionally, magical creatures undergo strange transformations and become new overlords. The habitats of the wilderness races are also not static. At the same time, as time passed in the Red Dragon's territory, within the dragon's nest, a colossal creature was slowly awakening from its slumber, opening a pair of dragon eyes as scorching as the sun. Golden red light shot out from his pupils. The surrounding magma began to boil and become even hotter, as if this long dormant volcano had been half reignited. Caesar's consciousness cleared. He flapped his dragon wings, and the surrounding lava returned to calm. Has he been asleep for a month? Caesar shook his head and observed his surroundings. The lava pool had shrunk considerably, and now felt somewhat cramped to him. However, this doesn't mean the lava pool has shrunk. Rather, he has grown bigger. With the help of the lava reflection in the lava pool, Caesar could see the changes in himself. The first thing that catches the eye is that pair of dragon eyes. Dragons have a wide variety of eye colors, including jet black, sky blue, emerald green, deep purple, orange yellow. There are simply too many to count. His previous pair of dragon eyes were the color of rubies, and under the illumination of flames, they looked like a sun that was always burning. At this time, his ruby-colored eyes changed, becoming as dazzling as the sun, more brilliant than gold, with ever-pulsating golden flames, exuding a kingly aura. This surprised Caesar slightly. It was quickly clear that this was the effect of the 10% mutation. Moreover, his transformation was absolutely earth-shattering. His red dragon scales seemed to be tinged with a golden luster, like dazzling and bright gemstones. His body, composed of dragon scales, resembled an indestructible golden castle, looking majestic and powerful. I've become handsome again. This was Caesar's first thought upon seeing the changes in himself. Then, he had only just begun to notice the changes in his physique when he saw it, and what he saw immediately made Caesar gasp in shock as he stared at his reflection. My physique. Chapter 16 Nuclear Explosion Dragon Fist? My body type. Caesar's face turned extremely excited as he looked at his reflection in the lava. The changes brought about by this slumber were truly enormous. It grew from 12 meters to 18 meters in one go, reaching the threshold of super-large dragons. In terms of body shape, dragons between 18 and 30 meters in length fall into the category of super-large dragons. Caesar watched his reflection in the lava change. The pair of winding dragon horns on his forehead grew thicker and sharper, extending backward along the red dragon's visor like a magnificent dragon crown. Not only had his body length reached 18 meters, but his wingspan had also reached 28 meters. With his enormous wings spread out, they almost covered the entire lava pool, which explained why he felt the current environment was somewhat cramped. This is a huge increase in size. For a typical red dragon to reach this size, it would need to be in its adolescence for a long time, perhaps 70 or 80 years old, before it can become a super-sized dragon. The other 5-colored dragons. It would take over 100 years for a dragon to reach adulthood, while a white dragon would need even longer, at least over 200 years, to become a super-large dragon. A fully grown dragon. They generally possess the strength of high-ranking beings, and their top-tier bloodlines make them even more powerful. Caesar is not yet 30. To become a super-sized dragon during one's adolescence is undoubtedly a miracle. In the vast lineage of dragons, only those exceptional hybrid dragons can achieve this. Is it that 10% mutation effect? Caesar pondered. 10 years of growth hadn't even allowed him to enter adolescence. Clearly, this was the second reward from the system, a 10% positive mutation effect. This is him now. From his appearance, although he retains most of the characteristics of the red dragon, if a creature is not familiar with dragons, it is very likely to mistake him for the golden dragon, the leader of the benevolent dragons and the leader of the metal dragons, because his scales are no longer the fiery red unique to the red dragon, but a golden red. Especially his pupils. The color had changed from ruby to gold, transforming into a pair of incomparably pure golden eyes. These are characteristics of the golden dragon. But Caesar could clearly sense that this change in himself had nothing to do with the golden dragon, but rather came from another source of power. That kind of power. It's called the eternal blazing sun. In the space surrounding Caesar, the power of fire elementals was incredibly active, cheering and dancing, as if celebrating the birth of a great fire king. He could feel that his control and command of the fire element had improved to a new level. His spellcasting speed was much faster, and those fifth circle spells that were originally difficult for him to understand had become less obscure. Even sixth circle spells could be understood with ease. For the fire element, which is always aloof. A human spellcaster with exceptional talent is roughly equivalent to a biological son, while the red dragon, the leader of the 5 chromatic dragons, is on a completely different level. He's like a biological father. But for Caesar now, the fire element has subtly elevated him to a whole new level. He's practically a biological grandfather. Regarding its affinity for the fire element, even a red dragon that has entered the legendary realm wouldn't be much stronger than him. The change in the fire element was merely incidental. That's right. It was merely incidental. Caesar flapped his dragon wings and soon soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, experiencing the power from the eternal blazing sun. The continuous warmth seemed to be constantly strengthening his body, and his magic power and physical strength also increased slightly. As long as he was under the sun's rays, he could be said to be a dragon with a perpetual motion machine installed. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. This period of slumber allowed him to grow from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. For an ordinary 5th-tier red dragon, defeating a 6th-tier magical creature is no longer difficult. It can simply crush it with brute force. It can even hold its own against creatures of higher rank but lower level for a period of time. At the same level, dragons always maintain a kingly advantage. To give an example, even for a human at the pinnacle of power, a 9th-tier professional, defeating a 7th-tier dragon would be extremely difficult, and killing it would be practically impossible. The vitality and defense of a high-level dragon are beyond human comprehension. So, most of the widely circulated stories of dragon slayers involve encountering young dragons, or even fledglings, in the wilderness by chance, which allows them to successfully bathe in dragon blood. But Caesar was different. Having gained the power of mutation, as long as he is under the sun and constantly absorbing the power of the eternal blazing sun, unless he is instantly killed by a single blow, he can even strengthen himself to the point of defeating some newly matured high-ranking dragons, or even defeating them. This is the effect of the red dragon bloodline being mutated, allowing him to maintain a considerable advantage among dragons. As for why he has such confidence, Caesar clenched his right dragon fist, and countless golden light spots appeared out of thin air around his body, turning his clenched dragon arm into a dazzling yellow. He tilted his dragon head back slightly, and after a brief moment of gathering his strength, he unleashed a torrent of power. Boom! Accompanied by terrifying light and high pressure, a powerful golden shockwave struck a lake in the Coral Mountains. Tons of water were instantly evaporated, and the fish that had been swimming happily within were annihilated in droves after encountering this cataclysmic force. This is the habitat of a group of giant water apes. Most of them were 2nd or 3rd-tier magical races, while the leader, the exploding water ape king, was a 4th-tier mid-level magical creature. Under this catastrophic power, they couldn't even put up a fight. The vast lake was directly evaporated. The blinding light and terrifying heat created a mushroom cloud that rose slowly. As the smoke dissipated, only a vacuum filled with intense light and flames remained. This was a huge commotion. It caused all the surrounding monsters and large beasts to flee in terror, for they had never seen such terrifying power before. Even natural disasters were nothing compared to this. The Fist of Eternal Blazing Sun? Or perhaps the nuclear explosion Dragon Fist? This power is even stronger than I imagined. Caesar gasped in astonishment. This scene? It was quite similar to the nuclear explosion he remembered from his previous life. However, after that dragon fist, his body quickly became hungry. He could draw upon the power from the sun without needing magic. It seemed to be simply a matter of expending physical strength. Feeling hungry is not a pleasant experience. Caesar's dragon belly immediately emitted a roaring sound like a mechanical engine, capable of consuming most of the stamina of a super-large dragon. Clearly, this awakened special talent was not simple. Chapter 17 Armstrong Fire Yak. In the endless mountain ranges where no human has ever set foot. Everywhere you look, there are green mountains and clear waters. The Coral Mountains are not only teeming with monsters, but also have extremely beautiful scenery. If you ignore those ferocious large beasts, this environment must be one of the most beloved habitats for nature-loving elves. Caesar rarely left his territory. As a king, he did not need to hunt himself. His retinue would often hunt a large, delicious wild beast every 2 weeks and present it to him. With the appetite of a dragon. Often, a single hearty meal is enough to last for months without food. However, as an ambitious red dragon, Caesar felt it necessary to have a balanced diet. Occasionally, he would personally select magical creatures from his territory to improve his meals and accelerate his growth. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Caesar's eyesight allowed him to see everything on the ground clearly. He shook his head from time to time, and as his first meal after falling into a deep sleep, he decided to treat himself to a good meal. Therefore, Some low-level creatures, and even mid-level fourth-order creatures, were removed from his menu. With superhuman vision and powerful biological perception, dragons are born to be top hunters. Generally speaking, when you look at a dragon, it means that you are also being looked at by the dragon. But Caesar is a cautious dragon. When hunting, he usually casts a third circle invisibility spell on himself. Red dragons are proud, but they are not stupid. Most magical creatures are born with some form of camouflage. When they hunt, the elemental energy flowing in their bodies will manifest different states of aura that can be sensed by their prey. In order to improve hunting efficiency, they often hide their elemental aura. Dragons are the most outstanding. Because dragon scales possess excellent physical defense and powerful magic immunity, as well as extremely strong magic blocking ability, preventing other creatures from seeing the elemental aura within the dragon's body. However, dragons have their own ways of dealing with this situation. Caesar then cast a spell to detect auras on himself. Some hidden magical creatures were clearly exposed to him, but he did not start hunting immediately. Instead, he continued flying south towards the Coral Mountains, because the water resources in the south were more abundant, and the quantity and quality of prey there were higher. That was why Caesar left his warm and dry territory. After this period of slumber, Caesar believed that even if the Coral Mountains were home to high-ranking magical creatures, he had nothing to fear. He figured he could just fight them. He didn't think he would lose. The further south you go, there were many more large beasts and magical creatures to see, including more than a dozen ferocious species, far more than the number in the vicinity of their own territory. However, he wasn't interested. Last time, he personally hunted a ferocious wolf. This special beast, which mutated under the power of elements, was huge and strong, but because its flesh and blood contained no elemental energy, it was just a larger beast and not as effective as those low-level magical creatures. Not long after, Caesar's dragon eyes suddenly lit up, and excitement appeared on his dragon mask. In his perception, a huge elemental aura appeared, and various auras that ordinary people could not observe outlined the body of a colossal creature. Under the lazy sunlight, a yak, its entire body radiating fire-attribute spiritual light, lay contentedly on a boulder, basking in the sun. Its long, fiery tail rubbed back and forth, its face radiating pure bliss. This is a cow. To be precise, it was a large yak. Its body length exceeds 16 meters. Even when it folds up its limbs and lies on the ground, it looks like a small hill. Its immense pressure prevents any creature from approaching. Yaks are creatures with long brown hair covering their sides. This yak's long fur was unusual. It was as red as flames, like a large cloak of fire, clearly indicating its powerful defensive capabilities. His body is sturdy and solid. Those two bull horns reached half the length of its body, exceeding 8 meters in length. They looked rough and sharp, gleaming with a chilling light. Armstrong Fire Ox. This is a high-level magical creature that can reach an enormous size in its fully formed form, weighing hundreds of tons. Unlike the docile nature of ordinary yaks, this creature is irritable and ferocious. In addition to its powerful defense, it is also skilled in using fire elemental magic. Its only drawback is that it has no intelligence, and is no different from a wild beast. Its rage also makes it unwilling to communicate with other creatures. Amster's Fiery Ox. Caesar immediately found the specific information about the creature in front of him from the vast sea of dragon heritage. Then, dragon's blood began to be secreted rapidly, and the feeling of hunger in his stomach became even stronger. It is recorded in the dragon legacy. The flesh of this creature is incredibly delicious, and for red dragons, it is an unparalleled delicacy, a rare and precious ingredient. Some red dragons that have reached the ancient dragon stage will even spend considerable effort to specially raise a batch of fiery yaks, which can greatly satisfy their gluttonous appetite. The fiery yak in front of me. It is over 16 meters long, but it is still some distance from being a fully grown, supersized specimen. In the vast majority of the time, while body size cannot represent true strength, it is one aspect of reference. Generally speaking, magical creatures that are over 18 meters tall usually possess strength comparable to that of higher-ranking beings. This is a common understanding, judging from body shape alone. The fiery yak in front of them was only slightly smaller than Caesar. Fierce fire oxen. This is simply a delicacy bestowed by the dragon god. Caesar was practically drooling with desire. Although the fiery yak's aura was already incredibly high, reaching the peak of the 6th rank, it was still directly targeted as prey by Caesar. And this is a good opportunity to test his current strength. The fiery yak is already the top predator in the food chain of the Coral Mountains. Its strong body, combined with its powerful fire elemental magic, makes it virtually unmatched by natural enemies. Unfortunately, the dragon is one of them. When Caesar appeared above the fiery yak finally stopped its leisurely pace. It suddenly stood up, looked up at the dragon in the sky, and its body was restless with unease. Caesar stared at his chosen prey. A smile appeared on his face, and his huge dragon wings spread out, instantly covering the entire body of the fiery yak with endless shadows, unleashing his vast dragon might. The overwhelming dragon's might affected the fiery yak. Its body stiffened for a moment. But he quickly recovered from the negative state, and became even more irritable. The deafening roar was the response. The fiery yak was not a simple herbivorous magical creature, but an omnivorous magical creature. This also meant that its temperament was completely different from that of ordinary yaks. Faced with the threat of its natural enemy, it chose to confront it head-on. Looking at the raging yak that showed no sign of retreating, Caesar became even more excited. Although red dragons like to bully the weak, they were also a race with a strong fighting spirit. Then, the fire elemental light on his dragon body began to activate, and the next second, he pounced on the enemy. Chapter 18: A one-sided crushing defeat. Bang! The two giant beasts collided head-on, producing a deafening sound. Torn fur flew everywhere, and the blood-stained fur, like dandelions, drifted in all directions, creating a bloody beauty for a moment. Although Caesar was large in size, however, he had a pair of flexible wings that allowed him to fly at high speeds in the air, while the fiery bull was like a target on the ground, posing no effective threat to Caesar. After several exchanges, the fiery yak was completely at a disadvantage. At one point, Caesar's sharp dragon claws even pierced through its head, revealing its red and white brain matter. However, the fiery yak's vitality was too strong. Fire elements flowed into its wounds like a spring, and it recovered at a visible speed. This is the vitality of magical creatures. Its enormous size represents unparalleled physical strength. If a human brain were to be struck head-on by Caesar's ferocious dragon claw, even a mid-level top-tier melee class would be pierced through, leaving only a cold corpse. Yet, for the fiery yak, it seemed to have caused little damage. But the fiery bull was also completely enraged. Its huge bull eyes were filled with ferocity as it stared intently at the giant red dragon in the sky, wishing it could smash him to death 10,000 times over. Realizing Caesar's aerial advantage, the fiery howl roared in fury, its wild instincts causing it to unleash its unstoppable fire elemental magic. It stomped heavily on the ground. Fiery red elemental energy formed pillars of flame around it. 10 paths, 100 paths, 1,000 paths. A dazzling display of fire element instantly filled Caesar's vision, with every pillar of flame sweeping towards him, appearing both dangerous and beautiful. They witnessed the struggle of the raging ox. Caesar immediately laughed. Using fire elemental magic to attack a red dragon would be considered foolish by any human witnessing it, as red dragons are monsters that can bathe in lava. There are quite a few intelligent magical creatures. But the fiery yak is not included in this category. Otherwise, such a powerful being, capable of growing into a high-level magical creature in its complete form, would not be so rare. Wisdom. It is a very important thing. If it were a human adventurer team composed entirely of mid-level professions, as long as they obtained information about the fiery yak and made a series of preparations and equipment in advance, they could slowly wear down this bulky beast over time. This is the importance of wisdom. As beams of fiery light swept in, Caesar did not dodge. After awakening that special talent, it not only improved its affinity and control over fire elements, but also gained extremely high fire element immunity. In his perception, this pillar of fire, possessing mid-level spell power, is nothing special. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that it had hit that wretched red dragon, the fiery yak bellowed excitedly. In the past, when it used this move, any creature would be roasted to a crisp. As the thick smoke dissipated, the scene that unfolded made the fiery yak's eyes widen in disbelief. The red dragon in the sky, after being bombarded by its magical abilities, didn't even have a single scale damaged. Instead, it looked as if it had been half-wiped with a towel, making the dragon's scales shine even brighter, which made Caesar close his dragon eyes in satisfaction. This isn't magic. If a human caster from the School of Evocation were to witness this scene, they would probably exclaim in surprise. Although red dragons have very high resistance to fire elemental magic, the destructive power of mid-level spells is not only due to fire elemental damage, but also to the powerful impact. Even an adult red dragon will stagger slightly if hit head-on. Even the fiery yak was terrified. Its most powerful methods failed to harm the monster before it in the slightest. Its simple-minded mind instantly made a judgment. It was a predator far superior to itself. Then, it turned and ran away. Its massive 16-meter-tall body moved like a small hill, rampaging through the crowd, smashing tall trees to pieces and crushing rocks in its path. In its panic, it only knew how to run away, destroying any obstacles in its path, even hills, with its sharp horns. "I've had enough fun, it's time to end the game," Caesar said calmly. After the battle just now, he had a pretty good understanding of his own strength. In melee combat, he was almost completely overwhelming against 6-tier magical creatures. Regarding magic resistance, he even had a feeling that even high-level fire magic would have difficulty harming him, and as his size increased, his resistance to other elements was also likely enhanced. Watching the raging yak flee, Caesar decided to have a nice barbecue steak. He took a deep breath. He inhaled a large amount of fire elemental energy floating in the air, and his magical organs immediately reacted strangely, brewing a surging dragon's breath of fire. Just as he was about to vomit, the scorching red dragon's breath quickly became stained with numerous golden specks. Caesar's dragon breath changed, becoming even hotter and more destructive. One flap of wings. Caesar's speed directly outpaced the fiery yak's body, and he deliberately descended from the air, appearing directly in front of the fiery yak's escape route. Boom! Completely gripped by panic, the fiery yak didn't even realize what was happening before taking the full damage from the dragon's breath at close range. This is a mid-level peak magical creature. After the dragon breath ended, it completely stopped moving and lost all signs of life. The red fur on this huge creature, which was as big as a hill, was completely burned black, and a strange aroma wafted in the air, turning it into a fragrant roasted beef. Even Caesar was incredibly surprised, never expecting his dragon breath to become so powerful. In his calculations, even if the fiery yak is completely hit by its own fiery dragon breath, it will only temporarily lose its ability to move. Caesar pondered for a moment. He suddenly remembered the golden light that was comparable to the nuclear explosion dragon fist. Without him actively mobilizing the power of the eternal blazing sun, his dragon breath seemed to have been greatly enhanced. In this case, this resulted in the instant death of a mid-level top-tier magical creature. The red dragon is the leader of the 5-colored dragons. However, this does not mean that the red dragon can completely overwhelm other dragon species. Each dragon species has its own advantages, except for the white dragon, of course. The red dragon's advantage lies in its powerful physique. Whether it's physical or magical defense, the red dragon is top tier among the 5-colored dragon species. It also boasts a larger size and more vigorous vitality, which is why it became the leader of all evil dragons. If it's just a contest of dragon breath. Actually, the blue dragon's breath is the most powerful. But things are different now. Caesar, who has gradually become a different kind of red dragon, has had all his advantages enhanced since he awakened his special talent, including his size and dragon breath. The 5-colored dragons at the same stage are simply no match for him. Chapter 19: A Great Harvest. Caesar devoured the sizzling yak roasted over the fire. The meat of this type of cattle was of extremely high quality, incredibly delicious, and very chewy. It tasted better than any beef he had ever eaten in his previous life. As he swallowed, a look of pleasure appeared on his golden red dragon-like mask. Even the beef bones were chewed up and eaten cleanly, without any waste. Flesh and blood rich in fire element are the red dragon's favorite. This was the most sumptuous meal he had ever had. It should be noted that the number of these fiery yaks is extremely rare, and they are very powerful. Their fully grown form is a behemoth of high-level magical creatures. Such creatures are usually on the menu of legendary dragons, and even adult dragons rarely get to enjoy them. The intense hunger arises from mobilizing the power of the eternal blazing sun. After he had swallowed most of it, he finally disappeared. Caesar left behind a cow leg, intending to take it back for Chinyu, Diana, and his newborn child. The meat of the fiery yak was undoubtedly a great tonic. The 5-colored dragon has an extremely weak sense of family affection. But Caesar was different. He incorporated memories from his past life, retaining a small amount of human concepts of kinship. Most of the 5-colored dragons are inherently evil, cunning, cruel, opportunistic, and arrogant. These dragons, possessing these fine traditions, rarely care about their offspring. Only the blue dragon has a slight sense of family. The other 5-colored dragons don't care about the cubs at all. They will only provide some food and drive the cubs out of the nest once they have passed the hatchling stage. This was still Tiamat, the mother of the 5-colored dragons, making demands on the 5 evil dragons. The duty engraved in the legacy of the dragon. Even Tiamat, the goddess of dragons and mother of the 5 colors, has difficulty controlling them. Because of the dragon's own power, they rarely worship gods. Even when facing the dragon mother who created the 5-colored dragon race, they can only show some respect at most. Therefore, Tiamat has always been only a lesser god. Arrogant dragons. They did not reproduce to fulfill the responsibility of continuing the race, but merely for pleasure, and in the process, they incidentally gave birth to baby dragons. Caesar's case was somewhat special. He was a red dragon egg abandoned in the wilderness. The unknown dragon mother had obviously disobeyed Tiamat's orders and may have been punished. Of course, it was more likely that she had died. After all, the deterrent power of a dragon god was still quite great. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the 5-colored dragons are, if they don't care about reproduction at all, it's only a matter of time before they become rare historical records. Caesar flicked his tail, no longer thinking about these things. Suddenly, he noticed something was amiss. Caesar glanced at a lush sea of flowers a kilometer away, where some little flower fairies were hiding. Flower fairy. This is a humanoid creature, but it is very small, only the size of a human's palm. It has a pair of brightly colored wings on its back, which look like different flowers pieced together. In human books, it is called a spirit of nature. It is kind and innocent by nature. Not only is it exquisite and beautiful, but its habits are also somewhat similar to those of spirits. The battle just now. This terrified the little elves. They hid among the flowers, shrinking their bodies into the buds, whispering, "You can't see me, you can't see me," afraid of being discovered by that monster as big as a mountain. However, in the next instant, they then saw the golden red dragon flying rapidly towards them. The little flower fairies' hearts nearly jumped out of their chests in fright, and several of them even fainted on the spot. I'm going to be eaten by a dragon. I'm doomed. Sister, save me. Philia, your sister fainted from fright too. Being targeted by powerful dragons is undoubtedly a nightmare for these little guys. Just when they were extremely anxious, the terrifying dragons simply ignored them. Caesar had no intention of eating them, because these little guys were far too small for him to be of any size. If it weren't for the dragon's ability to see beyond its range, it would have been difficult to even spot these ant-like creatures. His goal. They are 3 calves hiding in a sea of flowers. When Caesar arrived, the 3 calves were terrified. The powerful dragons might made them lie prostrate on the ground, unable to even try to escape. What a pleasant surprise! Caesar looked at the 3 calves in front of him, none of which were even the size of his palm. A strange expression appeared on his ferocious mask. He had obviously not expected to encounter such a good thing as, "Buy 1 get 3 free." These 3 calves. It was the calf of that fiery yak. They're still too small, not even enough for 1 meal. Anyway, the fiery yak is an omnivorous magical creature, so raising it won't be difficult. Once we start breeding them, I envision a beautiful future. Caesar couldn't help but shed a drop of dragon's blood. After all, the taste of that fiery yak was just too delicious, and it was of great help to the red dragon's growth. You need to know. This is the recipe of the legendary red dragon. Ordinary dragons simply don't have such luck. After all, fully evolved dragons are high-level magical creatures, and just having a meal with them is already a blessing from the dragon god, let alone keeping them as pets. Only some powerful legendary dragons have the confidence to keep them as pets. You should know that the temperament of the fiery yak is not docile, but rather quite irritable. Without sufficient power, it is impossible to suppress them. But Caesar believed in himself. At his current rate of growth, the realm of the legendary dragons won't be too far away for him. Caesar's dragon claws lifted the 3 calves off their heels. The calves, barely 2 or 3 inches long, looked as if they had just been born and were far from being comparable to their mothers. The fire yaks, whose intelligence was not even as high as that of the salamanders, were driven entirely by wild instincts. Faced with such a powerful dragon, they could only tremble in fear. On the way back, Caesar also captured some little flower fairies. After all, since he had come all this way, he had to take something back with him. Although these nature spirits were terrified, they still obediently lined up one by one onto his dragon claw. These fairy creatures, whose intelligence surpasses that of humans, naturally know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. There was no need for Caesar to intimidate them. Each little flower fairy showed an obedient expression and looked incredibly cute. The reason for taking them back. The main purpose is to better raise the fiery yak. The little flower fairies are weak, but they possess wondrous natural powers. Wherever they are, plants can quickly bloom and bear fruit. This sea of flowers is so beautiful because of their care and help. This is also why the fiery yak abandoned its 3 calves here. The little flower fairies can occasionally cultivate special plants containing magical elements, and the calves with long growth cycles can be well nurtured here. A dragon claw is carrying the calves. The other dragon claw was carrying the little flower fairies. With his spoils, Caesar returned to his territory, satisfied. Chapter 20 Dragonbane Families. After a while, Caesar then returned to his territory with his spoils. He stood atop the mountain, observing the situation in his territory. During his slumber, his retinue had worked diligently, and now his territory extended for 100 miles around the dragon's nest. Caesar observed for a moment. Suddenly, I noticed some interesting changes. At the foot of the mountain, there are tribes of gnolls and kobolds, as well as some trolls. The 3 tribes together have nearly 500 followers, and they are now under the unified management of Chiron. As a dragon-blooded jackal, having transcended racial boundaries, Silent became a mid-level being with a certain amount of magic power, capable of casting some powerful fire elemental spells. They were under Silent's control, and even the troll wizards had no objections. In the dragon's territory, apart from strength, the status of dragon-blooded beings was clearly higher. These 3 tribes usually stay at the foot of the mountain, only daring to gather on the mountain peak when Caesar summons them. Therefore, apart from their usual hunting, they are basically just having babies. However, with a large number of such individuals, some outliers will inevitably emerge. Living in the dragon's territory for a long time, some plants and animals will more or less be tainted by the dragon's aura. The dragon is a very domineering top-level magical creature. The closer a creature is to the dragon's nest, the more it will be irradiated by the dragon's aura, and there is a certain probability that it will become a more powerful dragon-vein creature than before. Certainly. This is different from the dragon-vein creatures that Caesar personally transformed. The dragon-vein creatures he personally transforms use some of his own dragon blood for the transformation. Once the transformation is successful, not only is their potential greatly enhanced, but their strength is also greatly improved. Moreover, they often inherit some of the dragon's own degraded abilities. For example, in addition to inheriting a powerful physique, the retinue of a red dragon also gains a certain amount of fire elemental magical power, while the retinue of a blue dragon can, to some extent, control storms and thunder, and the retinue of a green dragon can also gain the power to manipulate nature and command plants. However, not all creatures can bear the power of dragon blood. This is the transformation of the dragon vein. With a high failure rate, if one cannot withstand the power of dragon blood, they will die directly during the transformation process. Therefore, dragons generally only choose familiars with strong willpower to increase the success rate, since it is a time-consuming process for dragons. Currently, Caesar's dragonkin followers consist only of Qinyu and Shilong. But now, however, some dragon-like creatures appeared in his territory. There were 5 gnolls and 3 kobolds, each of them quite large, even larger than Chiron before the dragon vein transformation. Gnolls and kobolds are relatively common monster races in the wilderness. They are only slightly larger than humans. There are very few gnolls as tall as Shilong. These gnolls and kobolds were all nearly 2.5 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, and their current size was even larger than those of the trolls. The strongest one was a kobold. It appeared to be the leader of the kobolds, whose size even reached 3 meters in height, only slightly shorter than Chiron, completely breaking through the racial boundaries of the kobolds. There are relatively few trolls. There haven't been any major changes so far. This is the biggest reason why wild races yearn to follow dragons. Staying in a dragon's territory for a long time will expose them to the radiation of the dragon vein. This is like a magnetic field that dragons are born with, which can slowly transform creatures near the dragon's nest into dragon vein creatures. Although these transformed dragon vein followers cannot inherit a degraded version of Caesar's own abilities, they are numerous enough. Caesar looked down and observed these transformed dragonkin followers. Inside their bodies, elemental aura flows through its blood. This elemental aura was far less concentrated than that within the body of Silent, but this still indicated that they possessed some spellcasting abilities and had become magical creatures, a kind of racial evolution. In the dragon's legacy, this seems to only happen in the territory of adult dragons, which means my bloodline has become stronger, which is a good thing. Caesar nodded. If the system offers a positive reward for mutation again next time, he will definitely accept it without hesitation, as it would be of great help to him. Absorb the power from the sun. His character is somewhat similar to that of a Superman in his past life memories. Both were able to absorb the sun's light to enhance their power, thus enabling them to do all sorts of incredible things. Caesar had a premonition. Once one achieves 100% transformation, an incredible metamorphosis may occur. Soren. Caesar called out, and the Knoll chieftain immediately came to see him. Shillong lowered its head, utterly shocked. It had almost thought that what appeared before it was a powerful golden dragon, but as a member of Caesar's dragon lineage, it was not mistaken. It said respectfully and fervently, "Congratulations, master, on your awakening from your slumber. Your power has astonished your servant. Shillong is ready to serve you at any time." Caesar nodded in satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with this dragon-blooded Knoll. It would do most things on its own without bothering its master, making it a very competent tool. He released his grip. "Take good care of these little guys and raise them as big as possible. I hope you can give me a bountiful harvest." Hearing Caesar's command, Shillong was somewhat alarmed. This powerful magical creature looked like a grumpy fellow, but it was still in its infancy, so raising it for a short period of time shouldn't cause too much of a problem. He summoned 3 Knoll minions. It was those Knolls who had just become dragon-vein creatures, each one strong enough, who carried the 3 calves on their backs, intending to build a large enough enclosure for them to live in. Caesar also put the little flower fairies down. Let these little flower fairies lead the Knolls to choose a location, so that these relatively rare fairy creatures can raise these fiery yak calves while cultivating the plants. During the process, Caesar also inquired about Shillong's feelings after the dragon vein transformation. As he had expected, apart from the change in size, he had gained some magical abilities to control fire elements. Those dragon vein relatives that naturally transformed. The difference is significant. Although some elemental aura has appeared within her, casting spells is a rather lengthy process, and in most cases, she still has to fight at close range. Dragon vein transformation can grant the target a deterioration ability similar to that of a dragon. In that case, what about the special ability I awakened? I wonder if my newly transformed dragon vein companion will be able to obtain it. I can try again next time. Caesar thought to himself. Chapter 21 Diana's Advancement to Mid-Rank Spellcaster. Caesar did not continue to ponder this. If he encounters a suitable kin, he will give it a try, but right now the red dragon's mind doesn't want him to continue thinking about it. He flew over the palace where Anna lived. This rather simple palace was built by the Knolls according to humanoid standards, but it looked very small to Caesar. For Caesar, he wasn't so keen on turning into human form. Perhaps the metal dragons liked to do so, but the 5-colored dragons rarely chose to turn into human form because they inherently look down on the human race. But dragons are creatures that are very particular about appearance. The same goes for the red dragon. Looks like I need to give Silent a new order. It's time to build me a dragon's nest that can accommodate my current size, Caesar muttered to himself. A magma pool inside an extinct volcano. For a salamander, it was incredibly spacious, but for a giant dragon, it was like a human living in a room of a dozen square meters, which was really cramped. Caesar recalled the female red dragon's lair. It was a colossal palace built by thousands of family members, and it was absolutely magnificent. There were also goblin scholars, experts in architecture, who supervised the renovation day and night, laying down various magical runes with sturdy and stable properties. The space inside was large enough to accommodate 10 colossal dragons to roam freely. Beneath the palace was a miniature magical gemstone vein that could maintain the temperature of the lava pool at all times, allowing for a warm and pleasant soak. That's the kind of red dragon that knows how to enjoy life. As Caesar's enormous shadow covered the entire palace, some of the human girls who were hanging various women's clothes to dry outside the palace almost screamed. Dragons are renowned throughout humankind. But then, several human girls' eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. Among these abducted human girls were quite a few noble ladies. Although they were not superhumans, and had no special powers, they at least knew the difference between the 5-colored dragons and the metal dragons, and knew that the 5-colored dragons were evil dragons and the metal dragons were good dragons. A colossal dragon hovering high in the sky. On the deep red, fiery scales, golden lines could be seen. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the golden red dragon looked like a dazzling golden dragon. No wonder they mistook it for a real one. The golden dragon is the head of all benevolent dragons. These noble ladies thought that the seemingly more powerful golden dragon had come to save them and was about to rescue them from their suffering, and they were almost moved to tears of joy. Looking at these few human women full of hope, Caesar also revealed a wicked smile, and then, under their hopeful gazes, the golden dragon, hailed as the head of goodness, suddenly opened its mouth. The incredibly agile dragon tongue extended, slurping and slurping. Dragons have incredibly flexible tongues. Moreover, it is densely packed with nerves, enabling it to perform many incredible bends, making it even more flexible than a human finger. Immediately, some people were so stimulated that they fainted. Seeing this, Caesar finally showed a satisfied smile. He thought for a moment. The light of the transfiguration spell still shone on his body, but instead of turning him into a human, he transformed into a small dragon. It landed directly inside the palace. As the golden luster faded, these human women, unaware that it wasn't a golden dragon at all, but the great demon king who had abducted them. A super evil dragon. Then, Caesar took out a huge red cow leg from his spatial ring. Although a mid-level mage's spatial ring only has a dozen cubic meters of space, it can still hold a cow leg. The aroma of beef is irresistible. Caesar sniffed the air, then handed the enormous cow leg to some human women to prepare, intending to share the meal with his companions and children. Such high-quality food is generally only available to legendary creatures. Long-term consumption can greatly help strengthen physical fitness and increase magical power. Caesar floated toward Diana's location. In his field of vision, a somewhat naive-looking human girl was playing around with many maids behind her, and the palace was filled with laughter. In just a moment, Caesar then realized that it was his own bloodline. With a flick of his long tail, he instantly and precisely curled up the little girl, placing her bottom right in front of him. The little girl had a pair of eyes that looked like rubies. It looks bright and dazzling. It is somewhat similar to Caesar's dragon eyes before his transformation. The little girl looked at the magnificent and majestic dragon before her, but instead of being afraid, she bravely asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you in the palace before." The little girl, who is just over a month old, can run around everywhere and speak the common language of mainland China fluently. Although it's not scientific, but it's magical. The maids standing nearby trembled with fear. One by one, expressions of awe appeared on their faces, and they spoke in unison. "Greetings, great master! Your wings will cover the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, your fame will resound throughout the entire continent, and everyone will sing of your great deeds." It has to be said. The same praise spoken by humans sounded far more pleasing than that from wild races like gnolls. At first glance, one might think Caesar had become the master of the entire continent. Looking at her first child, Caesar was just about to speak. "Child, I am." And at this time, wearing a gorgeous gown, the elegant Diana quickly appeared. "Good day, your Highness Caesar. You have finally awakened from your deep slumber." Caesar also valued his human companion, and soon discovered that the princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom had greatly enhanced the elemental aura within her. He has already reached the 3rd rank of mage. He officially stepped into the 4th tier and became a mid-level spellcaster in the spellcasting system. "Diana, you are very good, you are worthy of being my partner." Caesar praised Diana, saying that her magical aptitude was indeed quite good. To become a mid-level spellcaster at such a young age, she had a high probability of becoming a high-level spellcaster in the future. Only women of this high quality can give birth to powerful offspring. Even if an ordinary human woman mates with a dragon, the offspring will rarely inherit the dragon's bloodline power. If the mother is not good enough, she will only hold the offspring back. Chapter 22 Talent Levels of Offspring. Night. On the mountaintop of the Red Dragon territory. Because of the large beef leg that Caesar brought back, a grand feast was held after a long time. The sunlight during the day was dazzling, and the moonlight at night was equally bright. With few clouds obscuring the view, the soft moonlight shone on the earth, making everything clearly visible even without firelight. The raging monsters gradually calmed down at night. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. On the huge campfire, the legs of the fiery yak were sizzling as they roasted, while the human girls nearby rushed forward to apply various seasonings. There is a sweet-tasting honey. There is also the spicy fireweed, a condiment first discovered by a fire-based magician. Adding it to food gives one a fiery, pleasurable sensation. They are quite common in the wild. There were also some fragrant plants, and under Diana's guidance, these human girls at the top of Caesar's castle accumulated quite a few good things. A spellcaster. Especially a mid-level spellcaster, her knowledge must be very extensive. As they moved, under the scorching flames, the spices and meat began to combine in a wonderful way, releasing a unique aroma that made people swallow hard. Many wild beasts and magical creatures in the Red Dragon territory became restless. The meat of the fiery yak contains abundant elemental energy, and its intoxicating aroma makes them want to rush up and feast on this delicacy. But not a single beast dared to come up. The dragon's majesty makes all things tremble. The beasts that can survive in the wilderness all have their own survival wisdom. To provoke a dragon is to give it an extra meal. Huff! The red dragon figure sitting in front of the campfire exhaled a burst of flames, accelerating the roasting process of the beef. Caesar rubbed his dragon claws together. Even though I've already eaten a full meal during the day, I still crave this kind of processed food. I thought about it. He chanted the incantation rapidly, and the small dragon's body shrank again at a visible speed. With the fluctuation of red magical light, the handsome red-haired boy with perfect features reappeared. Transfiguration? Dragons are enormous, but sometimes that can cause inconvenience. For example, right now, if he were in a dragon's body, he could probably finish the whole cow leg in no time, but in a human form, he could eat for most of the day and enjoy it to his heart's content. Although the result is the same. However, it can greatly satisfy the dragon's taste buds. Besides beef, there were also many wild mushrooms, vegetables, and fish of various colors being cooked on a small campfire nearby. The fish soup was boiling and had turned a milky white color, looking exquisite and delicious. The aroma wafting out was also irresistible and made one's appetite soar. It looks like it's almost done. Caesar waved his hand. Let's begin to enjoy. As soon as he finished speaking, a human cub charged straight at the sizzling beef leg like a cannonball, tearing at it with gusto, showing absolutely no ladylike manners. Mira! Diana looked at her rude daughter with a mixture of helplessness and doting affection. Mila Diana. This was the name Caesar gave her. A dragon's true name is automatically generated by the dragon's heritage. Humans do not need to inherit the dragon's surname, so Caesar gave her the name Diana as her surname. This way, it will be easier to predict the future. After all, he had many children, so he could know which partner had fathered them. Amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere, the human girls gradually overcame their fear of the dragon and began to sing and dance, displaying their graceful movements around the campfire. A red dragon boy in human form. No human could resist his extraordinary charm, and some attractive young women even began to frequently display their alluring side in front of Caesar. Rather than resisting. It's better to just enjoy it. If they could become the mate of a red dragon like Diana, it would greatly improve their quality of life, which would be a pretty good thing. The somewhat shy human girl thought to herself. Caesar completely ignored them and began to enjoy the food with his daughter Mira. The beef, which had been grilled over the flames, was not tender but rather very chewy, and eating it felt like being enveloped in warm flames. The two were like they were in a competition. You take a bite of beef. I took a sip of fish soup. The father and daughter, Honglong, devoured the food at an incredibly fast pace, like a whirlwind. The red dragon's stomach has another name, the stomach of another dimension. Red dragons, with their powerful physiques, possess an appetite capable of melting anything. Whether it's plants, meat, metals, ores, or magical equipment, there is almost nothing that dragons cannot digest. Even when full, they can still eat items dozens or even hundreds of times their own size. However, most red dragons don't do this, as constantly eating is quite tedious. He inherited Caesar's red dragon bloodline. Myra's performance was also quite astonishing. At just over a month old, she had learned the common language of the continent, and her physical fitness had reached the first level. This was an incredible thing for humans, a race where superhumans are generally rare. This is the Dragonborn. Dragon descendants who inherited the bloodline of the red dragon. However, although dragons do not have reproductive barriers with other creatures, the chances of them giving birth to dragon offspring are still very small, otherwise dragon offspring would not be so special. The first generation of dragon descendants. More than half of their bodies contain dragon blood. The higher the proportion of dragon blood, the closer their personality is to that of a dragon, and they can even transform into a dragon for a short period of time. This is the offspring of dragons. Known as dragon blood warriors in human books, they are an extremely elite profession. Their dragonification is not a form of shape-shifting, but rather a genuine acquisition of the combat power of a dragon. In the system evaluation, Myra's talent is quite remarkable. Both her warrior and magical talents have reached the gold level, and the double gold level reward has brought great benefits to Caesar. During this time, Caesar also learned about the distinctions in the hierarchy of his offspring. Iron grade. The most ordinary offspring, without any extraordinary talents. Bronze level. A talented offspring possesses a certain level of extraordinary ability, but barring unforeseen circumstances, their potential is limited to the peak of their lower ranking status. Silver level. Outstanding offspring possess remarkable extraordinary talents. With proper nurturing, becoming a mid-level being is quite easy, and there is even a very small chance of them becoming a high-level being. Gold grade. The offspring, possessing extraordinary talents that ordinary people envy, will become high-ranking beings if properly nurtured. Moreover, they will have unimaginable luck, much like heroic figures among humans, and even have a very small chance of stepping into the legendary realm. Chapter 23 Leisure Time. As time passed, the moon in the night sky gradually became brighter. 2 hours flew by. Everyone at the bonfire party had stopped what they were doing. Humans' small appetites led the girls to gather in 2s and 3s, quietly comforting each other. The red dragon's nature was not cruel, which made them begin to look forward to their future lives. Little Mira was full too. She lay on Caesar's stomach. Although she had only met her red dragon father not long ago, the bond of blood made them naturally close. The father and daughter lying together looked strangely warm. Looking at the father and daughter with red dragons, Diana's eyes were also filled with happiness, sparkling in the moonlight. She occasionally reached out to rub Mila's full belly, quickly lulling the little one into a sleepy state. Another 10 minutes or so passed. The little one had fallen completely asleep. Caesar immediately had one of the head maids appointed by Diana take Mira back to her room to sleep. Apart from the main hall, there are also several smaller side halls near Caesar. This was built by the gnolls and the kobolds, specifically for these human women to live in. The main temple was Caesar's residence. Apart from Caesar and Diana, no other living being is allowed to enter without his permission. "Diana, it's late," Caesar said softly. Diana gave a barely audible hum. The next day, early morning. Within the palace's pool, the shimmering light of the water element filled the vast pool entirely. The clear water was icy cold, making a splashing sound. The aura of the fire element gradually brightened, causing the water to rise and the water vapor to float in the space. Illuminated by the elemental light, it looked like colorful clouds, bright and beautiful. Until the spell of cleansing rises. Caesar lazily washed his body. Red Dragon's hedonism is fully displayed in him. After his dormant period, Red Dragon is quite active. Experience a rare moment of leisure. After Caesar grew to the size of a colossal dragon, his strength could be said to completely overwhelm mid-level peak creatures. Only high-level creatures were qualified to be his opponents. The Red Dragon's long lifespan. It allows him to fully experience the joys of life. On the Emerald Continent, aside from those with legendary or higher strength, no creature could pose a life-threatening threat to a colossal dragon, a status reserved for adult dragons. Yet Caesar achieved this during his adolescence, although their strength has increased significantly. But Caesar did not consider himself invincible. It's important to know that the Irish world is a world watched by the gods, and it also has the abyss hell that can threaten dragons, such as evil beings like the Demon Duke and the Demon Lord, as well as 4 powerful magical races from the 4 oceans, all of which have many legendary creatures. In contrast, the Kau Mountains are just an insignificant mountain range of monsters on the Emerald Continent, where you can't even see the shadow of legendary creatures. Now, Caesar just wanted to live a quiet and unassuming life. This was influenced by the steady personality ingrained by his past life as a human. However, the proud Red Dragon only considered this a temporary period of dormancy. When he became a legendary dragon, his fame would resound throughout the entire Irish world, and the Emerald Continent would tremble under his claws. As for the current plans, Caesar had no intention of leaving the Kau Mountains. There are enough wild beasts and magical creatures here that you could even feed a few more adult dragons. It's a natural, large hunting ground. It is a forbidden area for humans, but it is a paradise for top-tier magical creatures. With a sufficiently intelligent retinue, Caesar didn't need to waste his precious time. They would prepare food in advance every so often, allowing the lazy Red Dragon to live a life of luxury where everything was done for him. He only needed to occasionally make empty promises to excite his retinue. It seems it's time to continue expanding the family business. Caesar seemed to be deep in thought. Unfortunately, Red Dragon's physical abilities are too strong, which can sometimes be a happy problem. Chapter 24 Searching for Sylvanas. The new companion Caesar spoke of. It was naturally the giant purple-scaled serpent that had defeated him before, Sylvanas, who possessed the bloodline of the legendary Serpent King. She was a beautiful serpent full of wild charm. Caesar never forgot it. In the limited career of the young Red Dragon, this was an opponent who could defeat him head-on. In Caesar's eyes, this beautiful snake woman was undoubtedly an excellent partner. With Sylvanus possessing strength close to that of an adult dragon, a union with him would surely produce even more outstanding dragon offspring. As Diana fell asleep, Caesar was still full of energy. He immediately released the restraints and returned to his enormous red dragon form. With the flapping of his dragon wings, he left the dragon's nest like a howling gale. According to reports from family members, Sylvanus's lair remains unchanged. During this period, Sylvanus did not change much. The transition from mid-level to high-level creatures is a significant hurdle, much like how an elite human unit is promoted to a hero unit. Even with sufficient talent, it still requires a considerable amount of time and preparation. In addition to daily hunting, this beautiful snake also enjoys digesting the energy from her food by sleeping. A house snake. Recalling his original location, Caesar flapped his dragon wings high in the sky and flew towards Sylvanus's territory, observing the changes that had taken place in the Coral Mountains during his journey. The current climate indicates that summer is coming to an end. Autumn has arrived, a season when all things wither and decay. In other words, winter is approaching, which means it's time to start storing food. In the field of vision, many wild beasts and magical creatures have begun to move around more frequently in order to survive the harsh winter, storing the food they have hunted in their lairs. Along the way, many weak creatures can be seen being hunted down, and scenes of the survival of the fittest are constantly playing out in the Coral Mountains, with conflicts erupting in the wilderness at any time. And all of this, it has nothing to do with the red dragon flying high in the sky. The colossal red dragon's body resembled an unparalleled emperor surveying his territory. Many magical creatures, upon seeing Caesar from afar, immediately distanced themselves with great vigilance. This includes those ferocious species that reach a large size. Having fought against magical creatures for many years, although their intelligence remains low, their beastly instincts are quite sharp, enabling them to detect that these are apex predators that they cannot resist. Becoming ferocious is truly a magical power. Caesar seemed to be deep in thought. Ordinary wild beasts, such as lions and tigers, are at the bottom of the food chain in the Coral Mountains. They can only bully weaker beasts and are no match for magical creatures that can cast spells. But the world is never short of surprises. The Coral Mountains, rich in elemental power, greatly increase the probability of such accidents, causing some wild beasts to undergo elemental baptism and gain ferocious power. This is the power to reach the sky in one step. An ordinary wild beast, after undergoing a baptism of ferocity, can undergo an astonishing transformation, easily becoming a large beast. Although it still cannot acquire spell-like abilities, its enormous size allows it to easily crush magical creatures, leaping from the bottom of the food chain to a high-end predator. The ferocious white tiger that Caesar had seen before. It is the most powerful and ferocious species in this area. Its previous size was almost the same as before it went into slumber, about 12 meters long. Now, after a year, it has grown a bit larger, adding half a meter. It is estimated that after a while, it will reach a body length of 13 meters from head to tail. In Caesar's judgment, the strength of this ferocious beast is no less than that of the previous fiery yak. I wonder if there's any limit to this ferocity. Caesar became somewhat interested. For the same size, felines are extremely powerful. Their combat strength is unmatched by ordinary wild beasts, and they can almost always crush any creature except for some top-tier magical beings. He decided to observe for a while longer. If this ferocious white tiger can continue to grow, then he will choose to subdue it directly. After being transformed by the dragon vein, it is very likely to reach the strength of a high-level creature. This was one of his key generals, whom he had reserved in advance. The ferocious white tiger has extremely keen senses. Even from 1,000 meters in the air, it could sense the enormous shadow. Its body instantly lowered, emitting a threatening growl, ready to fight at any moment. This powerful savage instinct was something that ordinary magical creatures could not possess. I'll let you go this time. Caesar's dazzling golden dragon eyes swept over the ferocious white tiger, ignoring its wariness, and with a flap of its wings, it quickly left the area. Then, they finally arrived at the low-lying basin where Sylvanus lived. Because of the previous battle, the terrain here was completely destroyed, but after being modified by elemental magic, it has been restored to its original state. A faint sense of oppressive power permeated the air. This pressure comes from the bloodline of legends. Only the first generation of legendary creatures can carry a trace of the power of their parents. Although it cannot compare to the mighty dragon's might, it is enough to instill fear in ordinary creatures. I sensed Sylvanus's presence. Caesar couldn't resist touching the claws. The hard, sharp dragon claws were like metal weapons, and they immediately made a series of crisp, loud banging sounds. This time, he wanted to personally crush it to defend the Red Dragon's legendary invincible career. Caesar was full of imposing presence. Compared to his last visit here, his strength has undergone a complete transformation. Beneath the deep red scales covering his entire body, it seems as if transparent flames are burning. An invisible yet intensely hot wave swept across the entire sky. Endless. It spread rapidly in all directions. The powerful and surging dragon's might spread out overwhelmingly, like a tangible force, causing the entire basin to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck, even before it made a move. At the same time, deep within the cave, Sylvanas, who had been sleeping, sensed a surging aura. She suddenly opened her amethyst-like serpentine eyes, her gaze filled with rage. She moved her massive serpentine body, the hard, ornate scales scraping against the ground with a metallic clang and sparks. Act recklessly! Provocations in the wilderness are not uncommon. When Sylvanas arrived at the Coral Mountains, she faced attacks from powerful creatures almost every day, as the area she was in was extremely rich in food resources. Several years have passed. It has been a long time since any creature has dared to provoke her. Amidst boiling killing intent, Sylvanas's purple-scaled serpent body carried an extremely violent power. Last time, her body was only 16 meters long, but now it was approaching 17 meters, indicating that she was now infinitely close to becoming a high-level being. But her current physique is still somewhat different from Caesar's. The moment Sylvanas burst out of the cave, she immediately saw the golden red dragon and sensed its slightly familiar aura. An unimaginable shock immediately appeared in her snake eyes. Chapter 25: The Shock of the Beautiful Snake. The colossal creature, over 18 meters long and with a wingspan of 28 meters, looked down upon the appearing purple-scaled giant serpent. It resembled a horizontal hill, enveloped in invisible flames that made each dragon wing appear like a golden gem, shining brightly and exuding an unparalleled majesty. It was as if a god was looking down, or a king was reigning supreme. Wisps of golden red flames, like lava, flowed from the sharp fangs, carrying an aura of destruction, intensely hot and dazzling. As Sylvanas came to her senses, a clear look of astonishment appeared in her snake-like eyes. A familiar scent. It reminded her of the young red dragon who had come to her lair to mate before, that precocious little lecherous dragon, and even now, Sylvanas still had a deep impression of him. But it hasn't been that long. A year later, when Sylvanas saw Caesar again, his size had exceeded 18 meters, which was still a bit hard for her to believe. Surprise, confusion, shock. The more intelligent a creature is, the richer its emotions become. In a short moment, the beautiful snake's expression changed quite dramatically, making her question her existence as a snake for a moment. Based on my previous experience fighting the green dragon, Sylvanas had some knowledge of dragons, these top-tier magical creatures. Although Caesar was enormous, the size of a red dragon was always its greatest advantage. It wasn't surprising that a young man could reach the size of a large dragon. One could only sigh that the red dragon truly deserved to be the leader of the 5 chromatic dragons. But what about now? The Caesar before them was clearly the size of a fully grown dragon. By the cosmic serpent, am I trapped in an illusion? Sylvanas stared intently at Caesar, trying to detect any magical fluctuations on him. However, even when Sylvanas used the mid-level spell Eye of Truth, she couldn't detect a single trace of magical aura, which meant that everything she saw was real. Sylvanas, it's been a long time. Caesar paused, his golden dragon eyes filled with a chilling aura. What have you thought about my proposal? They were clearly asking for the other person's decision. But the next moment, Caesar's dragon wings suddenly flapped open, the air currents surged, and his sharp dragon claws viciously slashed towards Sylvanas. The current Caesar. I really like a line from a game in my past life. Punch me first, then ask all the questions while you're doing it. This line perfectly captures the dragon's mindset. Between different races, words are the weakest thing. Only power is the sole means of communication. Its 18-meter-long dragon body, when unleashed, is like a dragon-shaped combat mech, with every punch carrying a howling gale and explosive power. Red Dragon. Fire elemental spellcasting ability is only one of the auxiliary abilities. The dragon's greatest strength lies in fighting with its indestructible body, and its claws and teeth are powerful weapons in themselves. As the leader of the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon's power surpasses that of the dragon race. Its close combat ability ranks first among the 5-colored dragons. Even silver dragons of the same age are no match for red dragons. Only the gold dragon, the leader of the benevolent dragons, can slightly surpass it. Body size means strength. The enormous dragon body was a far cry from its former physical abilities. In just a simple encounter, Sylvanas' vision blurred, her mind began to wander, and she became dizzy and disoriented. Close quarters combat. Her abilities even surpassed those of the fiery ox, but to the dragon, they were utterly laughable. Dragons are creatures born to fight against beings of higher levels. The red dragon is the best among dragons. It is quite common for a 5th-tier red dragon to defeat a 6th-tier magical life form. However, challenging higher-level creatures is very difficult. From low to middle position. From mid-range to high range. Making a significant leap is very difficult. But Caesar was different. As he gradually transformed into a different form of red dragon, he awakened his own unique talent. Under the eternal blazing sun. Caesar, who constantly absorbs sunlight, has already enhanced his power to the level of a high-ranking being. Even a true high-ranking being would find it difficult to defeat him in close combat. Not to mention, Sylvanas has not yet truly broken through to the level of a high-level being. Damn it! I, Sylvanas, am not someone to be trifled with. The beautiful snake, who was dizzy from being beaten, was furious and immediately transformed into her snake-person form. 6th ring spell. The Serpent King's Decree. The higher the level of the spell, the longer the preparation time. However, the bloodline of the legendary Serpent King gave Sylvanas not only the ability to cast spells quickly in her serpent form, but also a magical feat that allowed her to cast spells instantly. Instant casting. It eliminates the need for casting time, bypassing the incantation stage, and has an effect similar to a magic scroll, allowing you to launch a surprise attack on your enemy. Certainly. This spell is instant cast, but requires time to construct the spell model beforehand. It is essentially a one-time consumable, and after use, it requires time to create again. Buzz. Struck by this spell, Caesar also felt the dragon brain issuing a strong warning. My vision gradually blurred. The enormous dragon body swayed as if it were drunk, and its attacks on Sylvanas abruptly stopped from their stormy mode. The preparation time for a 6th circle spell is very long, but its power is also extremely strong. Even a high-ranking creature will be unable to control its actions for a short period of time if it is hit head-on. There are 8 major schools of thought among spellcasters. The spells are divided into evocation, necromancy, enchanting, conjuration, protection, prophecy, illusion, and transmutation, with each major school having its own unique spellcasting effects. The red dragon is the one who loves destruction the most. They often learn the magic of the evocation school, and Caesar is no exception. He can manipulate magical abilities to transform into the form he wants, which is the characteristic of the evocation school. And Sylvanas. She studied the spells of the enchanting school, a school of magic characterized by its ability to influence the minds of others, alter or manipulate their behavior, and even make enemies regard the spellcaster as a friend. Without realizing it. Gradually, they became puppets in the hands of spellcasters. Sylvanas is not only a mid-tier top-level magical creature, but also a spellcaster with knowledge of the enchanting school. She is good at using her strengths. If she is no match for her enemy in close combat, she will directly transform into a snake woman form and fight the enemy in the form of a spellcaster. It should be noted that so-called magical creatures, although they have a rich elemental aura within them, are not spellcasters. Rather, they are called spell-like because their abilities are similar to spells. It's not magic. Rather, it is a manifestation of supernatural abilities. Just as red dragons can bathe in lava, they are naturally favored by the fire element, which makes their breath full of the fire element's destructive and devastating power. This is an innate ability. The application of techniques is something that is learned later in life. Only intelligent beings with knowledge can inherit spellcasting skills. For example, Sylvanas' knowledge of enchanting came from her elder, the legendary Serpent King. And the dragon. They are infused with a vast amount of dragon heritage at birth, including the understanding and knowledge of the parent dragons about the world, as well as a treasure trove of knowledge carefully selected by many of their fellow dragons. In addition to their own power, dragon heritage is also an extremely important thing for dragons. It's equivalent to a whole bunch of Gulong's teachings and personal examples. Despite the lazy nature of the 5-colored dragons, Caesar became a red dragon mage who mastered 4th circle magic during his teenage years, a precious knowledge system that humans had always dreamed of. Take advantage of the moment when Caesar is in a negative state. Sylvanas seized the opportunity decisively. With a surge of magical light, she transformed back into the form of a giant purple-scaled serpent, her long tail tightly coiling around the red dragon's entire body. Strangulation. This is usually one of the most powerful attack methods used by giant snakes to kill their prey. While the spells of the enchanting school are powerful, they are difficult to directly harm enemies before one is promoted to a high-ranking mage. Generally, one uses command spells to control enemies and force them to do what one desires. However, dragons themselves have too high resistance to mental spells, so even the fifth circle spell command does not have much effect. So, while trying to influence Caesar, Sylvanas was forced to choose close combat, which was her only effective method against the super-large dragon. But soon, her eyes were filled with utter astonishment. The red dragon she had entangled suddenly opened its dazzling golden pupils, a mocking glint in its eyes as if it were laughing at her overestimating her abilities. It showed no sign of being affected in the slightest. This also filled Sylvanas's heart with coldness. Chapter 26 Sylvanas's treasure? No, it's my treasure, Caesar's treasure. Why do sixth-ring spells become ineffective so quickly? Sylvanas didn't understand. Reality is not a game. A mid-level spellcaster who has not prepared a mental protection spell beforehand will be stunned and unable to wake up if hit head-on by a third-circle spell Mind Blast, let alone a sixth-circle spell Serpent King's Decree. This is the spell of the enchantment school. After being improved by the legendary Serpent King, the effect of this sixth-circle spell was greatly enhanced, even becoming comparable to some seventh-circle mental spells. So, it has a strong effect even on higher-level organisms. Before arriving at the Karl Mountains, Sylvanas fought a nearly adult green dragon for control of a small magical mine. The green dragon was about the same size as her. The two are very evenly matched. But in the end, Sylvanas emerged victorious because her instant-cast sixth-circle spell briefly seized control of the green dragon's body. Had the dragon not possessed high enough mental resistance to break free of control at the crucial moment, it would have become a disgraceful dragon killed by a creature of the same level. But what's the situation now? The red dragon before us, now drastically transformed, was incredibly fast at breaking free from control. No. It might not even be under control at all. Just as Sylvanas was utterly horrified, Caesar pressed one of his dragon claws firmly against the body of the purple-scaled giant serpent, while raising the other claw high and, after a brief moment of charging, unleashing a powerful slam. A deliberate punch. Collapse. This close-range, powerful blow was so strong that it shattered some of the hard scales on the purple-scaled serpent, causing Sylvanas to let out a wail and instinctively curl up, the strangling force completely dissipating. Seeing this scene, Caesar praised, "Sylvanas, you're a perfect punching bag." His close-range dragon punch would have crippled even a mid-level peak creature, leaving it unable to get up. But Sylvanas remained steadfast, still holding on to her fighting spirit. This is a tenacious and stubborn beautiful snake. She was still fiercely resisting him. Although it had somewhat depleted its strength, the purple-scaled giant serpent coiled even tighter, causing Caesar's golden-red dragon's scales to creak and clang, producing a metallic clanging sound. Caesar showed no mercy whatsoever. The enormous dragon fist was raised once more, its shadow flying everywhere, tearing through the air as it struck the relatively vulnerable vital points of the purple-scaled giant serpent, producing a dull thud of flesh colliding. He had no intention of killing Sylvanas. Therefore, he will not use the destructive elemental power brought by the blazing sun talent, but he will use the most ferocious close combat to conquer his opponent with an unparalleled crushing force. In the world of monsters, strength is the best way to conquer a female creature. If you truly love a female creature, then conquer her with your strength. Otherwise, she will despise you and think that you, being so weak, are not worthy of mating with her. Under the overwhelming barrage of dragon fists, Sylvanas looked somewhat helpless, only able to try her best to avoid being hit on the head by the dragon's fist. She tried many times to transform into her snake woman form to escape this terrible situation through her agile spellcaster form, but Caesar interrupted her time and time again. Transforming forms requires focused concentration. The constant beatings caused him to lose consciousness and become completely unable to focus. Caesar was quite impressed with the enchanting spells she had used. He hadn't been completely unaffected by the sixth-ring spell's effects just now. At the moment of being hit, Caesar felt as if he were facing the majesty of a legendary Serpent King. Countless incantations echoed in his mind, and for a moment he truly lost control of his red dragon body. But it was very short-lived. A sixth circle spell modified by the legendary Serpent King, its effects are truly powerful. But it only affected him for a few seconds. The dragon's resistance to mental spells was already high enough, and with the mysterious element from the eternal sun flowing through its body, it broke free from control. So, in Sylvanus' view, he was not even affected by the spell. Soon, a one-sided situation has emerged. The scene was quite similar to when Caesar first arrived here, when he was brutally beaten by Sylvanus, and even many of his dragon scales were torn off. But a year later, the situation reversed completely, and it was Sylvanus who got brutally beaten. After more than 10 minutes, Sylvanus could no longer withstand the physical impact of the dragon fist. Overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion, she fell into a coma. That's really something. Caesar bared his dragon fangs, not worried about the other's injuries. The vitality of magical creatures was too tenacious. This level of injury was not as bad as Jingyu's back then, and it would only take a day to recover. Sylvanus was simply exhausted from fighting. No matter how hard she bit, she was desperate because she couldn't break through Caesar's defenses. Even though Caesar did not actively use the power of the eternal sun, that mysterious element still flowed within his body at all times, essentially adding a powerful layer of protection to the dragon's scales. Caesar thought for a moment. He quickly hoisted Sylvanus' enormous serpentine body onto his own and coiled around her, flapping his massive wings as he headed towards the nest she had built. A lair capable of accommodating a giant serpent's body can naturally accommodate Caesar's size. The environment here is not as humid as I had imagined. Although snakes generally prefer this kind of environment, Sylvanus is not a pure giant snake creature, but rather of snake-human blood. While she has snake-like preferences, she also possesses some human habits. The nest was beautifully and neatly maintained. However, Caesar was still stunned when he saw her lair. Red crystals, green jade, glittering gold coins, dazzling gemstones, and various magical equipment shimmering with elemental auras were displayed one by one on the wall. In an instant, Caesar felt he was about to strike it rich, and his golden pupils gleamed. The red dragon had completely transformed into a greedy creature. Sylvanus is truly a wealthy serpent, but there's so much treasure. I must help her preserve it carefully. Splash! He grabbed a handful of treasures, and the crisp sound of the jewels clattering together was like a beautiful symphony to Caesar's ears, giving the greedy red dragon a strong sense of happiness. Even if it was a group of human griffin riders who had been robbed. Caesar didn't acquire much treasure. Aside from some insignificant gold coins, he only had about 30 magic gems, making him practically a poor dragon. He took stock of his treasures. There are 173 magical gems of various attributes and vibrant, bright colors, surrounded by elemental auras that make the surrounding elements very active. Surrounded by these magical gems, Caesar felt that the speed at which the magic power circulated within his body had increased. Besides these magic gems, there were also a small amount of gold coins and many magical equipment items, which were imprinted with various magical runes and inlaid with many magic gems as energy sources. These magical items. It consists of human-style equipment in various styles, such as giant axes, revolvers, great swords, wands, robes, armor, shoulder pads, leather boots, like an adventurer's arsenal. Before arriving at the Coral Mountains, Sylvanus once had a great reputation in the human kingdoms. It is known that if there were no obstacles of the same level, a mid-level peak magical creature could directly slaughter a human city. Therefore, Sylvanus was known as the Bohemia Lord and the Serpent Queen, and naturally she was attacked by many human adventurers. With their defeat, the equipment left behind naturally became Sylvanus' spoils of war. Chapter 27: The Human Army from the Silver Moon Kingdom. Take it all away! Pack it all up and take it all away! This was the first time Caesar had ever seen so much treasure since he was born. During his infancy, the hateful female red dragon wouldn't let him near her treasure. Every dragon was incredibly greedy and stingy, and even their own offspring wouldn't give him a single gold coin for no reason, let alone a young dragon that had just joined them. Even if he only asked to rent them for a short time so he could touch those glittering treasures. But each time, the female red dragon rejected him harshly and mercilessly. Dragons value their treasures immensely, second only to life. Soon, Caesar then gathered up these glittering gold coins and magic gems. Many races don't understand why dragons are so obsessed with treasure. It's an instinct stemming from their dragon bloodline. Dragons revere power, and wealth is one form of power. The more wealth one has, this indicates that the dragon species is also stronger. For arrogant dragons, this is a primary way to demonstrate their power, satisfying their greed for money and slowly accelerating their growth cycle. Sometimes, some human kingdoms would even spend a lot of money to hire the 5-colored dragons to participate in wars. For these evil dragons, humans hate them to the core, yet they have no choice but to employ them. On the continent, conflicts between kingdoms are not uncommon. Often, by spending some treasure, one can hire a 5-colored dragon to serve in a short period of war. Such wars are usually something that the aloof metal dragon race disdains to participate in, and the two have fallen into a strange balance. Dragons never hide their attitude. Because it is powerful, it is pure. No dragon will play games with you. They don't care about any rules or laws, which is why dragons have become synonymous with power. Caesar carefully picked up the gold coin. Then they stuffed them all under their scales. Since dragon scales are a multi-layered structure, just like humans wear underwear and then an outer layer, dragons can also control the outer scales. Sometimes they will briefly stand up their outer scales and then place the treasure in a more hidden place. So, some dragons, without spatial equipment, often carry treasures close to their bodies. This doesn't bother them. On the contrary, the treasure makes them feel incredibly happy, greatly enhancing their combat power. Dragons fighting for treasure can often unleash their full strength. Some dragons are quite peculiar. During courtship, they will even melt down gold coins and layer them on their dragon scales to increase their luster, and thus enhance their attractiveness. While Caesar was playing with the treasure, his retinue also began their daily hunting activities. In addition to hunting enough large animals each month to offer to their masters, they also need to maintain the daily supplies for the human matriarch and maids. These are secondary. The main issue was the food supply for the 3 fiery yaks. In order to allow Caesar to enjoy delicious beef as soon as possible, the incredibly loyal No leader, Chiron, expanded the hunting grounds. Summer is almost over. In order to survive the winter, many creatures in the Coral Mountains have become more active, especially large magical creatures, making it a very good hunting season for Caesar's retinue. Within this week, Shilong led his dragon-vein gnolls and dragon-vein kobolds with almost unparalleled success, having already hunted down 2 medium-sized magical creatures and 1 large magical creature. All of them were knocked unconscious and severely injured, and placed at the foot of the dormant volcano, awaiting their master's enjoyment after his slumber ended. Although many members of the tribe died each time. However, the dragon-vein's companions were very resilient, and did not suffer any damage. Gnolls and kobolds are, in essence, just ordinary monster races. Without the transformation by dragon veins, they are merely at the bottom of the food chain, relying on numbers to band together for warmth. And the trolls. They did not come to hunt. Although their combat power was many times stronger than these 2 races, their numbers were too small, so Caesar arranged for them to participate in the expansion of the dragon's nest. The interior of an extinct volcano is very large. However, the lava pools within were not naturally formed, but rather created by their former owner, a fire lizard leader who had reached the mid-level magical level, using a spell-like technique. For Caesar today, nature is very small. The only option is for the troll wizard to lead the trolls, along with more than 20 lower-ranking fire lizards, to rebuild a new lava pool to create a comfortable environment suitable for the red dragon's survival. While they are busy, just as Soren was preparing to go hunting again, a kobold came running over in a panic, speaking in a very strange language. "Lord Soren, humans have appeared." Most kobolds are not very intelligent, but they have a very sensitive sense of smell. Therefore, they often serve as scouts within monster legions. Seeing the panicked kobold utter a word, Shilong scolded him and then mercifully lashed him with his whip, finally calming him down. Then, it soon received some rather bad news. It was a large human army, numbering around 3,000 or 4,000, and included many human superhumans who shimmered with astonishing elemental light. A human army, could it be from the Silver Moon Kingdom? As Shilong pondered, it seemed that its intelligence had also increased considerably after breaking through the limitations of its race, making it even smarter and more cunning than many humans. From just a few words from the kobolds, they immediately sensed that this human legion had ill intentions. Maybe. That's why I came here. During its usual food deliveries, it learned from the frail human women that the mistress was a princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Shilong was unaware that the Silver Moon Kingdom had changed masters. But everyone knows the nature of the evil dragon. It's a common occurrence on the continent for a dragon to abduct a princess, thus provoking a human army to attack it. To verify the authenticity of the matter, Shilong also led his dragon-vein creatures to the location where the kobolds had discovered humans. It is about 300 miles north of the dragon's nest. From afar, one could see a dense swarm of black dots searching the surroundings. Each one was a fully armed human, their armor shimmering with intense elemental light. Even large magical creatures dared not approach too closely, only baring their teeth and emitting threatening growls. And griffin riders patrolled the sky, observing the surroundings. Each of them exuded a strict and austere aura, and on their armor were not the silver moon emblem unique to the Silver Moon Kingdom, but rather an emblem with a Bauhinia pattern. This army did not make a big show of itself. They came to achieve a certain purpose. Chapter 28 War is Coming. Looking at this incredibly elite human army, Shilong also gasped, his eyes filled with shock. God of hatred and slaughter, my God, what are these humans trying to do? For human beings. I know Shilong quite well. Because gnolls are a naturally lazy and savage race, they have few skills and hate doing manual labor. Most of the time, they will all leave the Coral Mountains to plunder human resources. Before joining Caesar, Siren and its people were mostly in this situation, preferring to bully weak humans rather than face powerful magical creatures. Even some of the more intelligent gnolls will even join the adventurous teams and fight for food. Although gnolls are wild and difficult to control, it is undeniable that they are better than human warriors and can often serve as scouts. As long as they can be fed. Gnolls are a very cheap type of mercenary. Although the gnoll tribe's strength is not significant in the Coral Mountains, they possess an intelligence that even magical creatures struggle to match. They learn languages more easily than most races, including the common language of the continent, Orcish, Goblin, Troll, and even some dragon language, making it quite normal for them to interact with humans. Sometimes, the climate in the Coral Mountains is harsh, making it difficult for some weaker races to survive. Shilong even led his people to serve the nobles of some human territories, acting as their lackeys and exploiting the slaves who wanted to rebel, in order to obtain a decent amount of food. It had seen the armies of those noble lords before. Compared to this army, they were like a flock of weak lambs. If a direct battle were to break out, they would be mercilessly devoured by these ferocious wolves. Fully armed heavy-armored warriors, agile forest rangers, delicate-skinned priests, gunners carrying cannons, flying griffin riders, and most importantly spellcasters. An army of this size, let alone defeating large monsters, people would believe it if you said you were slaying a dragon. Could it be that they came for their master? Shilong was terrified. As we all know, dragons are top-tier magical creatures. Every part of a dragon is a priceless magical material. Dragon scales, claws, blood, bones, horns, and even dragon pelts are all sought after and loved by humans. Since dragons are treasures from head to toe, it is normal for them to be coveted. This level of elite force consists almost entirely of ordinary soldiers and is absolutely the main force of the Silvermoon Kingdom. They are generally not easily deployed unless they are fighting against large monsters that destroy human cities or against evil god cults that bewitch a large number of believers. But now it has appeared on the outskirts of the Coral Mountains. Shilong didn't believe them at all that they weren't up to any tricks. Although dragons are top-tier magical creatures in the multiverse, they are not invincible. If a human kingdom is determined to wage a war to slay a dragon, even an adult dragon would face a considerable risk of perishing. And directly in front of the army, there was a human knight wearing a red cloak, riding an incredibly strong magical creature. The magical creature being ridden had sky-blue fur and a dark brown horn. Its long tail swung, and its body seemed to be enveloped by a whirlwind. Its 4 hooves did not touch the ground at all, making it look extremely strange. Shilong recognized this creature. Wildebeest. A low-level magical life form, reaching the 3rd tier upon adulthood, capable of wielding the power of wind elements. It has an unruly personality, and can only be tamed by a true powerhouse. Before the dragon vein transformation is carried out, Shilong himself believed he would have a hard time defeating the opponent. Even mid-level creatures would find it difficult to tame such a volatile magical creature, so one could imagine just how powerful the human knight sitting atop the wildebeest must be. This knight was actually a legion commander in the Silvermoon Kingdom. He was incredibly tall. Even more robust than most gnolls, his entire face was covered by a metal helmet, revealing only a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes, and his imposing presence was as fierce as a tiger. According to Shilong's judgment, this is very likely a high-ranking knight. On the Emerald Continent, although the status of high-ranking knights is far inferior to that of high-ranking mages, as a high-level melee class, their strength is still extremely powerful. A high-ranking knight. With the amplification of spells from a series of mid to low-level spellcasters, the enhanced physical body is even capable of fighting adult dragons head-on, and is the cornerstone of every human kingdom. While observing from afar Shilong, the high-ranking knight suddenly turned to a black-robed mage beside him and asked, "Riels, how much longer until we reach the Red Dragon's lair?" It was all by accident. But Cyril was right, they had indeed come for Caesar. Upon hearing the legion commander's question, Riels closed his eyes first, then said calmly, "Lord Zephyr, as long as we proceed normally, we should arrive in about 3 days." To ensure the successful capture of the evil dragon, the more than 3,000 elite soldiers moved very cautiously, partly to avoid provoke attacks from large magical creatures and losing troops. They took many detours, otherwise their marching speed could have been many times faster. Legion Commander Zephyr nodded, seemingly trusting Riels's words quite a bit. Riels is a 4th-tier mid-level spellcaster. Moreover, it belongs to the School of Prophecy. The defining characteristic of the Prophecy School's magic is its ability to reveal the truth. They possess the true eye to see through illusions and can even occasionally obtain fragments of the future. Whether it's ancient secrets, forgotten by time, or the location of hidden objects, these can all be discovered by the spellcasters of the Prophecy School. But finding the dragon's location is not easy. The Karl Mountains are quite vast, and even he spent more than a month gradually finding some clues before finally determining the correct route today. "Holy Light, may you protect us and grant us victory once more," Zephyr silently recited in his heart. As a valiant knight filled with honor, he did not understand why the Grand Duke of Zijing insisted that they hunt down a juvenile red dragon, and why he was making such a big deal out of it. According to intelligence, it was just a young red dragon that hadn't even reached adolescence, only slightly stronger than hatchlings and young dragons. Although dragons are born with great dominance, it posed little challenge to him, a high-ranking knight. They have extensive experience dealing with dragons. Can dragons fly? Spellcasters can cast anti-air spells to seal off the sky and drag dragons directly to the ground. The spellcasters in the army have extensive experience in dealing with dragons. Strong defense? This time, they not only brought spellcasters from the Prophecy School, but also several spellcasters from the Evocation School. Their powerful evocation spells, at the 4th and 5th rings, were so strong that even the dragon's magic immunity couldn't withstand the barrage of spells. They were like mobile artillery emplacements on the battlefield. Do you have many relatives? Their soldiers are not ordinary humans. Most of them are extraordinary warriors who have inherited the bloodline of their ancestors. They possess the strength to easily tear apart tigers and leopards, and even large magical creatures cannot stop them. Such an army. It's more than enough to deal with even a normal adult dragon. Chapter 29, Gathering Families. For such a human elite army, Shilong dared not get too close. If it weren't for the many magical creatures around them watching closely, keeping a close eye on this human army that had invaded the Karl Mountains, it would have been detected by the spellcaster's detection magic long ago. It beckoned to several dragon-blooded gnolls. Return it immediately. Since undergoing the transformation by the natural dragon vein, its subordinates have gradually grown a pair of wings with bone spurs, gaining the ability to fly and become more agile. Gnolls are large, upright walking monsters. Compared to kobolds, perhaps they are more aptly described as humanoid hyenas. Adult gnolls can reach a height of 2.2 meters, while these dragon-blooded gnolls have reached 2.56 meters, and Shilong's height is even more than 3 meters. Such are them. With wings that allow it to fly, it can easily cut down even a griffin. Several hours later, after a frantic march, the gnolls, including Chiron, finally returned to the Red Dragon's territory. At this time, Caesar, carrying a large amount of treasure, and the exhausted and unconscious purple-scaled serpent, returned to his mountain peak, while also preparing to check on the trolls' progress on their project. Before he could even enter, the gnolls were only slightly better than the kobolds. Strange dragon language came from below. "Master, Shilong has encountered an elite human legion. Your humble servant has investigated and discovered that the human legion's marching route seems to be heading towards our territory." I heard those worried cries. Caesar's dragon eyes widened in confusion. A human army? And heading towards his territory? These keywords made him restless, and he went straight to the foot of the mountain. Several tens of seconds later, as Caesar listened to Siren's report, a somber expression appeared on his dragon-like mask. Knights, rangers, gunmen, warriors, spellcasters, these words quickly gave him a general impression of that human legion. Could it be because of those human girls I kidnapped? Caesar was somewhat puzzled. Although he abducted some human women, none of them were of high status. Some of the noble ladies were just daughters of barons and viscounts. Judging from the cowardly nature of the humans in the Silver Moon Kingdom, they would only swallow their anger in the end. They didn't want to be targeted by a powerful red dragon. But from Siren's description, This human legion not only consisted mostly of extraordinary warriors, but its leader was also likely a high-ranking knight, which was quite strange. High-ranking knight. Even in the Silvermoon Kingdom, such a person is extremely rare. They are the cornerstone of every kingdom and a top figure anywhere. Yet now they have come to the Coral Mountains, a place full of danger. Could it be that they have come for Princess Diana of the Silvermoon Kingdom? Caesar considered this possibility. Because he rarely interacted with the Silvermoon Kingdom, he had no idea that the rebellious Grand Duke of Bohemia coveted the bloodline of the Red Dragon in order to gain greater power from that great being. I thought about it for a while. Caesar had no intention of continuing to speculate. I'm too lazy to guess. As a powerful and arrogant Red Dragon, it always takes the initiative to attack. He didn't care what the Legion's purpose was. Rather than letting them come knocking on our door, we should prepare for war in advance. Caesar did not want war to break out on his territory. If he waited for this human legion to arrive, the damage to the terrain from the great battle between the superhumans and magical creatures would be incalculable. Immediately, he began to gather his family members together. Gnolls, kobolds, trolls, fire lizards. Compared to before, his monster army has begun to form a fairly good force. Roar! The enormous dragon roar startled all the dragon's followers. Caesar exhaled a scorching breath, his golden, dazzling dragon eyes filled with icy coldness. Summon all your people who can fight, await my command, and prepare for a war against humanity. The incident happened suddenly. The vast majority of the family members were unaware of what had happened. All they knew was that their great master had given the order, and all they had to do was obey unconditionally. Roar! 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 These relatives are an inherently evil race. Regarding war, they were filled with fervor, picking up their weapons and shouting excitedly. At this time, the number of gnolls has exceeded 300, and there are almost no old, weak, sick, or disabled ones. Hunting is the sole purpose of this savage race, and the weakest gnolls have almost all died in the wild, becoming food for other gnolls or wild beasts. They are natural-born warriors. Sometimes, there is a very small chance of a spellcaster, namely a gnoll watchman, who wields powerful nature magic, just like the troll wizards among the troll race. But there were no gnoll watchmen among Caesar's gnoll retinue. The vast majority of gnolls are first or second tier creatures, with only a few exceptionally strong barbarian gnolls reaching the third tier. Before the Dragon Vein transformation, Shilom was one of the rarer barbarian gnolls. The first 5 Dragon Vein jackals to receive the natural transformation were the Dragon Vein jackals. They joined us later. They are all barbarian gnolls, and their current strength has basically reached the peak of the low level. Perhaps in a while, they will be able to break through the limitations of their race and become mid-level creatures. And the kobolds. Their tribe was also the second largest race among Caesar's retinue. They are only slightly fewer than gnolls. These kobolds are much weaker in combat than gnolls, but most of them are natural miners. They are small, warlike, and hard-working humanoid creatures skilled in making traps, ambushes, and mining. They are born to be slaves of dragons and live for them. These are the traps made by the kobolds. The gnolls also reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties when hunting. Then there are the trolls. Led by the troll wizard, more than 30 combat-ready trolls appeared at the foot of the dragon's lair, awaiting the orders of the great red dragon. Although their numbers are small. However, they are the elite main force of the monster army, each of them reaching the 3rd tier standard. Their unparalleled regenerative ability makes them fearless berserkers. There was a troll wizard present. Unleashing amplification spells of the war frenzy type, these fearless trolls will transform into a meat grinder on the battlefield, shattering even the toughest metal armor with a single blow. At last. Those are fire lizards. They number less than trolls, only about 20, but they are natural magical creatures, capable of manipulating the power of fire element, equivalent to a group of low-level spellcasters around the 2nd or 3rd ring. Certainly. Their methods are relatively simple and they are much weaker than normal spellcasters, but if they are involved in war, they are a formidable force capable of inflicting widespread damage on human armies. After a while, all the relatives had arrived, and each of them revealed excited and bloodthirsty eyes. Chapter 30 Sylvanus completely conquered. This was the first time Caesar had summoned all his retinue. Most of the monster's companions were seeing their great master, an incomparably powerful red dragon, for the first time, and their gazes gradually became more devout and fanatical. The dragon's fame resounds throughout the multiverse. There are countless legends about dragons, and even young dragons are followed by many monsters. The more powerful the dragon, The more followers it has, the less it needs to subdue them. In some ancient dragon territories, high-ranking magical creatures would rush to join them. The reason is that once they become dragon servants, their strength and potential will increase along with their master. Over a long period of time, they may even gradually become powerful legendary creatures. However, some of the earliest followers of Caesar had some doubts. At that time, Caesar was only about 12 meters long, but now it has reached more than 18 meters in length. They had never heard of a dragon growing at such a rate. At last, they all swiftly chose to discard their heads, ceasing all thought. They had served many masters, hoping only that this powerful dragon could remain strong. For this assembled army of monsters, Caesar could only offer a forward evaluation. Mob. He had witnessed the human army's attack in the female red dragon's lair. It was an extraordinary legion sent by the Silvermoon Kingdom and the Morning Star Kingdom. If those metal dragons hadn't deliberately let her go, the female red dragon might not have just been chased and fled in a sorry state. You know, quite a few young dragons have died in human armies because of their arrogance. Not all dragon-slaying heroes are just boasting. This is why human armies have such rich experience and methods in dealing with dragons. The benevolent metal dragon will drive away the evil five-colored dragon. However, they will not help humans carry out dragon-slaying operations, and will even strictly prohibit it. Dragons must never kill each other unless there is an irreconcilable hatred. Violent means such as robbery, beating, and enslavement are allowed, but they must never harm their own kind. This is something that dragons would find shameful. Even the inherently evil five-colored dragons, when faced with a dying metal dragon, will choose to help if it doesn't pose too much of a problem for themselves. Although they will demand a large reward afterward, it is a trivial matter compared to their own lives. Maliciously slaughtering one's own kind. They might even be wanted by Metal Dragon Island, thus incurring the dragon god's disgust and hostility. Although the metal dragons deliberately let the female red dragon go, they ignored the followers who had defected to the other side. The monster army formed by the thousands of followers was also an extremely powerful force. But in the end, however, they were completely wiped out by the human superhuman legion. Although the human race is inherently weak, it has an incredibly fast reproduction rate. While they may not be able to match the monsters in individual strength, they far outnumber them. With the coordinated efforts of their disciplined army, they can defeat powerful monster legions with minimal casualties, perfectly demonstrating the advantages of an intelligent race. However, these relatives always cause the other party a lot of trouble. Caesar's gaze was ruthless and cold. For the five-colored dragons, their followers are something that is replenished after one batch dies, just like replenishing goods. They don't need to actively replenish them. The goods will come in one after another. No dragon will worry about not having enough followers. He glanced at Sylvanus, who seemed to be waking up soon. He was healed by Diana's magic. The Snake Woman Queen, who was about to be promoted to a higher level, has almost fully recovered from her injuries and is gradually regaining consciousness. With her help, atop her sixth circle enchanter, with the blood of a legendary Serpent King, she can play a role on the battlefield that is no less than that of a fully grown dragon. Immediately, Caesar flapped his dragon wings and took flight. Before Sylvanus could react, he slammed down heavily, his enormous dragon body, like a mountain, pressing down on the purple-scaled serpent with immense pressure. You! Sylvanus tried to struggle, but she was no match for her. On the deep red dragon scales, golden patterns shone with dazzling light. Caesar's gaze was utterly calm, but his words were incredibly domineering. Sylvanus, submit to me! He didn't have time to play any subjugation tricks. To use force to oppress others. This is Red Dragon's forte. Sylvanus looked somewhat dejected. What kind of dragon are you? A red dragon? A gold dragon? Or some other special kind of dragon? How can your growth rate be so terrifying? She once defeated a green dragon of the same rank. Its overall combat strength is comparable to that of high-level creatures. If it completes a leap in its life level after a period of time, it will be able to rival 8th tier creatures. Some red and silver dragons have this level of strength when they first come of age. But now it has been defeated by a teenage dragon. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the ever-proud Snake Queen. Caesar did not answer. He seemed to be staring at his prey. You should have felt the difference in strength between us. If I were to use my full power, even if you have now advanced to a high-level creature, there would only be one outcome awaiting you, death. The sunlight shone on his red dragon body. It looks golden. No wonder it is sometimes mistaken for a golden dragon. Feeling the destructive power of the mysterious element brewing within her body, the powerful and confident Sylvanas finally lowered her noble head. She is a snake person. But more importantly, he is a spellcaster with a wealth of knowledge. Although I don't know what strange changes this red dragon has undergone, it is a power that I simply cannot resist. The mysterious elements from the sun combined with the power of the dragon inspire awe from the bottom of my heart. Aside from close combat, the red dragon defeated her completely with almost no other means. The pride brought by the legendary bloodline was shattered into pieces. Your Highness Caesar, from this day forward, Sylvanas will be your loyal companion, granting you any request until the end of time. The incomparably beautiful Snake Queen was finally completely conquered. The purple-scaled giant serpent's body offered no further resistance. The slender body gently and slowly coiled around the powerful red dragon, the snake's scales rubbing together with a soft, rustling sound, a gesture only female snake people would make to their mates. Caesar gave a faint smile. The flexible dragon tail intertwined with Sylvanas' snake tail, and one could feel a wonderful suppleness. He was clearly quite satisfied with his sexual partner from the snake people race. The snake people are a rare and powerful race. They are born with good magic resistance and genius-level intelligence, which can even be traced back to the origin of mankind. The gestation period of snake people is very slow, about 60 months, and they have a fairly high mortality rate, which has kept the snake people's population at a very low level. However, their lifespan is second only to elves, and they can easily live for thousands of years. As the companion of the red dragon, clearly it can give birth to even more powerful dragon offspring. Chapter 31 The Ferocious White Tiger. He expressed his love for Sylvanas. Caesar did not immediately grant her wish. The threat of the human army was like a thorn in his side. He would deal with these treacherous humans first, and then it would not be too late to do what he wanted. Caesar has made his decision. He was determined to defeat this extraordinary army of over 3,000 men. Even the dragon god couldn't stop them. Such an elite human legion must be carrying immeasurable magical equipment, which could be exchanged for a large number of magic gems, perhaps enough to fill his entire dragon's lair. They've struck it rich. Thinking of this, Caesar could hardly contain his restless dragon heart. It's important to understand that his current strength is vastly different from what it used to be. If that high-ranking knight still has the impression of him as a teenage dragon, then he's definitely going to suffer a great loss. His promotion. Not to mention humans, even their own family members were seeing this for the first time. There is no possibility of information leakage. Caesar had already determined the human army's objective, the endless Karo Mountains, filled with nothing but monsters. Given the human nature of not acting without self-interest, only his noble red dragon was worthy of their conquest in this territory. It's still a bit risky, Caesar thought for a moment. Although he was confident that he could defeat that high-ranking knight, the other party must have a large number of extraordinary professionals and spellcasters under his command. Although he despised the enemy, he never underestimated them. Although they have gained Sylvanas as an important combatant, it is more likely that both sides will suffer heavy losses and they will not be able to annihilate the entire human army. It would be great to have another powerful familiar like Sylvanas. Thinking about this, Caesar recalled the powerful ferocious creature he had seen before, a 6th-tier ferocious white tiger. Although it did not possess the magical abilities of magical creatures, the ferocious creature, having undergone elemental baptism, would absolutely be an unstoppable war behemoth on the battlefield against humans. He had originally planned to wait a little longer. Once this ferocious species reaches its limit, it will be transformed into a dragon-vein companion. That way, Caesar will gain a powerful subordinate whose combat strength rivals that of a high-ranking being. But given the current situation, he decided to subdue the ferocious white tiger ahead of schedule. If time were not a constraint, Caesar would have even considered recruiting all the powerful and ferocious beasts in the area to serve as the main force on the battlefield. Caesar assigned the task. He ordered the monster legions to ambush the human legions on their inevitable route, awaiting his command. Dragons like to ambush. Red dragons are among the best. They make good use of the terrain, unleashing their full firepower from a superior position to wipe out all enemies and bury them in flames. In this war against humanity, Caesar has only one order. Exterminate them all. No dragon can tolerate provocation, not even the kindest metal dragons. There were once more than 13 human kingdoms on the Emerald Continent. At that time, human kingdoms were constantly at war, and some human kings, driven by ambition to gain greater power and expand their kingdoms, used forbidden and evil necromancy under the secret influence of a cult of evil gods to seize the body of a golden dragon. However, Their scheme was quickly discovered. Metal Dragon Island was enraged. The Platinum Dragon god Bahamut unleashed a divine oracle filled with rage. All the metal dragons came out in full force, and the human kingdom, with its tens of millions of inhabitants and several legendary powerhouses, was completely annihilated by the dragon breath of the enraged metal dragons, turning it into a notorious scorched earth. From then on, no human nation dared to attack a metal dragon again. Even a kind-hearted metal dragon is like this. What about the violent red dragon? Following his memory, Caesar quickly found the ferocious white tiger. The ferocious white tiger, nearly 13 meters long, was currently in its territory, leisurely grooming its snow-white fur. After undergoing the baptism of elementalization, it had become the true king of beasts, and all creatures in its territory were merely its food reserves. Such a powerful creature. When food is plentiful, they rarely leave their territory. This is also why Caesar wasn't worried about it running away. In fact, the dragon's body has quite a few similarities to the structure of feline creatures, and the proportions of the two from limbs to torso are also very close. How could a dragon, with such a massive size, move so nimbly? The answer might be found in the ferocious white tiger. Caesar's pair of dragon wings were incredibly wide, appearing from the ground like clouds hanging from the sky. With the wild instincts of a ferocious species, he immediately and keenly sensed the gaze from above. The ferocious white tiger immediately stood up on its forelimbs. Having been baptized by elemental energy, the ferocious species are even more savage and belligerent creatures. They fear almost nothing, not even dragons. Although the ferocious species do not possess magic-like spells like magical creatures. But they possess an evolved version of the beast's innate abilities. For example, the ferocious ape will imbue its claws with immense sharpness when threatened. The ferocious badger, if injured in battle, will enter a more ferocious second stage of ferocity, continuing until either the enemy or itself dies, and the ferocious boar can even continue fighting while near death. And the ferocious tiger. It gains an evolved version of its wild instincts, a talent that even makes it immune to the powerful dragon's might to some extent, and more sensitive to threats. The powerful red dragon made the ferocious white tiger very uneasy. His whole body bristled. Although it realized that the creature in front of it was not to be trifled with, it did not choose to run away. Instead, it displayed the majesty of the king of beasts and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! The enormous roar, like ripples, dispersed the invisible sense of oppression. Interesting. Although Caesar enjoyed bullying the weak, he greatly admired such a person with backbone. Certainly. The premise is that the other party is one's subordinate. Within the ferocious white tiger's eyes, this powerful creature uttered incredibly obscure incantations, and bursts of fireballs, resembling boulders, appeared. Fourth ring spell exploding fireball. Caesar used to be quite skilled at it, but things have changed now. 1, 2, 3. A barrage of exploding fireballs appeared, dozens of them, for a moment resembling the sixth circle fire-based evocation spell meteor shower. Caesar's transformation was comprehensive. Not only has he grown in size, but his mental strength has also been greatly enhanced. Some adult dragons may not be as strong as him. His growth in mental strength can be seen from the fact that he can be immune to Sylvanus' sixth circle mental spells. As the grandfather of the fire element, the power of spells like exploding fireballs he unleashed was far greater than that of humans, and he was able to control so many exploding fireballs simultaneously without losing control. Chapter 32 War on the Verge. Boom! The dense bursts of fireballs were like high-temperature meteorites falling from the sky, and the scorching air waves crashed onto the earth. With a huge explosion, a raging sea of fire immediately appeared. It covered an area of several hundred meters in radius. However, it did not cause any effective damage to the ferocious white tiger. It's too sensitive. Its wild instincts were greatly amplified, which could even be seen as a glimpse into future battles, allowing it to dodge the barrage of spells at the first moment. Dragons have a strong sense of dynamic vision. However, felines are not much less adept at dynamic vision. With just a few leaps, their graceful and agile movements, as if dancing on the edge of a knife or snatching chestnuts from hot coals, allow them to brush past dense bursts of fireballs without being significantly affected. Occasionally, sparks from the explosions landed on the ferocious white tiger's snow-white fur. But it quickly left it behind. Roar! The ferocious white tiger roared again, seemingly rekindling its long-dormant fighting spirit. After undergoing the baptism of the elements, it was like a soldier who had just joined the army, and as a result, it won one battle after another and was invincible, eventually becoming a general with a distinguished military record. Never met an opponent. Until it encountered the enormous dragon that made it feel intensely uneasy. It flicked its agile tail, gradually gathering strength in its limbs. As the ground groaned under its strain, it suddenly leaped hundreds of meters, charging towards the enormous creature in the sky. Lightning fast. Such a scene is very impactful. The ferocious white tiger, nearly 13 meters tall and weighing over 100 tons, suddenly unleashed such terrifying jumping power that even some large magical creatures with the ability to fly could not escape its claws. Interesting. Upon seeing this ferocious white tiger, Caesar was not only amused that it did not run away but also dared to launch an attack on him. Felines represent a near-perfect evolutionary lineage, possessing speed, strength, and explosive power, with few natural predators of similar size. Not to mention, having been baptized by natural elements, it evolved into a ferocious species. But within this, it absolutely does not include dragons. Call! Caesar merely flicked his long dragon tail, as if he had briefly controlled the wind element in the world, creating a howling gale, which he then lashed out at the ferocious white tiger that was pouncing on him. Dragon tail. It is also a powerful weapon of the dragon. Although it didn't have the unparalleled sharpness of a dragon's claw, the impact of its swing was terrifying, almost enough to shatter a small mountain. The surging force caused the ferocious white tiger to let out a painful howl, and its body plummeted to the ground. Boom! Endless dust billowed up from the ground, and the ferocious white tiger's body sank into the earth. It created a huge crater. The ferocious white tiger's fur has amazing defensive capabilities. Even magical creatures can hardly leave a mark on its fur when casting spells. But blood is now seeping from its side fur. Want to keep resisting? But I don't have much time to play with you anymore. Caesar looked at the ferocious white tiger that continued to stand up and marveled at its tenacious vitality. After advancing to the intermediate life form, the vitality of any creature would be greatly enhanced, and even if it were struck with all its might by this super large dragon, it would still have the fighting spirit to stand up again. Whoosh! The next instant Caesar swooped down. The ferocious white tiger's body was covered by the enormous dragon's body, and its entire body was bound, leaving it with no way to fight back against that hateful and powerful creature. Roar! The ferocious white tiger became agitated, and in an instant, it unleashed all the power in its body, trying to blast Caesar away. Pity. It's simply impossible for it. 10 minutes passed, and the ferocious white tiger continued its frenzied resistance. Half an hour passed, and the ferocious white tiger remained restless. An hour passed, and the ferocious white tiger began to gradually calm down. Finally, it started to whimper. Finally convinced? Caesar looked at the subdued large silver-shaded cat in front of him and used his dragon claws to groom its fur. The once majestic and ferocious white tiger also extended its soft tongue to lick the red dragon's scales, giving Caesar a warm, moist, and ticklish sensation. It gave me the strange feeling of petting a cat in a past life. Although the ferocious white tiger is not very intelligent, it still cannot escape the realm of biological instinct. As long as it can subdue the opponent with its strength in a head-on confrontation, it can gain a loyal follower. Caesar rubbed the tiger's head. The thick fur felt wonderful to the touch. He was very satisfied. This ferocious white tiger can be a general charging into battle, and when bored, it can transform into a docile large silver-shaded tiger, truly a tiger with two uses. After some recovery, Caesar did not immediately perform the dragon vein transformation on it. The dragon vein transformation takes a long time, and by the time the ferocious white tiger was successfully transformed, the war would probably be over. One dragon, one tiger. And so it raced toward the path that humanity was destined to take. Caesar had already chosen a suitable position for attack and had sent Silvanus with the monster army ahead of them. They had probably arrived by now. After arriving at the location, instead of immediately joining up with Silvanus, he went to investigate the specific situation of the human army. He cast an invisibility spell on himself. Night has fallen, and the dragon is nowhere to be seen in the darkness. At an altitude of thousands of meters, with the dragon's scales providing magical protection, unless there was a high-ranking spellcaster in this human army, the griffin riders would have no way of finding him. Soon, Caesar discovered traces of humans. Dozens of miles away, a dense cluster of lights, resembling ants, remained motionless. After a day of battling wild creatures, they were taking a short rest at night. In the quiet of the night, only the flickering elemental light illuminated everything, deterring the magical creatures and beasts that had followed them and preventing them from launching sneak attacks. Just as Shilin described. This human army of over 3,000 is indeed an elite force. Even during rest periods, they pay great attention to patrolling. If any magical creatures launch a sneak attack, the griffin riders roaming in the air will issue a warning immediately. Caesar observed the armor worn by the warriors. The image above is of a bauhinia flower. It was exactly the same type of equipment worn by the griffin squad that hunted Diana back then. The Duke of Zijing? Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly recognizing the origins of this human legion, rebels from the Silvermoon Kingdom, an ambitious human schemer plotting to overthrow the monarchy. But he did not launch an attack immediately. Caesar's true power lies in the daytime, when he is at his strongest, and even ordinary high-ranking beings are no match for him. Now, it is the incubation period, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Chapter 33: The Human Army That Misidentified the Dragon. Just as sunlight pierces through the darkness, dawn quietly sweeps across the horizon. A new day has begun. The soldiers were once again full of energy, devouring the jerky made from magical creatures like wolves, and completing their meal in conjunction with the water-gathering spells cast by the accompanying spellcasters. The logistics of the extraordinary army are guaranteed by spellcasters. Whether on the battlefield or in the wilderness, they will not collapse due to logistical problems. This is a high-level treatment that only elite legions enjoy. It was still the usual military formation. Ahead stood a tall knight riding a magical creature, clad in heavy armor and wielding a spear. Behind them were gunners carrying cannons, their beloved treasures on their shoulders, ready to blast the enemy's heads with magical bullets at any moment. All around. These are forest rangers, who seem somewhat out of place with the military style. In reality, they play an extremely important role in the wilderness. The reason why the military has not been attacked by large magical creatures so far is because of their ability to communicate with nature. In the sky, there were some roaming griffin riders. They are few in number, only a little over 100, and act as the eyes, ears, and mouthpiece of the army, observing potential dangers at any time, or helping the army solve some minor problems in advance. In the very center of the army, these are the high-ranking spellcasters, the core of the army, who possess powerful and magical spellcasting abilities, and everyone must prioritize their protection. Besides, these include the largest number of extraordinary soldiers, as well as assassins and priests as special units. I took heavy steps. One by one, they embarked on the path to defeat the evil dragon. Under the manipulation of the Grand Duke of Zijing, Caesar, who had only abducted a few human girls, had already been branded as an evil dragon in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Caesar watched as the human army arrived. Just as he had calculated, there were no major deviations, and the human legion arrived at the only road leading to his territory. And the weather is quite nice today. He had already tested it last night. Without exposure to sunlight, his recovery and defense had not decreased. It was as if the mysterious elements from the eternal blazing sun were stored in his body. Overall, his strength was hardly affected. But if there is good weather, being able to continuously absorb energy from sunlight will greatly enhance his sustained combat power, essentially giving his dragon body a high-level positive buff. Next, the golden patterns on Caesar's dragon scales gradually lit up, and a hint of mockery flashed in his dragon eyes, which were even more dazzling than gold. He suddenly thought of a good idea. Call! He flapped his dragon wings, like a dazzling golden sun. The enormous dragon faced the light, the air currents from its wings stirring up the clouds in the sky. Every inch of its scales shimmered with mysterious elemental power, more dazzling and blinding than the sunlight, so powerful and noble that it satisfied every creature's fantasy of a king. I saw this enormous, golden dragon. The human army was utterly astonished. The spellcasters muttered to themselves, their expressions filled with awe. How could a golden dragon appear here in the Calm Mountains? And such a powerful golden dragon at that, it's truly a rare sight. They held it in utter awe. The awe stems from the fact that, among the 15 most common dragons in the prime material plane, the gold dragons are the strongest in terms of overall strength, and their power has been recognized by the multiverse. Red dragon's strength lies in its physical body. The golden dragon's strength lies in magic. Humans often joke that if you are reborn as a golden dragon, it means your talent has been recognized by the platinum dragon god Bahamut. Not to mention, in their eyes, this seemed to be a young golden dragon. Unlike ordinary dragons, common dragons need to reach adulthood to naturally become high-ranking creatures. However, As the leaders of their respective races, the gold dragon and the red dragon are able to reach enormous sizes in their youth, making them top-tier magical creatures capable of becoming high-ranking dragons ahead of time. If their target for slaying the dragon were such a powerful golden dragon, most soldiers would collapse and lose all will to fight. Moreover, it is said that every golden dragon lives under the watchful eye of Bahamut, the platinum dragon god. As the leader of the metal dragons, golden dragons are extremely formidable creatures. Besides their immense strength, they are incredibly united and harmonious. If they can't win a fight, they'll call on their friends, and bullying the weak with numbers is their fine tradition. What if we still can't beat them? Congratulations. You are about to face the incarnation of the dragon god. Once, a foolish human kingdom had already coveted the golden dragon's body, but in the end, the entire kingdom was completely destroyed, a lesson that should serve as a warning. As a mid-level mage specializing in divination, Riel's knew some inside stories. It was said that an evil god wanted to cause trouble in the dark, but in the end, the powerful dragon god directly defeated the divine kingdom and took back the soul of the golden dragon. It can be imagined how much the platinum dragon god valued the golden dragons. He was extremely protective of them. However, he was not afraid. Because the golden dragon is an extremely friendly creature unless you actively attack it. They often help the weak and vulnerable escape from difficulties. And they don't ask for anything in return. They are gentle, kind, honest, and selfless, with virtues even more trustworthy than human paladins. They are true saints, not just empty slogans. With Caesar, that evil dragon, there are obvious differences. At this time, the dazzling golden dragon flew towards them. Under its storm-like might, the magical mounts became restless and trembled with fear. The soldiers also swayed unsteadily. Their situation was not much better. At this moment, everyone felt as if a storm had broken out on the sea, and they were just a small fishing boat adrift. Seeing this, some spellcasters quickly began chanting morale-boosting spells in low voices. Courage aura. An invisible light flashed, immediately strengthening their resolve and courage, and significantly reducing the negative effects of the dragon's might. As the Legion commander, the high-ranking Knight Zephyr immediately stepped forward, staring directly into the pair of dazzling golden dragon eyes. The dragon's body, as radiant as the sun, came into view, and his breathing became slightly heavy. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency Golden Dragon, we have offended your territory. If we have disturbed your rest, we hope you can forgive our unintentional actions." Golden Dragon likes to wander around. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I'll choose an area as my territory. Everyone mistook Caesar for the Golden Dragon. Because the metal dragons were highly praised in human kingdoms, the human army seemed to be quite unprepared when they saw Caesar arrive. "Humans, what brings you here?" Caesar, a hint of mockery in his eyes, spoke in the common language. Chapter 34 Caesar, I think I am a good dragon. Zephyr is a knight, or more precisely, a high-ranking paladin. He is not a paladin of the Church of Light. They do not believe in gods. His only faith was in the holy light, a special element that could be utilized by humankind. In the world of Erland, there is no battle aura or any other messy system. Everyone uses the elemental power of heaven and earth. Spellcasters control various elements to unleash powerful magic, while warriors use elemental power to enhance their physical attributes and achieve leaps in life level. But everyone's aptitude and lineage are different. Some people are drawn to the element of fire and become a fire warrior. Some are drawn to the element of thunder and become a lightning cannon wielder. Some are drawn to the element of wind and become a storm knight, while Zephyr is drawn to the more common element of holy light. This is a positive energy. However, it will not affect the user. It is said that even the dead can awaken the power of the holy light. Of course, no scholar has confirmed this rumor so far. It is just speculation. But most people who are drawn to this power possess excellent qualities such as courage, justice, self-discipline, and compassion. There are only a few exceptions. In response to Jinlong's question, Zifa was speechless for a moment, because he didn't know how to answer. If it were just a simple matter of defeating an evil dragon, he would gladly inform them and warmly invite the golden dragon to join them in fighting the wicked giant. Their motives are not pure. They captured him and brought him back to the capital. This was unacceptable to the dragon, but it was an important order given to him by the Grand Duke of Zijing. He could not disobey. Zifa was one of the many illegitimate sons of the Grand Duke of Zijing. Due to his outstanding talent, he received the Grand Duke of Zijing's secret support from a young age and enjoyed countless honors and praises. This young man, who was once full of all kinds of good qualities, gradually forgot his original intentions after experiencing the benefits of power. During the rebellion of the Duke of Zijing, he followed closely behind. In most people's eyes, this holy knight, who used to frequently help the weak, has lost his glorious aura and has become a lackey of the Grand Duke of Zijing. Praise, slander, defamation. Zifa wouldn't care. The power of the holy light is not a matter of faith. It doesn't mean that you will lose its power if you change your faith. This paladin, who was promoted by the Grand Duke of Zijing, is only in his 30s and has already become a high-ranking knight of the 8th rank, a dream path that countless people aspire to. Zifa's goals go beyond that. Because he wanted to become a legendary paladin whose fame resounded throughout the continent, to establish his own knightly kingdom, and to become a supreme knight king, the ultimate dream of every knight. Grand Duke Zijing also made a corresponding promise to him. If he can successfully capture the evil dragon that is wreaking havoc on the Silver Moon Kingdom, then the Grand Duke of Zijing will designate a territory on the map of the Silver Moon Kingdom as his future duchy. Then, Zifa gladly accepted the order. After all, it wasn't the first or second time he had ever fought a dragon. The last time, he had worked with the metal dragons to drive away an evil red dragon. He believes himself to be. Even if I were to encounter a fully grown dragon, I would have the strength to fight it. Zifa had once fought against that red dragon who was over 90 years old. Although he was initially beaten badly, he gradually managed to hold on thanks to the magical amplification from the accompanying mage. And this time, they were dealing with a red dragon that was even younger, not even in its adolescence. Although capturing it was more difficult than killing it, it wasn't too difficult for a high-ranking paladin like Zephyr. But now, he encountered a problem. If you tell a golden dragon that you are going to capture a red dragon alive and bring it back to the capital to be judged for its sins, even the metal dragons that hate the 5-colored dragons the most will not give you a good look. Because dragons cannot be insulted. You can kill a dragon in a fair duel, but you must never humiliate a dragon, as that would be considered a provocation against the entire dragon race. If we knew their true purpose. The most likely scenario is that this powerful golden dragon will drive the evil dragon far away from the territory before they even start fighting, thus showing a different kind of favoritism. While Zifa was thinking about his words, the black-robed mage beside him, Riels, gracefully bowed and said, "Your Excellency, a powerful demon recently attacked our human village, causing considerable damage. To avoid further casualties, our benevolent king has decided to quell this evil demon ahead of schedule." He wasn't lying. Although a 4th-tier divination spellcaster is not as powerful as spellcasters from other schools, he possesses extremely broad knowledge and experience. Some high-ranking mages from the combat school may not even know as much secret information as he does, so he understands that he absolutely cannot lie to a golden dragon. Jinong is kind. However, they possess a remarkably keen intuition for detecting lies, which prevents them from being deceived by some ambitious human actors using the guise of justice. So, Riels changed his story, only blurring the image of the target, describing the red dragon as a powerful and evil monster. Now, he could only hope that the golden dragon wouldn't be interested in this matter. Certainly. He was prepared to wander around with the golden dragon for another month, until the dragon's curiosity was worn off and it would leave naturally, because the golden dragon was a creature that loved to meddle in other people's business. Their enthusiasm is so irresistible that you can't refuse. Just like the dragon god they worship. For example, the platinum dragon god likes to appear in the mortal realm of various material worlds in the form of an old man, or a young man just starting out. He often brings with him 7 young golden dragons who have been chosen to become canaries, and frequently helps kind creatures that are in danger. Metal dragons who believe in and respect the god of good dragons. Naturally, those above followed suit. An evil creature? Upon hearing Riels' explanation, Caesar's eyes flickered. It's important to understand that the human kingdoms are extremely powerful. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be the ones dominating the Emerald Continent now. Apart from top-tier magical creatures like dragons, only mindless monsters would actively invade human territory, but most of them are blasted to death by spells by the local spellcasters before they can cause any trouble. He is now basically certain. This human army has indeed come to punish us. Although he liked to solve problems with violence, abduct beautiful females, reap without sowing, and plunder other people's treasures, Caesar believed that he was a good dragon. Now, having confirmed the hostility of the newcomers, Caesar gradually revealed a very benevolent smile. Then, he slightly opened his dragon mouth. Wisps of destructive lightning elements were revealed, and the once bright sky was immediately shrouded in thick dark clouds, covering an area of 5,000 meters in radius. For a moment, it flashed with terrifying purple lightning, as if the god of thunder had been enraged. Chapter 35. Who told you I'm a golden dragon? High-level spell Thunderous Purgatory. Controlling the raging lightning element to unleash devastating attacks is one of the most powerful 7th ring spells in the Conjuration School. High-ranking mages of the 8th or 9th ring usually need a long time to learn it, as it has an extremely wide range. A frenzied lightning element. For spellcasters, controlling it is equally tricky. The elemental radiance of that high-level magic was so dazzling, so captivating, and so dangerous. It even temporarily obscured the sun's rays. Boom! Upon hearing the thunderous explosion, the elite army from the Silver Moon Kingdom instantly turned pale with dismay, staring incredulously at the golden dragon. Why? The first to react was the high-ranking paladin. Zephyr's gaze towards the golden dragon instantly shifted from respect to complex emotions, shock, confusion, and bewilderment. In a short time, his heart turned ice-cold. It's too close. High-level spells take a considerable amount of time to cast, but this almost instantaneous high-level spell is obviously the effect of a magic scroll. There was no time to continue questioning. Zephyr roared. All spellcasters, construct a magical barrier! The spellcasters accompanying the army also realized the seriousness of the problem, and immediately began chanting incantations loudly. Fortunately, high-level spells like Thunderous Purgatory require some time to accumulate energy. Shield of Faith. Elemental Shield. Magical Chain Construction. Dozens of lower-level spellcasters, led by 6 mid-level spellcasters, chanted the incantation together with focused concentration. Each of them was sweating profusely and looked extremely tense. Compared to Zifa, these spellcasters were all too aware of the terror of high-level spells. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. All the soldiers were at a loss. In this situation, they had no choice. The range of this high-level spell was very large, and so close that only the most agile griffin riders had a chance to create distance. And Caesar. They fled the moment they crushed the magic scroll. Wide-range spells don't target only enemies and ignore allies. They're indiscriminate attacks. 10 seconds later. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt, as thick as a python, roared. With this boom, the high-level spell was fully charged. Endless lightning continuously bombarded down, turning the earth into scorched earth and the mortal world into a purgatory. The surging elemental power was like a natural disaster. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. The force struck a heavily armored knight, unleashing devastating power amidst his pitiful howls, instantly obliterating even his formidable armor. Metallic elements attract lightning. The two are closely related. Even though the spellcasters warned them immediately, the heavy armor of those knights was not so easy to remove, and they became the main targets of Thunder's attack. Boom! 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 Multiple deafening thunderous roars echoed through the sky. In an instant, the soldiers within this area suffered an incredibly terrifying bombardment. Faced with the powerful high-level spells, even a young dragon would be instantly killed if hit head-on, let alone humans with their fragile bodies. In a short time, a large number of soldiers were blown to death, leaving not even ashes behind. On a battlefield with a large number of people, the destructive power of high-level spells can only be described as terrifying. If we consider mid-level spells as turrets, high-level spells are like meat grinders. Once affected by high-level spells, only high-ranking warriors or spellcasters can avoid taking the full force of the damage by creating distance the moment the elemental aura on the high-ranking mages flashes intensely. But they had almost no guard against Jinlong. Casting a high-level magic scroll is equivalent to casting an instant spell. If it weren't for the fact that the high-level spell Thunderous Inferno requires a period of charging after casting, apart from the Legion Commander, the high-level Paladin Zifa, and some mid-level peak warriors with extremely strong physical abilities, the chances of others surviving would be extremely slim. Even so, a few minutes later, the entire army had suffered almost half its casualties. Those lucky survivors were shielded from the thunderous attacks by the spellcasters who used magic to construct chains. The thick dark clouds gradually dispersed. This infernal chasm of lightning, as fierce as the wrath of heaven, left those who survived with lingering fear. Starting with high-level spells yielded considerable results. Looking at the devastated battlefield below, Caesar sighed with emotion. There was a reason why spellcasters held such a high status. A few high-level spells could cause even the largest army of extraordinary beings to collapse. His life level has reached the 5th level. However, his spellcasting skills aren't quite up to par. He's only proficient in evocation spells below the 4th rank. Perhaps he could find some time to improve those. But now is the best time to attack the human army. Roar! With the deafening roar of a dragon. The kin hidden not far away roared and brandished their weapons as they charged at the human army that was just about to rest and heal. At the same time, a giant snake, 17 meters long and covered in purple scales, and a huge white tiger, nearly 13 meters long, led their entourage directly into the battlefield. 4th ring spell, War Frenzy. Closely following behind was the troll wizard, who commanded the trolls to charge while casting wide-range spells to amplify the monster army. And those dragon-vein creatures. The Gnoll leader, Soren, along with his dragon blood gnolls and dragon blood kobolds, targeted the griffin riders who had not suffered much damage, eliminating their more agile elite units. Behind the monster army, these were the fire lizards. The magical organs in their mouths swelled violently, spewing out into the sky and forming a dense rain of lava fire that fell upon the center of the human army formation. Prepare for battle! Zifa had not expected that after being ambushed by the golden dragon, such a large army of monsters would launch an attack on their troops. After suffering a severe blow, the human army, with only a little over 1,000 men remaining, still demonstrated its well-trained nature. A halo of glory. Healing aura. Aura of courage. The spellcasters chanted various incantations, bestowing upon the soldiers one amplifying aura after another, greatly enhancing their strength and strengthening their resolve to fight. If it's a regular army, the army was likely completely destroyed after being bombarded by high-level spells, let alone able to continue fighting, but it had many spellcasters stationed within its ranks. In war, as long as the accompanying mages do not die prematurely, the soldiers are unlikely to desert. Faced with this war against humanity, Caesar did not immediately help his followers win, because he was now being targeted by a paladin whose life form had reached the 8th level. Due to the spellcaster's anti-flying spells, all flying creatures have lost the ability to fly and can only wander at low altitudes, unable to use their air superiority to attack the army. Your Excellency Jin Long, what exactly do you mean by this? Zephyr, who had also suffered serious injuries, angrily questioned. First the high-level spell, then the monster attack. All of this was clearly the work of the golden dragon before me. But the virtues of the metal dragons have been proven over a long history. Even now, Zephyr still hasn't doubted the true identity of the dragon before him, simply assuming that he has offended this powerful golden dragon somewhere in the past. Ha! Caesar burst into wild laughter, a terrifying laugh that sounded exactly like the great demon king described by bards. Foolish and ignorant creature, who told you I was a golden dragon? They used the identities of those golden scales to commit fraud. This matter. This is so interesting. Chapter 36 The Battlefield in a Stalemate. Compared to the astonishing number of humans, dragons, as top-tier magical creatures, are extremely rare. Our understanding of dragons. This applies only to anthropologists who specialize in studying dragons. Most people only know how to identify a dragon species by the color of its scales, because dragons look almost identical to each other in their eyes. Judging from appearance. If we ignore the color of their scales, exclude the pitiful creatures like the white dragon that have no horns, and further exclude the ugly appearance of the black dragon that resembles a skeleton, then overall, they really do look quite similar. And, perhaps due to the difference in their respective races, the red dragon and the gold dragon are more similar in small details such as dragon horns, wings, and claws. Under Caesar's deliberate disguise, the human army then mistook the red dragon in front of them for a golden dragon. I heard piercing, maniacal laughter. Zifa's face was already ashen. Although he didn't know why the dragon in front of him was so similar to the golden dragon, there was no doubt that this unknown dragon was an evil dragon. In the name of the holy light, destroy evil! The high-ranking paladin roared loudly. He was enveloped in a dense array of holy light, making him look like a divine judge from heaven, though a hint of black shadow lingered within the intense light. The magic great sword unleashed a chilling sword aura. Like a whirlwind, wave after wave of attacks slashed at Caesar. The strength of an 8th-tier paladin was quite terrifying. Even when Caesar used his dragon claws to strike, he was still accidentally cut open with some wounds. Golden dragon blood flowed out. However, the dragon was so large that these wounds had little impact on the battle. Holy light, an elemental power, deals double damage to undead, but it doesn't have the same effect on dragons. Moreover, the defensive power of dragon scales made Zephyr's hands ache with each strike. This little bug is still troublesome. Caesar swatted the magic greatsword away with another claw strike. Feeling the wounds piling up on his body, he felt a sense of unease. He sensed that this paladin's experience in dealing with dragons was far too extensive, and it seemed he was trying to weaken him through this method, thus rapidly tilting the balance of the battle. 5th Order versus 8th Order. Even the fact that a dragon can fight against a higher level is still quite astonishing. You should know that if a 5th-tier human warrior were to face an 8th-tier paladin, the 5th-tier warrior might be so scared that he would wet himself before the fight even started. They couldn't last more than a few rounds. Other 5-colored dragon species might be able to defeat 6th-tier creatures at the 5th tier by paying some price, but when faced with 7th-tier life forms, the cunning dragons would only flee at the first opportunity. The difference between the median and the high is quite large. Only more powerful dragon species like red dragons and gold dragons can possibly engage in a fierce battle with higher-level life forms at this stage, but whether they can win remains to be seen. What if it's the 8th Order? Let's pray to the dragon god for protection. Only a high-ranking dragon can handle this. Boom! Caesar folded its wings and extended its dragon claws, golden elemental power gathering on them, unleashing a powerful and heavy attack filled with terrifying impact. He suddenly slapped the paladin away. The mysterious element from the eternal sun was being consumed rapidly within his body, and this positive buff became increasingly powerful under the sun's rays, which was the main reason why he was able to fight against opponents of higher levels. Take advantage of this break. Caesar glanced at the fierce battlefield. Sylvanus and the ferocious white tiger were like mowing down enemies in a game of Musa mode, each attack precisely taking the lives of several extraordinary soldiers. The heavily armored knights were hit primarily by high-level magic. A large gap was torn in the defensive formation. The artillerymen and musketeers responsible for the main output were unable to mount any effective defense. The ferocious and savage trolls directly endured the violent gunpowder explosions, and even with their arms and heads blown off, they fearlessly delivered a blow with their clubs, scattering red and white matter everywhere. The spellcasters in the army also immediately launched an effective counterattack. Various low-level spells. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Wind Blade, Disintegration. Various spells of different attributes rained down on the monster army in an instant, causing the deaths of a large number of its minions. Then, the mid-level spellcasters immediately applied various buffs to the 4 6th-tier Legion commanders' lieutenants, and with their help, they quickly stopped Sylvanus and the ferocious white tiger's one-sided massacre. Situation. It seems like things have reached a stalemate. What a troublesome bunch of little insects. Caesar looked at the group of spellcasters, a ferocious glint in his dragon eyes, and a terrifying killing intent was brewing. The spellcasters are incredibly useful. Even more crucial than Zephyr, an 8th-tier paladin. If it weren't for these spellcasters, very few members of the entire human army would have survived the moment the high-level spell was unleashed. Only a small number of humans from Zephyr survived. It's completely useless. Caesar's monster army could completely overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. Before advancing to legendary status, quantity could completely compensate for the quality gap. Even a high-ranking mage's magic power is limited, let alone a high-ranking warrior with extremely limited abilities. Now, under their various spells, the human army, which was on the verge of collapse, actually turned the disadvantage into an even balance, and even showed signs of launching a counterattack. Roar! As the sun rose, the golden light on the dragon's body became even more dazzling, and it let out a huge roar that shook the sky and the earth. Caesar decided to break this somewhat stalemate. He opened his mouth. The crimson flames gradually turned golden red, pouring out in an instant, melting everything in sight, like a destructive flame from hell. The high-ranking paladin reacted quite quickly. Upon noticing Caesar's movements, he acted with unwavering decisiveness, abandoning his magical mount and instantly escaping the range of the terrifying dragon's breath attack. Stay where you are. All that remained was a massive crater hundreds of meters deep, reeking of a burnt, foul odor. All living things within its radius, whether monsters or humans, were annihilated. What kind of dragon is this? Zephyr was utterly shocked by the devastating scene before him. He had never seen such terrifying dragon breath. Even the blazing dragon breath of the golden dragon is far inferior to this terrifying behemoth before them. If hit head-on, he, a high-ranking paladin, would probably die on the spot. To some extent, the power of this dragon breath is comparable to a high-ranking spell, only the range is not as wide. In an instant, Zepha's muscles tensed up. Although the dragon in front of him was much weaker than the young red dragon he had fought before, its terrifying dragon breath was enough to cause serious injury even if one was not killed by it. Chapter 37 The situation turns twist. TSK, they escaped really fast. Clumps of burning flame still remained on Caesar's dragon fangs. He was now quite skilled at manipulating the power of the solar element, and his physical strength was not severely depleted. Without affecting combat effectiveness, he can unleash 2 or 3 more devastating dragon breaths with the power of high-level magic, the power of which far surpasses that of ordinary red dragon breath. But the opponent was a relatively agile high-ranking paladin, not a brainless large magical creature like the fiery yak, and was able to avoid the dragon's breath attack trajectory in advance. Caesar never imagined that a single dragon breath would kill this powerful high-ranking paladin. That's simply unrealistic. He only wanted to achieve his goal of repelling the opponent and making them wary of the power of the dragon's breath, rather than having them constantly bother him like a leech. The next moment, to Zifa's astonishment and fury, the giant dragon, flapping its wings, shifted its target, and with a ferocious momentum, tore through the human army's defenses, attacking the spellcasters. Caesar understood where the key factor in this war lay. The spellcaster must die. The accompanying mages reacted immediately, unleashing a barrage of low-level spells and a few mid-level spells, causing Caesar to wince in pain and even break some of his dragon scales. Too many lower-level spells can also be very painful. His magic resistance is only slightly stronger than that of the young red dragon. The main reason is that the power of his 4th and 5th ring mid-level spells is no less than the damage caused by Zephyr's magic greatsword. Caesar did not continue using the powerful dragon breath. Dragon breath is more effective against large creatures and is generally used for indiscriminate attacks. Compared to the physically strong warriors, spellcasters are actually more agile. Although the sky is under an anti-flying spell, they can use their magic to create an opening and cast flight spells such as group levitation on their own side to avoid the terrifying power of the dragon's breath. The damage couldn't be hit. That's just a waste of energy. Fiery red elemental light shone on his body. In an instant, as the golden light faded, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a powerful and evil red dragon, its deep red scales radiating a dazzling light. 4th ring spell, resist fire ring. 4th ring spell, exploding fireball. 4th ring spell, wall of fire. Due to his excellent control over the fire element, these mid-level spells, which would normally require a considerable amount of chanting time, were infinitely compressed by Caesar, creating an illusion of instantaneous casting. The vast magical reserves within the red dragon were sufficient to support the casting of all the 4th circle fire-based evocation spells. Due to the manipulation of mental power, magic is far more flexible than dragon breath. It can have a certain locking effect, since there are very few creatures like the ferocious white tiger that can predict things in advance based on their wild instincts. Faced with the red dragon mage's counterattack, the expressions on the faces of the many spellcasters became extremely interesting. This is outrageous. It's important to know that instant casting of mid-level spells is a rather special magical feat that can only be acquired after advancing to the rank of high-level mage. For a dragon, who doesn't particularly enjoy spellcasting, to be able to achieve this level of skill is incredibly impactful for mages who have studied spellcasting for decades. But they no longer had time to dwell on it. The casting speed was too fast. They simply didn't have time to cast spells with stronger defensive capabilities. Just as the overwhelming flames were about to erupt. While many lower-level spellcasters were building magical barriers for themselves, the protective old mage, one of the 6 mid-level spellcasters, finally cast the 5th circle spell, Anti-Magic Field. An invisible magical barrier rose up. Just now. It was under the guidance of this protective old mage that everyone's magic was linked together, which allowed them to withstand the devastating burst of high-level spells. But there's no time left. They were also unable to repeat it once more. Can a 5th circle spell withstand so many mid-level evocation spells? The answer is no, it's unbearable. In the material world, the reason why evocation magic has been able to occupy a dominant position is because of its powerful destructive and lethal force, which is second to none among all combat schools. Boom! A dozen or so fire-based energy spells bombarded the area. The scorching heat waves were initially stopped by the anti-magic field for a moment, and then exploded out brilliantly like fireworks. A vast expanse of fire appeared. The unexpected magical attack resulted in the deaths of almost all the lower-ranking spellcasters. If it weren't for the 5th circle protective spells buying them some time, even mid-level spellcasters would have had a hard time surviving this outbreak. Even so, almost all of their magical equipment was rendered ineffective. Magic can create miracles. It can also destroy miracles. Zephyr's friend, Riel's, a fourth-tier divination spellcaster, also died in this terrible outbreak because he had no strong protective measures. Damn dragon! Zephyr's mentality gradually spiraled out of control. He watched helplessly as Caesar destroyed his legions and killed his friends, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He already understands. I have to work my hardest. If they still fear being affected by that terrifying dragon's breath, then they and their entire legion will be completely buried in the Kal Mountains, which are full of monsters. Kal! The power of holy light seemed to burn within him, and his entire aura had completely changed. He showed no human emotions whatsoever, like a ruthless killing machine. This was a special secret technique that the Duke of Zijing taught him. Each time he helped him turn the tide at crucial moments, Zifa failed to notice that the incredibly bright holy light seemed to be fading, the white and black intertwining like a delicate gray. Are they starting to fight tooth and nail? Instead of ruthlessly killing the remaining spellcasters, Caesar focused his attention on the only high-ranking being on the battlefield, a high-ranking paladin who had reached the 8th tier of life form. Suddenly, he smelled a very evil odor. Dragons have an incredibly sensitive sense of smell, which can filter out many harmful toxins and is also quite sensitive to various elements. That was not the scent that holy light elements should have. On the other side, having lost the support of the spellcasters, Zephyr's 4 lieutenants, 6th-tier human warriors, were quickly overwhelmed by Sylvanas and the ferocious white tiger, frequently suffering injuries and coughing up blood. Before ascending to legendary status. Aside from spellcasters, human warriors are always at a disadvantage when fighting large creatures of the same level, unless they are some special top-tier melee classes, but such human geniuses usually only appear in powerful magical empires. On other smaller battlefields, with their vigorous vitality and the fire support of the fire lizards, the monster army gradually gained the upper hand, and the situation seemed to be very favorable. Chapter 38 The Demon from the Nine Hells. An aura from the Nine Hells. After a moment's thought, Caesar found the corresponding aura characteristics in the dragon's legacy. A high-ranking paladin unknowingly entered into a pact with some powerful being in the Nine Hells, a pact he himself may not even be aware of. It seems something quite interesting has happened, though it's unclear which high-ranking demon's conspiracy it might be. It needs to be made clear that Hell and the Abyss are two completely different realms. The Abyss is chaotic and evil. There was no order whatsoever. However, Hell is a sinful paradise established by a lawful evil demon lord. It is known as the ultimate plane of order and evil, consisting of 9 layers. It is the home of various demons and the paradise of some evil gods. It is called the 9 Hells of Bathory, and is one of the countless outer planes of the material world. This led the knights who believed in the holy light to their downfall. But it's the devil's favorite. Compared to the demon lords of the Abyss, the demons of Hell prefer to study strategies and deception. The high-ranking paladin before them had completely gone mad, losing all the elegance and holiness a paladin should possess, and was like a barbarian who had been put into a berserk state. But the moment Zephyr feared Caesar's dragon breath, their army's defeat was already sealed. With the high-ranking paladins no longer holding them back, the mighty red dragon had used its powerful evocation magic to completely shatter the spellcasters' lines. The remaining mid-ranking spellcasters were no longer able to support such a large-scale entire spell and could only watch helplessly as Caesar ascended to a height of 1,000 meters. High-ranking paladins do not have the ability to fly. It belongs to the ground unit. Sometimes, a single mistake can lead to unpredictable situations on the battlefield. Unable to vent his hatred, Zifa turned his attention to the gnolls and kobolds that surrounded him, and in just a short time, he slaughtered more than a dozen of their monster minions. Caesar didn't care at all. He wouldn't put himself in danger for the sake of some of his followers. When an 8th-tier paladin really goes berserk and fights desperately, some adult dragons have to temporarily avoid his sharp edge. But the sky is the dragon's domain. He flapped his dragon wings and soared freely above the battlefield, casually casting forth circle fire-based energy spells, causing far greater damage than that of a high-ranking paladin. One-on-one. He was no match for the paladin. Rotary mowing? Even a high-ranking paladin isn't worthy to lick his dragon scales. With a single, casual attack, the griffin riders who had been fighting hard against the dragon's retinue were instantly routed. The power emanating from the dragons might cause the already fearful griffins to tremble incessantly, and some even abandoned their masters. The defeat spread like a tidal wave. A fully unleashed red dragon is a mobile dragon fortress on the battlefield, its fire-based energy manipulation spells descending upon every extraordinary soldier at any moment. As time goes by, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The extraordinary legion of over 3,000 men was almost completely wiped out. The remaining mid-level mages also failed to escape Caesar's dragon claws. One by one, the powerful red dragon, with its formidable magic resistance, withstood the barrage of spells and took their lives. Zepha's 4 lieutenants. The 4 Tier 6 extraordinary warriors, manipulated by Sylvanas' enchanting school's mental magic, were completely at her mercy and had long since perished. Now, the only one left was the paladin who stood tall on the battlefield. His red cloak was tattered, and his armor was completely soaked in crimson liquid and putrid green, making him look extremely gruesome. But the surrounding monster minions were filled with fear and dared not go any further. This high-ranking knight, whose life level has reached the 8th rank, has relatively simple combat methods, but his skill in close combat is unparalleled. He is indeed a human warrior who once fought against a high-ranking dragon. After a morning of fighting, the monster army also suffered heavy losses, but the human soldiers inflicted very few casualties on them. Most of them were killed by the spellcaster's magic. But most of the staff were laid off. The main weapon was the magic great sword from a high-ranking paladin. Under his sword, hundreds of jackal and kobolds who charged into battle were killed or wounded, either directly or indirectly, and the 2 monster tribes were almost wiped out. However, the Gnoll leader, Soren, showed no mercy to his people. They were forced to go and exhaust the high-ranking paladin's stamina. The Gnoll race, although only half the lifespan of a normal human, has an alarmingly fast growth cycle, reaching adulthood in just a few years, making them the main cannon fodder in the monster army. In a while. That way, they can raise a considerable Gnoll army again. The only limitation to their breeding speed is food. Now that they have joined the Great Red Dragon, they don't need to worry too much about food in the dragon's territory, and it's only a matter of time before their numbers increase. Compared to Gnolls, the kobolds suffered even greater losses. It's estimated that they can hardly gather even 100 kobolds now. But the same applies. They grow slower than Gnolls, but reproduce faster because Gnolls are extremely prolific oviparous creatures with the highest birth rate among humanids. A pregnant female kobold. She can lay her eggs in about 2 weeks, and the incubation time is only 2 months. Moreover, the kobolds that have just hatched can walk upright within a few hours and reach adolescence in 6 years. Gnolls, kobolds, and lizardmen are 3 major monster races. Legend has it that they were created by a great dragon god to serve the dragon race. They do not worship their own race as gods, but they have unwavering faith in the powerful dragons, regarding the dragons that their tribe serves as the most revered gods. Although they are very weak. However, their powerful reproductive ability ensures that dragons never lack servants to command. Next are the trolls. These brainless bastards didn't suffer that many casualties. Under the command of the cunning troll wizard, the trolls, with their powerful regenerative abilities, suffered very few losses. But the fire lizards. Their main role is to provide fire support to the monster army. Countless human soldiers have died under their fire spells, and they play a very important role. All the monsters shrank into a circle. Surround the high-ranking paladins. Although the high-ranking paladin looked to be at his limit, appearing weak and battered, Caesar was still not entirely at ease and did not approach too closely. He is extremely steady. Once the dragon's mouth is opened, it will end the life of this powerful human with a destructive dragon breath from a distance. However, in an instant, everything vanished. The high-ranking paladins have vanished, their monster legions have vanished, Sylvanas has vanished, the ferocious white tiger has vanished. The beautiful scenery of the Karl Mountains is gone forever. A somewhat decadent world has emerged. Numerous beautiful women appeared before the red dragon, each swaying their ample hips and displaying their alluring figures, before collapsing onto Caesar's incredibly powerful body with seductive smiles. Chapter 39 Galatia, the Queen of Lust. Countless images came to life, including the allure of angels, demons, devils, elves, and other creatures. Caesar, however, remained completely unmoved. Ridiculous. He's a red dragon who's actually fought in real combat. How could mere illusions fool him? After all, it is the material world. Those filthy hellish creatures cannot easily descend, even if they are high-ranking demons at the legendary level, let alone invade the mind of a red dragon through a contract with a human. 9-layered purgatory. The devil who controls desire. An existence so powerful that it can disregard some of the fundamental rules of the material world. Anyone with even a slight understanding of hell would have a chilling name come to mind. Glacia, the Queen of Lust. Lord of the 6th level of hell. Besides this terrifying identity, she is also the daughter of the Lord of the 9 hells, a princess from hell, and the ruler of all lustful demons. This conjecture made Caesar's heart sink. With a flap of his wings, the beauties surrounding his dragon body vanished instantly. Desires of the mind originate from the fantasies of the creature's heart, and most of these fantasies stem from the plot of the book, The Romantic Dragon Knight, that Caesar had read before. Caesar roared. A tremendous dragon roar echoed throughout the entire mind world. Grace, Lord of Marbogi Hell, get out of my mind world! Red dragons rarely worship gods, not even the mother of dragons who created them. There is a rather indifferent sense of awe towards deities. Once they reach the ancient dragon stage, even the highest deities will try to win them over. Some incredibly powerful primordial red dragons can even easily slaughter the saintly incarnations of some deities in the mortal realm. Deities cannot easily descend upon the material world. The same applies to evil gods. They all live in the outer plane. The material world can only accommodate demigod-level beings at most, and such beings are often only accessible to the holy incarnations of powerful deities. So, the gods, who are high above, have a more cooperative relationship with the powerful top races. Meanwhile, a sinister laugh echoed from the other side. Look what I've found! A cute little red dragon. A huge, illusory figure looked down at the tiny red dragon, its alluring purple eyes filled with ill intent. The Queen of Lust. Gracia is a beautiful demon with bronze skin, an absolutely exquisite and alluring face, and her most distinctive features are a pair of wings that symbolize her status as a high-ranking succubus, as well as a small, deadly swallowtail, and incredibly sexy little horns. In terms of appearance, she is considered one of the most beautiful female beings in the multiverse, and together with the demon lord of the 570th layer of the abyss, the succubus queen Mechanshut, she is known as one of the 2 most beautiful female evil gods in the evil faction. He had no interest in the female evil god's provocations. Caesar stared coldly at Gracia's projection, uttering a low, threatening tone. Gracia, are you trying to provoke the great Red Dragon clan? The god of evil dragons, the immortal dragon queen, the demon dragon lord. Her Majesty Queen Tiamat is always watching over her beloved children. The mother of the 5-colored evil dragons. She doesn't value the metallic dragons as much as the platinum dragon god Bahamut does the 5-colored dragons she created. Judging from the habits of the 5-colored dragons, it's clear that this mother of dragons will only become more ruthless, and her evil nature means she won't pay much attention to them. But it's not entirely non-existent. Tiamat actually longed for the worship of dragons, but unfortunately, the evil dragons, who were always kind to their mothers and filial to their children, followed suit, and to this day she was still only a weak god. The more powerful the intelligent race, the more terrifying the faith power it provides, the more terrifying it becomes. If all the dragons were to develop the idea of worshipping a deity, then it is highly likely that the massive amount of faith power could instantly create several powerful dragon gods within the dragon race. But alas, even the Lord of the North Wind, the god of good dragons, Bahamut, could not do this. Although the Metal Dragon clan greatly respected this platinum dragon god, the dragons who worshipped him were only slightly more powerful, really just a little bit more, or only slightly more powerful than Tiamat. This has resulted in the 2 powerful dragon gods of the dragon clan still only possessing weak divine power. So, Tiamat's gaze also changed with her mood. Perhaps she would only cast a few insignificant glances at her children when she became interested in increasing her divine power. Threatening a great devil is not a wise choice. If you are willing to become my henchman, I will give you unparalleled physical pleasure and help you become a legendary red dragon ahead of time. What do you say? Gracia scoffed, for she was well aware of the wicked nature of the 5-colored dragon mother. The tone was incredibly seductive at that moment. Compared to seducing a high-ranking paladin, seducing a red dragon with extremely high potential would give her a stronger sense of conquest and pleasure. Everything on the battlefield. They had long been under the watchful eye of this great devil from hell. Caesar's performance truly surprised the succubus queen from hell. A red dragon in its adolescence had almost killed an 8th-rank high-level paladin. I could feel a life force that was far more vigorous than that of dragons of the same age. This only proves one thing. Caesar's potential is extraordinary. This is a genius red dragon that is very likely to reach the level of a legendary creature in its prime after the age of 200, so she directly used the blood pact within the high-ranking paladin to send down her projection to recruit it. once Caesar grows up and becomes the primordial red dragon. So, Gracia will have a fairly powerful top-tier minion in the prime material world, which will greatly benefit her in consolidating her dominance in the Nine Hells. To seduce Caesar. The daughter of the Lord of the Nine Hells, the Lord of the sixth level of Hell, the Queen of Lust, Gracia, rarely revealed her true form. She believed that no male creature could resist her charm. Hee. I, Caesar, love to refuse those self-righteous fellows the most. Caesar gave a disdainful smile. To follow a great devil? Only someone with a brain full of water would follow these evil creatures whose hearts are filled with darkness, or rather, this succubus Queen Gracia is a rather ordinary hell lord. Both are weak divine powers. The five-colored dragon mother could even hang the lust queen up and beat her. Dragon gods are first and foremost dragons, and only secondly gods. Their power primarily stems from their dragon bloodline. Divine power is merely a means to obtain eternal life. They all sided with evil gods. Why doesn't he worship the five-colored dragon mother? After some probing, even invoking the name of Tiamat, the five-colored dragon mother, the queen of desires still only offered empty words, leading Caesar to conclude that she was merely a figurehead. The next moment, an incomparably dazzling golden light burst forth from the depths of his soul. Chapter 40. The war is over, a great victory. Caesar's awakened special talent is quite useful. It can draw upon the power of the blazing sun. This is strange. Within the vast legacy of the dragon, there are very few creatures that can use the element of the sun. In the primary material world of the multiverse, the sun is a special celestial body in most of them. It is the origin of everything, the source of life, bringing light and dispelling darkness, more like a concept. He can bring strength and health to the weak and the injured. At the same time, it can also destroy all darkness and evil. Often, for benevolent deities, obtaining authority over the sun greatly helps them gather faith and enhance their divine power. For example, the god of light. A great being with immense divine power, whose followers are found throughout countless planes and worlds. Even dragons must temporarily set aside their arrogance and offer their respect to this powerful deity. Because of the different roles of the clergy, the powers wielded by the gods also vary in strength. The divine office of light established the great position of the god of light in the pantheon of goodness, yet he still strives tirelessly to seek the divine office of the sun, enabling many believers to convey his new doctrines, just as sunlight brings warmth to living beings while encouraging and helping those who do good. The power of the sun generally encompasses the power of many attributes. This power usually includes the attribute of exterminating evil, giving Caesar a more obvious advantage in dealing with creatures of the evil faction, making it quite useful. The projection of the evil god gradually became illusory. The succubus Queen Gracia was not as angry as he had imagined. Instead, she was quite calm. As the ruler of hell who commanded many high-ranking demons, she had seen too many tough guys. Even the most resolute paladins would gradually sell their souls once their weaknesses were discovered. For the great devil who is almost eternal, she has plenty of time to tame this stubborn little red dragon. Gracia lowered her eyes and looked down at Caesar's dragon shadow, leaving only one sentence. One day, you will succumb to the allure of the high succubus, and then I will reward you with 1,000 years to lick my toes. Hee. Caesar sneered, thinking viciously. When we meet again, I will make you lick every single scale on my body like a dog. That will be the great red dragon emperor's reward to you for coveting its own existence. He wouldn't give even the most powerful demon from hell a kind look. A demon lord who controls the 6th level of hell. The pressure they face is considerable. The endless blood war between the demons dwelling in the bottomless abyss and the devils of the 9 layers of hell has lasted for countless years. They are well-known mortal enemies in the multiverse, even older than the origins of many gods. This is an eternal war, and also the balance of the multiverse. It's impossible to spare too much energy to deal with a dragon that hasn't even reached the legendary level. In the eyes of the gods, something that hasn't reached the legendary level can't even be called a plaything. It can only be described as an ant. But the appearance of the great demon still worried Long Ting. In an instant, as the figure of the lust queen Gracia disappeared, the world filled with desire vanished, and in its place appeared the beautiful scenery of the Coral Mountains, as if nothing had happened. Bang! The high-ranking paladins who were originally standing firm. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, as if a lake had been drained of water, losing all traces of life, dying without anyone noticing. Ha! The consequences of dealing with the devil! Caesar flicked his dragon tail. A single lash from its tail sent the high-ranking paladin flying, his cold helmet falling off his head to reveal an utterly empty human face. Obviously, he has lost his own soul. The devil is a lawful evil creature that follows rules. After helping you obtain the power you desire, it often drags your soul back to hell when you are on the verge of death. For them, the soul is a bargaining chip. Despite being targeted by the devil, Caesar remained in a good mood. Because they won the war against the human army. The magical equipment of over 3,000 extraordinary soldiers, along with the magical gems treasured by the spellcasters and various wondrous knowledge, constitute an immense treasure. All the relatives. Under Caesar's watchful eye, they began to clean up the battlefield, clearing out all the spoils of war. Given Red Dragon's sensitivity to wealth, he wouldn't let a single penny slip by. Seeing the monsters struggling, Caesar felt he needed to gather more familiars. After this battle, the combined number of gnolls and kobolds is less than 200, while the trolls and fire lizards have suffered relatively minor losses and have even unexpectedly captured several dozen human griffins. There are too few family members nowadays. Some dragon-vein creatures have died due to the spellcasters' targeting, and without their main hunters, getting any high-quality food will depend on luck for the time being. The only consolation is the intelligent, capable, and extremely loyal dragon blood gnoll, Soren, is still alive. Let's look further south then. Caesar thought of the territory of the fiery yak, where the more lush south was home to more intelligent tribes. After a while, the battlefield was completely cleared, and a large number of magical heavy armor, great swords and shields, muskets and cannons, and staves were piled up, taller than Caesar's body. It resembles a small hill. However, there were only about 100 magic gems in total, most of which belonged to the spellcasters and were treasured by Caesar in the layers of the dragon's scales. There are too many magical items. Caesar's spatial ring could only hold a portion of them. After taking stock of the quantity, he had no choice but to order his followers to move them all to his dragon's lair. Because the dragon's nest needs a guardian. Caesar did not involve Qingyu and Diana in the battle. They were his companions and guardians of the dragon's lair. One was a 6th-tier magical creature, and the other was a mid-level spellcaster, to prevent any foolish thieves from plundering the treasures in his dragon's lair. The gains from the war were far too great. It took the dragon's retinue a whole day to carry the large amount of spoils back to their dragon's lair. Caesar placed it on top of the extinct volcano, in the distance from the lava pool. Caesar was extremely fond of the magical equipment that radiated elemental power. This immense wealth was something that even some adult dragons could not possess. We need to find a way to sell them. Caesar thought so. Compared to unusable magical equipment, red dragons still prefer magical gems and gold and silver. With these adorable companions, their growth rate is faster. However, things must be done one at a time. Lazy dragons don't like to concentrate their busy work in one place, as it greatly affects their mood. When he finished organizing the treasure, good news has finally arrived. Qingyu has successfully given birth to 3 giant eggs. Chapter 41 Morningstar Rewards Secondary. Caesar flapped his dragon wings and quickly arrived at Qingyu's lair. This is a super large nest suspended on a cliff, constructed of hard black hardwood, more than 30 meters long, occupying the other side of the mountain peak. The nest was filled with soft, fragrant orchid grass. 3 crystal clear, jade-like eggs were placed quietly on the soft grass. Each egg was about a meter tall and covered with various magical patterns, with sparks occasionally flashing across them. Blue-feathered eagle. This is a relatively rare magical creature with high intelligence. They are born with the ability to utilize the power of wind elements, and the largest of them can grow to more than 20 meters in size. They are known by humans as the kings of the wind in the sky. Their gestation period is usually about 6 months. The incubation period is half a month. However, the gestation period, which was originally 6 months, was more than doubled after the union with the dragon. Based on this, it is estimated that the incubation period of the dragon-born egg will also be extended to some extent. They witnessed Caesar's arrival. A stunningly beautiful woman with black hair, over 1.8 meters tall and a curvaceous figure, immediately appeared. After appearing, Qingyu lay down on the red dragon's scales. Her long slumber and the time spent nurturing offspring had made her miss her master quite a bit. She stroked the delicate, deep red scales. A pair of sharp eyes were filled with tears, as if they were telling a story. Caesar gladly accepted the invitation. In their spacious lair, the dragon and eagle began their playful interactions, transforming themselves into humans, dragons, and various other creatures in an instant. It has to be said. The 4th circle spell polymorph, as a mid-level spell in the transmutation tree, is remarkably easy for powerful magical beings to learn, making it one of the greatest innovations in the history of magic, as it can grant gestures unimaginable to ordinary species. Perhaps the giant eagle's body size is a significant limitation. Accustomed to shape-shifting, Jinyu preferred to serve Caesar in human form or by transforming into other agile creatures, leading them to completely indulge in the ultimate pleasure. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the nest gradually returned to silence. More than a month later, with a tremor from the 3 giant eggs, Caesar and Jinyu's offspring hatched almost simultaneously. The 3 little blue-feathered eagles stared blankly at the 2 enormous creatures that were intently watching them. The bond of blood made them realize that the giant beasts before them were their parents. Unlike their mother, the heads of these 3 little blue-feathered eagles are more like those of dragons, with one wing being fiery red and the other a sky blue, making them look quite mystical. At the same time, Caesar also heard an incredibly pleasant sound. Ding! Offspring successfully born! Your partner has successfully conceived 3 offspring, a union of magical creature and red dragon blood. After comprehensive evaluation, all 3 offspring possess outstanding gold-level growth potential. Calculating rewards. Unlike the evaluation of human qualifications, the evaluation of magical creatures involves many aspects, such as spell-like abilities, size, magic resistance, physical resistance, and growth potential, all of which affect the overall assessment of their aptitude. Caesar waited a little while. The system finally gave its final assessment result. With the simultaneous birth of 3 gold-level offspring, and after comprehensive evaluation, you will receive a Morning Star secondary reward. Please choose any 3 of the following 5 rewards. 1. Growth. Your red dragon body will grow for 15 years, making you more robust. At the same age, your growth will far surpass that of other red dragons of the same race. 2. Your red dragon body will gain a 15% positive mutation effect, and your bloodline power will be further enhanced after mutation. 3. Dragon Crown, a legendary piece of equipment containing mysterious power. It is said that an ancient blue dragon spent a lot of money to invite a legendary craftsman to create a legendary masterpiece in order to enhance the power of his family. 4. A treasure map, a map recording the tomb of a legendary spellcaster, containing the lifelong treasures of a legendary mage, possibly endless treasures, or perhaps endless dangers. 5 Scrolls, a magic scroll recording the 9th circle spell High Otherworldly Oath. You will gain a group of otherworldly creatures to serve you, from low-ranking creatures to high-ranking creatures, and there is even a very low chance of summoning a legendary creature to fight for you for a period of time. It all depends on your luck. Morning Star Reward. This is a reward level that surpasses the gold level. In theory, the bloodline talent of a Morning Star level being, in some smaller planes, is treated like a chosen one, with a very high probability of becoming a legendary creature. Its legendary power needs no further explanation. He is a hegemon in all worlds, a top-tier powerhouse, and even in the Irish world, he is a formidable and respected expert. But this reward was calculated for 3 gold-level offspring together, so it cannot be considered a complete Morning Star reward, hence the subordinate designation. Items 1 and 2 are required. Caesar's purpose was clear. If growth and mutation appear in the rewards, they must be selected, as they directly relate to his strength growth. True strength comes from one's own power. Especially the first item. This time it's a 15-year growth option. Once confirmed, combined with the previous growth, his red dragon body will reach the stage of a young red dragon ahead of schedule. This is a significant breakthrough. The second item is alienation. Needless to say, this is even more important than the first option, and it's a must-choose. The awakened special talent is the key factor that enables Caesar to challenge opponents of higher levels. As for the last 3 items, one is a legendary piece of equipment crafted by a legendary master craftsman at the behest of an ancient blue dragon. Another is a treasure map that records the tomb of a legendary spellcaster, a 9th ring spellcasting magic spell, and yet another is a powerful spell with a tiny chance of summoning a legendary creature. Each reward excited long. Caesar pondered for a long time before ruling out the 4th treasure map. The tomb of a legendary spellcaster was enough to mobilize an entire human kingdom, but he was not a red dragon with a strong adventurous spirit. Although there might be endless treasures, that was only a possibility. The greater probability was a sinkhole. Choose legendary gear? Or should I choose the 9-ring spell scroll? Not long ago, he had just experienced the effects of the 7th circle spell, Thunderous Purgatory, which wiped out more than 2,000 superhuman soldiers in one fell swoop, laying a great foundation for the victory in the war against humanity. The effects were self-evident. This is a 9-ring spell scroll. It is also one of the high-level spells of the sorcery school. The spell-casting system is quite complex and highly applicable. Many high-level spells can summon powerful creatures from other worlds, and this high otherworldly oath is one of the ultimate summoning spells in the spell-casting system. It is definitely more powerful than the 7th circle spell, Thunderous Purgatory. It's like having a trump card up your sleeve. So, after much deliberation, Caesar chose. Chapter 42 Family Artifact. 9th Ring Spell Advanced Otherworldly Covenant. One of the ultimate summoning spells of this school of sorcery. While having a certain chance of summoning a legendary creature to serve him for a period of time, Caesar was never a dragon who loved to gamble with luck. So, he chose the legendary item Dragon's Crown. Legendary spellcasters of ordinary humans possess extensive knowledge, and upon advancing to legendary status, they immediately craft a legendary piece of equipment that suits them. But their forging techniques are far inferior to those of legendary master craftsmen. Legendary Master Craftsman is an extremely rare and special dwarven profession, a magical talent bestowed upon the dwarven race by Moradin, the god of soul forging, the god of blacksmithing and craftsmanship, the dwarven father and creator. The lawful and good dwarves are dedicated to the forging industry. Sometimes, when Moradin, the god of dwarves, looks down upon the dwarves, if he finds a dwarf whose virtue aligns with his, he will bestow some divine power upon that kind and hardworking dwarf, granting them the power to imbue their equipment with soul. This legendary equipment possesses a soul. In other words, it is a growth-oriented equipment in the general sense. As long as a suitable enhancement path is found, it can exert power comparable to a divine artifact in the material world. A magical artifact. It should be noted that ordinary demigods do not possess their own divine artifacts. Only true gods who ignite the divine fire, ascend to divine positions, and assume divine duties have the authority to forge divine artifacts. It goes without saying. The equipment crafted by legendary master craftsmen is incredibly rare. Moreover, this was specially crafted by a legendary master craftsman at great expense by the ancient blue dragon in order to enhance the power of the clan. It is a legendary piece of equipment that is definitely suitable for the size of dragons. Thinking about it that way, the third reward is quite good. With that in mind, Caesar chose the first, second, and third rewards without much hesitation. After it was confirmed, a strong drowsiness washed over him. This feeling wasn't as peculiar as the last time. It was more like the premonition he had before transitioning from adolescence to teenage years. Caesar was not in a hurry for this slumber. Instead, he looked at the dark gold crown floating in the air. It was a legendary piece of equipment made of various magical metals, which could automatically adjust its size and shimmered with rich elemental light. The crown of the dragon. With a thought from Caesar, the dragon crown, perfectly fitting his tall dragon horns, landed smoothly on them. It was exquisitely crafted, perfectly in line with the aesthetics of the dragon race, and full of powerful beauty, making the majestic red dragon's body exude a kingly aura and majesty. As he infused his own spiritual power, he quickly became the owner of this legendary equipment and learned how to use it. The crown of the dragon. Upon completion of the forging, it was permanently imbued with the effect of a 9th ring legendary spell. It should be noted that not all legendary spells are powerful spells of the 10th level, or above. Some 9th level spells with extremely special effects are also enough to be ranked among the legendary spells. Like a prayer ritual. This is widely regarded by spellcasters as the most powerful 9th circle spell. In theory, it can fulfill all desires. Therefore, this 9th ring spell not only entered the legendary sequence, but it is also more mysterious and unpredictable than some 10th ring and 11th ring spells, and can be said to have no upper limit, and of course, it has no lower limit either. And on the Dragon King's crown, the eternal 9-ring legendary spell is called Dragon Blood Pact. Dragon Blood Pact is a special spell developed by the ancient blue dragons. It can link all the bloodlines of their ancestral dragons together. The stronger the bloodline of the entire blue dragon family, the faster the legendary equipment will grow. It can also nourish offspring and reduce the occurrence of dead eggs. All the dragons. At birth, they receive the dragon's inheritance, and reveal their true dragon name to prove their identity as a great dragon. But some dragon eggs fail the test of the dragon's inheritance, and become dead eggs. There is also a very small chance that they will be born, but they will become miserable dragon beasts without any intelligence. This is why the number of dragons is so small. The strength of any race comes at a price. To reduce the occurrence of this situation, The ancient blue dragon spent a fortune to commission a legendary craftsman to forge this special legendary equipment. Of the 5 evil dragons, only the blue dragon holds this view. Blue dragon, the second-ranked dragon among the 5-colored evil dragons, also known as storm dragon, is the most lawful of the 5-colored evil dragons. It is a giant dragon with certain social attributes, and often lives in groups in the form of families. They outnumber the red dragons by a great margin. Red dragons, the most arrogant of the 5 dragon species, consider themselves the king of dragons and the most noble in the multiverse. They look down on even legendary creatures. Their individual strength has led to the fact that even some godlike beings in the prime material plane are unwilling to provoke the strongest batch of ancient red dragons. However, among the 5 dragon species that can reach adulthood, red dragons are the fewest. Arrogance can bring power, but it can also bring destruction. In contrast, the red dragon dislikes taking care of its young. Blue dragons possess a certain sense of collectivism, but they will collect all the newborn dragon eggs and raise and protect them as a whole species to better help them through the vulnerable hatchlings, young dragons, and even their youth when they reach 50 years old. Only then will young blue dragons, who have the ability to protect themselves, begin to expand their territory and demonstrate the power of the evil dragon. Looks like I've found a treasure. Caesar's dragon eyes lit up slightly. The vast and profound heritage of dragons records that if a female dragon enters the reproductive state, there will be about 2 to 5 dragon eggs in a single clutch, but the chance of a dragon being born normally is less than half. For him, every high-quality offspring is extremely important. If there are 3 dragon eggs in a nest, there is a high probability that only 1 hatchling will be able to hatch normally, which would be an absolutely huge loss for Caesar. The current dragon's crown. Even a basic legendary equipment, if it is upgraded to intermediate, advanced, or even divine artifact level, can improve the talent of one's offspring to a certain extent. And the effects of the dragon crown are not limited to dragons. They also apply to dragon offspring born from other mates. As long as they have Caesar's dragon bloodline, they can avoid congenital defects to some extent. It has countless benefits. In addition, this Dragon King's crown was engraved with a 9th circle defensive spell Shield of Glory by the legendary craftsman and legendary dwarf. This 9-ring defensive spell is often jokingly referred to by casters as the blessing of the dwarf god. When faced with a fatal crisis, they can passively enter a state of divine descent. Body shape improved. His physical strength has increased dramatically, and his body is immune to all attack spells below the 9th ring, making him a super invincible tank. After thoroughly understanding the effects of this legendary equipment, Caesar no longer suppressed his mental fatigue and flew directly into the lava pool that the trolls and fire lizards had newly created, waiting for a new round of changes to begin. Chapter 43: The Great Upheaval in the Human Kingdom. This time, it's a period of slumber. It takes a long time. The first and second rewards combined were enough to cause Caesar to undergo a major transformation. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and he still showed no signs of waking up. At this time, the Red Dragon's territory has undergone significant changes. Perhaps it was the radiation from the dragon's blood that raised the temperature of the entire dormant volcano considerably. Strangely, many fire-tribute magical plants with special effects appeared on the barren dormant volcano, causing some of the delicate little flower fairies to move over from the nearby forest. In the territory where dragons dwell, not only animals, but also plants are greatly affected. Even on extinct volcanoes in hot climates, magical plants can thrive, due to the influence of dragon-like aura. If these magical plants fall into the hands of human spellcasters, they could be used to develop excellent dragon blood potions, with a certain chance of gaining the power of the dragon vein and perhaps even becoming a dragon blood sorcerer. Caesar's retinue. They gained considerable benefits. Due to the enormous losses in the war with humans, they began a frenzied procreation campaign. Since they no longer had to worry about food shortages, they procreated with abandon. These newly born relatives, they were all affected by the radiation of the dragon blood. Although many died young, the number of dragon vein followers increased significantly. More than a dozen dragon vein jackals appeared all at once. The same applies to kobolds and trolls. The natural transformation of the dragon vein. Although not as powerful as Caesar's active transformation potential, transforming into a dragon vein creature would greatly enhance their strength and make it easier for them to break through their own racial limitations. And then there were the fire lizards and the newly tamed griffins. During this period, some natural mutations occurred. Those that did not survive became food, while those that did survive became new members of the dragon vein. Compared to the dragon blood radiation of other adult red dragons, Caesar's seems to be more domineering. Once the test of dragon blood radiation is passed, the chances of transforming into a dragon vein creature will greatly increase. The Null leader, Soren, was even more shrewd. Having dealt with human kingdoms before, he had long ago sent out scouts to spread the power of the great red dragon among them. Titles such as Wings of the End, Blazing Cataclysm, Red Dragon Emperor, King of Kings, and so on had all spread, and Caesar now had a certain reputation on the Emerald Continent. This led many Nulls who had been mercenaries in human kingdoms to return to the Coral Mountains, where they were absorbed by the Null tribes of Shiren and chose to follow the powerful Red Dragon. The title of the Evil Dragon. Red dragons typically gain notoriety through the spread of their misdeeds, and most of their titles are repetitive, such as Crimson Calamity, Ashwing, Lord of Fire. Some of Caesar's titles were earned by himself. In the material world, there are few red dragons as arrogant as him. The other names are fine. The main reason is that the title of Red Dragon Emperor is somewhat special. Even some legendary red dragons would not take such a title. After all, above them are some ancient red dragons and primordial red dragons. If they were to give themselves such an arrogant title, they would easily be beaten up by even more powerful red dragons. Certainly. It might also attract the attention of some powerful red dragons. After all, as the king of dragons, arrogance is his main trait. If you're not arrogant enough, you might be mistaken for not being a pure-blooded red dragon. News of the fall of a high-ranking paladin. After it was confirmed, it caused a major earthquake in the Silvermoon Kingdom. Even the neighboring kingdom of Morningstar was greatly disturbed. After all, that was a paladin of the 8th rank, a figure who was almost a legend on the battlefield where high-ranking spellcasters rarely appeared, and yet he had fallen silently in the Coral Mountains. A few years ago, we drove away a powerful red dragon. Unexpectedly, an even more formidable dragon appeared, leaving some human nobles near the Coral Mountains feeling utterly powerless. That's an elite army of over 3,000 extraordinary warriors. There are heavily armored knights, musketeers and artillerymen, forest rangers, griffin riders, and most importantly spellcasters. The annual military expenditure is a huge sum. On the main battlefield, this powerful army is more than capable of easily crushing an ordinary legion of over 100,000 men, and it has a strong deterrent effect on some human principalities with relatively weak military strength. But they were all buried under the claws of the evil dragon. Even the Duke of Zijing felt a pang of heartache and dared not easily send troops into the Coral Mountains to investigate again. The entire army was wiped out. No one knows exactly how strong that evil dragon is. If you were to truly anger it and be targeted by a powerful, long-lived dragon seeking revenge, you would be in real turmoil. Grand Duke Zijing was very unwilling. However, he was not a fool. On the contrary, he was extremely cautious. Even when they wanted to capture a red dragon that hadn't yet reached its use stage, they dispatched a high-ranking 8th-level paladin with over 3,000 extraordinary troops, which was quite a cautious approach. But alas, the dragon was far too cunning. As a schemer, the Grand Duke of Zijing never expected that he would be entrapped. That's right. At least that's what he thinks. A red dragon that is not yet adolescence is at most at the level of a mid-level creature, and it is absolutely impossible for it to defeat a high-level paladin, unless the red dragon is hiding its strength. Just like those golden dragons. They always like to disguise themselves as ordinary people to punish evil and promote good. Just when those villains think their schemes have succeeded, the golden dragons, full of wicked humor, will suddenly jump up and reveal their true forms to give you a big surprise. The current Duke of Bohemia has a deeper understanding of the cunning dragons. But now he no longer has the energy to continue targeting Caesar. If he were to forcefully send troops again, the nobles and dukes who were already dissatisfied with his usurpation would not easily let this opportunity pass, and they would be ready to set things right at any time. The Silvermoon Kingdom has ruled this land for hundreds of years, and it is not an easy task to completely overthrow it. Therefore, the Grand Duke of Zijing left behind a royal child from the Silvermoon Kingdom to serve as his puppet. This way, the noble dukes, out of fear of his power, could not do anything about it for the time being. Driven by a thirst for power, Grand Duke Zijing did not lay down his sword, but instead began to target the nobles who resisted him. If I can't bully the Red Dragon, can I at least bully you minor noble lords? He continues to perform sacrificial rituals in secret. The Grand Duke of Zijing, who had long since become a lackey of the Great Devil, was destined not to be so docile. Chapter 44 Awakening and Transformation. Time flies. It wasn't until a year later that the Red Dragon's lair appeared in the extinct volcano. Finally, some commotion arose. The dragon's nest, located inside the mountain, has an extremely high temperature, with even the outermost layer reaching hundreds of degrees Celsius. Over a long period of time, the rocks inside have been stained into dark brown crystals with wisps of red and white flames. Apart from some fire-type magical creatures, none of the others can survive here for long. In the magma pool, the magma, heated to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, flowed calmly over the crimson behemoth's scales, polishing the ruby-like scales to an exquisite beauty. As the golden patterns on the red dragon's body gradually expanded, some of the golden patterns formed a mysterious circular pattern along the scales on its chest. A ring of golden light appeared around it. Even the dark red lava could not conceal the dazzling light emanating from the golden patterns. Awakening from his slumber, Caesar suddenly flapped his wings, and scalding red lava surged around him like waves, crashing against the dark brown rocks beside him with a sizzling burning sound. Thick white smoke rose. The enormous red dragon leaped from the lava pool, its body soaring into the sky. Against the dark night sky, it seemed to replace the bright full moon, revealing a dazzling and blazing sun. The sun is shining brightly. Just like its name, it is warm, bright, and full of vitality. In an instant, Caesar seemed to transform into a blazing dragon that replaced the sun, its intense and pure golden light piercing through all the darkness like a sharp sword, warming the cold earth in the dead of night. Within a radius of 100 miles in the red dragon's territory, all creatures immediately felt enveloped in warmth, as if they had returned to their mother's embrace, and each one let out a pleasant and comfortable cry. Some magical creatures swelled up on the spot. The trees grew much taller, some reaching 2 or 3 meters in height, while others that had just sprouted matured, turning the once barren flaming mountain into a lush and verdant landscape. The dependents within the territory. Some monsters that had lost limbs in battle were healed by this power, their original disabilities gradually improving and new organs growing, causing them to burst into tears on the spot. Some of the familiars who were originally at the lower peak. They even moved directly into the middle position. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Gnoll leader Shilong and the troll wizard directly stepped into the fifth order life form, kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Great Master!" They had seen Caesar in this form before. They wouldn't admit they were wrong. However, Caesar's size has now increased significantly, and the elemental energies around him are incredibly active, pulsating and cheering, as if celebrating the awakening of the red dragon. It's not just family members. The abducted human girls, who were initially terrified by the monster's cheers and celebrations, quickly had their fear, worry, and confusion dispelled under the golden light. They developed a new longing for the future, as if they had received the blessing of some high-level magic. At the same time, a powerful aura, unique to beings of higher status, appeared. This oppressive aura came from Sylvanas. After the battle with the human army, she seized the opportunity to become a high-ranking creature and, after a period of time, became a high-ranking snake person and a high-ranking spellcaster in the enchanting school. This beautiful snake has the bloodline of the legendary Snake King. On the surface, she is considered the most powerful creature in the entire Red Dragon territory. All her followers are filled with respect and awe for this new mistress, not only because she is the companion of the Red Dragon Master, but also because of her unparalleled power. The entire monster army combined may not be a match for this powerful being. Sylvanas. Caesar's gaze also fell upon his third companion. He immediately descended from the sky, his enormous dragon wings stretching out to both sides, like an emperor reigning over the earth. "Caesar, you've gotten even stronger." Sylvanas has accepted her red dragon partner, but she still retains the pride of her legendary serpent bloodline, appearing like a cold and beautiful queen. At this moment, her heart was completely filled with shock. Ancestors above, why does a young red dragon grow so powerful at such an alarming rate? Sylvanas, who witnessed Caesar's transformation firsthand, was filled with doubt and envy. Dragons are top-tier magical creatures. Although they can grow stronger over time, they have a very long developmental cycle, and most of them have to wait until they reach adulthood at over 100 years old before they can become high-ranking creatures. But Caesar before us shattered this perception. The life force was even stronger than that of her, a high-ranking snake person. Thinking back to our first meeting. At that time, Sylvanas hadn't even used her full strength yet, and she was already able to beat Caesar to the ground. But when they met again less than a year later, she was no match for him at all. Now, this was our third meeting after a year apart. Even though Sylvanas has broken through to a high-level life form, she still doesn't have the confidence to defeat Caesar. It's conceivable how much Caesar has grown this time, not much less than before. She discreetly observed the outline of the giant dragon before her. A pair of tall and majestic dragon horns were shrouded in a solemn and majestic dark gold crown. The sharp dragon claws seemed capable of crushing mountains, and the deep red scales were like gemstones along the golden patterns on the dragon's scales. The most terrifying thing was the super-large dragon body that reached 23 meters in length, with its wingspan almost reaching 40 meters. It was a colossal beast that blotted out the sky. Dragons' strength is closely related to their size. Generally speaking, only adults can reach the super-large size of over 20 meters, while dragons like the white dragon, which rank last, have to wait until they reach their prime, which is over 200 years old. This time, it's a period of slumber. Caesar only advanced from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, which is considered to be the level of a red dragon that has just entered its youth. However, his size has already reached the standard of an adult red dragon. That is to say, now, Caesar's physical strength alone has reached the combat power of a high-level creature. Even some 7th-level high-level creatures would tremble with fear under his dragon body. And what just happened? That scene, which resembled divine power, left Sylvanus somewhat bewildered. When did the red dragon, which represented destruction, possess such power that was completely opposite to its own attributes? Caesar laughed heartily. I've been asleep for quite a while this time, and my body feels a bit stiff. Sylvanus, would you like to have a match with me? Don't worry, I won't hurt you too badly. Even though Sylvanus has already been promoted to a high-ranking being, he remained full of confidence. They even arrogantly declared that they wouldn't cause the other party too much harm. During this period of slumber, the amount of solar element within him not only increased, but he also developed new spell-like abilities. Solar energy can bring both destruction and life, just like the sunlight that shone brightly just now. It's practically equivalent to a high-level, wide-range buff spell. Moreover, the loss of physical strength is not significant. Using it 3 or 4 times would have almost no effect on him. Chapter 45. Sometimes, what we carry on our shoulders isn't necessarily responsibility. Hearing Caesar's somewhat arrogant words, Sylvanus didn't feel any sense of being looked down upon. Because it was Caesar who said this. This is a powerful red dragon who once fought against an 8th-tier paladin on the battlefield. Regardless of the methods used, the one who survives is the victor. Aside from age, the opponent's cunning and growth rate are far beyond what a teenage red dragon can achieve, and even some adult red dragons cannot match them. For dragons, which have long lifespans, in a year or 2, no change is noticeable, but Caesar is an exception among dragons. I'd also like to see your current strength. Sylvanus's gaze was intense. Possessing the bloodline of the legendary Serpent King, she was also filled with powerful confidence. Before this, almost no creature of the same level could defeat her, not even a green dragon of the same level. Not to mention that she has now been promoted to a high-level life form. If Caesar can still defeat her in this way, then without a doubt, she will completely give up everything. Once a female of the Serpent clan makes such a decision, she is prepared to die for her partner at any time. Let's go! To that side! Caesar stretched his limbs and pointed in a direction. Battles between higher life forms cause too much damage to the terrain, so he's quite comfortable living in the dragon's nest now, unless he finds a better place to live. Sylvanus nodded. A dragon and a snake, one in front and one behind, streaked across the sky with dazzling light, and found an extremely open space in the distance to fight. Rumble! The earth trembled as soon as the 2 enormous creatures collided. Sylvanus transformed into a giant serpent form. After ascending to a higher life form, her body swelled to over 30 meters. The body size of serpentine creatures does not entirely follow the formula for size. Compared to other creatures, the length of serpentine creatures can only be used as a reference for strength. But that's enough to demonstrate her progress. After advancing to the 7th rank, Sylvanus's magic power also increased significantly, making her a high-ranking spellcaster in the enchanting school. It's worth noting that the neighboring Silvermoon Kingdom doesn't have a single high-ranking mage. But she did not choose the snake-human form. Instead, she chose to fight Caesar in her giant snake form because Caesar's mental resistance was terrifyingly high, which was a great counter to her, a snake-person spellcaster who specialized in mental magic. But her serpent form was far beyond the imagination of ordinary creatures. The purple scales on her body resembled a layer of hard armor, and her enormous body shot into the sky like an arrow, heading towards Caesar. One of the spell-like abilities that Sylvanus awakened after her ascension. Floating in the air. Top-tier magical creatures like dragons, capable of amphibious flight, are rare. Most magical creatures, even those that reach high ranks, still lack the ability to fly. Sky-based elements suppress ground-based elements. This is not just a casual remark. The two colossal beasts were locked in a fierce struggle. As time passed, destructive flashes of fire would erupt, mountains would be smashed to pieces, and golden meteor showers would appear. Such a battle is completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary creatures. If it were to break out in a human kingdom, the relentless destructive power was enough to turn some principalities into scorched earth. Even among dragons, the difference is huge. If it were Caesar, he could probably easily defeat those green dragons. Such talent is probably unique even among the entire dragon race. Sylvanas thought to herself. The 6th tier Caesar can already overpower her, who is at the 7th tier. It's unimaginable what will happen if Caesar also advances to the 7th tier. She probably won't even be qualified to be a punching bag then. Sylvanas is not native to the Cal Mountains. It comes from the Emerald Forest. Located south of the Karl Mountains, in the direction Caesar hunted the fiery yak. That is the largest forest on the Emerald Continent, covering more than 10 million square kilometers, much larger than the territory of some human kingdoms, and also inhabited by countless magical creatures and monster tribes. It is said that there are also rare elves and elemental beings. In the Emerald Forest, the abundance of resources makes the number of mid-level and high-level creatures there unimaginable to humans. Even encountering legendary creatures is not surprising. Some 5-colored dragons also build their nests there. For example, green dragons and black dragons prefer this kind of environment. Just as red dragons prefer dry volcanoes and scorching lava, other dragons also have their preferred nesting sites. Green dragons prefer ancient and vast forests, while black dragons prefer gloomy swamps and mud pits. Some large forests can satisfy both of these conditions at the same time. In the Emerald Forest, Sylvanas has had dealings with several green dragons. Compared to the red dragon, which is more irritable and straightforward, the green dragon appears gentle and elegant on the surface. But in reality, it is full of evil intentions and is the dragon that loves to play tricks the most among the 5 evil dragons. In clan relations, the relationship between green dragons is also the worst. They all knew perfectly well that their kin were two-faced, treacherous dragons, full of wicked schemes and scheming, which resulted in the dragons not being the most powerful force in the Emerald Forest. Because of some magical mineral veins, Sylvanas once clashed with an adult green dragon and, unable to defeat it, had no choice but to retreat to the Kaeldats Mountains to quietly develop her strength, preparing to reclaim her territory once she ascended to a higher level. She is known to humans as the Snake Queen. Naturally, he had a lord with his own monster army, but now that wretched adult green dragon has taken it all away. Time flows like water. Just as dawn was approaching, the fighting gradually subsided. Bang! The colossal red dragon landed heavily on the ground, carrying the body of the purple-scaled giant serpent. The immense gravity caused the ground to slightly dent. I lost. Sylvanas was somewhat dejected, accepting her defeat wholeheartedly. Sylvanas, you're not bad either. If we went back a year, even that high-ranking 8th-level paladin would have had a hard time defeating you. Caesar grinned. The first battle after the slumber. He fought with great gusto, feeling his entire dragon body throbbing with excitement. Red dragons are a very warlike species with a strong fighting spirit, and satisfying that desire brings them immense pleasure. The enormous dragon gleamed with the light of shape-shifting magic. Sometimes, what you carry on your shoulders isn't necessarily a responsibility, but rather the tail of a snake. Chapter 46 Summoned Creatures from Hell. The sky and earth are my blanket, the sea of clouds my bed, and the only sound is my breathing. As time quietly passed, the clouds in the sky stopped churning and returned to calm. Sylvanas looked quite tired. Despite her physical exhaustion, her eyes shone with an astonishing charm, radiating a sense of brilliance. Aside from being slightly rosy, Caesar's complexion showed no other abnormalities. He still looks very energetic. This growth has brought his physical abilities to the level of an adult red dragon. Physical strength has been greatly improved. Caesar is now completely relaxed, occasionally teaching his cubs how to hunt. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Good fortune continues to spread. Sylvanas's belly began to show signs of pregnancy. As Caesar's strength increases and his bloodline evolves, the ability to conceive becomes more dependent on luck. The higher the level of a magical creature, the more difficult it becomes to conceive. Out of boredom, Caesar resorted to amusing himself with his children. Mira, as my eldest daughter, you have inherited my excellent bloodline, so you must set a good example for your younger brothers and sisters. In this world, only the victors deserve more resources. If you can pass my test, I will reward you with an amethyst rich in magic. Mora Mayu Mosa you too. Several gems shimmering with elemental light appeared on Caesar's dragon claws, causing the 4 cubs looking up at him to reveal longing eyes. The dragon descendants who inherited the bloodline of the red dragon. Although I'm not that obsessed with treasure, I do like these shiny things. After the last war with human armies, Caesar's treasury was greatly enriched, as the weapons and equipment were handed over to Sylvanus to open up sales channels. The Snake Queen, who had previously traded with humans, led her retinue to reopen trade routes with the Karo Mountains, exchanging them for a large amount of gold, silver, and magic gems. There are also many supplies. Although these magical equipment were all standard, they were of very high quality, and she and her retinue sold them to several human kingdoms near the Emerald Forest. Because of the Great Devil, Caesar had no desire to deal with the Silvermoon Kingdom, even if it meant taking a longer route and spending more time, because the shadow of an evil god lurked there. The 6th level of the 9 layers of hell, Marbogi, the Lord of Hell, the Queen of Lust Gracia. Even Gu Long wouldn't want to get into this kind of trouble. However, they did not leave it unattended. Instead, they sent some of the more astute members of the Knoll leader, Soren, to keep an eye on the Silvermoon Kingdom so that any unusual activity could be detected immediately. He heard his usually stingy father, the Red Dragon, speak. Xiaomi is also full of energy. Having trained for 2.5 years, the Red Dragon bloodline has made remarkable progress in strength, reaching the 3rd level in vital signs. However, perhaps due to its young age, its magical abilities have not improved significantly. But that was enough to make her a little tyrant among all the monster familiars. The 3 little ones beside her weren't as excited as Mira. They knew better than their sister that their Red Dragon father would never let them obtain the rare magic gems so easily. They worked so hard normally. He helped collect taxes in the territory and helped the Flower Fairy sisters raise cattle, but in the end he only got a few gold coins. It's easy to imagine that this so-called test will be quite difficult. But they still cooperated by showing excited expressions. Very good! Caesar nodded in satisfaction. On one hand, he wanted to accelerate the growth of these cubs to upgrade the dragon crown. On the other hand, of course, watching the cubs fight was quite entertaining. This is standard Red Dragon-style education. Having children is meaningless if it's not for fun. The next moment, the spell model in Caesar's mind gradually glowed. It was a summoning spell composed of hundreds of magical runes, Otherworldly Covenant, a 5th circle spell of the Protection School. This spell allows you to form a pact with an otherworldly being to serve you. It could be a celestial being, an elemental being, an elf, a demon, or something similar. This is spoils obtained from a human spellcaster. Some spell books from the Protective School. The Red Dragon's Dragon Legacy, while containing a wealth of magical knowledge, is primarily composed of evocation spells, encompassing spells from the 1st to the 9th level, but lacking spells from other schools of magic. Among the 5 evil dragons, apart from blue dragons, most dragons are not interested in magic. As Caesar grew, his mental strength also increased considerably, and he could easily construct even some 6th circle spells. It would be a pity to waste such a talent for spellcasting. So, in addition to the evocation school of magic, he now also knows defensive magic and conjuration magic. These 3 major schools of magic pose little difficulty for him, as long as it's not a high-level spell. The next second, accompanied by eerie black mist, a towering gate to hell appeared in midair. Chapter 47 The Lesser Demon, Bayer. TSK, I really do have a knack for being connected to the 9th level of hell. Caesar turned his gaze to the gates of hell that had appeared in midair. Wisps of sparks escaped from the dragon's fangs with each breath, causing a slight distortion in the air. Both the spellcasting and defense classes have summoning spells. However, the 2 are very different. One type summons a large number of creatures from outer planes to assist you. These creatures are generally not highly intelligent, but will kill enemies based on instinct. The other type summons higher-level, elite creatures. There is usually only one creature unit, but it has stronger control and can control the actions of the summoned creatures. With the gates of hell closed, what appeared before me was a lesser demon. It was an extremely ugly imp. Even Caesar could hardly find a trace of beauty in it. Its body was a bloated mass of rotten flesh, with only its thick limbs remaining as its organs, and a pair of eyes filled with hatred. It also has a mouth that devours its prey. He wields a massive, twisted greatsword as his weapon. This is the lowest level of the devils. Although it is one of the most abhorrent creatures, it plays a fairly important role in the ecological environment of hell. But this was a rather powerful lesser demon, whose life-form characteristics had actually reached the low-level peak, which surprised Caesar somewhat with its tenacious vitality. In hell, imperfect demons are nothing more than cannon fodder, completely devoid of intelligence, and only slightly stronger than some mortals. Imperfect demons that can reach this level are extremely rare. Fifth circle spells can generally summon mid-level creatures, but rarely low-level creatures. However, this level of power is perfect for giving little Sheila some practice. Who wants to start? Seeing that the four little ones seemed frightened and didn't move for a long time, Caesar urged them on. Syamala was the first to come to her senses. This was the first time Mimra had ever seen a lesser demon from hell. She swore that even the ugliest trolls were a million times more attractive than this creature, and she almost threw up her breakfast. Then, she picked up a giant sword that was taller than herself. This is a magical great sword engraved with various runes, which Mira Xian had painstakingly raised for over a year before finally obtaining it from her red dragon father. Certainly, this is not the magic great sword of a high-ranking paladin, but the weapon of one of his 4 lieutenants, though it is also the work of a human master craftsman. Call! She swung the great sword, its heavy aura combined with the faint dragon's might emanating from her, causing the inferior demon's body to tremble slightly. Xiaomi smiled smugly. As a dragonborn, although not as powerful as a normal dragon, it still exerts a tangible sense of oppression on ordinary lower creatures. She slashed down with her sword. Instead of feeling the creature being torn apart, they heard a loud bang as the tall, ugly demon blocked the attack with its twisted, enormous great sword. Hey, it actually blocked it! This ugly behemoth actually withstood Sister Myra's attack. That's incredible. The 3 little ones next to me were chattering away. Although they were not as strong as Mira, they had still reached the 2nd-tier life form level, and even some 3rd-tier dragon vein gnolls in the monster territory were no match for them. Mira, on the other hand, has even stronger qualifications. Even when facing mid-level creatures, they are not at a disadvantage. Fighting beyond their level has become a tradition of the Red Dragon family. But now, the lowest-ranking demon actually withstood Sister Sheila's attacks, and even managed to put up occasional resistance during the storm of close combat. This was beyond their expectations. Caesar also observed the lesser demon with great interest. Although this low-level lesser demon was not strong, it had extremely rich combat experience. Even though it was at a disadvantage in the clash of power, it quickly turned the situation around with some clever tricks. Does this mean I can save my magic gems? Caesar smiled. Xiaomi, you can't blame me for this. He actually valued his eldest daughter quite a bit. After all, she possessed some human emotions, unlike the evil dragon who completely disregarded his offspring. Hateful! Syamala gripped the magic greatsword tightly, also sensing the power of this inferior demon. The competitive spirit was ignited. Suddenly, she let out a sound like a dragon's roar, and a pair of small dragon horns appeared on her forehead. Deep red, jewel-like dragon scales began to appear on her arms, making her look like a young red dragon. Syamala inherited a high proportion of dragon blood. Its personality is more like that of a dragon. It possesses the extremely strong competitive spirit of a red dragon. Faced with a seasoned and experienced inferior demon, her red dragon bloodline was once again stimulated, unleashing even more power and forming this unique dragon-human form. Another sword strike. The surging power compressed the surrounding air to an immense degree, unleashing a fiery red elemental aura that slashed towards the lesser demon with an intense heat. Bang! There aren't that many miracles in the world. With absolute power, there's a technique that can crush everything. The enormous bone sword in the demon's hand was directly cut in half, and it flew back more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Looking at Syamala, who had a face full of praise for her, Caesar extended a dragon-like hook and gently pressed it onto Mila's head. Very good, as expected of my daughter. This magic gem is yours. The amethyst, shimmering with elemental light, fell into Mila's embrace. Red dragons love treasure the most. He was extremely stingy. The fact that Caesar could produce a magic gem shows that he was quite fond of his eldest daughter. The 3 little ones beside them also looked on with envy, but this was something they couldn't learn. After all, they were too young, and unless they joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat this inferior demon. But joining forces? How could Caesar so easily hand over his treasure to them? If it weren't for Mira suddenly awakening the power of her red dragon bloodline, even their sister might not have been able to obtain that precious magic gem. That is indeed the case. Mora, Moyu, Mosa, and Mimura's 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister all fell victim to the massive bone sword that the lesser demon had repaired. After sending away his children, Caesar also turned his attention to this rather peculiar hellish summon. The demon unconsciously took a step back. The red dragon's oppressive aura was millions of times stronger than that of his offspring, and even more terrifying than that of a high-ranking demon in hell. Just its gaze alone made it feel the ultimate danger. Interesting. Even a lowly demon has developed some intelligence. Caesar's eyes flickered, and he restrained his surging, abyssal dragon might, fearing that he might accidentally kill this strange inferior demon with his aura. Some complex musical notes came from the mouth of the lesser demon, quite different from the mindless lesser demon. Bayer. That's the name of this lesser demon. Chapter 48. A clever imp with ambition. Are there any nameless demons? Caesar rubbed the mask with his dragon claws, producing a crisp, metallic clanging sound that caused the lesser demon, Bayer, to take a few steps back, fearing that the powerful dragon might suddenly swallow him whole. In hell, there are also dragons. It is a type of dragon called the infernal dragon, which, like the lesser demon Bayer, lives in Aphnes, the first level of the 9 layers of hell. It is more violent than the 5-colored dragons and has a penchant for devouring demons. Suppressing his fear, the demon bear emitted obscure notes, before reaching into his somewhat rotting chest and slowly pulling out dozens of dark gold coins. Gold coins from hell. Although the 9 levels of hell is an incredibly desolate place, it is actually orderly amidst the chaos. The demons who believe in order are easier to get along with than the chaotic and unruly demons. They value integrity, so it is not surprising that the 9 levels of hell has established a stable monetary system in such an environment. Bayer is not an ordinary inferior demon. He possesses considerable intelligence, and is calm and clever. He knew the dragon's preferences. So he wanted to use these gold coins to make a small deal with Caesar. Blood and entrails were scattered across the land of Avernus. Bayer wanted to seize every opportunity to climb up, not wanting to miss any chance, even if the other party in the deal could easily crush him. You'll bring me even more treasure? Ha! Caesar understood the language of the lesser demons. He suddenly burst into laughter. Although he didn't care about this lowly demon who was as weak as an ant, he was still somewhat interested in what Bayer was saying, because this little inferior demon was actually making empty promises to him. That's right. It's just empty promises. The lesser demon wanted to make a deal with the powerful red dragon, and these dozens of gold coins were his deposit, all his savings. He promised to pay Caesar 1,000 times the amount within a year, while Caesar would only have to give up a small amount of dragon blood. It sounded like a risk-free deal. Bayer wants to obtain the power of the dragon vein. He was all too aware of the disadvantages of being the lowest-ranking devil. Without any background or bloodline, they could only do their utmost to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Then I'll give you that chance. Caesar stopped laughing, his enormous dragon eyes brighter than gold, fixed on the little demon before him, as if he knew everything about Bayer's thoughts. This is a lesser demon with a personality very similar to that of the Gnoll Shiren. Extremely good at finding opportunities. Moreover, he was more cunning and clever, and he found a deal that satisfied both sides with the dragon, who never kept his promises. Such a talent, no, such a prodigy, is extraordinary. Caesar greatly admired it. Because only someone like him can bring him greater benefits. He is not a short-sighted red dragon, but focuses more on long-term development. Red Dragon has great ambitions. Caesar's vision extends far beyond the material plane. Even powerful lower planes like the Abyss and the 9 Hells will eventually submit to his dragon wings. And the inferior demon before us. That was one direction he used to learn about information from hell. Under Bayer's eager gaze, the red dragon flicked out a sharp hooked toe, and with a gentle flick, drops of golden blood, flowing like lava, appeared from the gaps in the scales on its wrist. Whoosh! Like a torrential downpour, it fell directly on the lesser demon. This large mass of golden blood, like a raging fire, almost melted Bayer's entire body, emitting a burnt, greasy smell. He let out a series of low growls. Alongside the immense pain, there was also a slight thrill of excitement. This little inferior demon was all too aware of its own disadvantages. No matter how rich its combat experience, or how excellent its combat intelligence, it still had no chance of turning the tide when faced with an opponent whose strength far exceeded its own. He was extremely fortunate. He was summoned by a powerful and wealth-loving red dragon like Caesar. If it were any other summoner, he would only be a slave for a while without any reward. The transformation of a dragon vein takes a considerable amount of time. It also poses a great danger. However, given the resilience shown by the inferior demon Bayer, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to get through this. Caesar didn't want to waste too much time on a minor demon, so he casually teleported Bayer back to hell. He wasn't worried that Bayer would dare to break his promise. Bound by the oath from another world, if Bayer dared to deceive the Dragon King, the Red Dragon's cruel methods would be no less than those of a demon. He picked up the hellish gold coins from the ground. This is a special metal with high value in hell. It has different patterns engraved on the front and back. One side is a diagram of the structure of the 9 layers of the abyss, and the other side is engraved with the desolate land of Aphrodite. The gold coin designs are different on each of the 9 levels of hell, but they are all universal. There was no elemental aura on it, but rather another peculiar power, the power of the soul. However, this soul power was extremely weak. 10 gold coins were only enough to buy the power of the soul of a single lower-level creature. This was the main bargaining chip for the demon's transactions, and it was also known as soul coins. In hell, the soul of a lower-ranking creature is only worth 10 soul coins. The more special and higher quality the creature, the higher its value. It is not impossible for the soul of a high-ranking paladin to sell for hundreds of thousands of soul coins. What an interesting little darling. Caesar weighed the dozens of soul coins in the dragon's claw. If you have a huge amount of soul coins, and you gather them together, they can strengthen the soul of a living being. Even absorbing them individually can increase your spiritual power. This is also exclusive to demons and devils. They are born with this talent to strip away the soul. However, the number of these soul coins is still too small. Even if I absorb them, they won't enhance my spiritual power much. It's better to keep them in my treasure vault as a collection. And just then, as the scales rustled, a giant purple-scaled serpent, its body covered in purple scales and its body long and winding, hovered in the air. To the red dragon, it exuded a beautiful, feminine charm. Your Highness Caesar, Qingyu and I discovered some interesting things while we were establishing trade with humans. Because a large number of magical equipment needs to be processed. Sylvanus was responsible for opening trade routes to the human kingdoms. Diana, leveraging the advantages of humanity, established a trading company in a human principality near the Emerald Forest, while Qingyu, as a flexible aerial unit, was responsible for directing the griffins to bring back large amounts of treasure to the Red Dragon's lair. During this period of time, although she encountered some problems, such as the human principality trying to double-cross her, Diana, with the adorable pet, the ferocious white tiger of the dragon vein, which had risen to a high-ranking status, managed to extort a large sum of money. Also, some unsuspecting magical creatures were quickly subdued by Chiron and his dragon vein retinue. The great red dragon didn't get many opportunities to fight. He could only stay home and take care of the children. Chapter 49 Dragons and Giants. Oh? What's interesting? Caesar stretched his enormous dragon wings, as if he were yawning, and looked at Sylvanus. Although this period was leisurely and pleasant, the red dragon was always restless, otherwise he would not have found amusement by teasing the cubs. We have discovered a tribe of hill giants near the Emerald Forest. They engaged in a fierce conflict with the green and black dragons. Sylvanus recounted her story in detail. The Emerald Forest is enormous, the largest forest on the Emerald Continent, hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the biomass of the Karl Mountains. The competition for resources and interests within it is particularly fierce. In this case, once a new resource appears, powerful races will flock to compete for it. Not long ago, a miniature life crystal vein appeared on the outskirts of Emerald Forest. If it is mined out, it will yield hundreds of life crystals. Life crystal. This vein is no ordinary magical gemstone vein. The life crystals mined from it have been named one of the 4 great magical gemstones by scholars of the material world, possessing extremely vigorous life force. It is more than 10 times more valuable than ordinary magic gems. Only in some ancient forests, after thousands of years of evolution, is there a very small probability of finding a vein of life crystal. The lifespan of ordinary humans is limited. Even legendary spellcasters eventually die of old age, but if they obtain a sufficient number of life crystals, they can be restored to their youth, demonstrating the magic of this ability. Then, 2 adult green dragons and 1 adult black dragon were ready to decide the ownership of the life crystal mine through battle, but the hill giant tribe intervened, and the 2 races immediately clashed. Families and monsters, dragons and giants, erupted into a massive conflict. Giant. This is a powerful creature, similar to a dragon, with a wide distribution in the material world. The 2 races once fought an unprecedented war, and have yet to recover. The 2 are mortal enemies. Not to mention the current conflict of interest, a battle is inevitable. There are many species of dragons. As a race that is also sworn enemies, the strength of the giants should not be underestimated. They also have different types of races. There are 6 true giant races: storm giants, hill giants, frost giants, fire giants, cloud giants, and stone giants. Besides, they also have many subspecies, corresponding to creatures like dragons, such as the cyclops, the cloud giant, the rock giant, and so on. Because their lifestyles are similar. The giants of the hills, who like to gather in various hills and forests, occasionally encounter creatures like green dragons that also live in this environment. Once they meet, a battle will break out between them. So, who is the final winner? Caesar asked. As top-tier magical creatures, dragons surpass giants in individual combat power across the board. Even the white dragon, considered the shame of the 5-colored dragons, is stronger than a giant of the same age. Not to mention the green dragon and the black dragon. Even if they are a generation older, they can easily suppress the giants in terms of strength. But giants are social creatures. A tribe of giants must consist of at least dozens or hundreds of giants, while the dragons only have 3. The outcome is therefore difficult to predict. Hearing Caesar's question, Sylvanas' expression was somewhat strange, and she could only try her best to describe it. In the early stages of the battle, the green dragons and black dragons joined forces to deal with the mountain giants, and initially gained the upper hand. However, due to the uneven distribution of spoils, they were defeated one by the mountain giants. 2 adult green dragons. An adult black dragon. They are all at least 7-tier high-level life forms, and their racial combat power is also very high. But alas, dragons have never been united creatures. Although the dragon race is far stronger than the giants as a whole, conflicts frequently arise among members of the same race, let alone alliances with other types of dragons. Facing a united tribe of hill giants. Although the dragons initially gained some advantage, a conflict arose over the distribution of the life crystal veins, and the hill giants quickly seized the opportunity to defeat them. Many corpses of their relatives were left behind. Finally, they fled in panic. The fact that they started fighting amongst themselves before even achieving victory is very much in line with the behavior of the 5-colored evil dragons. What a disgrace to the dragon! Caesar shook his head, mocking the weakness of the green and black dragons. However, when he heard about the life crystal mine, his eyes lit up with a hint of excitement, for this was a rare and precious item. Although it was only a tiny magical mineral vein. But this is a life crystal. A single life crystal is worth as much as a dozen ordinary magic gems. It is important to know that the lifespan of any living being has a limit, even for long-lived species like dragons. If no accidents occur, some of them will die at an extremely old age of over 800 years. Only by breaking through the boundary between life and death. Only then can one become like Oolong. Not only will their strength be greatly enhanced, but their lifespan will also be extended. Some dragons are of average talent, and cannot break through the boundary between life and death on their own, but if they can obtain enough life crystals, they can safely pass through this stage. This is also the reason for the conflict between the green dragon and the black dragon. This is a top-grade magic gem. Everyone wanted to possess them all, and no one wanted to share a single one with the other dragons. Caesar wanted it too. Although he is still young, only in his early 30s and a red dragon in his adolescence, he can use the life crystal, a top-grade magical gem, to enhance his vitality and shorten his growth period. Once you obtain this life crystal vein, therefore, it is quite easy for a mid-level creature to break through to a high-level creature. Sylvanas saw through his intention and said considerately, "Your Highness Caesar, there are many adult giants and some strong giants in that hill giant tribe, but no elderly giants over 400 years old. With our strength, although it will be difficult to seize it, it is not too dangerous. Giants are like dragons. They are all long-lived beings from the main material world, and their strength will not weaken with age, they will only grow stronger. Giants over 200 years old in their prime have basically reached the stage of high-level beings, while giants over 400 years old are close to being legendary. Giants over 600 years old are basically like the white dragon, having firmly become legendary beings. If they go further and break the boundary between life and death, they will become ancient giants, powerful beings on the same level as the ancient dragons. If there were no 400-year-old giants. For Caesar's forces, it was indeed worth a try. Chapter 50 Emerald Forest. You can try it, but it's not very safe. Caesar pondered for a moment. In his current territory, the only high-ranking creatures are Sylvanas and the dragon-veined ferocious white tiger. Although Caesar himself is only at the 6th rank, he is almost overwhelming against ordinary 7th rank creatures. Unless there are elderly giants in the hill giant tribe. These giants, over 400 years old, are almost all 9th order life forms with peak high level strength, ranking first below the legendary level. Even several adult dragons working together would find it difficult to defeat them. Then, Caesar looked at Sylvanus' abdomen. Although the offspring of high-ranking magical creatures do not significantly affect their combat strength, he did not want Sylvanus to participate in battles of this level. It should be noted that the gestation period of the serpent people is second only to that of dragons, taking approximately 60 months, or 5 years. A single pregnancy is quite difficult, and it would be best to avoid any accidents. In this way, in terms of high-level combat power, only he and the dragon-veined ferocious white tiger remain. Since the ferocious white tiger underwent the transformation of the dragon vein, some elemental spiritual light has appeared in its body, enabling it to use some spell-like abilities, but only within the magic power of a third-ring spellcaster. They were only slightly stronger than those dragon-blooded gnolls. But it awakened the ability to spew firestorms, much like the fiery breath of a red dragon. The intensity of this fire breath has reached the power of a 6th circle evocation spell, second only to the dragon breath of some young red dragons, and can cause considerable damage to high-ranking creatures. Secondly, it is its own life strength. After ascending from the peak of the middle level to a high-level creature, it grew dark red scales and grew to a length of 15 meters from head to tail. Caesar felt that even an ordinary, strong-grown white dragon would not be a match for the ferocious white tiger of the dragon vein, so it should be no problem to use it to deal with a high-level giant. The current dragon vein is a ferocious white tiger. They usually stay by Diana's side, acting as the face of the red dragon's territory. Although not many human kingdoms dare to plunder the red dragon's treasure, some foolish creatures inevitably get blinded by greed. Caesar pondered for a moment. It seems it's time to meet with my kin. He came up with a solution. That is to unite with those green and black dragons that were driven away by the hill giant tribe. Once the hill giant tribe has finished mining the life crystal vein, there might be several more high-ranking giants. At that time, the living environment for green and black dragons was not as wonderful as it is now. In this situation, even if the 5 evil dragons were fond of infighting, they could not stand idly by and watch this happen, since the two sides were naturally destined to fight to the death. Sylvanus, you stay home and look after the children. Caesar spoke. He is already preparing to head to the Emerald Forest. Hearing Caesar's words, Sylvanus had no objections and quickly told him about the Emerald Forest and the location of one of the adult green dragons. That adult green dragon. It was also the evil dragon that stole Sylvanus' territory. That's why Sylvanus had been keeping a close eye on the events in the Emerald Forest, and when she heard that the adult green dragon had suffered a defeat at the hands of the hill giants, she couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. It was noon. The scorching sun would be unbearable for most creatures, but for Caesar it was incredibly refreshing, second only to the feeling of soaking in a lava pool. The enormous red dragon flew towards the Emerald Forest. This was Caesar's first time traveling far from home. More than 5 years have passed since he last came to the Karo Mountains, transitioning from adolescence to adolescence. This is the first time he has left the Karo Mountains. It has gone through 2 periods of deep sleep. Caesar felt that his proportions were becoming more and more perfect, especially his pair of dragon wings that were nearly 40 meters long, which were like a shadow that covered the sky and made it seem as if all living things were under his feet. Dragons are born with a natural ability to fly at a high level. But the dragon wings are not just for show. Dragon wings are like an accelerator. The wider the dragon wings, the greater the speed boost. They can also sometimes act as a powerful protective shield. Encounter some powerful spells. Dragons can fold their wings to protect their bodies, and with the powerful defensive capabilities of their scales, very few attacks can threaten them. Generally speaking, a dragon's wingspan is 1.5 times its body length. The closer the proportion is to twice the body length, the more perfect the form. In the dragon's heritage, only those legendary dragon species, which are even rarer than dragon gods, can achieve a perfect proportion of more than twice the body length as soon as they hatch. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon wings, these are all factors that influence the charm of a dragon. The more perfect the proportions, the stronger the bloodline. At the same time, it has high charm. Dragons are quite narcissistic creatures. Even black dragons, which look like skeletal dragons, will pay attention to their appearance after entering adulthood, or even their prime. The current Caesar. After 2 periods of slumber, The ratio of its wingspan to its body is getting closer and closer to twice the size. Perhaps after a few more periods of slumber, it will reach the perfect image in the eyes of the dragon. Caesar flew for about 2.5 hours. Mountains, lakes, plains and other landscapes flashed by in his field of vision. After flying out of the range of the Karo Mountains, he soon saw an incomparably green forest, which was the Emerald Forest. As the largest forest on the Emerald continent. The trees inside are extremely lush. Some ancient trees, without any damage, can easily grow to tens or even hundreds of feet tall, as if they are stuck in the clouds in the sky. Caesar's ability to see beyond visual range is now quite terrifying. Thousands of meters above the ground, a large castle with a distinctive green dragon style came into view, surrounded by countless thorns and ancient vines, and guarded by tall tree spirits. Green Dragon. The third-ranked dragon among the 5-colored evil dragons, also known as the forest dragon, prefers to live in forests with a long history and lush trees. Green dragons are born with magical abilities that allow them to control the forces of nature. Wherever it lives, the plants there will grow extremely lush. In fact, when a green dragon advances to the level of an ancient dragon, a vast forest will naturally form in the area it inhabits. Near the nest. Because of the activity of natural elements, those tree-like spirits will be attracted. Green dragons in the ancient dragon stage are naturally surrounded by a group of high-ranking tree beings guarding their dragon nests. There are even legendary ancient tree beings who will choose to follow some powerful ancient green dragons, primordial green dragons. This castle is quite beautiful. Caesar looked down at the massive castle beneath him, confirming that this was the lair of the adult green dragon, with enough space to accommodate an enormous dragon. A giant castle. Excluding those black dragons with inferior aesthetics, this is the preference of every dragon. Caesar simply didn't have the right servants to build a castle that could accommodate such a large dragon. Although trolls and kobolds were excellent laborers, they had absolutely no talent for architecture. Chapter 51 Dragonbane Berserker. Isn't the green dragon home? Caesar's body shimmered with a faint elemental aura as he cast a detection spell. No elemental fluctuations belonging to the green dragon were sensed. The dragon's scales have extremely strong resistance to magic and can conceal their elemental aura. If the opponent intends to hide, it is indeed very difficult to find them. But it's not a big problem. If a dragon doesn't show up when its own home is attacked, then it's not a dragon. Caesar's dragon body trembled slightly, and a surging, tidal wave of dragon might swept towards the green castle, its ferocious aura spreading like ripples in the air. Whoosh! In the eyes of the many green dragons' retinue. It was a terrifying red dragon that was 23 meters long from head to tail. Its dark gold crown made its towering horns even more majestic and magnificent. Its scales were as red as blood, and its nearly 40-meter-long wingspan was like clouds hanging from the sky. Its eyes were arrogant, as if it didn't care about any living creature. It suddenly descended into the territory of its green dragon master. After this period of slumber, Caesar's control over the element of the sun became remarkably refined, and the element of the sun within the golden patterns would not be easily leaked. This would prevent some creatures from mistaking it for a golden dragon. If not necessary. He still preferred his dragon scales, which resembled deep rubies. His powerful red dragon identity was enough to make some ignorant creatures kneel at his feet. The creatures of the green dragon's lair that were swept by the dragon's might trembled. Even the trance, which are creatures of a magical type and have a strong immunity to auras, looked at the enormous red dragon with great fear. Accompanied by the surging dragon's might. It was a scorching aura, like a fiery field. Some lush green plants, unable to withstand the high temperatures, burst into flames with crackling sounds. The extreme danger made it almost impossible for them to breathe. The green dragon's retinue, besides the towering tree spirits, consists of the familiar dragon-blooded kobolds, who can be seen everywhere serving as lackeys of the 5-colored evil dragons. There were also some green-skinned orcs. This creature has green skin, a face that looks somewhat like a hybrid of human and pig, a sloping forehead, and a pair of tusks protruding from its lips, making it look quite ugly. They all seem to be very afraid of Caesar. As the leader of all evil dragons, the red dragon is far more intimidating than the average green dragon, and it is also quite irritable. If you anger it even slightly, it will unleash a scorching dragon breath. Judging from body shape alone. This red dragon was even larger than its green dragon master. While the monsters were stunned. Roar! Suddenly a low growl rang out. With a thunderous sound of footsteps, a colossal creature emerged from the dark, dense forest. This is an enormous bear. Standing upright, it reaches a height of nearly 12 meters, appearing incredibly imposing and visually striking. Some adult giants are not as robust as it. Dragon Vein Violent Bear. As a top predator in the Emerald Forest, having undergone the transformation of an adult green dragon's vein, its strength is in no way inferior to the ferocious white tiger with dragon veins in Caesar's territory. As a creature of the dragon vein, it was minimally affected by the dragon's might. Its body is covered in a kind of green vine-like fur, and its pair of thick bare claws look quite frightening. Its appearance is full of a sense of oppression that is no less than that of a dragon. The dragon vein bear roared. "This is the territory of the great Thorn Queen, the master of nature, the green dragon of the forest. Unknown red dragon, please leave this place immediately." Interesting. Caesar sized up the dragon vein bear. Bears are known for their volatile tempers and are prone to fighting at the slightest provocation. Yet they were somehow subdued by the green dragon and became its followers. No one knows what methods were used to achieve this. In his territory, it also had a fifth-tier earth bear, but it was extremely stubborn and refused to submit to the red dragon's claws. In the end, it also became a delicious dinner for Caesar and his offspring. This dragon vein bear. They must be dragon nest guards specially trained by that green dragon. Even if ordinary high-level creatures invade, with the help of those treant monsters and orc warriors, they will only have one way out in the end. Only. A red dragon that has reached adult size is far beyond the reach of ordinary high-ranking creatures. Otherwise, the dragon vein bear would have made its move immediately. Seeing that the powerful red dragon showed no sign of retreating, the dragon vein bear grew increasingly agitated and wanted to issue a second warning. However, Caesar merely glanced at it sideways, completely disregarding the dragon vein bear. He barely uttered the incantation. A gigantic fireball quickly appeared high in the sky. Sixth Circle Spell Lava Burst. This is a sixth circle variant of a fire-based evocation spell, whose single target power can even rival some large-scale seventh circle high-level spells. This is one of the benefits Caesar gained from this period of slumber. Even a sixth circle spell. With such excellent control over the fire element, no incantations are needed. Soon, the surging fire elemental energy condensed into a lava fireball, appearing in the highest sky. Its speed was so fast that the dragon vein bear could hardly think anymore. In an instant, the lava fireball exploded directly, and the dragon vein bear, which was standing there stunned, was immediately engulfed by the explosive flames of the lava fireball and suffered severe damage in an instant. Its fur was completely burned off. It had completely lost its fierce aura from when it first appeared, and seemed to have retained only a little bit of its ability to move. Normally, high-ranking creatures would dodge immediately when hit head-on by a sixth circle spell, but this seemingly clumsy giant bear took it head-on. Speaking of which, if bears weren't physically strong, they would probably have been either killed or maimed on the spot. The instant the dragon vein bear collapsed, the green dragon's minions also knelt on the ground, bowing and worshipping the powerful red dragon. Some of the dragon vein kobolds even betrayed the group on the spot. Although dragon-blooded creatures are much more resistant to the might of dragons, the kobolds are such shameless creatures that they will immediately offer their worship and respect when they encounter a more powerful dragon. The tree-man spirits were also quite terrified. Fire-based magic spells are twice as effective against them. What they fear most are top-tier magical creatures like red dragons, which are born with a mastery of fire. The green-skinned orcs were somewhat better. They were more intelligent than the kobolds, but they possessed the backbone and spirit of the orc tribe and wouldn't immediately surrender to their new masters. However, none of them dared to make any rash moves. The powerful red dragon before them had actually defeated the mighty dragon-blooded bear in a single exchange, making it several times stronger than their master, the Thorn Queen. Chapter 52 Thorn Queen Giria. Ordinary five-colored evil dragons rarely stray too far from their own territory, the dragon's nest. Caesar did not have to wait long. Soon, a gale resembling the wings of a dragon swept in from high above, and a dragon's might unique to high-ranking dragons descended from the sky, carrying an aura full of anger. Within sight, beneath the deep blue sky, there was an exceptionally strong emerald dragon, about 21 meters long, its body a vibrant green, with beautiful scales that shimmered brightly in the sunlight. It brandished its wings, making no attempt to conceal its aura. The endless, tall, ancient trees seemed to roar in response. He looks very arrogant. Among the 5 types of dragons, except for the white dragon, they can all reach the size of a super-large dragon once they reach adulthood after the age of 100. The strength of adult green dragons is naturally quite powerful, and only some high-level spellcasters can contend with them, so they have the right to be arrogant. Faced with the red dragon's invasion, Without much hesitation, the green dragon opened its mouth after getting close enough, and a verdant aura rose from between its crisscrossing fangs. A deadly poisonous breath. Call! The emerald green poison gas, carrying an aura of corrosiveness, spewed towards Caesar's entire dragon. Although the red dragon that had suddenly invaded her territory was much larger than her, size does not completely represent strength. Otherwise, people could just decide the winner by comparing sizes when fighting. From the perspective of life detection techniques, the red dragon before them was merely a newly ascended 6th-tier life form, and was still a long way from becoming a high-ranking 7th-tier life form. She is no weak human being. For dragons, a difference of one level can sometimes be as vast as heaven and earth. Caesar narrowed his dragon eyes slightly. Faced with the green dragon's venomous breath, he also opened his dragon mouth, and his golden red, scorching dragon breath also spewed out, colliding heavily with the breath surrounded by green poisonous gas. Boom! The sky suddenly transformed into a mix of emerald green and fiery red. Dragon breath is the most powerful attack method of dragons besides close combat. The power of a mature green dragon's venomous breath is quite terrifying, but Caesar's dragon breath is no less powerful. Although he is still young, his dragon breath, amplified by the element of the sun, is even stronger than the flame breath of some mature red dragons. During the stalemate, Caesar's dragon breath gradually suppressed the green dragon's venomous breath, and soon broke through the layers of green poisonous mist, shooting towards the green dragon. After this period of slumber, Caesar's dragon breath range has been expanded to some extent. It's not as easy to avoid anymore. Seeing that they were no match for the enemy, the green dragon hurriedly flapped its wings, trying to dodge the attack by moving at high speed, but it was still blown away by the explosion caused by the surging fire dragon breath, leaving a deep trench tens of meters long in the ground. The scales of high-ranking dragons have formidable defensive capabilities, but it was still broken into many pieces. The green dragon got up and cursed. What kind of monster is this, red dragon? Is the great queen of thorns being favored by that wretched bitch, the goddess of misfortune? Why do I always encounter monsters? Queen Gyria of Thorns is 107 years old this year, and has just entered adulthood. Most adult green dragons have almost no natural enemies, so a dragon's life should be full of vigor and spirit, but she always encounters setbacks. First, they were brutally beaten by a snake man with the bloodline of a legendary snake man king. Then, after a long and difficult journey, I finally reached adulthood. After seizing the other party's territory, they thought they were not far from their goal of dominating the Emerald Forest, but then they encountered a tribe of hill giants. After being driven away, the territory was invaded by a red dragon that was even larger than itself. His life can definitely be described as full of hardships. Gyria wasn't seriously injured. Dragons have an incredibly strong regenerative ability, unmatched by ordinary high-ranking creatures. She glared fiercely at Caesar. If you've come to steal my treasure, then the great Thorn Queen Gyria will surely beat you to a pulp. Although the wave attack failed. However, Gyria did not believe she would lose. The five-colored dragons are a group of rather arrogant and vicious dragons, especially when she believes that Caesar is trying to steal her treasure. The red dragon's love for treasure is the greatest among the dragons, and it is common for it to rob its own kind. However, the other dragons are not much less fanatical about treasure. In this situation, the outcome is decided by fighting. Upon hearing the word treasure, Caesar's eyes lit up slightly at first, but his expression immediately turned cold after hearing what followed. You want to beat me to a pulp? It has to be said that inferior green scales are a bunch of guys who can't see their own identity. As the leader of the five dragons, the red dragon always held the belief that he was the most noble in the multiverse, let alone the green dragon, who was only ranked third among the five dragons. Caesar didn't take them seriously at all. He had completely forgotten about the idea of uniting with the green dragon, and the Dragon King decided to teach this green dragon, who couldn't see his own identity, a lesson. Caesar became a little more serious. The golden patterns on the dragon scales began to shine with a dazzling golden light, like the most intense sunlight in summer, so bright and hot that the monster's minions below could not open their eyes. Whoosh! The golden dragon, having completed its transformation, experienced a terrifying increase in speed in an instant, its massive body instantly transforming into a vast expanse of golden afterimages. Where? Queen Gyria of Thorns was initially startled, but as an adult dragon, she possessed considerable combat experience, and did not turn around. Instead, her agile tail lashed out behind her with unparalleled decisiveness and ruthlessness. The air emitted a piercing sonic boom. The immense kinetic energy is enough to break even a mountain peak apart on the spot. However, just as the emerald green dragon's tail was about to lash out, Caesar effortlessly dodged it, and instead, as the dragon's force waned, he grabbed the green dragon's tail tightly. "You arrogant green scale, give me a good harvest of gold coins!" Caesar growled excitedly. A pair of dragon claws gripped the green dragon's tail tightly, and then a burst of power suddenly slammed it heavily onto a nearby ancient tree. Bang! Because Caesar was extremely professional in the location of the hidden gold coins, he accurately determined the location of the inner dragon scales where the green dragon stored its treasure, which was characterized by speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The green dragon scales collided with the ancient, verdant trees. A tremor ran through it. Gold and silver coins, along with some precious dark gold ancient coins, streaked across the sky in graceful arcs, scattering across the earth like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. "Ugh! That wretched fellow! That's my treasure, and no one is going to take it from me! Don't you dare take it!" Even though Gulia was still in a dizzy, negative state, she could still feel the treasures inside the dragon's scales being flung out, and she couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Chapter 53: A Green Dragon Who Loves Treasure More Than Freedom. As Caesar continued to wave his hand, the green dragon's outer scales couldn't easily conceal its treasures, so soon a large number of gold and silver coins were scattered, making a pleasant clinking sound. At a glance, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Green Dragon panicked completely. That was her treasure, which she had worked so hard to acquire. That's right. It's not robbery, it's business. Among the 5 types of dragons, red and blue dragons are incompatible, white and black dragons dislike each other, and the only one that is relatively neutral is the green dragon, which is also the only type of dragon that often likes to transform into humans. Because of their cunning nature, they are very good at doing business with human caravans, and often manage to earn a lot of treasure from cunning merchants through their wisdom. Among the same age group, green dragons are often the richest of all dragons. The green dragon, disoriented and dazed from being thrown around, knew it was no match for this monstrous dragon and hurriedly said, "Don't steal my treasure! The great Thorn Queen Giria promises to serve you for a month, no, half a year." The green dragon's promise? Even the most foolish kobolds wouldn't believe it. Caesar ignored it and continued to thrash it, still managing to extract a considerable amount of gold and silver coins from the green dragon, causing the dragon to let out even more distressed screams. "1 year! I can serve you for a year! And I can even sign a dragon god contract!" Giria made a sound of gritting her teeth. Dragon god's contract. Under the watchful gaze of Tiamat, the mother of dragons, even the most untrustworthy dragon will obediently fulfill the terms of the contract under the watchful eye of the dragon god. He would trade his freedom from the dragon's birth for his own treasure. That's like a wicked dragon. For most dragons, life comes first, treasure second, and freedom third. In the novel, The Romantic Dragon Knight, that Caesar once read, the protagonist, a legendary knight, used his immense wealth to trick a giant dragon into serving him. This is very much in line with the nature of dragons. Of course, the long-lived dragon also hoped that the other party would die soon so that it could inherit the legacy of the human powerhouse. Caesar stopped shaking the green dragon. He suddenly remembered his purpose in coming here. If he directly robbed the green dragon of its treasure, the dragon would most likely not cooperate with him to fight the hill giant. "So," Caesar mercifully said, "in that case, I will allow you to keep 1/10 of the treasure, and the rest will be the price for your offense against me." Did the dragon say this? Gulia almost started cursing. But circumstances are beyond our control. Even if we only have 1/10 of the treasure left, it's better than nothing. However, among the evil dragons, Caesar's actions were relatively merciful. Most of the time, they'll beat you up badly, rob you of all your treasures, and then enslave you for a period of time, squeezing even more wealth out of you. Thinking about this, Gulia suddenly felt a little better. The green dragon began to sadly gather up the gold and silver coins that had fallen to the ground, but only her own share. The rest had already been collected into Caesar's scales. An extremely large dragon. It can hold a great deal of treasure. The rumors that human adventurer teams slaying evil dragons and obtaining gold coins are not unfounded. Caesar said with satisfaction to the now quite docile adult green dragon. "As long as you serve me well, this little bit is nothing. There will be much more treasure waiting for you in the future." He skillfully made grand promises. He then showed off his collection of over 300 magical gems shimmering with elemental light, which made Giria's eyes light up and she almost drool. Compared to gold and silver coins, Dragons still prefer rare items like gems. Some poor but vain dragons would even use glittering objects to pretend they were gems, making their treasuries seem fuller. Not to mention magic gems. Magic gems are extremely valuable and often priceless, difficult to measure in monetary terms. They are also a favorite of dragons, as using them to decorate their dragon nests is a matter of great prestige. Caesar's jewel collection. It was filled with an incredibly rich elemental aura, and each of the magical gems was perfectly round and complete, clearly not an attempt to put on a show. Guria was secretly alarmed. This is a dragon that is even richer than myself. However, thinking back to the battle scene just now, she became intensely curious again. What kind of dragon are you? You look like a red dragon, but the form you were in just now was like a golden dragon. If we ignore the other person's bad personality, Guria almost mistook it for a golden dragon disguised as a red dragon. After all, as the leader of the benevolent dragons, the golden dragon is stronger than the red dragon at the same stage in terms of combat power, so it is not surprising that it can easily defeat him despite being of a higher level. Don't ask too many questions about dragons. Caesar had no intention of explaining. Without a doubt, he was a pure-blooded red dragon, but with his system's rewards, he was becoming a hybrid red dragon, something that ordinary dragons could never imagine. The golden dragon form from just now. This is the sun form, a new technique developed by Caesar using the element of the sun. It can temporarily and significantly enhance his physical attributes, which is why he can overwhelm an adult green dragon with overwhelming power. Otherwise, with such a small difference in dragon physique, it would be impossible to win so easily. The golden appearance is just a bonus. But at first glance, it is indeed very similar to the golden dragon. You're not a hybrid of a red dragon and a gold dragon, are you? Gulea suddenly had a wild idea. In an instant, she imagined all sorts of scenarios where a golden dragon falls in love with a red dragon. For example, a young golden dragon is defeated by a powerful monster, but an adult red dragon happens to pass by and saves the young golden dragon. Then, the young golden dragon, disregarding societal prejudices, falls hopelessly in love with the powerful and proud red dragon. What lame joke are you telling? Caesar was somewhat speechless. The idea of a golden dragon falling in love with a red dragon is as absurd as a celestial messenger from the seven heavens mountain falling in love with a chaotic demon from the bottomless abyss. It's practically impossible. Even if it exists. That was the red dragon, the leader of all evil dragons, who took a liking to the golden dragon's beauty and forced himself on her, since the golden dragon's shimmering scales were indeed very appealing to dragons. However, Guria's words also made Caesar somewhat eager. After all, it would indeed be quite exciting for a dragon to abduct a little golden female dragon from Metal Dragon Island. But before that, Caesar carefully examined Guria's emerald-like dragon scales and her slender, elegant dragon body, and suddenly asked, "By the way, Guria, have you ever had any offspring after you came of age?" Chapter 54 The Green Dragon Sisters. To bear children? The great Queen of Thorns has no need for that kind of burden. Green Dragon Guria shook her head. The five-colored dragons did not have an obsession with procreation. Given the generally selfish nature of evil dragons, they considered such a thing quite troublesome. Not only is the gestation period quite long, around 10 years, but it is also. Furthermore, after the baby dragons are born, the female dragon must prepare food for them and provide them with a certain degree of protection. This is the most basic requirement that the five-colored dragon mother has for the dragons. But for lazy dragons, this is a very troublesome matter, and very few mothers of dragons are willing to take care of their children. This creates a strange cycle. After all, if you didn't raise me when I was little, how could you expect me to raise my own offspring when I grew up? This is also one of the reasons why dragons are so rare. But it comes with the dragon god's requirements. Female dragons are required to lay at least one clutch of eggs, so they often find a male dragon that they find attractive, and then hastily complete their mission. That is, under these circumstances, their offspring, to some extent, are born with an innate ability to mimic the behavior of their parent dragons. The baby dragon before hatching. They will be the first to be infused with the dragon's legacy, shouting out their true names to prove their great identity as true dragons. This massive amount of dragon's legacy not only allows the young dragons to know this from birth, but also contains the parent dragon's specific understanding of the world. Therefore, the personality of the offspring dragons is likely to be influenced by the beliefs of their parents. This is why evil dragon cubs are born with a penchant for doing bad things, while good dragon cubs are born with a pure and innocent nature and a penchant for doing good. The influence of dragon lineage on the personality of young dragons is greater than that of the bloodline of evil dragons themselves. The former will have a greater impact. Caesar had long harbored a conjecture about this. Perhaps an extremely powerful primordial blue dragon once existed in the material world. Due to the influence of a special environment, it understood the importance of family unity, and thus passed down this concept, thereby forming the blue dragon's lawful family concept. That's great. Caesar remained unmoved upon hearing Giria's reply. Judging from his dragon-like aesthetic, this adult dragon was quite young, looking only a year or two older than Diana, and its emerald scales were one of the dragon's favorite colors. However, he had already set his sights on this green dragon. Many people are curious. What kind of dragons will be born from different dragon species? This is a question that many scholars in the material world have already studied. After all, some dragons rarely leave their territory and never see other dragons of their own kind. In order to complete the dragon god's task of reproduction, they often choose to mate with a weaker dragon of another kind. For example, the red dragon and the green dragon. When the two are combined, the offspring will most likely be red dragons, with only a small probability of being green dragons. This bloodline inheritance is partly influenced by the strength of the parents. But there is also a very small probability. This hybrid dragon inherits the advantages of two parent dragons, thus awakening a special talent. This hybrid dragon is also known as a hybrid dragon. Most hybrid dragons are born as powerful and excellent dragons. Because the awakened power of these alien dragons is completely different from that of ordinary dragons, and their power is often difficult to pass down, they do not have a formal dragon species name. About this, Caesar had conducted some tests. Without exception, none of his followers, transformed through the dragon bane, mastered the degraded version of the blazing sun element. From this, it can be inferred that his current bloodline power is also difficult for his offspring to inherit. If it has offspring with a female dragon, so it's highly likely that it's still a red dragon cub, and there's only a very small chance that it will inherit his special talent. Under the disapproving gaze of the adult green dragon, Caesar swaggered into the castle she had built, which was constructed primarily of ancient wood and had a square, ornate shape. There are also exquisite murals on it. It records the various great deeds of Giria as a dragon. Moreover, the surrounding area is basically engraved with mysterious magical runes, giving this large green castle a clean and tidy appearance. In the very center, the aura of an adult green dragon was the strongest there, clearly indicating that this was the palace where Giria often resided. Wow, they really know how to enjoy life. The moment Caesar saw it, he almost had the urge to possess it. He had the idea of building a super large castle a long time ago. But unfortunately the family members weren't supportive. Not being a gem dragon with expertise in architecture, I can build smaller palaces without any problem, but it would be very difficult to build a palace that could accommodate an enormous dragon. You bastard, after stealing my treasure, you're not going to steal my castle now, are you? Giria asked warily. She wouldn't mind fighting again for her castle. A simple dwelling. Only a lowly green scale like you would consider it a treasure. I will build a super large dragon castle to open your eyes, you shallow fellow. Although Caesar was somewhat envious, he remained quite defiant. That's good. Giria flicked her dragon tail and breathed a sigh of relief. Red dragons are a group of fire-type dragons that prefer hot climates and usually live in lava pools, so they probably wouldn't be very interested in such a large castle built of ancient wood. And just then, suddenly a noise came from outside the castle, followed by an elegant yet arrogant female voice. My foolish sister Giria, why aren't you coming out to greet your great older sister? If we delay any longer, that miniature life gem vein will have nothing to do with us. A flash of light followed. A green figure resembling a human appeared outside the green castle, its slender form seemingly out of place against the wide and tall city gate. Not all dragons prefer to remain in their original form. Because the large and powerful bodies of dragons can easily damage their carefully constructed nests, any damage caused by a single movement requires time to repair. Certainly, if one were to enter the territory of another dragon in dragon form, it would generally be seen as a provocation and invasion. This is why Giria attacked Caesar right from the start. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Two dragons cannot be kept in one territory, not even a male and a female. Soon, a tall woman with long green hair appeared before Caesar. This woman, who calls herself Sister Gulia, has a stunning figure that is hard for ordinary humans to match. Her attire is very similar to that of a noble lady in a human kingdom. She wears an elegant black low-cut dress and crystal high heels, revealing a pair of shapely, long, and firm white thighs. He wore a crown with dark green, jewel-like dragon horns. Her gaze was disdainful and arrogant, like that of a female ruler in a human kingdom. Chapter 55 Gulia, I was here first. I saw that familiar figure. Gyria rebuked her without any politeness. My foolish sister Ilya, if you ever barge into my castle like this again, I will beat you until you kneel on the ground and then hang you from the emerald tree for 3 days and 3 nights. The green dragon's sister is naturally also a green dragon. The humanoid creature in front of me, named Ilya, is Grecia's older sister. They were born one after the other from a nest of green dragon eggs, but the kinship between the dragons was practically non-existent. Upon hearing this, Ilya was about to make a sarcastic remark about her weak younger sister. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Ignoring Gyria's anger, he instantly moved in front of Caesar, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon before him. Red dragon? This is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful red dragon. Unlike her slow-witted and foolish younger sister, Ilya had already begun to pay attention to her own kind, but almost all the adult dragons in the Emerald Forest were green or black. The appearance of the black dragon needs no further explanation. Swamp dragons, who don't care about their appearance, are never in the mate selection criteria of clean-loving green dragons. And the green dragon? The idea of green dragons mating is a joke. Most of the time, they would rather be with white dragons, a disgrace to the colored dragon race, than with their own kind. Like the father of the 2 green dragon sisters, he was a blue dragon who was forced into a relationship by the female green dragon. Ilya was immediately struck by Caesar's stunning appearance. The magnificent and majestic dark gold dragon crown made the red dragon's tall and imposing horns full of the charm of a male dragon, and its scales, which were like rubies, were also quite admired by the mother dragon. Besides, the dragon's proportions, so different from those of a typical red dragon, and the ratio of its wingspan to its tail length, resembled what is considered a perfect physique in human society, all of which added a great deal of points to Caesar's score. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Any male creature would feel pleased to be praised for his appearance by a beautiful female creature, and Caesar was no exception. He instantly developed a great liking for this suddenly appearing green dragon lady. The red dragon shook its tail. He felt a little smug about having charmed the female dragon. Caesar said with a smile, Is that you, Lady Ilya? You are just as beautiful. Even the most precious emeralds and gems cannot match even 1% of your charm. It's even more beautiful than jade and gemstones. This is a very high compliment for a female green dragon. Ilya blushed instantly, the noble and aloof aristocratic lady transforming into a naive, innocent, and adorable young girl, her beautiful eyelashes trembling slightly. You certainly know how to talk a good game, but judging from your dragon-like features, you're probably not an adult yet, right? There's still some time. My God, you are such an excellent red dragon. If my foolish sister were as excellent as you, I would have so many fewer troubles. Haha, sometimes being outstanding can be a burden. The beautiful Ms. Ilya must have also encountered this kind of trouble of attracting attention. Listen to the utterly disrespectful exchange between the two of them. Gyria remained expressionless. But for some reason, an almost unquenchable rage had risen within me. She wanted to yell, I was here first! Looking at Ilya's affected manner, Gyria was very familiar with this. When the 2 sisters had just hatched, Ilya had already used this deceptive act to trick Daenerys into giving her more food. Perhaps this is why the green dragons don't get along. Everyone has a deep understanding of each other's nature. No matter how elegant one usually pretends, one can't help but become irritable when facing one's own kind. Even Caesar already knew the true nature of the green dragon. She was still flattered and became quite arrogant. Enough! My foolish sister, don't forget those disgusting hill giants. Once they gain power, our good days in the Emerald Forest will be over. Final. Gyria couldn't help but growl in a low voice. These words finally made the red dragon realize its purpose in coming here, and it withdrew its tail from Ilya. Cough cough. We can't let those savage giants get their hands on such a precious thing as the life crystal. It's time to let them experience the wrath of a dragon. Caesar also became serious. That's related to my breakthrough. If I can eliminate the tribe of hill giants and completely mine that miniature life crystal vein, then I will be able to successfully break through to the 7th rank and become a high-ranking dragon. Break through to the 7th rank during the adolescent dragon stage. Most dragons would find this difficult, and only a few exceptionally gifted heteromorphic dragons might be able to accomplish this challenging feat at this age. I'll do whatever you say. Ilya giggled, but her eyes also gleamed with greed. The dragons understood each other without saying a word. A red dragon suddenly appeared in the emerald forest. What else could it be for if not the life crystal? But this also gave them a powerful ally. That tribe of hill giants is not to be trifled with. The number of people is approximately 60. There are more than 30 adult hill giants, and 10 strong adult giants. Besides, it was a hill giant leader who was over 300 years old. The opponent's life form level had reached the terrifying level of the 8th rank, which was the main reason for their defeat. The 3 dragons discussed it for a while. Led by the 2 green dragon sisters, Caesar encountered an adult black dragon. This adult black dragon is about the same age as Gyria and Ilya, but it is much smaller, only reaching 18 meters in length, barely meeting the threshold of a super large dragon. Overall, it appears somewhat gaunt and grotesque. It has very little muscle on its body, and its wings are almost entirely composed of a skeleton and skin, tightly attached together. Some of the protruding bony structures even pierce through the skin, leaving them exposed. But the same applies. This is also a high-level dragon whose life level has reached the 7th rank. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to where the 2 green dragon sisters, who had always been at odds, had found such a powerful red dragon, their chances of winning the attack on the hill giant tribe had clearly increased considerably. Apart from Caesar, the 3 adult dragons also began to gather their followers. They could not afford to be careless about the war with the giants. If infighting broke out again, their days in the Emerald Forest would be extremely difficult, and they might even have to depend on the whims of the Hill Giants tribe for hunting in the future. Chapter 56 Dragon Legion. With the summoning of 3 adult dragons, a large number of monsters emerged. Forest lizardmen, dragon-veined kobolds, war centaurs, green-skinned orcs, large ferocious species, many magical creatures, and all sorts of strange creatures appeared, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of demons dancing in the air. At first glance, there were approximately 6,000 of them, far exceeding the number of Caesar's followers. If it weren't for the fact that many of them had died in the last battle against the hill giants, the adult dragon's followers would have been many more numerous. Giants are not a race that fights alone. They not only have a social structure. Furthermore, they would tame their own kin, much like hunters taming their hounds. They also had many ogres, trolls, and subspecies of giants serving them, which meant that the dragons could not simply overwhelm the hill giant tribe with the lives of their monster legions. This was a massive war. Led by 4 colossal dragons, countless behemoths marched menacingly toward the miniature life gem mine, making no attempt to conceal their intention to annihilate the giant tribe. This has attracted the attention of many racial factions who are secretly observing the situation. The vast Emerald Forest is not only home to the 2 powerful races of dragons and giants, but as mortal enemies, they are often the most prone to friction and conflict. In the past, although the 2 sides have fought each other, they are both wary of each other's strength and exercise restraint. However, the appearance of the life gem has completely disrupted the balance between the 2 sides, forcing the green dragon and black dragon to unite and decide to eliminate the hill giant tribe together. The hill giant. Although it is one of the 6 giant races, it is the lowest-ranking giant race, much like the white dragon among the 5-colored dragons, which is much lower in strength and intelligence than the other giant races. Leaving aside the strength of the 2 green dragon sisters, even a smaller adult black dragon is confident that it can take on 2 or 3 strong adult giants at the same time, which comes from the overwhelming advantage of its racial stats. The only troublesome one. That was the leader of the hill giants whose life forms reached the 8th level. The opponent was far stronger than his fellow tribesmen. As the leader of the hill giant tribe, he was also the oldest of all the hill giants, not far from being a 400-year-old giant. In terms of combat power, he was even comparable to some dragons that had just entered their prime. The location where the life gem vein appears. It is about 3,000 kilometers away from the dragon's territory. The dragon can fly there quickly, but the strength of the dragon's followers varies, and their movement is not very flexible and quite slow. Neither Caesar nor the green dragon sisters were in a hurry. Their war against the giants could not be resolved by fighting alone. More than a dozen high-ranking giants, an 8th-tier giant leader, and a powerful giant clan. This is a terrifying force capable of overthrowing some human kingdoms that lack legendary powerhouses. Period. The green dragon sister, Ilya, even had the leisure to flirt with Caesar during the journey, which infuriated the green dragon sister, Gyria, who almost couldn't contain her jealousy and punched her twice. My strength seems to be much weaker than that of a fully grown dragon. While chatting with Ilya, Caesar surveyed the monster army and compared the power of his territory with that of the other dragon territories. after the last war with the human legion. His family members also suffered heavy casualties. However, after 2 years, due to his relaxation of food distribution, the number of Knoll tribes and Kobold tribes increased significantly again, almost exceeding 1,000 combined. Even the trolls and fire lizards had many more cubs. But compared to the monster legions of adult dragon lords, it's still far behind. Of the 3 adult dragons, the monster army of the green dragon Ilya is the most powerful. Besides these giant dragons, the most eye-catching one was a forest earth dragon that was over 20 meters long. A tier 7 subdragon, a forest earth dragon. This dragon has a body covered in thorn-like barbs, and its body is filled with rich natural elements, like a layer of green moss. The dragon has no horns on its head, only a cluster of yellow crystalline rock material. Its long tail ends in a round hammer shape, exuding a strong dragon aura. The so-called Asian dragon. It is a species bred from dragons and some magical creatures, and is a completely different species from dragons. Only some shallow creatures. People who haven't seen many dragons would confuse the two. In some less developed human principalities, some vain human knights would often claim to be so-called dragon knights simply because they had subdued a wyvern, which is quite ridiculous. The dragon has no dragon heritage, nor does it possess the special talents of a dragon such as dragon might or dragon breath. Its combat power is far inferior to that of a pure-blooded dragon of the same level. It only resembles a dragon in appearance, and looks quite intimidating. Were they nurtured with more dragon blood? Caesar made his judgment. Although dragons also possess a faint dragon vein within them, they can be transformed into dragon vein followers by giant dragons, making them the dragon vein followers that giant dragons generally favor. Not all creatures can withstand the contamination of the dragon vein, but the chances of encountering a dragon are greatly increased. Ilya is much stronger than Gracia. Her dragon body was already over 22 meters long, which was very close to Caesar's size. Therefore, the overall strength of the forest earth dragon that Ellie transformed into was much stronger than that of Guria's dragon vein bear. The adult black dragon's retinue is somewhat lacking. His monster army did not have any high-ranking 7th-tier individuals, but there was a burly centaur with black horns and a body size of 4 meters tall, who commanded his lizard man army and other followers, but his strength was basically at the level of a 6th-tier life form. However, in terms of high-end combat power, my subordinates still have the advantage. Caesar comforted himself. Aside from the ferocious white tiger of the dragon vein, his 2 strongest monster leaders are only at the 5th rank. Compared to adult dragons, he has relatively few core followers of the dragon vein. But he also has Sylvanas, a serpent-like companion, whose combat prowess rivals that of some pure-blooded dragons, something other adult dragon lords cannot achieve. After about a day's journey. This was also the first time Caesar had ever seen the face of the hill giant. Each one stood on the earth like an iron tower, covered by a layer of natural rock, like a carapace covering their bodies and ankles. Adult hill giants typically reach a height of 6 meters. The mature hill giants reach 8 meters in height. The most awe-inspiring of all was the leader of the hill giants, who stood 10 meters tall. A dragon that is more than 20 meters long may look awe-inspiring from high in the air, but in reality, its shoulder height is only about 5 or 6 meters. If it were on the ground, its visual impact would not be comparable to that of a giant. Giants are like dragons. They all become stronger with age. They will maintain their peak strength until they die of old age, unlike ordinary creatures whose strength will greatly decline with age. Chapter 57 The Hill Giant. With the overwhelming power of the Dragon Legion. The other side. The giants of the hills were also on high alert. They knew the dragon wouldn't give up so easily, so they prepared for war early on. Surrounding the hill giants were ogres, trolls, and some greenish-blue, hideous subspecies of giants, cave giants. Giant's blood does not have the special effects of dragon's blood. Unable to enhance the potential strength of the clan. Therefore, they can only choose monster races with relatively strong combat capabilities as their hunting tools. Weak races such as kobolds and goblins cannot provide them with any help and instead consume a lot of food, so they are not chosen by them at all. Roar! Upon seeing the dark mass on the horizon, the leader of the hill giants immediately let out a roar. Remind all giants and their families to prepare for battle. The deafening roar also carried a morale-boosting, almost magical power, which strengthened the resolve of the few remaining members of the clan who had wavered at the sight of the Dragon Legion. A burly giant gave the order. Prepare to throw stones! Slinging tactics. The giants' forte, their unparalleled strength, allows the boulders they throw to be many times more powerful than the cannon fire of human-ranged artillerymen. Upon hearing this, one by one, the tall and burly adult giants began to move, and the ogres, trolls, and cave giants followed suit. Roar! Many giants and their kin moved all the boulders that had been prepared beforehand, their arm muscles bulging instantly, accompanied by roars full of battle intent. In an instant, huge rocks, some over a meter in diameter and even several meters in diameter, were hurled with tremendous kinetic energy, creating a spectacle resembling a meteor shower from afar. At the same time, some shamans and witch doctors of hill giant tribes also began to prepare the effects of powerful curses and to provide the giants' followers with a fearless, bloodthirsty effect. Most hill giants are barbarians. However, when a hill giant forms a tribe, some special professions will emerge, similar to spellcasters among humans, and their roles will be quite crucial. As the boulder fell, some of the gnolls and kobolds in the monster army were smashed into a bloody pulp by the fallen boulders before they could even react. Bang! 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 The forest earth dragon and the nearly recovered dragon vein bear let out a deep roar and immediately blocked the dragon legion's path, smashing most of the incoming boulders. Damn giants! Let's all work together and crush these stinking creatures! The adult black dragon was enraged. His monster army suffered the greatest losses because there were no high-ranking creatures to stop it. For the stingy dragon, every follower was a precious treasure. Acid breath. The black dragon's breath resembled a thread-like acid. As it charged into battle, many ogres and trolls were instantly dissolved, letting out shrill screams. The green dragon's sisters were not idle either. A wide-ranging, highly toxic breath also swept towards the giant's kin, and the war between the dragon legion and the giant's kin officially began. Although they gained a lot of advantages by using catapult tactics. However, the ranged attack methods of the giant familia are far less diverse than those of spellcasters. They mostly engage in close combat, with relatively few spell attacks. Roar! The forest earth dragon took the lead, and with a huge roar, the earth began to tremble violently, and spikes of earth attacked the location of the giant's kin. Several cave giants were caught off guard. He was stabbed from bottom to top right there and then. The dragon vein bear beside it was also venting its anger, smashing the heads of several trolls and ogres to pieces with its two huge paws as if smashing watermelons. But the giants quickly adjusted their battle strategy. Two tall, robust giants immediately wielded metal rods, each 7 or 8 meters long, and viciously swung them at the dragon's two high-ranking servants. In just a moment, a brutal bloody battle broke out between the dragon legions and the giant's kin. Almost every second, gnolls, kobolds, forest lizards, warhorses, ogres, trolls, and other creatures were dying, turning the lush green forest a blood-red color. Caesar did not act immediately. With his body covered in invisibility magic, he was completely invisible on the battlefield to the red dragon. Not far away, the adult black dragon and the two green dragon sisters were already entangled with 8 or 9 strong giants, while the hill giants clearly had more strength to spare. At least the leader of the hill giants did not immediately join the battle, but waited for the best time to make a move, just like Caesar. This powerful leader of the hill giants. Caesar's expression turned serious. His aura was far more terrifying than that of the previous 8th tier paladin. No wonder the 3 powerful adult dragons had fled. He is now, having just advanced to a 6th tier life form, its life level, as detected by the life detection technique, is still lower than that of the centaur under the adult black dragon, a seasoned 6th tier warrior, fighting an 8th tier opponent with a 6th tier opponent. Moreover, the other party is not an ordinary creature, but a powerful race whose status is similar to that of a dragon. As overlords whose fame resounds throughout the multiverse, dragons and giants are top-tier creatures that can be challenged even if they are of a higher level. An 8th level hill giant's combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary 9th level creature. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Caesar muttered to himself. A burning fighting spirit began to rise in his eyes. No dragon would choose to back down when facing its nemesis, the giant. As a proud red dragon who looked down on all creatures, he had the courage to fight without fear and the will to fight to the death even when facing legendary creatures. Not to mention, he was just a mere 8th tier hill giant. As the battle intensified, and even adult giants began to die, the leader of the hill giants could no longer sit still. He grabbed his tall-boned spear and prepared to join the battle immediately. The weapon in his hand emanated a crimson aura of blood. It has a faint dragon-like aura. It seems that this bone spear was once stained with a lot of dragon blood. Roar! The hill giant roared, and the thunderous sound reverberated throughout the battlefield, startling the giants who had been intimidated by the dragon's might. His legs were slightly bent. The earth was then shattered into a huge crater, and the burly body soared high into the air like a cannonball, as if crossing space, and charged towards the three giant dragons. A 10-meter-tall hill giant. Holding a bone spear taller than his own body, he aimed from above, seemingly about to pierce through one of the adult dragons on the spot. Chapter 58 Tiamat's Million Dragon Burst. Damn giant, how dare you underestimate me, Ryelks! The adult black dragon let out a painful roar. Faced with the sudden attack of the hill giant leader, although he managed to dodge the bone spear aimed at his vital points, he was still struck by the opponent's sweeping blow, which shattered his dragon scales and left him a bloody mess. Large amounts of dragon blood dripped down. Compared to the physical pain, what he found even harder to accept was the giant's contempt. Of the three adult dragons on the battlefield, the enemy wasn't targeting the two green dragon sisters, but instead targeting him. This clearly meant they were using him as a weak point, which was undoubtedly a tactical humiliation. The black dragon Ryelks flapped its wings. With a furious lash of its tail, the dragon sent the surrounding giants flying. Undeterred, it charged towards the hill giant leader. The 7th-tier black dragon possessed immense vitality. Even if it was a tier lower, it wouldn't be powerless to fight back. The dragon and the giant clashed head-on. The families and relatives on both sides also quickly offered their help. However, although the black dragon's retinue was large, it did not have a single high-ranking life form and was no match for those strong, grown giants. It quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. But the core retinue of a dragon, having undergone the transformation of the dragon vein, is virtually impossible to betray. Even if some monsters show signs of retreat, the 6th-tier centaur, the leader of the Black Dragon Legion, will immediately unleash a merciless massacre, forcing them to continue fighting and helping their master. Faced with a reckless and crazed family member, even the mighty giants had to be cautious. Although high-level life forms could overwhelm low and mid-level creatures in terms of combat power, they could not be regarded as ants. Some Dragon Vein Kobold warlocks with spell-like bombardment abilities could also break through their defenses. This actually improved the situation for the Black Dragon or Wild Chaos somewhat. On the other side, although the two Green Dragon sisters gained a slight advantage in the battle against the adult giants, and the Green Dragon's combat strength was much stronger than that of the hill giants at the same level, they had not yet reached the point of overwhelming them. It also resulted in a brief stalemate. A little while later, the hill giant leader seized another opening in the Black Dragon's defenses, nearly piercing Rilke's chest with a spear. However, the dragon's vitality was simply too strong, which only fueled its rage. His bone spear is not a legendary item. For a dragon, even an injury strong enough to pierce its heart is not fatal, and it doesn't even have a significant impact on its combat strength. At most, it just causes a severe loss of stamina. Seeing this scene, the leader of the hill giants decided that they could no longer delay. The Dragon Legion had too many followers. Even if the hill giants ultimately won, the price they paid would be extremely high, with many even falling in their prime. This was something the tribe's leader could not accept. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, blue veins bulged on his light brown arm. Layer upon layer of elemental light, representing the attributes of the earth, rose up. In no time, the hill giant leader's arm seemed to have been enchanted by a transformation spell, growing several times thicker, resembling the trunk of a towering ancient tree. "Die, you foolish dragon!" he roared. With his upper body slightly bent, he suddenly threw the bone spear. Even though the black dragon reacted extremely quickly to dodge at the critical moment, the weapon still pierced through its wing and pinned it to the ground. Dragon blood flowed. Rilke's was too weak to get up. The defeat of the adult black dragon brought the chaotic battlefield to a brief pause. The giant's kin erupted in wild cheers. To celebrate one's leader. The Dragon Legion's momentum also collapsed, causing the Green Dragon sisters to consider running away. However, just as the hill giant leader breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely honored to add to his career the feat of slaying an adult black dragon, he was completely unaware. In the vast atmosphere, a terrifying red dragon, over 23 meters long, looked down upon him from tens of thousands of meters above the ground. It's as if you're looking at an ant. The earth appeared as a miniature map to the dragon. Looking down through the dense clouds, even a 10-meter-high mountain giant seemed like an insignificant little thing. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent lost their weapon, Caesar's gaze turned sinister. The golden patterns on its body instantly covered the deep red dragon's body, and its wide dragon wings folded into its sides, encircling its entire body. The golden behemoth suddenly plummeted towards the ground. Boom! The wind howled and the clouds trembled. The terrifying sonic boom made all creatures on the battlefield aware of this terrible disaster, as if the gods in the sky had been enraged. It has accumulated a large amount of solar energy. The golden light even tinged the entire sky with a dazzling halo. In an instant, a golden meteorite fell. Even the adult giants and the green dragon sisters inevitably fell into a state of blindness, unable to see anything in front of them, only able to see the golden halo. I am the sun! Caesar, unleashing his full power for the first time, descended from the sky with unstoppable force and overwhelming force, his boundless power causing him to let out a deafening roar. Tiamat Million Dragon Burst. This is an advanced version of the nuclear dragon fist, covering the entire dragon's body with the element of blazing sunlight. The behemoth, weighing over several hundred tons, descends from a height of tens of thousands of meters at a high frequency. This power. It is far more terrifying than the high-level spell meteor shower. The extreme heat and the distorted air currents made even the blinded leader of the hill giants feel a terrifying danger. The brown body hair stood on end. Having lost his weapon, he could only choose to defend with all his might. The hill giant's legs stomped the ground frantically, and earth and yellow elemental light rose up, forming a small hill around him. After being enhanced by various kinds of magic, it was like an indestructible fortress. The next instant, the sun has fallen, and endless rocks and soil are rising into the sky. The earth seemed to groan under the weight of the storm, and waves of smoke and fire spread far and wide, instantly silencing the entire battle. Many dragons and their retinue, the giants' families, including some adult giants, were instantly vaporized by the surging blast wave, leaving no trace of their bodies. Those older giants who were closer and didn't react in time were also thrown away by the terrifying explosion, their bodies covered in horrific wounds. After a while, as the smoke and dust dissipated, what appeared before the eyes of many creatures was a huge crater that was incredibly wide and hundreds of meters deep. The yellowish-brown rocks had been charred black by the intense heat. So there was another dragon. At the very center of the crater, the grayish-brown skin had completely turned black, and the once robust and strong muscles had atrophied. The rock covering the body was crumbling away with a clatter. Even after suffering such horrific harm, the leader of the hill giants, who had reached the 8th level of life form, was still alive. His eyes were empty as he stared at Caesar not far away. Even after living for 378 years, the leader of the hill giants had never seen such a strange dragon. It wasn't even a high-ranking creature, yet it could inflict such terrible damage on him. This reminded him of a rumor he heard from his elders when he was young. In the multiverse, there was supposedly a powerful dragon species that surpassed all other dragons. That kind of dragon. They were beings of the same rank as the great titans of their kind. Because the titans were a legendary species that surpassed all giants, and he had never seen them, he remembered his elders' words very well. Could such dragons really exist in the material world? The hill giant leader's breathing gradually weakened. He still remembered how young and impetuous he was back then. Even the titans, emperors among giants, had some doubts about him, let alone the legendary dragons that corresponded to them. They believed it was a trick used by elders to intimidate the younger members of the clan. It has lived for nearly 400 years. The leader of the hill giants was quite knowledgeable. He had seen most dragons, but he had never seen such special powers before, which were the key to the fatal damage he suffered. That seems to be a power belonging to the realm of the gods? He stared intently at Caesar, and said with considerable difficulty, "My name is Beryllion, leader of the hill giants tribe. I never expected to witness the legendary dragon race. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky." A legendary dragon seed? Caesar, having exhausted all his power, was somewhat out of breath. It was only because his dragon body was strong enough, coupled with the protection of the blazing sun element, that this attack from the sky would most likely have resulted in him meeting the dragon god. They heard the words of the hill giant. Caesar was somewhat surprised, not expecting that he would be mistaken for a legendary dragon. He shook his head and said, "What a shallow giant. I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. Legendary dragon species. Those are powerful creatures born into legend, said to be even rarer than dragon gods." Although Caesar believed that his future achievements would be no less than those of these legendary creatures, he was currently far from being a high-ranking being, let alone a legendary one. "Yeah?" The hill giant leader let out a soft murmur, as if he wanted to say something more, but his severe injuries made it difficult for him to even speak. The next moment, his tall body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Legion erupted in cheers even louder than the giant's kin had before. Even the adult black dragon Realx, who was impaled on the earth, couldn't help but show a look of awe. If Caesar's terrifying attack had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have even had a chance to struggle. Dragons are always proud. However, they will also show respect and admiration to outstanding individuals within their own clan. Well done! As expected of the outstanding dragon species I've chosen. The green dragon sisters, Gyria and Ilya, also praised Caesar's strength at the same time. A few minutes ago, they were still complaining in their hearts about why Caesar hadn't made a move, wondering if he had been intimidated by the 8th-tier hill giant leader, when he gave them such a big surprise the next moment. Instantly kill the mountain giant leader. Absolutely stunning. Even within the grand scheme of a dragon's life, this is a moment they will never forget. Chapter 59 Gyria, Ilya, you come out here. Berillion! Father! Brother! Many hill giants let out a mournful roar. The giants of a tribe are mostly related by blood, which is very different from the social structure of the colorful dragons. They value family ties more. But the dragon legions won't give them time to reminisce. Caesar surrendered the bone spear of the hill giant leader, helped the adult black dragon Wildk escape danger, and then strangled the few adult giants who were caught in the crossfire and severely injured. The situation on the battlefield is now quite clear. Caesar did not make another move. Instead, they rested. The instant kill of the 8th-tier mountain giant consumed almost all of his stamina. If it weren't for the legendary dragon crown, he would never have dared to be so reckless. When faced with a fatal crisis, he would trigger the 9th circle defensive spell Glory and Shield of Protection. If any creature thinks he's easy to bully, Caesar in his godlike state would definitely give his opponent a huge surprise. Once freed, the adult black dragon Realx, along with the 2 green dragon sisters and 2 7th-tier lifeforms as their companions, was powerful enough to overwhelm the remaining adult giants. Caesar rested. On the other side, they were also releasing fire-based energy-generating spells from a distance. With his current spellcasting skills, he can easily cast even 6 circle spells, which are equally powerful against those strong, grown giants. A typical dragon. Before reaching adulthood, their spellcasting level is probably only at the level of a 4th or 5th ring mage. They are not keen on learning those boring spells, but prefer to use melee combat and dragon breath to kill enemies. Their powerful dragon bodies and various types of spells make their destructive power no less than that of the spellcasters. With a rumbling sound, large numbers of giants were being wiped out at an extremely rapid pace. Occasionally, many adult giants, blinded by rage, would do anything to avenge their leader, only to have Caesar rip out their spines. It terrified countless creatures. However, for the 5-colored dragons, the giant's spine was a good trophy, which could be used to decorate their dragon nest and show off their power and evil. As the giants gradually crumbled, the ogres and trolls who originally belonged to the hill giant tribe also began to become restless, and even rebels emerged. This is just one aspect of the evil race. While being a fence-sitter is despicable. But the dragon legions, who needed more power to annihilate the remaining giants, readily accepted the offer. After all, it was a dogfight anyway, and this saved them a lot of effort. On the main battlefield, not a single hill giant chose to surrender, not even when they witnessed their brothers and sisters being cruelly killed by the dragon's own hands. As a powerful race comparable to dragons, they naturally possess an extremely unwavering will. Even the most cruel torture. They would not choose to be slaves to dragons. All that remained was an endless hatred for dragons, an instinct etched into their very blood. Dragons had the same attitude towards giants. Dragons might try to subdue other creatures, but they would never entertain the thought of taming a mortal enemy like a giant, for it is a hatred that can never be extinguished. Even Caesar. Upon seeing these hill giants, they felt a sense of disgust, a very uncomfortable feeling, until they killed them all, and only then did they experience a sense of relief. After a while, the Dragon Legion finally achieved its ultimate victory, but its numbers plummeted from over 6,000 to just over 2,000, a devastating loss, given the sheer number of these hill giants. The mature giant has a restraining effect. However, those adult giants could easily crush ordinary creatures like mowing grass. Ordinary monster familiars were no match for them. Only the core familiars transformed from dragon veins could barely cope with them. But as long as we win, it was all worth it. Then came the time to distribute the spoils. Since dragons signed contracts before cooperating, everything is basically distributed according to contribution. Caesar killed the leader of the hill giants and eliminated several adult giants, so his contribution was the greatest. Miniature life gemstone veins. Caesar took 70% for himself, while the remaining 30% was divided among the black dragon Ryelks and the two green dragon sisters, each receiving 10%. Due to his impressive feat of instantly killing the leader of the hill giants, none of the dragons had any objections. The rest. This was the wealth of the hill giant tribe. These hill giants did not have the dragon's love of treasure, so they were quite poor, which made Caesar look down on their scrap metal. But, since we're already here, we should at least take something back with us. Caesar still received a share of the spoils captured by the Dragon Legion. Next, Caesar was also waiting for the microscopic life gem vein to be mined. The Karl Mountains are quite far from here, and it takes his retinue a lot of time to get here, so he plans to wait until all the ore has been mined before taking it back. His current residence. It is not the castle of the green dragon Graya. Instead, it was the territory of her sister Ilya. The green dragon's castle was in no way inferior to her sister's, and there were even many flower fairies hovering over her territory, making it appear even more exquisite. Your Highness Caesar, how is my territory? Ilya laughed. If it weren't for the hill giant tribe, the two dragons might have already become acquainted. For dragons, there's no need to hide things like desire. Not bad, Caesar praised, his enormous claws rubbing against the emerald-like dragon's scales. My heart gradually began to stir. Ilya giggled and said, Then what are you waiting for? If she encounters a superior male dragon, she wouldn't mind having more offspring, giving birth to several litters, and then raising them into super evil dragons. It sounds like a very interesting thing. Compare the green dragon cubs. Actually, she prefers the red dragon cub. These powerful but simple-minded red dragon cubs are more suitable as tools to earn money for her than the cunning and manipulative green dragon cubs. This is the kinship among dragons. A little. But not many. However, just as the atmosphere between the two was gradually warming up, from within the castle outside, a clear and calm roar suddenly rang out. My foolish sister Ilya, why don't you come out and greet your noble younger sister? Chapter 60. Making a good life together as a trio is more important than anything else. The shouts and cries rang out like thunder. Caesar and Ilya were speechless, never expecting Grya to suddenly appear at this moment. Was it intentional or accidental? That bitch! Having a deep understanding of the green dragon's true nature, Ilya naturally believed that the other party was doing it on purpose. How could the other party's little schemes possibly escape her notice as the older sister? It was clearly someone who came specifically to ruin her good time. Only, what she didn't expect was that Grya would suddenly arrive at this time. Before this, Grya had actually made arrangements long ago. To this end, she even specially dispatched one of her caravan forces in the human principality to trick the other party into temporarily leaving the Emerald Forest with a fictitious treasure. Gulia left on the surface, but secretly returned. She's not stupid either. A human caravan appeared out of nowhere and inadvertently revealed the location of the treasure to her. It all seemed suspicious. With the shrewdness of a green dragon, she would not be easily fooled. As her younger sister, Grya also knows Ilya very well. They're definitely going to do something bad. As the saying goes, we must destroy what the enemy desires. At this moment, Grya was still shouting loudly outside the castle, demanding that Ilya come out to greet her. If it weren't for the seventh-tier dragon's obstruction, she probably would have rushed in immediately. Ignore her! Ilya scoffed. Let my foolish little sister play outside by herself. Caesar. All he could say was, She truly is Green Dragon's wonderful older sister. An hour later. Grya's voice was hoarse from shouting, but still no creature came out to greet her. The palace was enchanted by magic. Sounds from outside could be heard, but sounds from inside could not be heard from outside. This quickly aroused her suspicion. Stop this lowly dragon! Gulia sneered and gave an order to the dragon-veined bear that had just arrived. She was determined to find out the truth today. In the past, whenever she appeared in Ilya's territory, the two green dragon sisters would immediately start fighting. But now, she has been waiting for a long time and hasn't even shown up. There's clearly something fishy going on. The forest earth dragon and the dragon-veined bear clashed, and there was no power left to stop the green dragon. Both are high-level organisms. The battle won't end anytime soon. Two seventh-tier creatures began to fight fiercely under the command of their respective masters. Take this opportunity. Grya headed straight for the castle ahead, physically breaking through the magical barriers that blocked her way. Now she was eager to figure out what tricks her foolish sister was up to. She kept overcoming obstacles. They headed towards the central palace at an extremely fast speed. Gyuria's curiosity had reached its peak at this moment, and she couldn't contain herself at all. But after seeing what was happening before him, he fell to the bottom again. Does this mean I've arrived at the wrong time? Gulia had some doubts about Longxing and couldn't help but say something. No, you've come at just the right time. Hearing her sister's voice, Ilya's smile deepened. Caesar. He now even feels a certain admiration for Ilya. A month later, Caesar emerged from the Green Dragon's castle, looking somewhat weary. Hard work. But at least we achieved our goal. Although the breeding cycle of dragons is long, it can actually be controlled at any time. As long as the female dragon is willing to cooperate, it can easily lay dragon eggs after a period of time. This is why dragons have such a long breeding cycle. But this is one of the reasons why it can be active in the material world. During Caesar's tireless efforts, the miniature life gem vein has finally been completely mined out. The kobolds among the dragon's retinue are natural miners, and with a large amount of resources, their mining efficiency is much higher than that of the giant tribes. In the end, they mine more than 200 life gems. This is an astonishing number. A single life gem can often be exchanged for more than a dozen magic gems, which is equivalent to a medium-sized magic mine. Even legendary powerhouses would be tempted by it. After some allocation, Caesar obtained a total of 150 life stones. With so many life gems, he could easily reach the 7th tier life form, and even have a large surplus, far exceeding the benefits of a gold-level offspring. Certainly. For him now, the benefits of having a gold-level offspring are no longer that important, unless it's a dual gold-level talent like Little Hilla's, or a lesser Morning Star talent, which could be much more helpful to him. Although the dragon bloodline is powerful, its development cycle is indeed very long. Under normal circumstances, for a red dragon to reach the legendary level, it must be at least 400 years old. Among dragons, if one reaches the legendary level in their prime, they are considered an absolute genius, but if one reaches the legendary level in adulthood, only a few exceptionally talented alien dragons can achieve it. So what about those who become legends in their youth? Even the dragon god himself might be tempted to lower his gaze and observe this extraordinary dragon. As an excellent red dragon, Caesar's ambition naturally increased significantly. If he produces enough excellent offspring, then achieving this goal is not impossible. Chapter 61 The Divine Source Mechs of the Magic Empire. During this period of time, the territory of the two Green Dragon sisters was quite lively, having accomplished the feat of annihilating the Hill Giant tribe. Many monsters came upon hearing the news, and the same was true for the Black Dragon Rielks. The Emerald Forest is vast enough. The territory of the 3 adult dragons only occupies a small part, and many more creatures live in it. In order to survive, they naturally want to find a powerful enough backer. Caesar was not in a hurry to leave. To be honest, the creatures here are far more powerful than those in the Karo Mountains. He can often eat some high-quality large magical creatures, which greatly helps his growth. The dragon's territory. This largely determines the growth of dragons. Dragons without any resources can only eat dirt. Although they won't suffer from malnutrition, their growth will be very slow, and they will eventually become ordinary legendary dragons. They will most likely be unable to break through the life and death threshold of over 800 years old, and transform into more powerful ancient dragons. Another month has passed. Caesar closed his eyes wearily. After saying goodbye to the 2 Green Dragon sisters, I was just about to get a good night's sleep before returning to the Cal Mountains. Just as he closed his eyes, before he had fallen asleep, a powerful pressure suddenly surged toward the Green Dragon's lair. Its immense power caused many creatures to tremble. Apart from the threatening roars of the 7th tier life forms, the forest wyvern and the dragon vein bear, most of the servants couldn't help but tremble slightly, looking up at the sky in awe. The power of psionic energy! Caesar instantly regained his senses. Although he was seeing this power for the first time, it was not unfamiliar to him. It was a power wielded by a rather special profession, the psionicist, who could use mental power to distort reality, and thus display all sorts of incredible supernatural abilities. He left the castle in an instant. In sight, it was a huge and unique humanoid mechanical body with smooth lines. Its entire body was covered in black armor, its eyes were closed, and its head was covered with thick dark gold metal. It had an ethereal and elusive feel, and was completely submerged in invisible spiritual energy. His chest was covered by armor that resembled a shield, but it was not completely closed. A crimson crystal could be seen in the middle of it. His shoulders were broad and thick, but his waist was flexible and slender, forming a standard inverted triangle. His legs were lightly touching the ground, and he was suspended in the air. The instant Caesar appeared, it opened its eyes, and a deep purple light reflected in the depths of its pupils, turning like ears. A slightly gentle voice slowly drifted from the void, as if coming from a very distant place. Celia Drow, a candidate counselor from the Magic Empire. Greetings to you all. The commotion had already woken up the Green Dragon sisters, Ilya and Graya. They all looked at the enormous creature in the sky with apprehension. This enormous mechanical body is more than twice the size of the hill giant, with a height of nearly 20 meters. The intricate and heavy mechanical body probably weighs tens of thousands of tons, and its powerful pressure is even more intimidating than the dragon's might. The voice posed. He continued, I've heard that you true dragon lords have recently mined some life gems. I hope to make a deal with you all, and the reward will definitely not disappoint you. The Magic Empire. It is not located on the Emerald Continent, but rather comes from one of the other 6 continents. It is an extremely powerful human empire that has completely unified the entire continent, and its background is so profound that it even has deep connections with the magical empires of other prime material worlds. When Caesar saw this mechanical body, the relevant inherited knowledge in his mind was automatically triggered. Mechanic. This is one of the most revered professions in the Magic Empire, and it is also the profession of Mind Warlock. This human empire is extremely unique. Psionicists are not necessarily mechanics, but mechanics are always psionicists. Their most prominent characteristic is the ability to manipulate powerful machines with their minds. The highest achievement of a mechanic is known as the Divine Source Mech. It is said that each Divine Source Mech is comparable to a legendary creature on its own. If it is controlled by a mind mage and becomes a human-machine integrated unit, its combat power is so strong that it even surpasses that of a dragon of the same level. This is the pinnacle creation of the Magic Empire. It is also the result of the painstaking efforts of countless human spellcasters and mechanical scholars. It is said that the most powerful divine source mechs have even been able to kill many demigod creatures. This also makes it one of the most powerful human forces in the world, in Ireland. What can you offer? Caesar wasn't too afraid. Instead, he asked curiously. Although the terrifying mech in front of him gave him a strong sense of danger, it was clearly not yet at the legendary level, and probably not a true divine source machine. But it's terrifying enough. At the very least, he is in the first tier below the legendary level, possessing peak combat power at the 9th level. The other party did not resort to force to rob, but instead expressed sufficient goodwill, which made Caesar curious about what they could offer in exchange. The voice remained silent for a short while. Then the enormous mechanical object gradually dissipated, its whereabouts unknown. Then appeared a blonde woman in her early 20s with extremely bright long blonde hair, dressed in adventurous clothing, looking capable and refreshing. In terms of appearance, she is quite exquisite, and few human women can compare to her. She also had a dark gold mechanical armor-like garment on her arm, a striking contrast between beauty and savagery. A 9th-tier mind mage. Caesar could clearly feel the pressure that was many times stronger than that of the hill giant leader. The powerful psionic energy had formed tangible waves on his body. Celia extended her arm, which was not equipped with the golden mechanical body, and placed it in front of her chest, making a noble gesture from the Magic Empire. May I ask the names of you true dragons? True dragons are distinguished from lower species such as subdragons. They are a term of respect used by other creatures to refer to giant dragons. The customs of the Magic Empire are relatively open. Even dragons can survive there, provided they abide by the laws of the Magic Empire. In this case, those metal dragons also prefer to stay in this human kingdom. In fact, Metal Dragon Island has a good relationship with the Magic Empire, and the human powerhouses there maintain full respect for the dragon race. Caesar and the Green Dragon sisters exchanged a glance, deciding they didn't want to provoke such a powerful creature for the time being. Then they all announced their names. Chapter 62 Dark Elves. Queen of Thorns Guria. Emerald Wings Ilya. After the 2 Green Dragon sisters announced their names, Caesar pondered for a moment, and then announced the name of the Eternal Sun Dragon. Powerful dragons often favor extremely imposing titles. Eternity represents his vision for the future, while Blazing Sun symbolizes his power. If a descendant dragon race were to inherit Caesar's talents in the future, then this title would not only be his name but also a synonym for a powerful dragon species. In some nearby human kingdoms, through the spread of the word by some intelligent races, Caesar's name has already gained some recognition, especially after he destroyed the powerful hill giant tribe. It can be said that he has become somewhat famous throughout the Emerald Continent, due to the worship of the dragon's power. Some bards even wrote verses praising Caesar. Its dragon wings carry both fire and light. Appearing on this earth, it shines its light on every corner of the world, to usher in the day from the night. All living things can see because of it. Its light opens clear eyes and gives new life to all things. Ascend. Shine. Make the heavens roll aside. The green dragon and the black dragon were willing to serve as its minions. The dragon legion cheered for him. It is the lord of the blazing sun, the king of the red dragons, the ruler of life and destruction, the terminator of all things, unstoppable and inviolable. This is the legendary fame that came from defeating the giants. Many forces learned of the outcome of that battle and vaguely witnessed the terror of the golden sun. They even assessed Caesar's combat power as second only to the legendary level. What an impressive name! Celia offered a compliment, clearly showing greater interest in the red dragon before her. Because the mind mage has an extremely strong perception of living beings, she was able to sense that Caesar was no ordinary red dragon, and that he was far more dangerous than the two adult green dragons beside him combined. I saw the disappearing black mech. Caesar also felt a little strange. He knew that this was a special ability that the mind mage possessed, which could create teleportation arrays and even teleport long distances across space. That mechanical body might have been stored in some dimensional space. This was also the profession that best suited the mechanics of the magic empire. He just didn't know how powerful the real divine source mech really was. He showed no reaction upon seeing the three giant dragons. Celia looked somewhat embarrassed. Having gotten used to being around the gold and silver dragons, she had assumed that they would invite her to their dragon nest to discuss the deal later. She coughed and took a moment to prepare her words. When I was traveling on the Emerald Continent, I heard about the appearance of life gems here, so I came here specifically for this purpose. Therefore, I will exchange treasures of equal value for it, and I hope you will agree. Then, Celia waved her hand slightly, and several large boxes of gold coins appeared, radiating a golden light. They immediately attracted the attention of the two green dragon sisters, who revealed their greedy eyes. Given the talent of dragons, even a cursory glance suggests they possess at least 100,000 or more. This is a huge number. Gold is a hard currency not only in the material world but also in some outer planes. An ordinary person might work their whole life and still not be able to produce a single gold coin. When a large-scale war occurs. While some human kingdoms do spend money to recruit adult dragons to fight for them, the price is usually kept around 10,000 each time, which is a generally accepted price. However, this practice has gradually decreased in recent years, and the five-colored dragons now rarely have the opportunity to profit from war. A green dragon like Uria that has just come of age. Even if they frequently trade with human caravans, it often takes more than 10 years to earn tens of thousands of gold coins. In fact, 20 or 30,000 gold coins might be the entire fortune of an adult dragon. That is to say, the wealth Celia offered was enough to mobilize 10 adult dragons simultaneously. This was indeed a very generous offer, considering that even legendary dragons would be tempted by more than 100,000 gold coins. How many life gems do you want? Caesar's eyes were equally fervent. Of the three dragons present, only he had extra life gems to trade. As the saying goes, money can make dragons work. No dragon can remain unmoved by treasures like gold, not even a dragon god. Celia smiled and gestured. How about 50? Impossible! Caesar refused without hesitation. Gold is far less valuable than magic gems, and there is no exchange system between the two. Magic gems are basically strategic resources, unless there is a large enough amount of gold. A maximum of 20! The greedy red dragon seemed to have suddenly transformed into a shrewd businessman in the human kingdom. Make a deal! Celia agreed without hesitation. Depend on. I sold it at a loss. Caesar cursed inwardly, but he was never a dragon who valued integrity. As if anticipating his change of heart, Celia quickly said, At most, I'll add 50 more magic gems of different attributes. That's basically all the wealth I have. Caesar pretended to hesitate for a moment. He didn't agree immediately but said, I'm currently quite interested in some magical knowledge and need some high-level spell books, preferably in the spellcasting and defense systems. Once I break through to the 7th order life form. He could then try to become a high-ranking spellcaster. Although the evocation spells in the Red Dragon lineage were quite comprehensive, he lacked spells from other schools of thought. Caesar's two companions. The sorcery school that Diana studied did not have any high-level spells, since she escaped in a hurry, and did not have time to bring the legacy of the court sorcerers with her. Sylvanas is an enchanter, but she also has a strong thirst for magical knowledge from other schools. If she could acquire high-level spells from mainstream schools, it would significantly boost her combat power. Celia hesitated for a moment. Although she controls the power of the psionic system, she also has knowledge of the spellcasting system, and does have some books on high-level spells. Then you can't go back on your word. Celia gritted her teeth. As one of the 4 magical gems, the life gem possesses powerful life force and is also one of the most coveted energy sources for mechanics. She is now very close to reaching the legendary level. If one can collect enough life gems and integrate them into one's own mech, combined with the special divine source metal of the Magic Empire, one can create one's own divine source mech. Become a legendary mechanic. She is currently only a 9th-tier mind mage and a 9th-tier mechanic. If she could advance both of her professions to the legendary rank at the same time, her status in the Magic Empire would be greatly enhanced. A 9th-tier mind mage might be very powerful on the Emerald Continent. However, in the Magic Empire, this is nothing special. Only legendary powerhouses can become counselors of the Magic Empire, and wield a certain degree of influence. In the ordinary material world, an ordinary Magic Empire would be considered powerful if it had more than 10 legendary spellcasters, but the Magic Empire of the world of Ellen is far beyond what such a Magic Empire can compare to. The world of Erlen is the reason why it has attracted the attention of the gods. This is because it serves as a transit point for various major material worlds, with human, elf, hell, abyss, dragon, giant, undead, elemental, orc, and other forces all having their presence here. This world was once filled with blood. Even many continental plates were breached, leaving only 7 continents. Only with the intervention of the benevolent gods of Paradise Mountain did the war gradually subside, and the world regained its long-awaited peace. The Emerald Continent was once ruled by a human magic empire. Because of that terrible war, it has become nothing more than dust in history. This has led to the current situation where the overall strength of the Emerald Continent appears relatively weak. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze anything more out of this 9th-tier mind mage, Caesar reluctantly took out 20 life gems. After reaching a consensus, Celia readily produced over a dozen mage notebooks. The magical atmosphere in the Magic Empire was exceptionally strong. As long as you made enough contributions, you could read not only high-level magical knowledge but even the notes of legendary spellcasters for a period of time. Caesar checked it over but found nothing wrong. Although he is not yet a high-ranking spellcaster, he can easily verify the authenticity of these spells using the dragon's legacy. After the transaction was completed, Celia also hurriedly summoned her black mecha and used a long-distance teleportation array to leave, looking like she was in a great hurry. A strange human woman. Caesar shook his head. When he came to his senses, the 2 green dragon sisters had already sandwiched him between them, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at the boxes of gold coins in his hands. Guria said ingratiatingly, "Caesar, you probably don't need that many gold coins, do you? How about I keep them for you? Clever Guria will surely make your wealth multiply several times over." Ilya shoved her, her voice equally eager. "Caesar, don't trust her. Guria will only covet your treasures. Leave them to me. I have many merchant guilds in human kingdoms. Your treasures will only show their true value in my hands." The mother dragon's mouth is a devil's lie that deceives dragons. Caesar didn't believe a word they said. However, considering the green dragon's terrible attitude towards offspring, Caesar still offered them a rosy promise. "Giving you some gold coins is not out of the question. If you can safely give birth to a healthy child from me, then I will reward you with 10,000 gold coins, with no upper limit." With the dragon's talent, as long as it doesn't do anything reckless along the way, it will definitely be able to reach the legendary level safely and smoothly. Definitely a Morningstar level talent. Compared to this level of reward, 10,000 gold coins are almost negligible. Although Caesar was also very greedy, he understood one thing: as long as you are powerful enough, you can seize more treasures. Strength is the passport to the material world. Hearing his words, the 2 green dragon sisters' eyes lit up quickly. If it weren't for the circumstances, they would be eager to order the little ones in their bellies to develop quickly so they could get more gold coins. Immediately afterwards, in less than 2 hours, Caesar returned from the Emerald Forest to the Coral Mountains. Although he often indulged in pleasure during this time, he was a relatively diligent red dragon. He had absorbed some of the energy from the life gem and was already at the peak of the 6th rank, and would soon be able to break through to the 7th rank. It only took a blink of an eye. The enormous dragon shadow in the sky had already landed on a dormant volcano, looking down at its red dragon territory. I just got back here. Caesar keenly sensed that some of his followers seemed to be missing. He let out a deep dragon roar. A moment later, the Nold chieftain Shilong flew up, bowed his head and said, "Great master, welcome back. Shilong awaits your command at any time. Where have the troll clan and your dragonkin gone?" Caesar observed for a moment. They discovered that most of their more powerful allies seemed to be outside their territory. "Master has such discerning eyes." Shilong grinned ingratiatingly and said, "I was just about to tell you all this." He paused for a moment. He continued, "Just recently, Matriarch Sylvanus discovered that a group of dark elves had suddenly entered the Karl Mountains for unknown purposes, so she dispatched a group of her followers to investigate their whereabouts and origins." Dark elves? Caesar was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the dark elves would appear in the Karl Mountains. This is a type of elf who prefers to live in dark places. Most of them do not worship the goddess of nature, but rather the dark elf queen, Lolth, the spider queen and lord of the 66th level of the abyss. Dark elves rarely appear in the material world. They were a completely matriarchal society, with females as the main rulers and males only able to perform some insignificant tasks, almost like slaves. The female dark elves served as priestesses of the spider queen Lolth, and were responsible for ruling the dark elf society. Unlike lawful, good traditional elves, lawful good dark elves make up only 15% of this race. The majority are chaotic neutral or lawful neutral. Due to the teachings of the evil god Rhodes, even those good dark elves cannot withstand the pressure and risks brought about by the social structure, and usually exhibit an arrogant and violent outward appearance. "That's really interesting." Caesar laughed. First hell, then the abyss. Did he have a talent for provoking evil gods? This piqued his interest. Elves are all creatures of exceptional beauty, and even dark elves possess an astonishing charm, which perfectly aligns with Caesar's aesthetic. Hopefully, this batch of dark elves will be of higher quality. If Caesar were to find a new mate, appearance would be the most important factor, followed by talent. Only a female with sufficient talent could bear offspring with him that would produce offspring with even greater talent. Certainly. If there are enough of them, he doesn't mind spending some time and effort. It's not that I like rewards or anything like that. I'm mainly curious about creatures like dark elves. Chapter 63 Dark Elves vs. Succubus Squad. On the territory of the Silvermoon Kingdom, a dark portal stands on the plains near the Karl Mountains. Around them, a dozen or so dark elves were scattered in the surrounding dense forest, like hunters hidden in the snow, always on guard against any possible enemies. Compared to the snow-white skin of the nature elves, they generally have dark skin, long silver-white hair, and deep red pupils that shimmer with a flame-like light. They were clad in leather armor and wielded curved swords. Her abdomen had clearly defined muscle lines, and she wore shorts made of some kind of wild animal fur, revealing two long and powerful thighs, making her look like a female leopard on the hunt. Carrying a crossbow on his back. Each dark elf was an elite warrior, and they appeared to be highly trained. Female dark elves are often taller and stronger than males, but they generally have beautiful appearances and elegant manners, making them as pleasing to the eye as natural spirits to humans. After a while, the space rippled slightly, revealing a dark elf dressed in a mage's robe that concealed his face. The dark mage's robe was adorned with a vivid spider pattern. She muttered it to herself. I never imagined that such a barbaric place would harbor a high-level spellcaster. A snake people with legendary blood? Too bad they're not males. But it doesn't matter. The living conditions here are much better than in the Underdark. Alas, if it weren't for the war between those demon lords, we wouldn't have had to flee to this place. Dark elves are the losers among the surface elves. After their victory, the Orthodox elves who worshipped the goddess of nature banished these traitors who believed in darkness, calling them dark elves, from the elven realm. The surviving dark elves wandered far and wide. Some chose to follow the Spider Queen, Lolth, into the abyss, while others entered the dark and gloomy underworld. Like the abyss and the Nine Hells, this was an incredibly chaotic lower plane, a paradise for all kinds of evil creatures, filled with cities and nations of grey dwarves, mind flayers, dark elves, beholders, murlocs, and humanoid beings. They, on the other hand, come from the Underdark. Upon seeing the appearance of this dark elf mage, the surrounding dark elf warriors also showed expressions of awe, for this was one of the few members of their clan to be favored by the Spider Queen Lolth. He was a natural spellcaster, and moreover, an 8th-rank dark archmage. The title of archmage was a designation used in the Underdark, equivalent to the status of a high-ranking mage in the human kingdoms. Rona Erda. This is a dark elf with a considerable reputation in the Underdark. She began directing the numerous dark elves to place crystals radiating elemental light around the dark portal, as if setting up a magic array. Lorna chanted an obscure incantation. The magical energy resonated with the dark portal, emitting a loud hum. The dark elves present watched nervously. They were the pioneers of the Erda clan who came to the surface world. They arrived here because they obtained a spatial coordinate of the material world through a deal with a higher demon. Buzzing. As space trembled, the dark portal slowly opened, gradually revealing a desolate world on the other side, filled with dense darkness and various foul smells of blood. A mysterious luster gradually connected the two ends. It's a success! Some of the dark elf warriors were somewhat agitated. Although it wasn't the first time they had witnessed such a scene, they still couldn't calm their excitement. This meant that their clan could once again return to the material world from the lower planes. As the pale blue light gradually brightened, soon, hundreds of dark elves dressed similarly to them cautiously emerged from inside, and upon arriving in the new world, they immediately showed excitement. At this time, a clear voice rang out. Lorna, you did very well this time. With this spatial gate that can connect to the prime material world, we can also leave the flame of the Erda clan here. The sudden sound caused all the dark elves to lower their heads. Unlike the other dark elves, the dark elves emerging from the portal had pale purple skin and rose-colored eyes. Their silver-white curly hair cascaded down their shoulders like waves. They wore finely patterned silver scale armor, which was tight-fitting and conformed to their curves. They also had silver belts around their waists, making them look magnificent and imposing. Wearing a crown symbolizing royal power. Her eyes were long and bright, with an inner curve and an outer upturn. She had a high and straight nose, and her deep purple skin seemed to glow with a mysterious light. The blade of the sword she held was dripping with crimson blood. Chief Natasha! Lorna immediately bowed respectfully. The bloodline hierarchy among the dark elves was even more stringent, and Queen Natasha, whom she spoke of, was of exceptional noble blood among the dark elves. They are born with various supernatural powers. Almost every noble among the dark elves is a warrior skilled in both magic and martial arts, whose combat power is many times stronger than that of ordinary dark elves. They are also candidates for patriarchs in various dark elf clans. They only admire strength. Those who can gain Rona's trust are naturally more powerful. Due to their chaotic system, the dark elves were unable to rule all elves in the form of an elven kingdom, and thus formed a family-based system to lead their subjects. The clan leader is the strongest. Natasha became a high-ranking life form as soon as she came of age. Because the previous Ulta chieftain was jealous of her talent, he was directly killed, so Natasha became the new chieftain. This is also a tradition of the dark elves. The cruel and capricious Spider Queen Loth always supports a dark elf in using intrigue or force to kill her fellow dark elves, ostensibly to eliminate the weak among them. The dark elves who were able to successfully rise to power. He gained her even more favor. Now, thanks to the blessings of the gods, Natasha has reached the 9th rank of strength. Let's skip these formalities. The situation in the Underdark is becoming increasingly complicated. I hope our decision to come to the material world was the right one. Natasha wiped the grime off the blade and said calmly. Although coming to the material world might attract the hostility and targeting of those hypocritical surface elves, their clan's survival would be in grave danger if they didn't come here. Chief Natasha, we've done some preliminary reconnaissance. We're currently in a natural monster mountain range. The only major powers nearby are a few human kingdoms, and there don't seem to be any legendary experts among them. This is good news for us. Rona nodded slightly, then reported the intelligence she had gathered during this period. Of the 13 kingdoms on the Emerald Continent, only a few have legendary powerhouses in charge. However, their strength should not be underestimated. Every human kingdom has at least 10 high-ranking beings. For example, the nearby Dawnstar Kingdom has several high-ranking spellcasters, which also have a great deterrent effect. Is that so? Let's settle down in this monster mountain range first. Once we've moved all our people here, we can discuss how to make those weak humans submit to the Yutter clan. Natasha thought for a moment, then spoke. Their Yutter clan has tens of thousands of dark elves. Besides her as the clan leader and the 8th to dark mage Rona, there are more than a dozen high-ranking beings. Although the clan is small, each member is an elite warrior capable of fighting, and their overall strength is not inferior to some human kingdoms. But those high-ranking members of the Yutter clan were forcibly conscripted by the Eye Lord, a legendary Eye Lord who ruled over dozens of cities, and the dark elf clans were powerless to resist. The Underdark is a scene of constant chaos and battle. The tribe is suffering losses almost every day. After Natasha took control of the Yitter clan, she decided to lead her Dark Elf clan out of this predicament, and actively sought a way to leave the Underdark. As you command, Chief Natasha. No, future Queen Natasha. Rona chuckled softly. As a friend who had grown up with Natasha, she was one of the few Dark Elves who dared to joke with her. Suddenly, she discovered that the detection spells cast in the sky had been activated. His gaze sharpened, a strong sense of unease rising within him. He immediately shouted, "All soldiers, stand ready! Be prepared for battle at any moment!" At the same time, on the distant horizon, a long line of blood-red dots tore through the sky, reflected in the vision of the Dark Elves, and rapidly magnified. An increasingly intense aura of evil gradually spread. The aura of hell? How could so many succubi appear in the material world? Natasha had dealt with high demons before and was extremely familiar with their aura, so she immediately recognized them as a group of succubi from the 9 levels of hell. These are a group of hellish creatures that resemble angels. They have wings stained with black, like dark and beautiful angels, but the intentional scars on their bodies give them a lustful feel, making them look like very delicate women. She was not wearing any clothes. The vital parts of his body were covered by thick iron chains. In the material world, they have many names known to humankind: fallen angels, ashes, and vengeful goddesses. "Lorna, how long will it take to open the portal a second time?" Natasha asked calmly. Although she didn't know why a group of succubi had appeared here, she knew that these hellish demons had a particular fondness for targeting and tormenting beautiful creatures like themselves, including Dark Elves. Unless necessary. She did not want to clash with this group of lustful demons. "At least 1 month. Lorna checked with her mental power and then said, "Opening the portal isn't that easy. Not only do we need enough magic gems, but we also need to wait for the portal to absorb enough spatial power before it can open the passage between the Underdark and the prime material world." Upon hearing this, Natasha's heart sank. The horde of succubi, shrouded in an aura of evil, had clearly detected the presence of their own kind. "I'm afraid some fools summoned these demons from hell through a large-scale soul sacrifice," Rona cursed inwardly. She hadn't expected that she and her companions would be so unlucky. Evil creatures like demons and devils generally cannot appear in the material world, but if they do, it means the situation is extremely serious. The lustful demon. The upper race among the demons are all at least 7th-order high-level life forms. The succubi that appeared before their eyes were about 2 meters tall, with black wings that stretched to 3 or 4 meters when spread out. There were 12 of them in total. The person in question does not appear to be well-intentioned. Under Natasha's command, all the Dark Elves raised their crossbows, their palms sweating profusely, but they still aimed their arrows at the powerful succubi flying rapidly towards them. At the same time, the lust demons also halted their rapid advance, their evil, greedy eyes fixed on the hundreds of Dark Elves below. Dark Elves? The succubi were also somewhat surprised, sharing similar thoughts with the Dark Elves. But soon, waves of greed surged from them, for the beauty of the Dark Elves aroused in them a strong desire to torment them. Especially Natasha and Lorna. This almost caused the lust demons to lose their temper and want to whip their bodies. Although lust demons are mostly female, they are indiscriminate in their desires and will even go after creatures of the same sex. They looked at each other, seemingly discussing something. "It's really strange that Dark Elves have appeared in the material world. These Dark Elves are much more interesting than those weak humans. They can be our playthings for a long time. I really want to torture them right now. A beautiful body and a resilient soul, if offered as a sacrifice to our Lord, would surely please him even more. Don't forget, we have something more important to do. Capturing that red dragon is what we need to do. This is the first decree issued by our Lord after we descended. It's just a mere red dragon that hasn't even reached adulthood yet. I don't know why my Lord is making such a fuss. Is there something special about that red dragon?" The demons spoke the language of purgatory. The Dark Elves below couldn't understand it either, but they could clearly sense the deep malice emanating from it, which was made without any attempt to conceal it. The next instant, a strange light flickered in the eyes of a succubus, and an alluring aura emanated from her. "Hee, Dark Elves, do you think I'm beautiful?" These words seemed to resonate from the depths of every Dark Elf's heart. They all became dazed and blank. However, the Dark Elves were not all weak. The 8th-tier Dark Mage, Rona, immediately took out her staff and chanted the spell. "Mind Fortress!" Most spellcasters possess spells to counter mental attacks. The magical energy surged and swept over all the Dark Elves, instantly bringing them to their senses. They immediately fired their crossbow bolts. Natasha drew her magic longsword directly from her hand. There are many desires in demons. But she showed no fear. The dark elves who had emerged from the Underdark were incredibly decisive. As a member of the noble bloodline of the Dark Elves, she also possesses the ability to cast spells. A series of empowering spells rise from her body, enhancing her various qualities and abilities. Levitation. At the same time, she instantly appeared in front of a succubus, shouting, "Die!" Chapter 64. To deal with evil demons, there's no need to consider dragon virtue at all. Chief Ulta, whose strength is so great that even an 8th tier dark mage commands respect, is naturally extraordinary. Just one sword strike. Thousands upon thousands of sharp black blades erupted, densely packed, like an overwhelming tornado of blades that enveloped the entire succubus squad. They struck their bodies, producing sounds of flesh tearing apart, accompanied by the wails of some succubi. Even their wings were severed and fell to the ground. The dark elves on the ground also fired enchanted bowstrings, trying to reduce their life force as much as possible. A 9th tier dark elf? Hee dash. The leader of the succubus squad let out a strange laugh, showing no concern or pity for his weaker kin, and instead teleported directly behind Natasha. The chains binding him rattled and seemed to stretch endlessly. Demon realm binding. The only equipment a succubus wears is its chains. When faced with a beautiful creature, its first instinct is to bind the enemy, then torture them thoroughly before extracting their soul. Natasha reacted quite quickly. Faced with the chains attacking from behind, the long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a shield. The intertwining of the chains and the blade produced an extremely piercing sound, and sparks flew out. The low Rona's fighting style, however, appeared quite elegant and composed. Apart from the 9th tier succubus who fought the clan leader, the other 11 succubi were 7th or 8th tier hellish beings, but fortunately she was a powerful spellcaster. No matter where. Spellcasters are among the noblest professions, without any controversy. An 8th tier dark mage often holds a higher status than some 9th tier warriors. Natasha bought her some time. Lorna has finally completed an 8th circle spell Greater Dark Pact. As this powerful spell was completed, a peculiar teleportation array lit up on the ground. Eye-like demons with huge eyes, mind flayers with 4 tentacles on their mouths, and ferocious and terrifying demon-hunting spiders, the dark creatures of the Underdark began to attack the lust demons. There were more than 30 of them. Most of them are mid-level peak creatures that have reached the 6th rank, and they are basically all of the demon race. There are even a few high-ranking mind flayers that have reached the 7th rank. These monsters with psychic abilities can easily beat an adult white dragon in terms of combat power. As long as enough creatures are summoned, even 9th tier life forms can be overwhelmed. This is the power of a high-level spellcaster. Upon seeing this, the succubi were also somewhat unsettled. They hadn't expected that there would be such a powerful spellcaster among the dark elves, far surpassing the weak creatures they had previously subdued. They hurriedly began casting various spells. One by one, barbed devils and steel devils were summoned. These demons are of a higher rank than inferior demons in the 9 levels of hell. They have basically reached the level of intermediate life forms and are slaves of the higher level demons, serving only as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Dark elves and the succubus squad. Demons and devils. The battlefield was raging fiercely, but there was no movement at the border of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the kingdom's troops stationed nearby seemed to have vanished. And this scene? It was Sylvanas, who was drawn there by the battle, who discovered it. The intense fluctuations of the high-level spells and the great battle that erupted with the 9th order life form had already caused the nearby Coral Mountains to tremble violently, and many weak creatures were fleeing frantically. His dash. Sylvanas was also taken aback. Although she had seen many grand scenes, she rarely saw so many high-level life forms, especially 2 9th tier powerhouses. Compared to the Dark Elves, she was even more surprised that the demons of the 9 levels of hell had appeared here. Could it be that the high-ranking humans of the Silver Moon Kingdom have all come to believe in the devil? Otherwise, how could these evil and filthy creatures appear in the material world? Sylvanas wondered. I pondered for a while. She decided she had to pass this message on to Caesar. Lust demon? Upon hearing Sylvanas's report, Caesar stroked the dragon's scales with his dragon claw. He had long known that the demon queen Gracia wouldn't let him off easily, but he never expected that in just a few years she would have bewitched the humans of the Silver Moon Kingdom to this extent. But that's normal. After all, even 8th tier paladins had unknowingly signed a pact with the devil, and perhaps by then most of the high-ranking humans in the Silver Moon Kingdom had already been bewitched by the devil's faith. Massive soul sacrifice. This has already caused higher beings to be transported from hell, which has made Caesar somewhat worried. He wasn't worried about those lustful demons. With the 9-ring defensive spells on his legendary equipment, he was confident he could slaughter them all even if there were twice as many succubi. Safety would not be an issue at all. But if we wait until the Silver Moon Kingdom falls completely, even legendary demons from the 9 hells might be able to teleport over, and at that point, we'll really have no choice but to run away. If only I had gotten in touch with Celia, the mind sorcerer from the Magic Empire, back then. Caesar sighed. Maybe he could have gotten a top-tier combatant for free. A 9th-tier Dark Elf leader. And there's an 8th-tier Dark Elf mage. Caesar's eyes flashed. Such strength definitely represented a high level of talent. Because they have turned their backs on nature. The Dark Elves lost their long lifespans, which were once associated with nature elves, and became short-lived beings like humans. But breeding is not so difficult. They are similar to normal humans. Caesar was very interested in this group of Dark Elves that had suddenly appeared. A race with such strength must not only have a few hundred members, there might be an even more powerful Dark Elf clan behind them. Since participating in the war against the Hill Giants tribe, Caesar developed a desire to recruit more followers. Although there were many monsters in the Coral Mountains, most of them were creatures with little intelligence, only able to fight according to their beastly instincts. They were fine as food, but had no value in recruiting them as followers. If we could subdue these powerful Dark Elves, then his power can be greatly expanded, not just limited to the Coral Mountains, and he can even take this opportunity to annex millions of square kilometers of land of the Silver Moon Kingdom into his own territory. Many dragons do not dislike conquering more territory. But their retinues are often savage creatures with no sense of order whatsoever. No matter how strong they are unable to effectively manage their territories. Highly intelligent beings rarely choose to serve untrustworthy dragons. This is also one of the factors that limits the expansion of the dragon's territory. Caesar made up his mind. I need to call Guria and Ilya over first, and it would be best to call that black dragon over as well. When dealing with these evil demons, there's no need to worry about dragon virtue. Chapter 65. The Dark Elves taste quite good. The Dark Elves taste really good. A 7th-tier succubus bound a Dark Elf warrior with chains, her face full of excitement as she mocked Natasha, who was engaged in fierce combat on the other side. Scraps. Natasha's face was covered in frost as she faced the lust demon's provocation. Although most Dark Elves are chaotic and disorderly, those who can form a clan are generally lawful and neutral, and value the lives of their own kind. Moreover, this kind of humiliation. She took a direct hit from the succubus leader's chain, then slipped into the air and instantly teleported behind the succubus, piercing it through with her magical longsword that was burning with black flames. Black sword lethal. As a demon from the upper levels of hell, the succubus had his body annihilated and disappeared from the material world. Cough cough. Natasha glanced at her pierced shoulder blade, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The situation is not optimistic. There were too many lust demons. Even with the help of Rona, an 8th-level dark mage, they were caught in a fierce battle. Several hours had passed, and dozens of their people had died. Now, the problems facing her are very real. Should they abandon the rest of their people and flee with Rona, or should they continue the bloody battle against these lustful demons for the sake of their remaining people's lives? Before she could make a decision. At the same time, the demons suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Call! Accompanied by fierce winds, the clouds were torn into countless brittle pieces by the enormous wings, and a colossal creature, like a golden ray of light, rapidly approached from afar. Behind him, even the slightly smaller dragons did their best to keep up. 2 green emerald dragons and 1 black swamp dragon appeared before all the creatures in the blink of an eye. The astonished succubi looked on. Caesar grinned. Give my regards to your queen! The dragon's might surged and roared. The golden breath, like flames of destruction, instantly enveloped the 2 unsuspecting succubi, and with its power to annihilate everything, it finally turned into nothingness. Watch out for his dragon breath! The 9th-ranking lust demon leader screamed, his heart filled with extreme shock. Is that the breath of a red dragon? She finally understood why Queen Gracia valued this red dragon so much. The succubus is not a creature with strong defense like a giant, or a dragon. Moreover, this blazing sun breath has a strong restraining effect on evil creatures. Even a 9th-tier succubus can be instantly annihilated if it is not careful. Before the succubus leader could even speak, the remaining 8 succubi had already reacted, scattering in all directions in an instant, trying their best to avoid being directly hit by the terrifying dragon breath. I wonder what the taste of a succubus is like. Rilkes bared his menacing dragon fangs. Although black dragons prefer carrion, they are quite interested in some high-quality food they have never tasted before. TSK, I can already smell a nauseating stench on them. This stuff should be quite to your liking, Ilya said with disgust. These are hellish creatures that exude a foul stench. They didn't even catch her eye. The green dragon still prefers to eat clean creatures like little flower fairies. Caesar, don't forget to give me my reward. I want gold coins. Sparkling treasures. Guria shouted, now quite poor because Caesar had robbed her of her treasures. Because it absorbed the life gem. Their current strength is much greater than when they fought the giants. In their eyes, these succubi were far inferior to the hill giants, utterly worthless trash. Only the 9th succubus was somewhat worth looking at. You won't be left out. Caesar responded to her with a curt reply. Among the colorful dragons, even when asking their mate for help, they must offer appropriate compensation before they will do anything that does not benefit them. Faced with the arrival of the dragons, neither the dark elves nor the succubus squad dared to make any rash moves. Unless a legend descends. Otherwise, no creature could pose a threat to the 4 colossal dragons. If the dragons didn't prefer to fight alone and never unite, the master of the Emerald Continent might not be entirely controlled by human kingdoms. Dark elves. I'm sure you don't like these disgusting hellish creatures either. After a pause, the red dragon looked at Natasha, the chieftain of the dark elves, and continued. Although I would like to talk to you about some things, it would be better to deal with these bastards first. Caesar looked down on these lustful demons. These succubi may look quite beautiful, but they are not Caesar's type. As a proud dragon, he doesn't look down on just anyone. It is common knowledge that red dragons prefer human virgins. It is a racial preference. They can often tell at a glance whether a humanoid creature is pure, while the lustful succubi belong to the chaotic evil camp. They are more like demons than lawful demons, and their daily lives consist of killing and sex. Demons, devils, fairies, humans, and even orcs may be their lovers. No red dragon would like such a thing. At the very least. It must be a first-generation succubus, a true fallen angel. Not these little bits and pieces. As you wish, Natasha said cautiously. At the same time, I felt a bit tired. On my first day in the material world, I encountered the succubus squad and a powerful rainbow dragon. I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky. The rest is self-explanatory. With the dragons joining the battlefield became completely one-sided. Caesar and his men had participated in high-level matches that wiped out the hill giants' tribe, so in this low-level match, they easily wiped out the remaining succubi with hardly any injuries. Even the 9th Order succubus is no exception. The moment she tried to escape, the 8th Dark Mage Rona cast a high-level spell to block her path, and then she was surrounded and attacked by the dragons. In a one-on-one fight, even Caesar couldn't defeat a 9th succubus. However, with the help of 3 adult dragons, it didn't take much effort at all. The 4 dragons simply withstood the lust demon's attack and easily sent it back to hell. Compared to other types of demons, the combat power of the succubi is not top tier. Among the hellish races, only a few high-ranking demons can rival the combat power of top-tier magical creatures like dragons, such as the Overlord Demon, Blood Armor Demon, and Ice Demon. Chapter 66. You don't want to be driven away by the nature spirits, do you? No divine intervention? Caesar did not sense the intense evil aura he had felt before. A 9th succubus can serve as a vessel for divine descent for many deities, but the succubus queen Gracia abandoned this succubus squad. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even if Gracia bestowed divine grace, the opponent could not break through the legendary limit. Facing 4 adult-sized colorful dragons, doing so would only be a waste of power. Especially at this time. Another millennium passed, and the demons of the bottomless abyss began to stir again, launching a frenzied attack on the first layer of Aphrodite Hell. The bloody war that had lasted for countless years broke out once more, and Marbogi, the lord of the 6th layer of Hell, could not devote too much energy to the various material worlds. Caesar, after all, has not yet broken through to the legendary level. For the powerful Lord of Hell, it was more of a pastime. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar, alluring voice suddenly rang in his ears, causing Caesar's heart to skip a beat. My lovely little red dragon, your growth rate seems to be a bit beyond my expectations. I'm starting to think highly of you. But this is just foreplay. One day you will serve me as your master. Remember, the great Queen Gracia is watching you at all times. Although you are still somewhat resistant to me now, my embrace is always open to you. When you encounter a life-threatening crisis in the material world, I will allow you to pray to me, and I will grant you the power of the Lord of the Nine Hells." The words fell. Before Caesar could react, the evil aura vanished in a flash. "Tsk tisk, you've almost tempted me. This princess of hell values me quite a bit, but you can't trust the words of devils, especially one of the biggest devil leaders. Anyone who believes their words is a complete fool." Caesar scoffed inwardly. Although the devil leans more towards lawfulness, he is undoubtedly an evil creature. Even if you can gain some advantage over the devil for a while, it is just bait left by him. Just like the Silver Moon Kingdom. Gracia has orchestrated such a large-scale soul sacrifice, even involving high-level succubi. It's unknown how many creatures' souls she has sacrificed. She'd probably be rolling in money even if she stopped now. Because the material world has attracted the attention of the gods. The great demons of the 9 levels of hell usually make a quick buck and leave, since they already have most of their energy tied up with the chaotic demons of the bottomless abyss. Now is not the time to annex the Silvermoon Kingdom, Caesar pondered. Although he longed to take control of the Silvermoon Kingdom right now, it was simply unrealistic. He didn't have enough followers to manage this vast land. Moreover, there might be other high-ranking demons within the Silvermoon Kingdom. If you go rashly, you might actually fall into Gracia's trap. Even with the help of 3 adult dragons, it would be difficult to withstand the schemes of a great demon. Now, improving our strength is the most important thing. Therefore, Caesar quickly turned his attention to the Dark Elves. Whether judged by human or dragon standards, the Dark Elves are exceptionally beautiful. Few creatures are born with such beauty. Powerful dragons, thank you for your help. Natasha, the patriarch of the Yuta clan, will forever remember this day. Natasha gracefully performed the Dark Elf's greeting. She gave a slight nod. Lorna, who was behind her, also stepped forward. Lorna, the high priestess of the Yuta clan, is also willing to offer 5,000 gold coins to each of the true dragons. Gold is also scarce in the Underdark. A total of 20,000 gold coins was also a significant expense for the Yuta clan. Not bad, you guys are quite sensible. The money-grubbing Gulia had already said impatiently. 5,000 gold coins was already a lot. Even a green dragon would take several years to earn that much. Certainly. For dragons, robbing is easier, but that means a one-off deal. The shrewd green dragons understand the importance of taking things slowly and rarely do such things. Ilya and Reox had no objections. Having come out of the Emerald Forest with Caesar to earn some extra money, receiving 5,000 gold coins was a completely unexpected bonus, and his malice towards the Dark Elves had also diminished considerably. Although Caesar was already very wealthy. However, he would accept even a single extra copper coin if he could get one more. Then, after paying the agreed-upon reward to the Green Dragon Sisters and the Black Dragon, he sent them back to the Emerald Forest before approaching the Dark Elf. Caesar coiled his dragon body around himself and slowly spoke. "Chief Natasha, are you interested in serving me? A 9th-tier Dark Elf swordsman, an 8th-tier Dark Elf mage, and many Dark Elf warriors. If he intends to annex the Silvermoon Kingdom, then he will need to find a way to subdue the Yuta clan." There was almost no excessive consideration. Natasha responded, saying in a rather tactful tone, "Powerful red dragons, we are not willing to become vassals of other creatures for the time being." In the Darklands, the Yuta clan had had enough of being subservient, but they had no chance against the legendary Demon Lord, so they decided to migrate to the material world. In any world, the weak are always dominated by the strong. Not to mention, the red dragon before us is not even a legendary dragon yet. The 9th-tier Dark Elf swordsman and the 8th-tier Dark Elf mage have the confidence to refuse any creature below the legendary level. Caesar was not surprised. He simply said, "I think you will agree. The kingdom of the nature elves will never tolerate the existence of you Dark Elves in the material world. Only by serving me will you have any chance of staying in the material world. Nature spirits have influence in many material worlds. Unfortunately, although the nature spirits of the Irish world are scattered, there is an elven kingdom established by nature spirits on the Azure continent, which is adjacent to the Emerald continent and occupies 1/3 of the entire continent. It is called the Natural Royal City. Although its overall strength cannot compare with human forces like the Magic Empire, it is not an ordinary human kingdom that can be challenged. Moreover, its elf queen is a renowned demigod. Once the traces of the Dark Elves are discovered, they will spare no effort in their conquest, driving the entire Yuta clan out of the prime material world without showing any mercy to their former kin. Natasha and Lorna exchanged a glance. My heart grew heavy. Although they had anticipated that the material world might have the power of nature spirits, they did not expect it to be so powerful. Even if Natasha broke through to the legendary realm, it would be difficult for her to preserve the Yuta clan. The two were simply not on the same level. Chapter 67, Subduing the Yuta clan. While those nature spirits are indeed a great threat, what gives you the confidence to help our Yuta clan remain in the material world? Rona couldn't help but ask. As an 8th tier dark mage, she also had considerable knowledge of mental magic and could clearly sense Caesar's powerful confidence that seemed to come from nowhere. Natasha was equally curious. It's incredible that a 6th tier red dragon could grow to such a massive size and even unite 3 other adult dragons. The former is alright. After all, there will always be some powerful outliers among the dragon race. However, all 5-color dragons are evil dragons. To get them to obey orders, one would need to be more powerful to subdue them. Even with monetary exchanges, they would never be the kind of creatures that can be summoned and dismissed at will. Naturally, it will unite with me. You are all powerful among the dark elves. If you unite with me, you will definitely be able to give birth to even more powerful dragon descendants. Only in this way will your Yuta clan have a chance to contend with the natural city in the future. Caesar said this without batting an eye, in a completely natural tone. If it is an ordinary female creature, they will definitely fall into a state of confusion and helplessness. However, the dark elves are clearly not like that. They are a purely matriarchal society. Natasha and Lorna began to seriously discuss the possibility of this, and for the sake of their race, they were not opposed to accepting such a proposal. In fact, long ago, the Dark Elves, who had just split from the Nature Elves, engaged in this practice. Legendary Dark Elves would personally capture male dragons, force them to transform into humanoid beings, and then mate with the Dark Elves, producing a large number of dragon offspring to fight against the Nature Elves. But, because they accidentally captured a silver dragon, they incurred the wrath of Metal Dragon Island, and the course of events became clear. The Dark Elves rarely appeared in the material world after that. If it's just a simple union with Caesar. So both Natasha and Lorna would be extremely happy and would agree immediately, even fearing that he might change his mind. The Red Dragon, the leader of all evil dragons, possesses an incredibly powerful bloodline. Among the 15 common types of dragons in the material world, only the Gold Dragon, the leader of the metallic dragons, can slightly surpass them. Moreover, Caesar is clearly not an ordinary red dragon. The bloodline of these superior dragons will surely grant their offspring even greater power, making it entirely possible for them to one day contend with the natural kingdom established by the nature spirits. But this is a premise. Natasha was hesitant because her Yuta clan was to become Caesar's kin. I never imagined that the most arrogant red dragon would take a liking to us dark elves. Aren't they supposed to only mate with their own kind? This is truly a strange thing. Who knows, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. Natasha, you are the chieftain, so the decision is yours. But this red dragon looks quite beautiful. I happen to be single, and I wonder if the dark elves born from it will be natural-born dragon sorcerers. I'm really curious. Lorna, you're really good at shirking your responsibilities. To be honest, I don't know what to do either. Unless we retreat back to the Underdark, we'll inevitably run into those nature elves sooner or later. I think we can give it a try. After all, our ancestors made the decision to use the power of the dragons, but an accident happened later. I don't think that decision was wrong. Only by obtaining the bloodline of the dragons can our Yuta clan gain even greater power. Is that so? It seems we don't have a better option, do we? Under the mental spell link, Natasha and Lorna also exchanged their thoughts. As leaders, their every choice determined the future fate of the Yuta clan. After some thought, Natasha knelt on one knee. The Yuta clan is willing to pledge allegiance to the mighty true dragon. Although her life level was much higher than Caesar's, such etiquette was not a big deal for the dark elves of the matriarchal society, especially since she had already regarded Caesar as her future partner. It's somewhat similar to the behavior of a human male proposing to a woman. They didn't feel awkward at all. Meanwhile, Rona watched the scene with amusement. Her azure eyes, hidden beneath her black mage robes, seemed glued to Caesar, as if she wanted to experience the dragon's stamina. A strong physique, and the domineering aura emanating from him certainly captivated the dark elf mage who had been holed up in the mage tower for many years. Caesar always had the illusion that he was being taken advantage of. But he quickly shook his head before speaking. Congratulations on making the right choice. Now, shouldn't you explain your background? Natasha didn't hide anything. Through her explanation, Caesar quickly learned about the problems facing the Yuta clan and their overall strength, which was far superior to that of the Silvermoon Kingdom in terms of high-end combat power. Apart from the two of them, among the Dark Elves, there are 15 high-ranking life forms who have reached the 7th rank, as well as many times more mid-ranking life forms. This is the strength of the Yuta clan. In the Underdark, a lower plane, it is basically a chaotic battle between various dark races. Although there is order in the form of cities and kingdoms, they can be destroyed in an instant, and weaker races simply cannot survive. Wow, this is a real gem! Caesar was also quite surprised. Although he had guessed that the Dark Elf clan was quite powerful, it was still beyond his expectations. In summary, the power of this Yuta tribe has even surpassed that of the Hill Giant tribe. Once the entire Yuta clan has migrated to the material world, he can then attempt to purge all the demons from the Silvermoon Kingdom and bring this vast human kingdom into his own territory. Caesar enjoyed the feeling of being in control. More territory symbolizes greater power, which can perfectly satisfy his desire to rule everything, not the kind of emperor who does everything himself, but a tyrant who does whatever he wants. He had no interest in conquering humanity. It's all just to collect more taxes and to be able to relax and enjoy a higher quality of leisurely life. Come on, let's go back to the Karl Mountains. That is my territory. You can place the portal there for greater security, and then you can migrate your people without any worries, Caesar said. Chapter 68-56 Companions. The Dark Elves had little to carry and quickly arrived at the Red Dragon's territory. At first, because their numbers were not large, they did not cause much of a commotion. The Dark Elves were very efficient and built some dwellings on the land near the Flower Fairies. When I met Sylvanas, Lorna was also taken aback, not expecting that the female snake woman she had met earlier was actually the Red Dragon's mate, and that she was already pregnant with Caesar's offspring. This special race, blessed by the Dark Serpent, is born with the ability to live for thousands of years, several times longer than ordinary nature elves. If they were to have children with a Red Dragon, who knows how high their talents would be. Spellcasters are all scholars with a strong sense of curiosity. Lorna frequently pulled Sylvanas aside to exchange knowledge, and the two high-ranking spellcasters got along better than expected, seemingly as close as sisters. I saw Sylvanas. Natasha, the chieftain of the Yuta clan, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this somewhat special Red Dragon did indeed have a considerable fondness for beautiful females of other races. After all, dragons are quite proud, especially the most arrogant red dragons, who almost always choose mates from among their own kind. Caesar did not deceive her. If that's the case, it would indeed allow the Dark Elves to have many more dragon descendants. Compared to the dragon blood transformed dragon blood relatives, they are completely inferior to the dragon blood descendants in terms of potential and strength, especially the first generation of dragon blood descendants, whose proportion of dragon blood is close to half. As long as there are enough of them, they will eventually cultivate more powerful legendary Dark Elves. Next. This was also the time for Caesar's diligent efforts. Compared to the dragon form, using the human form has many advantages. At least it consumes less stamina, and even a large number of Dark Elves can receive his blessings. Certainly. The picky Caesar only accepts virgins. This kind of personality is very common in the minds of male red dragons, and even female red dragons are the same. They also like to abduct human virgins to serve them. For evil red dragons, they like to destroy this concept called purity. Because the Dark Elves are a completely matriarchal clan. Most of them are female with multiple males. In order to produce offspring that are powerful enough, some Dark Elves do not mind having a fierce battle with demons. This is also the reason why the noble bloodlines among Dark Elves are formed. Some have obtained the power of demons, some have obtained the power of devils, and some have obtained the power of dragons. Dark Elves, who have betrayed nature, are not a pure and innocent race. It's only slightly better than a lustful demon. Fortunately, the Yuta clan was not a chaotic and evil Dark Elf clan. It leans towards a neutral order. While few female Dark Elves have never had a partner, they do exist. There are probably only 1 or 2 out of 10 Dark Elves. In particular, Natasha and Lorna are only in their 40s, quite young, and had no intention of having children before. Dark Elves who can cultivate to near the legendary level are all mentally resilient, and can get rid of their nature to a certain extent. Normal nature spirits have a lifespan of 700 years, and they reach adulthood at 110 years old. However, because the Dark Elves betrayed nature, their lifespan was greatly reduced to only 200 years. Although this was short, it still gave them an advantage over humans. A Dark Elf in his 40s, not yet in his prime, has already become an 8th or 9th tier life form, which is quite remarkable, and he has a considerable probability of becoming a legendary creature. Prior to this, Caesar also made a statement to these dark elves. Once they chose the bloodline of the red dragon, they would only have one mate, and this will could not be changed. Be lenient with yourself, but strict with others. This is a long-standing tradition of the red dragons. These things must be mentioned up front. For Natasha and Lorna, agreeing to this was too easy. In the material world, almost no bloodline can compare to that of the red dragon. The dark elves are a race that highly values strength and bloodline, and compared to racial development, there is practically nothing to hesitate about. Before we knew it, a year had passed. Lying on the enormous bed, Caesar let out a big yawn. During this period of time, the Uter clan migrated over 10,000 dark elves, but only 50 or so female dark elves were qualified to be chosen as mates by the red dragons. Even for the red dragon, this is a considerable challenge. It is said that the more powerful a creature is, the harder it is for it to reproduce. But if there are enough of them, they will eventually bear fruit. After a long period of effort, 16 of the 56 dark elves have successfully become pregnant and are about to give birth, which is a pleasant surprise for Caesar. The first month has passed. 10 dark elves were successfully produced. Ding! This offspring possesses both red dragon and dark elf bloodlines. After comprehensive evaluation, its aptitude has reached the silver level. Calculating rewards. Dark elves generally don't have high talent. The fact that she was able to give birth to a silver-level offspring was already due to the influence of the red dragon's bloodline. It should be noted that silver-level beings have a certain chance of breaking through to higher-level creatures. Among all races, high-ranking beings are already considered powerful figures in their own right, and are core members of their race. The silver-level rewards do not offer any reward options. Instead, there is only one simple reward. 2-year growth period. This is the normal start for obtaining the system. Because of his good fortune, Caesar met a partner as talented as Diana from the very beginning, which allowed him to receive the double gold level reward of offspring, which was also his first pot of gold. Only then can one obtain high-quality companions such as snake people and adult green dragons. Since dark elves are all viviparous, the chance of twins is very small, so there is no cumulative reward. Each child's reward is calculated separately. Therefore, the combined reward of the 10 silver-level offspring born to the dark elves provided Caesar with a 20-year growth period. The moment the system issues the reward, Caesar's eyelids began to tremble, and he succumbed to a deep drowsiness. This is growth sleep. When dragons accumulate enough knowledge through daily life, they will begin to experience growth-related sleep. The more they accumulate, the higher their sleep frequency becomes, and the greater the benefits they receive. Chapter 69, Abundant System Rewards. Caesar stubbornly refused to fall asleep. In fact, after absorbing 20 life crystals, he had already vaguely sensed the growth-related sleep, but Caesar was determined to plant the seed. I've been working hard for over a year. This is so that we can get the greatest benefit from this growth sleep. Sleep is a powerful gift for dragons. In addition to restoring physical strength, during this period, his various physical attributes, such as dragon breath, dragon might, and physique, will be enhanced during sleep. This is a gradual process, in which he continuously evolves towards a higher level of life form. This is why dragons are a legendary race. I waited for about another month. The remaining 6 dark elves who had already conceived Caesar's offspring were also due to give birth. As the little dark elf was born, 5 more silver-level rewards granted the red dragon another 10 years of growth. Caesar was already struggling to resist sleepiness. But the last system notification gave him a small surprise. Ding! This offspring possesses both red dragon and dark elf bloodlines. After comprehensive evaluation, its aptitude has reached the gold level. Calculating rewards. It's worth mentioning that this female dark elf's life form has reached the 7th level, placing her second only to Natasha and Lorna among the dark elves, indicating that she has quite good talent. Gold level offspring. There is a certain chance of breaking through to the legendary creature level. Apart from Mila, the gold level already represents the best talent tier among Caesar's current offspring. The system quickly provided options. Ding! After comprehensive evaluation, you will receive a gold level reward. Please choose any 2 rewards from the following 3 options. 1. Growth. Your red dragon body will grow for 5 years, making you more robust. At the same age, your growth will far surpass that of other red dragons of the same race. 2. Your red dragon body will gain a 5% positive mutation effect, and the power of your bloodline will be greatly enhanced again after mutation. 3 pieces of equipment, the Abyss Ring, an interesting item plundered from the Balrog Lord by an ancient red dragon. Although it is not a legendary item, it seems to have the peculiar function of devouring matter and souls. Perhaps you can try feeding it some unwanted things, and it might bring a surprise. The reward for having 2 gold-level offspring is to choose 3 out of 5. The reward for a single gold-tier offspring is a choice of 2 out of 3. After a moment's thought, Caesar did not choose the growth reward option for the first time. Although the 5-year growth period is equally important, it seems to be less important than the other 2, especially since his 15 silver-level offspring have already been rewarded with a 30-year growth period. First, 5% alienation is a necessary choice. The reason he was able to keep challenging opponents of higher levels was because of the special talent brought about by the mutation. Whenever it appeared, he had to choose it. In Caesar's mind, this reward option was even more important than legendary equipment. The more he experienced it, the more he could feel its power. Secondly, it refers to equipment. The Ring of the Abyss, though its description sounds far less powerful than the Crown of the Dragon, is something that the ancient red dragon stole and kept, so it must be something that ordinary equipment cannot compare to. Devouring. This effect sounds like a sign of a baby's growth potential. I choose the second option, mutation, and the third option, equipment rewards. Caesar confirmed immediately. This time, the benefits he received were enormous. 30 years of growth, 5% mutation, and an Abyss Ring. This is the result of more than a year of hard work. Although it took some effort and energy, the gains are astonishing. At the moment Caesar made his decision, a ring bearing a demonic design, resembling red glass, appeared before him, radiating an intensely evil aura. However, Caesar did not have time to examine its function at the moment. He had been able to hold on until now, but the moment all the rewards were distributed, sleepiness washed over him like a tidal wave, reminding him that he had to fall asleep. They did not continue to fight their instincts. Caesar dispelled the transformation spell, transformed into a dragon, and summoned his 5 most important companions, Diana, Jinyu, Sylvanas, Natasha, and Lorna, to give him some instructions. Next, he soared into the air, circled once, and then entered the lava pool inside the extinct volcano. The lava pool has now been renovated to be quite spacious and decorated with magical gems of various attributes, making the elemental power inside quite abundant. After Caesar arrived here, they did not directly enter the scorching magma pool. Instead, he scattered all his treasures around himself, as if instantly piling up a small golden mountain. Caesar then lay down comfortably on it, closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and fell into a deep sleep. After he fell asleep, golden solar elements were clearly visible, constantly active around him and radiating outwards, as if he had become a super-large radiation source. Time flows like water. The number of dark elves in the Red Dragonflight territory far exceeds that of Caesar's minions. In order not to be abandoned by the powerful Red Dragon, the Gnoll chieftain Chiron, along with the Kobold chieftain and the Troll wizard, had a good discussion and decided to reproduce like crazy. Due to the unintentional radiant power emanating from Caesar while he slept, the Red Dragon territory has also changed. The closer one gets to his dragon's lair, the greater the benefits. For spellcasters, the efficiency of meditation is significantly enhanced, and for warriors, physical fitness is constantly improving, seemingly with subtle changes every day. The first to be discovered were Sylvanas and Lorna, 2 high-ranking spellcasters. They were originally good friends. After discovering this benefit, they almost came to blows. Although they all vaguely sensed that Caesar was definitely not an ordinary red dragon, they did not expect that the radiation power alone would bring them, as high-level life forms, considerable benefits. For example, Diana and Jinyu. Before Caesar fell asleep, Diana had just broken through to the 5th Circle Mage level, but 3 months later, she had reached the 6th Circle Mage level, while Jinyu had directly broken through to the 7th rank, reaching the level of a high-ranking creature. This rate of improvement in strength is already quite terrifying. Especially some dragon-vein creatures. During Caesar's slumber, he frequently broke through his previous level, and his life level improved. Especially Xiaomi. While no one was paying attention, she secretly ran up to Caesar's stomach and lay down. She has now successfully broken through to the 4th level, and you should know that she is only a little over 4 years old. Jinyu's 3 offspring. During this period, he gradually broke through to the 3rd tier. Upon realizing this change, all of Caesar's companions were restless, especially Natasha, the patriarch of the Yutter clan, who was utterly shocked. Although she had already reached the 9th level, However, it is actually still a very long way from being a legendary creature. Some creatures may be stuck at the 9th rank for their entire lives and never be able to break through to the legendary level. It is conceivable how difficult it is to advance their life level after that. But now, her life level has actually started to waver. Although it is very difficult, it is a real improvement. Even if it is slow, she will eventually become a legend. Chapter 70. The Legend of the Fallen Warriors. Time passed quietly. Another year has passed. During this time, the strength of the Red Dragon Territory's followers has undergone tremendous changes. The leaders of several monster tribes have reached the 6th rank, not far from the 7th rank. There are even more monsters. For example, creatures like trolls and fire lizards, even in their fully evolved forms, are only at the 3rd tier. However, after being exposed to the power of the blazing sun's radiation, they gained a significant amount of dragon vein power. The number of mid-level creatures in the monster army suddenly surged. Regarding this phenomenon, only Sylvanas and Lorna, 2 high-ranking spellcasters, had a vague idea, but they found it hard to believe, because even the radiation from a legendary dragon's territory could not have such an exaggerated effect. If it is a scholar who is proficient in the study of dragons, they will be overjoyed to see this. The reason is simple. Only dragons that have reached the Elder Dragon stage will exhibit this phenomenon in their territory, a large-scale radiation of dragon vein power, allowing most lower-ranking races to break through their racial limitations. Even at the peak of a high-level, 9th-order life form, they all yearn to follow a powerful ancient dragon. If they stay near the dragon's lair for a long time, even those with insufficient talent and aptitude will be immersed in the dragon's power for a long time. After years of improvement, they will also have the opportunity to advance to the legendary level. Although such an opportunity is extremely slim, it has indeed been documented. It is at least one possibility. Once a dragon ascends to legendary status, it becomes an absolute overlord wherever it goes. This is why countless monster races choose to follow dragons. If their master is even slightly ambitious and enters the ancient dragon stage, then the dragon has attained enlightenment, and all its members have ascended to immortality. At the same time, a sensational event also occurred on the Emerald Continent. Grand Duke Xijing of the Silver Moon Kingdom directly killed the last known royal descendant and ascended the throne, while simultaneously launching a war against the Kingdom of Nice on the other side. In just a few months, with lightning speed, the Grand Duke of Xijing's army broke through the defenses of the Kingdom of Nice. One after another, incredibly powerful high-ranking warriors fell in battle, and even the high-ranking mages guarding the royal court could not escape. The vast Kingdom of Nice was declared destroyed. It's absolutely shocking. As countless eyes converged, some people discovered astonishing information. That is it. The actual ruler of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Grand Duke Xijing, had actually come to worship a great demon from hell and had already carried out a large-scale soul sacrifice, which aroused great indignation among all the humans on the Emerald Continent. Believe in the devil. This is a taboo for all humankind. The devil's reputation in the material world is only slightly better than that of the chaotic demons, but they prefer to manipulate people's hearts, turning the ascetic into the promiscuous, the holy into the corrupt, the kind into the cruel, the brave into the cowardly, and the honest into the hypocritical. When desire reaches its peak, only evil demons can steal their souls. As the atrocities committed by the Duke of Xijing were revealed one after another, they were truly shocking and aroused immense anger in all human beings with even a shred of conscience. But many human kingdoms chose to remain silent. According to their discovery, legendary figures have appeared in the army of the Grand Duke of Xijing, and not just one. This news has caused panic in countless human kingdoms and duchies. The gap between the legendary and the non-legendary is enormous. It is difficult to overcome. Even some 9th-tier powerhouses who are considered the pinnacle in a certain field would not dare to say that they could resist a legendary being, let alone several. The price for verifying this result was the life of a legendary knight from a human kingdom, and the light priests of several high-ranking priests. It was a kingdom that worshipped the god of light, where royal power and divine power were equal. Most of the people there were peace-loving, kind, and brave, and they could not tolerate evil creatures like demons wreaking havoc on the Emerald Continent. Therefore, they launched a swift and decisive attack, reaching the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom almost that same day. A legendary holy knight, and supported by several high-ranking priests. According to common sense, he should have been invincible and could conquer all, and eradicating evil should have been a piece of cake, but in the end he died in the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This news shocked the entire Emerald Continent. especially in human kingdoms with legendary powerful figures in charge. You must know that the legendary Holy Light Knight is a third-tier legendary being. In a one-on-one fight, these legendary powerhouses from the Emerald Continent have almost no confidence that they can defeat him. Legends are not so easily achieved. There are many beings who are infinitely close to the legendary level at the peak of the 9th rank, but they may be stuck at this step for their entire lives, causing countless geniuses to waste their lives for it. Even if you're lucky. Those who are lucky enough to break through to the legendary realm usually reach the first level of the legendary realm, which is usually their limit. There are also detailed divisions within the legendary realms. In the multiverse, life levels are commonly used to measure each other's power. Before becoming a legendary, the levels range from 1 to 20, and after becoming a legendary, the levels range from 21 to 30. Ordinary humans are level 1, while stronger humans are level 2. Level 3 is what is considered a superhuman life form in the general sense. Level 3 to 4 is Tier 1, level 5 to 6 is Tier 2, level 7 to 8 is Tier 3, and so on. But things are different in the legendary era. The difference between each level is significant, which is also the legendary 9th tier in the usual sense. Level 21 corresponds to legendary Tier 1, level 22 to legendary Tier 2, level 23 to legendary Tier 3, and so on. Reaching level 30 means you've entered the realm of a demigod. Legendary Tier 3. He was practically at the pinnacle of existence on the Emerald Continent. This holy knight, who hated evil as if it were his enemy, had even killed a legendary great demon from another world, thus achieving great fame. But he died quietly in the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom. How can we avoid frightening people? In this situation, although the kingdom of Aisha, which had lost the holy knight, was filled with grief, the legendary High Priest of Light from the Holy See still stepped forward. He also called upon all human kingdoms to join forces in attacking the Bohemia Grand Duke. Result: there were very few respondents. Only 3 human kingdoms whose territories bordered the Silvermoon Kingdom, the Morningstar Kingdom, the Blazing Fire Kingdom, and the Frost Kingdom, chose to cooperate with it and jointly punish the evil deeds of the Purple Thorn Duke. That's just how humans are. Internal strife never ceases. They only unite briefly in the most critical moments. Those human kingdoms that did not participate did not have much fear of the Grand Duke of Zijing. The distance between their territories was one factor, but the main reason was that they could abide by the imperial contract and seek help from a higher human empire. The Imperial Pact is a decision jointly negotiated by the 3 major human empires. The goal is to ensure that humanity remains at the top of the competitive landscape in the world of Ellen. They disregard internal strife and wars, but in the event of large-scale human destruction in places like the Abyss, Hell, or other realms, the duchy must aid the marquisate, and the kingdom must aid the duchy. When faced with a situation that even human kingdoms cannot handle, then the empire will demonstrate its power. Therefore, in their eyes, the Grand Duke of Zijing was like a grasshopper in autumn, only able to hop around for a short time. Even the highest-ranking devils in hell could not withstand the iron fist of the empire. Chapter 71 Dragon Cub. When humanity was engulfed in civil war. The Coral Mountains. At the very center of the Red Dragon's territory, the dormant volcano suddenly emitted a majestic and powerful aura, causing all the monster's companions to involuntarily lower their heads. My lord, he is finally about to awaken! The Gnoll leader, Soren, was jolted awake and couldn't help but roar excitedly. Compared to before, its size is now the largest among the gnolls, reaching almost 5 meters in height, even surpassing the stature of some trolls. These years, it also had many descendants, and many Gnoll wardens, natural spell-casting units, emerged, making the Gnoll tribe even stronger. As for loyalty, few in the entire monster army can compare to Chiron. Even if a legendary creature appears, it will not hesitate to offer its life for Caesar. This is the subtle power of the dragon vein. Shilong hurriedly went to inform the mistresses. The Caesar family is no longer small in number. Its numbers are gradually increasing. The ranking is basically based on contributions and strength. There is no explicit provision. That's an unspoken rule. After noticing the changes brought about by Caesar, Diana and the other 5 highest-ranking matriarchs established a rule that, according to rank and status, each matriarch would have the right to reside closest to the Red Dragon's lair. The closer you get to the Red Dragon's lair, the faster you become stronger. Nobody wants to give up. However, recently, they have not chosen to stay here. Instead, they have led their followers to set up various magical traps outside the Coral Mountains to guard against attacks from human forces. There have been frequent battles recently. No one is sure if the fire will spread to the Coral Mountains near the Silvermoon Kingdom. Inside the dragon's nest, the terrifyingly large red dragon gradually opened its pair of incredibly dazzling golden dragon eyes. By the reflection of the firelight, the change in the red dragon's size is clearly visible. It has grown from 23 meters to 28 meters, and its wingspan is an astonishing 50 meters. The golden stripes along its joints are becoming increasingly prominent. Caesar lazily stretched out his dragon wings. This period of dormancy was longer than before, but the benefits it brought were also enormous. He not only rose to a high position. Moreover, it jumped directly from the 6th rank to the 8th rank. Dragons generally need to reach adulthood to enter higher realms, and only outstanding individuals like red dragons and gold dragons have the potential to reach the 8th rank upon reaching adulthood. And Caesar? He is still a long way from his youth, which is 50 years old. At present, he can be said to be an extremely outstanding individual in the entire dragon race. Ordinary golden dragons cannot compare with him. I slept so well. Caesar shook his head, intending to fly out for some fresh air, but suddenly felt something moving around in his stomach, making him feel a little itchy. He narrowed his dragon eyes slightly. Caesar suddenly extended a hooked toe and pinned the nimble little creature down. He said in a somewhat menacing tone, "Ha! A baby dragon has wandered into my dragon's nest. What should I do? I've heard that these tender little dragons are usually the favorite food of evil dragons. They must taste delicious." What comes into view is a small red dragon. It is about 4 or 5 meters long from head to tail. Its scales are different from Caesar's. They look as bright as fire. The fine scales look like clusters of burning flames. Its eyes, like rubies, blink. In the understanding of dragons, this is a young dragon that has not yet entered its juvenile stage. It looks very immature. "Wah, don't eat Mira!" The flustered little red dragon thrashed its limbs on the ground, its body trembling. Splash! Splash! One by one, gold and silver coins were shaken out from between the scales of the little red dragon. It makes a tinkling sound, which sounds crisp and pleasant. Then she transformed into a human girl of about 5 or 6 years old, and said pitifully, "Father, those little darlings all came to me on their own, and now I'm giving them all back to you. The proportion of dragon blood in Zyamala is very high." Caesar remained unmoved. While the union of dragons and humans is not unheard of, it is rare. The resulting individuals tend to have personalities closer to dragons, and some with a higher proportion of dragon blood can temporarily transform into dragon form. The dragon form is far more powerful than the human form. Among the schools of transformation magic is a 7th circle spell called Dragon Transformation, which allows one to transform into a large, colorful, or metallic dragon. There is also an upgraded 8th circle spell, Dragon Form, which allows one to transform into an ultra-large, colorful or metallic dragon, greatly increasing one's combat power. However, this transformation magic resulted in the body of a giant dragon. They only obtained the dragon's physical body, but not its powerful abilities such as dragon's might or dragon's breath. Xiaomi is different. As a natural-born dragon-blooded warrior, her dragon blood will be continuously purified as her life level increases. The dragon form she transforms into is not a degraded version, but one that can perfectly inherit all the abilities that a red dragon should have. If Caesar hadn't been familiar with Melara's scent, they would almost think it was a red dragon cub that had suddenly gotten lost and wandered into their own dragon nest. Hearing her words, Caesar's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he lifted her by the back of the neck, held her up to his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Mila, are you sure you want to give it all back to me? If I find that even a little treasure is missing, I'll deduct 10 times the amount from your future earnings." "Father, are you a devil?" Zyamala's eyes widened, and her little head drooped limply. If she were a little older and more educated, she would know that in a red dragon's lair, even if you take away a single copper coin, you will be spotted immediately. Caesar smiled slightly. He was no lowly creature like a demon. With a slight twitch of his dragon claws, Mira, who was being held by the back of her neck, swayed like a wave. Da-da-da! One by one, sparkling gemstones and crystals fell to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 72 Abyss Demon Tiger. Hee father, this is a spell I just learned. I just wanted to show it to you. Mira gave a guilty smile. This is a storage spell. Not all spellcasters have spatial equipment, so lower-ranking spellcasters develop this spell that allows them to carry many things on their person. Hee. Caesar's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing an expression that seemed to say, "Do you think I'm a fool?" This is basically the common explanation for all red dragon hatchlings. This scene also reminded him of his own childhood and early dragon stages. Back then, he had tried to do the same thing in the nest of a female red dragon, but he always got a beating. Fortunately, the red dragon has thick skin and tough flesh. Pure-blood dragons cannot suppress their love of treasure. Even though they get a severe beating every time their mission fails, they still enjoy it immensely. Caesar was just about to consider how to deduct an appropriate share from Miriam's future labor when he suddenly sensed something, paused slightly, and sent her away. After Xiaomi left, Caesar turned his attention back to the ring of the abyss, which was worn on the dragon's claws. The ring, radiating a strong aura of evil, flickered with a chaotic, dark light, and just moments before, it had been conveying to him an intense feeling of hunger. It's not a legendary item, but it has a certain level of awareness. Caesar pondered for a moment. He took out the spoils of war from when he killed the leader of the hill giants, a 10-meter-long bone spear that also exuded an astonishing aura of malevolence, as if it were shrouded in countless wronged souls. This is a weapon exclusive to giants. This material is capable of piercing the scales of an adult dragon, and its attack power far exceeds that of an 8th-tier paladin's magic greatsword. Even high-level magic equipment would probably shatter upon contact. Caesar felt that the hardness of this bone spear was more than enough to be used as a material for legendary equipment. But for him, this weapon was at most a symbol of his past glory in hunting giants. Dragons have claws and breath, so they have no use for this kind of thing. Let me see what you're good for. Driven by curiosity, Caesar threw the ring of the abyss onto the giant's spear. Tear it apart. Almost instantly, the abyss ring turned into an incredibly black liquid, emitting a piercing corrosive sound as it completely enveloped the giant's spear. It exerted its own phagocytic function. The giant's spear, which was 10 meters long, was shortened inch by inch, as if it were being swallowed by a giant maw of an abyss, and soon turned into a black, viscous liquid. Gradually, the ring of the abyss exudes an emotion called contentment. Streaks of purplish-black demonic runes, emanating an abyssal aura, emanated from its body and swirled towards Caesar's dragon form, but were blocked by the blazing sunlight runes on the scales of his chest. What the hell? Caesar frowned. He knew this was a feedback from the abyss ring, but the power contained too much evil energy. It could completely transform ordinary creatures into demons. He thought of a dragon species that existed in the abyss. Abyss dragon. This is a dragon species that is very similar to the Hellfire dragons. They are born with the inherited knowledge of abyssal demons and dragons. Some powerful abyssal dragons are even capable of dominating a single layer of the abyssal plane. Caesar could sense it. If he accepts this power, he will most likely become a dragon species like the abyss dragon. But he could not accept it. In the material world, creatures from the abyss and hell are naturally shrouded in aura of mockery, attracting attacks from many benevolent beings. They are often overwhelmed by the mob, and even the so-called abyssal dragons cannot compare to his current mutated red dragon form, which is purely a power that pollutes the bloodline. But it's not good to waste such energy. Caesar pondered for a moment, then let out a tremendous dragon roar, which was echoed by a more excited tiger roar and the rumble of running. Roar! A gigantic white tiger, measuring 15 meters in length, appeared in the dragon's nest. After being promoted to a high-level creature, the size of a creature will not change much, which means that it has grown to its complete form. Only when it is promoted to a legendary creature will its size increase again. The ferocious white tiger lay prostrate beneath Caesar's dragon body. It's like a giant cat, cuddling with its human owner. Caesar reached out his dragon claw and stroked the ferocious white tiger's fur. It was soft, thick, comfortable, and had a faint warmth to it. The feel was quite pleasant. Although the ferocious species are powerful, they have very low intelligence. He had previously tried to tame other ferocious bears, ferocious deer, and other species, but without exception, he failed. The lower the intelligence, the harder it is to tame. Only creatures with higher intelligence value life more, know how to weigh the pros and cons, and are more likely to submit to creatures stronger than themselves. Felines are alright though. Their intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary ferocious species. Moreover, the transformation of the dragon vein itself has a certain effect of unlocking intelligence. The current ferocious white tiger's intelligence is about the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child, and it can obey his basic commands. Here, try this. Caesar stroked the ferocious white tiger's single horn and gave it a command. The ferocious white tiger was very obedient, and walked directly towards the abyss ring. The purplish-black demonic runes finally found their target, and circled around the ferocious white tiger's body, instantly turning its silvery white fur into a jet-black color. Roar! The ferocious white tiger let out a roar that sounded somewhat painful. The dark red scales on its body were cracking and bleeding, but a new power was growing within it, and the inner scales began to turn tinged with a purplish-black hue. Call! Clusters of purplish-black flames rose from the ferocious white tiger's body. Abyssal flames. The power from the abyss and the power of the dragon veins have been cleverly combined, making the abyssal demonic fire of the ferocious white tiger far stronger than that of ordinary abyssal creatures. This king of beasts has a far richer history than many tigers. First, it underwent elemental baptism and became a ferocious species, then it underwent dragon vein transformation, and finally abyss transformation. These three transformations would be an extraordinary adventure for any creature, but it underwent all three at the same time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It wasn't until an hour later that the ferocious white tiger gradually began to let out excited roars. Its size, however, has not changed. Its fur remained silver-white, but it had acquired many new features, a purplish-black horn, and thick limbs and tail enveloped in abyssal demonic fire. Its enormous tiger eyes had also turned into an incomparably deep, jet-black color. The ferocious white tiger had only just entered the 7th rank. That is, a life level of 15, but now it has been directly upgraded to level 17, which is an 8th tier life form, now the same level as Caesar. Chapter 73 Bestowing a Name, Amelia. It doesn't seem to have any bad aspects, and after being transformed by the abyss, its strength and potential have increased even more. Caesar was quite satisfied with the changes in the ferocious white tiger. It's important to understand that the bloodline of a white tiger is practically at the bottom of the food chain. After experiencing 3 special opportunities in a row, it's unclear whether the opponent can compare to the combat power of other pure-blooded dragons, but it can definitely crush a white tiger of the same level. It is now. It's a completely new bloodline creature. Perhaps it could be called the abyssal demon tiger. It winked at Caesar in a fawning manner. His tiger eyes looked more lively than before, showing his submission and awe. He seems to have gotten a lot smarter. Caesar astutely noticed this, and after trying to give the command several more times, he discovered that, after being transformed by the power of the abyss, the other party's intelligence was no longer at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old. Whatever the command, they were able to comply perfectly, instead of being completely clueless as before. Indeed, breaking free from ignorance is the beginning of the path to greatness. Now you are truly qualified to follow in my footsteps, and you have earned the honor of being named by me. Your name is Amelia. Remember, this is your name. Amelia was even more excited to receive a name from her master. Her intelligence was now close to that of an average teenager, and her emotional fluctuations were much richer than before. It lay directly on the ground, exposing the fur on its belly, a gesture of submission. Caesar was very cooperative. At the same time, an idea sprouted deep in his mind. The feedback power of this abyss ring is really good. Perhaps I can use its power to build an elite legion of my own. What is meant by elite? In Caesar's view today, only those who reach the level of high-ranking beings can be called elite. While it's incredibly difficult for high-ranking creatures to challenge legendary beings, 10 isn't enough. What about 20? 30? High-ranking creatures are not like cabbages. Even dragons need to reach adulthood at the age of 100 to achieve this. As long as there are enough of them, even legendary creatures can be overwhelmed. It's just spending money on equipment that you don't need. This would allow them to create a high-ranking legion that even ancient dragons might not be able to possess. This deal was simply too good to pass up. In Caesar's view, the Abyss Ring's effect was even far greater than that of legendary equipment. Caesar's heart burned with passion. Then look at Amelia. The dragon claw gently rubbed the opponent's purplish-black horn, which was burning with abyssal demonic fire. Observe for a while longer and see if this abyssal transformation has any negative effects. Although demons are not good things, devils are the same kind of thing. Master, a hoarse and labored female voice suddenly rang out. Language is a fundamental ability of all intelligent beings. After undergoing the transformation of the dragon vein creatures are born with a portion of the ability to speak dragon language, so Caesar was not surprised when Amelia suddenly spoke dragon language. He nodded in satisfaction. Red dragons have no interest in creatures without intelligence. Amelia's intelligence has reached a normal level. Moreover, it is one of the few 8th-order life forms in its own territory. After 3 transformations, its bloodline has reached a considerably powerful level, making it arguably the strongest familiar. Let me see what you're capable of now, Caesar said. Under his hands-on guidance, Amelia learned the 4th ring's transformation technique quite easily. A dim light descended. The enormous white tiger's body gradually shrank. Soon, a tall and beautiful human woman came into Caesar's view. Her entire body was covered in purplish-black armor, with a rounded chest, a slender figure, and straight, supple thighs, revealing only the snow-white skin on her shoulders and the abyss-like cleavage on her chest. Her long, purplish-black hair cascaded down her back. As if moving without wind, it naturally rippled outwards to both sides. Her pretty face looked extremely innocent, but her temperament was completely opposite, quite alluring, probably because of her deep purple pupils and bright purple lips. On its forehead, it has a small and cute unicorn horn, shimmering with layers of purple light. This is Amelia in human form. Caesar's eyes lit up as well. By the dragon god, transfiguration is indeed the greatest magical miracle. One night passed. Caesar was also amazed that his strength had increased significantly. As the sun gradually rises to its highest point, it is then dyed a vibrant red by the sunset, and slowly transforms into the deepest night sky, as time slowly passes by. Chapter 74 Caesar, have you ascended to the legendary level? 3 more days and 3 nights passed. Caesar slowly opened his dragon eyes, looking incredibly energetic, while Amelia had already transformed back into her original form, lying lazily beside him, appearing utterly serene. High-level creatures are generally very strong. In this regard, there is indeed no need for much restraint. Even if you feel a little tired at times, you can recover after a short rest. But such days did not last long. Sylvanus and her companions brought him news of the current situation in the Silvermoon Kingdom. During Caesar's slumber, a legendary high priest of light rallied the 3 human kingdoms of Morningstar, Fire, and Ice to jointly attack Grand Duke Purplethorn. He has now been designated as the Purplethorn Demon King by the human forces of the Emerald Continent. During the war that lasted for more than a year, this guy's true strength was revealed, and he successfully advanced to the legendary rank, reaching the pinnacle of the Emerald Continent. And beside him was a pleasure demon from hell. Pleasure demons are demons that evolved from special lust demons. For them, the material plane is like fruit to be picked. Even the most powerful knights can be seduced by evil. They are the first rank below the most powerful hellish demons in hell, and are demons who are extremely skilled at seduction. He was cunning to the extreme by nature. Even kind and upright servants of the gods can be tempted and corrupted by it. The usual targets are priests and paladins, whose minds are twisted into the shape they desire. Unfortunately, that legendary third-tier paladin thus fell into the trap of the pleasure demon, pointing his sword of justice at the army of the 3 kingdoms, almost turning the golden holy sword into a demonic sword. 3 legends joined forces. If it weren't for the help of an elderly silver dragon with a life level of 20 at the crucial moment, the righteous and vengeful high priest of light would probably have died in that war. Luckily, I was cautious back then. Caesar ran his dragon claw across the rocky ground, feeling a tingling sensation. He had learned a great deal from the books Celia had given him, knowing that summoning a legendary demon from hell was extremely difficult, a world apart from summoning a 9th-tier succubus. First, there must be a 9th ring spellcaster of the spellcasting class. Secondly, it is necessary to cultivate a 9th-tier special creature, the Purgatory Ferocious Shark, and sacrifice it by completing a special bloody ritual. Only then can the legendary level pleasure demon descend from the 9th level of hell into the material world. It is said that there are no high-ranking mages in the Silvermoon Kingdom. The fact that a delightful demon has suddenly appeared is enough to show how deeply the Grand Duke of Zijing is hiding his true intentions. Becoming a high-ranking mage is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires an immense amount of knowledge. Learning high-ranking spells is also a process of gradually understanding the essence of the world. It is said that dragons are born spellcasters. However, after being promoted to legendary creatures, dragon's spellcasting level is generally equivalent to that of a high-ranking mage. This is because the dragon's heritage does not include spells above legendary. In other words, most spellcasters can only be called legendary archmages if they create their own legendary spells. Even though Caesar's magic power has now reached an astonishing level. However, he still needs to spend a considerable amount of time to successfully master a high-level spell, which is enough to show that acquiring knowledge requires accumulation over time. For example, he is currently learning a 7th circle spell called interdimensional teleportation, which is basically a must-learn spell for every high-ranking mage. If he finds himself unable to win a battle, he can escape by crossing planes. Of course, there will be a fairly long casting animation. Some high-ranking mages frequently travel between different prime material worlds, while some legendary warriors may never leave their own country in their entire lives. This is no joke. A powerful enough ninth ring spell can sometimes even bring down a legend. With 3 legendary powerhouses, a ninth ring archmage, numerous hellish creatures, and the unknown methods hidden by the Grand Duke of Zijing, the collapse of the 3 kingdoms is understandable. As a villain in an evil faction, Grand Duke Zijing is perfectly qualified. Natasha, the Dark Elf chieftain standing nearby, sighed. I thought the material world would be much better than the Underdark, but I didn't expect it to be just as turbulent. Unlike ordinary Dark Elves. As the clan leader, Natasha disliked the chaotic and disorderly environment and instead advocated for order. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed the Yuta clan to migrate to the material world. Lorna said with a grin. Where there are living things, there is conflict. Once we subdue all the living things, we can naturally use our order to govern everything. As they were talking, she gave Caesar a small compliment. Besides, we are now under His Highness Caesar's command. Even legendary creatures might not dare to offend our Karl Mountains, would they? At the very beginning, Rona's advice to Natasha to submit to Caesar was more about valuing his bloodline potential. The Yuta clan had many powerful high-ranking members, and if they were gathered together, they could even be a formidable force against legendary creatures. They would not easily submit to other beings. But now, she was truly shocked when she saw Caesar after he woke up. Your Highness Caesar, have you already become a legend? Sylvanas couldn't help but ask. After advancing to the high-level realm, life detection techniques below the legendary level are no longer effective against dragons, so she is now completely unable to detect Caesar's life level. But Lorna and Sylvanas are both knowledgeable spellcasters who can judge the approximate life level based on the size of a dragon. At this time, Caesar's dragon body has clearly exceeded 28 meters and is extremely close to that of a giant dragon, which is why they have this problem. A giant dragon species with a body length of about 30 meters. Excluding some special dragon species, this size is basically that of a legendary dragon. Dragons of this level have terrifyingly high defense, and even high-level spells may not be able to cause effective damage. Moreover, every move they make is like a natural disaster. With the strength of a legendary dragon, if there are no several powerful beings of the same level to stop it, it is enough to easily slaughter all life forms on the Emerald Continent. He could see the intensely eager gazes of the many couples. Caesar slowly shook his head, denying it. No. Jumping from rank 6 to legend? Even the dragon god's illegitimate son wouldn't be this overpowered. Even the chief of evil dragons, the Red Dragon, would probably need to be over 400 years old to barely reach that age. Ordinary dragons would need to be over 600 years old to reach the extremely old stage. As for the White Dragon, a disgrace among dragons, it is possible for those with slightly less talent to advance to the legendary level during the Ancient Dragon stage. Chapter 75 High Priestess of Light, Monroe. What incredible potential this is! Upon hearing Caesar's denial, the other companions' gazes gradually cooled, but the companions who were spellcasters were even more shocked. Just as the material world has the power to suppress outer life forms such as the Abyss, Hell, and Heavenly Mountain, it also has a considerable advantage over powerful life forms like dragons in terms of size. After all, the destructive power that a legendary dragon can cause is simply too great. If it were in a star realm without any rules, or in another outer plane, a legendary dragon can easily reach hundreds of meters in size, but it's not so simple in the material world. Every meter of growth represents a huge leap in strength. Especially Rona. She witnessed firsthand the old silver dragon saving the High Priest of Light. Even a peak 9th-tier silver dragon is only about 25 meters long, smaller than Caesar. So, that's why she made the misjudgment, thinking that Caesar had suddenly been promoted to a legendary dragon. His Highness Caesar is indeed no ordinary red dragon. He's practically a different species altogether. I can't even imagine how powerful he'll be when he ascends to legendary status. Lorna thought in amazement. At the same time, Caesar was also considering whether or not to get involved in humanity's war. After all, the Silvermoon Kingdom was a territory he had long coveted. Moreover, being so close to the Karl Mountains, if the Grand Duke of Zijing wins the war and is free to deal with it, he might turn against me. Compared to waiting, he prefers to take the initiative and seize control of things. Having already advanced to an 8th order life form, Caesar wouldn't wait for his enemies to invade. Instead, facing the legendary Grand Duke Zijing, he felt an even stronger desire to fight. If an old silver dragon dares to participate in the legendary battlefield, then what does he have to fear? Compared to the head of the hill giant leader, Caesar preferred to use the heads of legendary warriors as decorations to adorn his dragon nest, as a symbol of the glory of the dragons. From 6th order to 8th order, His strength has ballooned to an unimaginable level. To put it another way, the current Caesar could easily defeat his slumbering self with a single hand. Think of that vast territory, and then think of that wealth as abundant as mountains of gold and silver. This is enough to tempt any evil dragon. Territory and money are second only to life for the dragon, and Caesar would never give up Mount Carl, so he must eliminate all the unstable forces in the vicinity. We should call the Green Dragon Sisters and the Black Dragon again. 3 adult dragons plus Amelia, even if they can't defeat a legendary powerhouse, should be enough to hold out for quite some time, Caesar pondered. His retinue was already quite powerful, especially his companions. The highest life level belongs to Natasha, a 9th-rank magic swordsman, followed by Rona, Sylvanas, and Xingyu. Even the youngest, Diana, has already advanced to a 6th circle spellcaster. Unfortunately, about half of the Yutter clan did not migrate to the material world. Only 4 or 5 high-ranking 7th-tier dark elves came. Many more were trapped in the Underdark, because the Eye Lord had sensed that the number of dark elves in the Yutter clan had decreased significantly, and had begun to send Eye Lord overseers to restrict their numbers. In order not to alert them. More than half a year ago, the Yutter clan had already stopped their interdimensional teleportation operations. Otherwise, they should all have arrived in the prime material world by now. But it doesn't matter anyway. Their current strength is enough to sweep away all creatures below the legendary level. The only pity is that Natasha and Lorna are not pregnant yet, otherwise there would be a certain chance of giving birth to a child with good talent. Even Sylvanas still has about 3 years of pregnancy left. And the 2 Green Dragon Sisters. She still has about 7 years left in her pregnancy. Caesar didn't have time to continue sowing seeds. Even if he had 15 more silver-level offspring, he could only raise him from level 17 to level 18 at most, and it would be difficult for him to break through to level 19 and reach the 9th rank. The growth cycle of dragons is similar to that of humans. It was a very long time. After being promoted to a higher level, it takes about several decades to increase one life level, and hundreds of years to cross one level. This is quite normal. Only after winning this battle can we launch an even bigger one. When the time comes to bring the Silvermoon Kingdom under his control, Caesar thinks he can hold a selection of consorts. The human kingdom, with its more than 1 million square kilometers of land, is far more expansive than his own Carl Mountains. Beautiful female creatures with qualifications or talents can all be brought under his command. This is the real takeoff. This battle must be fought. Caesar has made a decision. Even if all his offspring are silver level, as long as there are enough of them, it is possible to directly elevate himself to the legendary level. But before that, he could have easily made a fortune. What? For high-ranking dragons? And you're even willing to help our human kingdom? You're not joking, are you? The 9th-tier paladin was somewhat shocked. Diana, representing the Dragon Legion, said calmly, I guarantee you, by virtue of the royal family of the Silvermoon Kingdom, that you can completely trust everything I say. The magical aura emanating from her body manifested as the shape of a silver moon. This is a characteristic of the royal bloodline of the Silvermoon Kingdom. It can be said that after the Grand Duke of Zijing killed the last member of the Silvermoon royal family, Diana was the only survivor of the Silvermoon royal family. Please give me some time to inform His Highness the High Priest. The 9th-tier paladin who commanded the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms also let out a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. The pressure they had been facing these past few days had been immense. If it weren't for the old silver dragon summoning some of its own kind, they would have collapsed long ago. The legendary warrior who once made countless paladins proud has turned his sword against them, a fact that would be unacceptable to any believer in the God of Light. He did not doubt Diana. To ensure her safety, Caesar specifically arranged for 2 high-ranking spellcasters, Sylvanas and Lorna, to accompany her, enough to make any faction take their presence seriously. With the departure of the 9th-tier paladin, Diana and the others waited patiently. After some time had passed, suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in front of them, slowly becoming clearer. It radiated a milky white holy light, and its entire being was like a divine messenger from Mount Paradise descending, exuding a comforting and benevolent aura. What appeared was a woman, an extremely stunning woman. Her appearance seemed to warm the years. The strands of hair that fluttered in the wind accentuated her snow-white skin, making her look like a saint bathed in light, with an ethereal and dreamlike charm that captivated everyone's attention. He was wearing a solemn and dignified sacrificial robe. Only her snow-white neck, delicate collarbone, and slightly pale cheeks were visible. Her eyes always carried a sense of compassion for all living beings, and she held a delicate and small staff in her hand. Legendary Priest, High Priest of Light. Monroe Lena. Chapter 76 The Amethyst Dragon Siblings. Hello, Your Highness, Princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom. My name is Monroe, the current High Priestess of the Church of Light. Thank you all for your willingness to lend a helping hand at this moment. Monroe Lena smiled gently, her voice light and airy, showing no airs of a legendary powerhouse, making her instantly likable. After saying that, she then invited Diana and the other two to the hall where the Allied forces were discussing military affairs. All around were guarded by paladins who looked like statues, their faces expressionless, and their eyes fixed straight ahead. However, if one used a life detection spell, one would find that they were all high-ranking paladins of the 7th rank. The God of Light is among the most revered deities in the world of Elrin. Even the somewhat remote Emerald Continent. There are still many believers in him, and 2 top-tier powerhouses, a legendary paladin and a legendary priest. The human kingdom where the Church of Light is located has been free from war for a long time. Diana had learned royal etiquette from a young age and did not behave poorly despite the impressive entourage. She entered the hall. The first thing you see is a handsome silver-haired man who looks to be in his 20s. He has an extraordinary air about him and a natural sense of authority, like a nobleman who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. The spellcasters around him all held him in high esteem. At the same time, he looked at Lorna behind Diana, his gaze suddenly sharpening. A dark elf from the Underdark, an 8th ring archmage, has actually appeared in the prime material world. Rona's expression also became wary. The silver-haired man in front of her exerted a great deal of pressure on her, second only to the legendary priest Monroe Numna beside her, and he also possessed a strong dragon aura, presumably that of the old silver dragon. The atmosphere was gradually becoming heavy. Monroe Lena spoke up, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. Ryan, anyone willing to help us fight the demons of hell at this time is a friend. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired man didn't ask any more questions. He trusted his friend's judgment. The High Priest of Light hated evil even more than himself, so the dark elves who appeared before him must not be the kind of chaotic and disorderly evil beings. If an 8th ring archmage were to join them, their role in war far surpasses that of high-ranking knights of the same level. Ryan wasn't an arrogant person. He showed a slight apology and said, Madam, I was a little too emotional just now. I'm sorry. Silver Dragon is not arrogant. He knows how to admit his mistakes and correct them. This is one of the reasons why metal dragons are so popular in human kingdoms. Dragons are all proud, but the pride of metallic dragons is reflected in their tolerance of the weak. In order to avoid hurting the self-esteem of other creatures, they usually behave very gently. However, this point. Only scholars who have studied dragons in depth would know that most people only know that silver dragons are powerful and friendly creatures. Lorna nodded slightly. Although she was not afraid of the powerful silver dragon, it was clear that this was the dragon's territory, and there was also a legendary priest nearby, so it would be best to avoid conflict. Then, Monroe and Lena then began to introduce their identities to the people in the hall. The Princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This news surprised even the Legion commanders of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. They never expected that a member of the royal bloodline would survive the slaughter by such an ambitious man as the Grand Duke of Zijing. Diana also stated her purpose. I have come here solely on behalf of the will of the Red Dragon King. She gave a brief introduction to Caesar's power. This caused everyone's expressions to turn solemn. A colossal dragon, several high-ranking spellcasters, and many other high-ranking creatures, a monster legion, and tens of thousands of dark elves, such a force, without a legendary expert in charge, would be enough to sweep away any human kingdom present. Helping the Three Kingdoms Alliance naturally comes with conditions. In addition to large amounts of gold and silver coins, they also demanded more rare magic gems and some spell materials, causing the Legion commanders of various countries to twitch with disbelief. This is practically emptying their national treasury. However, they had to consider the threat posed by the nearby Duke Zijing. If they could not eliminate this formidable enemy, then all their wealth would be useless. Faced with Caesar's exorbitant demands. Although the Legion commanders from various countries were extremely troubled, they did not want to refuse such a powerful boost. They had no say in the matter, but they said they would convey the terms to the king as soon as possible, and would not keep Diana and the others waiting for too long. Looking at this scene, Monroe shook her head, but did not stop them. The Church of Light rarely intervened in the conflicts of human kingdoms, and would not condemn unrelated people in the name of its own justice. Unless it is an extremely evil entity, the priests and paladins of the Church of Light rarely take direct action, preferring to negotiate and talk things over. Only with a sincere desire for justice and a compassionate heart can one achieve this. Only then will they receive the blessing of the God of Light. In the material world under the watchful eye of the gods, it is almost impossible for hypocrites to rise to high positions, which is one of the reasons why the Church of Light has become the mainstream faith in the major material worlds. The silver-haired man couldn't help but smile. Red Dragon King is the common language of humans on the Emerald Continent. If translated into dragon language, it would be another name, Red Dragon Emperor. Although Red Dragon has always been very arrogant. But this was the first time Ryan had ever seen such an arrogant red dragon. Red Dragon Emperor Caesar? This guy is arrogant enough. I really want to fight him and see if the Red Dragon clan is stronger or if our clan is superior. It wasn't Ryan who spoke, he was past the age of being competitive. Instead, it was another purple-haired youth. He was incredibly tall and slender, with an imposing and heroic appearance. Every move he made seemed to carry a power that shook the soul, and his eyes shimmered with a pale purple light. Judging from his words, it is not difficult to know that this is also a powerful dragon. Moreover, it is the first in the Gem Dragon series, the Amethyst Dragon. One of the 15 most common dragon species in the material world, the Red Dragon is the strongest among the 5 color dragon species, the Gold Dragon is the strongest among the 5 metal dragon species, and the Amethyst Dragon is the strongest among the 5 gem dragon species. Every gem dragon is a born psychic, possessing powerful psychic abilities, and the Amethyst Dragon is the pinnacle of dragons. Hearing his words, another woman, who was about the same age as the purple-haired youth, couldn't help but chuckle. Herrick, little brother, you'd better not get beaten to a pulp by them. This was a beautiful woman whose appearance was no less stunning than that of the High Priestess of Light, Manhwa. Her long purple hair cascaded down naturally like a waterfall, exuding elegance and intellect. Her expression was a mix of a smile and a reproach, and her 2 lively eyes seemed alive and could speak, giving off an ethereal feeling that seemed to draw out one's very soul. Sister Beezy, just you wait and see. Herrick was full of confidence. At the same age, he did not believe he would lose to the Red Dragon, the leader of the colored dragons. The Amethyst Dragon's physique is far less powerful than that of the Red Dragon, but it is empowered by psychic abilities. With its unparalleled mastery of these abilities, it is equally ferocious in close combat. Alright, then I'll be the referee for you. Beezy smiled. They are a pair of Amethyst Dragon siblings, currently only in their 90s and in their youth, but due to their unique experiences, even some middle-aged gem dragons are not as good as them in terms of psychic abilities. It is an outstanding individual among the Amethyst Dragons. Gem dragons are neutral. The Amethyst Dragons are more inclined towards good and order because the elderly Silver Dragon Ryan had helped them in his early years, which is why these 2 Amethyst Dragons came to help the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. If it weren't for the 2 of them appearing, the faction of the Grand Duke of Zijing, which possessed 3 legendary powerhouses, had long since routed the 3 Kingdoms Alliance army led by the High Priest of Light. The conversation between the 2 Amethyst Dragons remained unknown to the people in the hall. They communicate through psychic abilities. As proud dragons, they are inclined towards goodness and order, but they are still full of arrogance towards ordinary creatures. Only equally powerful dragons are qualified to talk to them as equals. Certainly. They also hold legendary figures in high regard, and the kind and powerful High Priestess of Light, Manhwa, won their favor early on, which is why she continued to stay and help them. As their conversation ended, the discussions in the hall were nearing their end, and the 3 major human kingdoms reluctantly agreed to Diana's demands, despite the painful prospect of losing so much. As a princess of the royal family, Diana was very skilled in negotiation. This is why she has always been valued and favored by Caesar. With her presence, Caesar's treasures have been able to grow steadily. No one dislikes a lucky cat. This mission was to establish a 3-nation alliance. It went very smoothly. Did you agree? Upon hearing Diana's report, Caesar waved his dragon claw with delight. Extorting money during a crisis might provoke resentment from nearby human kingdoms, but that was completely out of his mind. He only cared about how much treasure he had. Even if the item hasn't arrived yet. But he wasn't worried that the 3 human kingdoms would dare to renege on their debts. The Red Dragon's infamous reputation was well known, unless their royal families wanted to live in constant fear. Then, Caesar calmed down and asked his companions, "Tell me, how many powerful figures are worth considering in their 3-nation alliance?" He was not blindly confident. Beneath his arrogant personality lay a meticulous mind, which was why he was able to develop into adolescence even before the system arrived. Caesar wanted to gather information about the 3-nation alliance. This allows us to deduce just how strong the Zijing Grand Duke's faction is and whether they pose a fatal threat to us. 10 high-ranking mages. 7 7th-ring mages, 3 8th-ring mages, but no 9th-ring mages, Lorna said. This is basically the full strength of the three kingdoms. Besides the High Priest of Light of the Church of Light, there is also an old silver dragon. He puts a lot of pressure on me and seems to be very close to the legendary realm. No wonder he was able to hold off a human legend on the battlefield. She did not take into account those high-ranking warriors. While high-ranking warriors possess considerable martial prowess, they are far less intimidating than high-ranking mages. While a high-ranking spellcaster may not be as renowned as an average adult dragon, their true strength is extremely close. If there are enough high-ranking spellcasters, even adult dragons face a great risk of destruction. This is one of the reasons why evil dragons dare not invade human kingdoms at will. Sylvanas, standing nearby, added, "Besides these, we also discovered 2 powerful dragons. Because they maintain human form, we don't know what kind of dragon they are." Caesar nodded, unsurprised. Silver Dragon's personality is like that. He's not someone to mess with. If he can't beat someone, he'll call on his friends. He had already witnessed this fully during his youth. He wouldn't be surprised if a few more golden or silver dragons appeared on the human side, even if the Duke of Zijing was an utterly wicked villain. "Has no legendary dragon appeared?" Caesar confirmed it again, while Diana and the other 2 quickly shook their heads. If a legendary dragon had appeared, the Duke of Zijing's side would probably have been defeated long ago. Facing a legendary dragon, it would take at least 3 or 4 legendary classes of the same level to deal with it. Now, Caesar was relieved. Although the evil forces of the Bauhinia Grand Duke seem to have a great presence, they are probably just small fry in the eyes of Metal Dragon Island, and not even a legendary metal dragon has appeared. 9 out of 10 times. It was created to hone the skills of that old silver dragon. After all, it was over 400 years old. As the dragon species often used to compare with the red dragon, it wouldn't be surprising if it broke through to the legendary level in the next moment. For dragons, the sooner you break through to the legendary level, the better, as it makes it easier to cross the boundary between life and death and gain even greater power in the ancient dragon stage. Ilya, Gluya, and Relx should be arriving soon. Caesar estimated the time and gave the order to his subordinates. The Karl Mountains. This paradise of monsters has once again gathered an unprecedented army of monsters. 3 days later, the three kingdoms' allied forces base was garrisoned by an army of over 1 million soldiers. Under the watchful gaze of the High Priestess of Light, Monroe, a colossal red beast of immense majesty slowly descended from the top of the sky. A surging dragon's might swept over us. Although she knew that the red dragon, who could command other evil dragons, was definitely not simple, she was still surprised by the terrifying dragon that descended from the sky. Caesar, the Red Dragon King? Could it be that it has already broken through to the legendary level? This kind of pressure is almost on par with a legendary figure. The elderly silver dragon Ryan was somewhat shocked by Caesar's size. As the red dragon's mortal enemy, he knew all too well how powerful a red dragon of this size could be. Beside, the gazes of the Zijinglong siblings gradually became serious, their attitudes far removed from the nonchalant ones they had been 3 days ago. Chapter 77: The Dragon Clan's Unparalleled Genius. This was Caesar's first appearance in a human kingdom. The shadow cast by the enormous dragon made the elite allied forces of the three kingdoms below uneasy, and the powerful dragon's might instilled fear in all the human soldiers, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Human beings' fear of dragons is almost ingrained in their very bones. This was the first time they had ever seen such a massive dragon. Not to mention the soldiers and officers in the army, even some high-ranking spellcasters were somewhat frightened. "Hello, Red Dragon King of the Karl Mountains, who defeated the giant's sun dragon." Facing Caesar's condescending gaze, Monroe Lena wasn't angry. She had a gentle smile on her lips and spoke in an extremely soft tone. Even the shrewish temper of the color dragon would have been restrained. If charm was also divided into 30 levels, then her charm as the High Priestess of Light would be at least level 20 or above, reaching the legendary level as well. "Hello, Monroe Lena." Caesar enjoyed her flattery and said with his eyes lowered, "You made a very wise choice. Inviting the great Red Dragon King to help you has already ensured that you will win easily." The dragon lowered its head. He stared at Monroe up close, grinned, and exhaled a scorching breath, seemingly showing little reverence for the High Priestess of Light, as if the two were on the same level. "This little guy is really arrogant. Could he really have broken through to the legendary level? Although those guys like Red Dragon are known for their nasty personalities, they still maintain a certain level of respect for legendary powerhouses, but his age..." The elderly silver dragon Ryan marveled inwardly. He did not actively probe Caesar's life level. Releasing dragons larger than himself, especially hostile dragons, could easily lead to direct conflict. However, he could deduce the dragon's approximate age from its physical characteristics. Based on his judgment, the red dragon in front of him did not seem to have reached adulthood. A legendary red dragon that hasn't even reached adulthood yet? Even though Ryan had lived for over 400 years, he had never seen anything so outrageous. The amethyst dragon's siblings beside him were also puzzled. Ordinary young red dragons would be unable to resist expanding their territory and provoking human kingdoms in order to proclaim their name and prestige. Caesar had only gained some fame on the Emerald Continent in recent years, which just goes to show that he was not very old. This made them quite curious. I don't know what age the other dragon is. Herrick, in particular, was more curious than the other amethyst dragons in his youth and couldn't help but secretly cast a psionic spell age determination. The effects of psychic energy are quite peculiar. Unlike ordinary spellcasters, who explore the truth of the world's rules, psychics delve into their own hearts. This is a spiritual supernatural ability. Psionic spells do not require incantations. Often, with a single thought, one can wield abilities such as willpower manipulation, environmental alteration, mental storms, personality parasitism, and distortion of reality. The next moment, a number jumped out in front of Herrick's eyes, visible only to him. 35? Upon receiving the test results, Herrick couldn't help but rub his eyes. Looking at the red dragon in his field of vision, he exclaimed in shock. 35? How could you only be 35 years old? His eyes were filled with disbelief. A 35-year-old dragon is still quite a while away from its youth. If we convert a dragon of this age into a human, it would be equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. A legend at 15 or 16? This is absolutely a rare genius among the dragon race. Bess, standing beside him, was also incredulous. Her eyes narrowed, and she gathered her spiritual energy to investigate, quickly obtaining the same result as Herrick. At the same time, Caesar also felt a sense of being probed. Although he did not have the talent of psionic power, his mental strength was equally powerful, especially after this slumber ended. In terms of mental strength, he was now infinitely close to that of a legendary spellcaster. He let out a low growl. The two amethyst dragons immediately felt a pain in their eyes, and the age numbers in their eyes disappeared. While the power of psychic energy sounds perfect, it also has certain drawbacks. If the opponent's mental strength is much stronger than theirs, then the mental pressure on them will be immense. So they were two gem dragons. Caesar's gaze fell upon the amethyst dragon's siblings. He immediately deduced their dragon-like aura and psionic power, though he was unsure what kind of gem dragon they were. He scoffed. What an ignorant little dragon! Among all dragons, the gem dragon is considered relatively small. Even an adult gem dragon only reaches the size of a large dragon. Compared to the red dragon, whose advantage lies in its physique, the gem dragons of the same level can indeed be considered a group of small dragons, a fact that is often used by evil dragons to humiliate them. Contempt for Caesar. Herrick and Bess didn't feel angry or anything like that. Faced with a red dragon that was much younger than them and so powerful, they only felt frustrated. In his 90s, he had already reached the 8th level of the advanced stage. Even some of the strongest gem dragons were not as good as the amethyst dragon's siblings, which once made them quite proud. They believed that gold and red dragons of the same age were no match for them. But Caesar gave them a rude awakening. A legendary red dragon deserves the respect of all dragons. Even metal dragons, who have always been at odds with chromatic dragons, will maintain their awe towards him, not to mention gem dragons. Looking at this scene, Monroe's expression was somewhat peculiar. It was difficult for a legendary being to escape the notice of other legendary beings. In her perception, Caesar had not actually broken through to the legendary level, because he did not possess that unique legendary aura. I hesitated for a moment. She still chose to reveal the truth. Lord Caesar probably hasn't broken through to the legendary level, right? But to reach the high-level 8th rank at this age, his talent is already unparalleled on the Emerald Continent. If Caesar really is the legendary Red Dragon, the battle to wipe out the evil creatures of hell, such as the Purple Thorn Grand Duke, was naturally very simple. But the key point was that if Caesar's strength was misjudged on the battlefield, it would be a devastating blow to morale. So she chose to speak out. What? Not a legend! Herrick was somewhat angry because he felt he had been deceived. If it were a legendary red dragon, he would naturally have to endure his taunts. But as a fellow 8th-ranked dragon, the young and impetuous amethyst dragon was not going to tolerate it. Despite Herrick's anger and the fact that he was already subtly adopting a fighting stance, Caesar appeared relaxed and at ease. "You seem pretty unconvinced. I happen to be itching to try it myself, so I'll give you the right to take on the challenge." Chapter 78: The Bet with the Amethyst Dragon. Faced with Caesar's contemptuous words, although Herrick was somewhat angry, he did not lose his mind. Amethyst dragons are not reckless dragons. In fact, every gem dragon is a master of tactics. He immediately released the human form from its restraints. A burst of light appeared. His clothes transformed into hard, deep purple crystal-like dragon scales, and he had a pair of crystal-clear purple dragon horns on his head. These horns seemed to glow like purple light sources as his emotions fluctuated, radiating a bright and beautiful luster from within. The dragon's body was long and elegant, and its pale purple eyes seemed to refract light, radiating a dazzling brilliance and exuding a unique kingly aura. As the strongest gem dragon, just like the golden dragon and the red dragon, they possessed the utmost pride in their respective dragon species. Amethyst dragon. Caesar immediately recognized the dragon before him, sensing an even more powerful spiritual energy emanating from this amethyst dragon. This is an amethyst dragon that is 18 meters long. He is very robust. Even a normal adult gem dragon doesn't have this size. Generally speaking, a dragon's size represents its level of strength, and the same is true for the amethyst dragon. Its ability to reach such a massive size is enough to demonstrate its high level of skill in the path of a mind sorcerer. Life level has reached level 17. High level 8th rank. This is an excellent amethyst dragon at the same level as Caesar. The reason why dragons have such a resounding reputation in the material world is that, in addition to ordinary dragons, there are many outstanding individual dragons. They are often able to overcome the laziness in their bloodline during the young dragon stage, or even earlier, thus reaching heights that ordinary dragons cannot achieve. Facing an enraged amethyst dragon, the spellcasters nearby quickly withdrew their troops to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two powerful dragons. Monroe Lena, standing nearby, put her hand to her forehead. "I couldn't help but sigh. Dragons are always like this. Apart from metal dragons, chromatic dragons and gem dragons never know what unity is. Even the amethyst dragons, which are inclined towards goodness and order, are no different." Fortunately, Ryan is somewhat sensible. Their failure to participate in the battle allowed this situation to escalate further. However, before she could even feel relieved for 2 seconds, the elderly silver dragon next to her also transformed into a dragon. The 25-meter-long silver dragon was also poised to attack, its massive size creating a strong visual impact, and its eyes seemed to be eager to try. The feud between the chromatic dragon and the metallic dragon runs even deeper. Many young metal dragons have been beaten up by the more powerful colored dragons for no reason, and they will not easily let go of any opportunity to take revenge. "Uncle Ryan, please let me fight him one-on-one." Upon seeing this, Herrick refused the old silver dragon's help outright. He appeared confident, as if a fire had been ignited within him, and invisible psychic energy ripples spread outwards, making his aura even more powerful. His intense competitive spirit transformed into even more powerful psionic energy. Every psychic is extremely confident. The more confident they are, the stronger their psychic power becomes. Theoretically, this power has no limit. Silly child. Ryan shook his head, lamenting that the amethyst dragon was still too naive. Even though metal dragons have an absolute advantage in one-on-one combat, they will still choose to join forces to fight their enemies, emphasizing unity and solidarity. Gem Dragon obviously doesn't have this concept. But since Herrick had spoken, the old silver dragon chose to respect the amethyst dragon's decision. Bess, who was standing to the side, was watching the show with interest. "Uncle Ryan, size doesn't mean everything. I believe in Harry's strength." Gem dragons are all fun-loving people. Amethyst dragons, in particular, enjoy acting as arbitrators between warring dragons or between warring humans. Seeing the amethyst dragon's momentum rise to its peak, ready to make its move, Caesar suddenly spoke up. "Wait, a simple battle is too boring. Even if I beat you, it won't be very interesting. How about we bet on something?" Upon hearing his words, Herrick paused, and the momentum he had just built up weakened somewhat. He seemed to have swallowed his breath, and looked quite displeased. "What do you want to bet?" The amethyst dragon was somewhat puzzled, but still managed to ask. Caesar's gaze swept over him for a moment, then he said, "If you lose, you will have to serve me for 10 years. Then his gaze fell on Beezy. This female amethyst dragon also suited his aesthetic perfectly, Both its beautiful purple scales and its slender tail were very charming. He continued, "Also, your sister will serve me for 10 years. Although he had already set his sights on Beezy, he didn't say it outright. Otherwise, the two amethyst dragons wouldn't have made the bet with him. The stakes were too high, and the other party wasn't stupid. I can agree to your last condition, but my sister—" Herrick was about to refuse, but Bess interrupted him. "I agree too. As long as you can beat Herrick's brother, I can accept this bet." When Caesar looked her over, Beezy was also observing Caesar. His dragon horns were winding and majestic, his deep red scales were as dazzling as beautiful rubies, the golden patterns on his chest looked very mysterious, and his body proportions were perfect. His physique was far superior to that of his kind, and he had a majestic aura that even adult dragons, middle-aged dragons, and old dragons did not possess. This was a red dragon with an extremely outstanding appearance. Dragons are all creatures known for their good looks. It's perfectly normal to like pursuing beautiful things. When faced with a dragon of outstanding appearance, even if the other party has a terrible personality, the opposite-sex dragon will be much more tolerant in terms of temperament and mentality. "Beautiful amethyst dragon lady, I'll talk to you after I've dealt with your brother," Caesar said to her, his words brimming with confidence, as if he had already won. "What a despicable guy!" Herrick cursed inwardly, finally understanding why the color dragon was so infamous. He then said fiercely, "If I win, what are you going to give in return?" It's only been 10 years. He had just come of age at that time, so it wasn't something unacceptable to him. "But every bet requires an equal stake," Caesar calmly said. "If you win, all my treasures will be yours." He cast a 6-circle spatial spell, dimensional storage space. As a phantom spatial gate appeared, a large number of gold and silver coins, as well as many magic gems, emerged, dazzling the dragon's eyes. This is a spell from the School of Incantation. It can create a portable storage space, much larger than a manufactured space ring. Some powerful dragons will specifically learn this useful spell to avoid losing gold coins in battle. Chapter 79 Sword Dragon and Rock. If you win, all the treasure will be yours. Upon hearing this, Herrick took a deep breath and said, "It seems you are very confident in your abilities. All right, I accept this bet." No dragon can resist the temptation of treasure. Caesar's treasures far exceeded the savings of an average adult dragon. Even the elderly silver dragon Ryan and the amethyst dragon Biss couldn't help but take a few more glances, somewhat surprised by his wealth. The words had barely left his mouth. The young amethyst dragon suddenly let out a wild roar. Roar! Overclocking explosion! In an instant, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded. The power generated by this roar vibrated at an extremely high frequency, and with an invisible force, it shattered the nearby stones and many military tents into powder. At the same time, it transformed into strong psychic energy ripples that swept directly past the red dragon. The ground beneath Caesar's feet quickly cracked with countless lines, and a large area collapsed immediately. However, he was completely unfazed by the attack from the amethyst dragon, as if he were facing only a gentle breeze, rather than a terrifying force that could shake everything into dust. He was suspended in the air. It stared silently at the amethyst dragon with an unwavering posture, as if to say, "That's it." Seeing Caesar completely unharmed, the amethyst dragon, which was far superior to ordinary dragons, revealed a look of surprise in its eyes, clearly not expecting the opponent's defense to be so terrifying. "Humph, I'm going to show you my true strength now." Herrick, the amethyst dragon, spread his wings, and his entire body floated in the air. Then, the psionic light in his purple dragon eyes began to shine brightly and dazzlingly. Anti-gravity field? Caesar felt his body become much heavier, as if he were sinking into a swamp. The amethyst dragon is the first in the gem dragon series. Besides possessing exceptional psychic abilities, they also typically place great emphasis on studying the mysteries of the multiverse, such as gravity and attraction, and can utilize the power of physical laws to a certain extent. At the same time, the amethyst dragon roared again. "Come forth and fight for me!" Advanced teleportation. The psychic powers opened a portal, and 2 enormous purple vortexes appeared. As the purple vortex gradually disappeared, 2 enormous creatures covered in purple crystals soon appeared before everyone. A colossal monster, 26 meters long and 10 meters tall, appeared, with terrifying double rows of spinal plates growing on its back and a tail covered in sharp spikes, making it look quite ferocious and horrifying. This is a stegosaurus. Although its name contains the word dragon, it has absolutely no relation to dragons. In the monster encyclopedia, It is called a dinosaur, and in the Irish world, it is generally referred to as the roarer, a behemoth comparable to a ferocious species. On the other side of the Stegosaurus, it was a giant bird that was 43 meters long and had an astonishing wingspan of 100 meters. Its beak was hooked like an eagle's, and it had white feathers. When its wings flapped, it looked like a storm was gathering, which was quite frightening. Dupang. A terrifying bird capable of easily reaching enormous size, and this size is far from its limit. This powerful and exotic bird is extremely rare, even rarer than dragons, and is said to be the mount that every storm giant and cloud giant dreams of. 2 spirit crystal servants. Caesar glanced at them and found the corresponding information in the dragon legacy. This is a special follower unique to the mind mage, with an even closer relationship than that with dragon vein families. It can be strengthened and remotely controlled by its master. The stronger the mind mage, the stronger the spirit crystal servant. It can even help its owner share the burden of injury. Since psychics have limited psychic power, they don't develop too many spirit crystal servants. If they have too many spirit crystal servants, they will become ordinary followers and won't be of much use. Under normal circumstances, high-ranking psychics will only develop 3 spirit crystal servants, to be chosen as a spirit crystal servant by the proud amethyst dragon. These are certainly not ordinary guys. The moment the Stegosaurus and the rock appeared, these 2 powerful behemoths simultaneously sprang into action, closing in on Caesar at an extremely rapid pace. The wind howled and the earth trembled. However, before they could both launch their attack, the red dragon that had been hovering silently in the air began to move. Caesar suddenly flapped his wings, breaking through the anti-gravity field. His disdainful gaze swept over the 2 giant beasts in front of him, and his 2 sharp claws, covered with deep red scales, seized their heads in an instant. Bang! The sword dragon and the rock were thrown back violently, crashing through the magic barrier cast by the high-ranking mage. They plowed a long trench in the ground, smashing countless tall trees and boulders along the way, before finally stopping nearly 10,000 meters away. All of this happened too fast. From the outside, it looked as if the Stegosaurus and the Garuda flew toward Caesar and attacked him, but were met with a violent counterattack from Caesar the next second and were defeated almost swiftly. The high-ranking mages watching from the sidelines were quite frightened. They would treat any psionic servant with all their might, but in front of this mysterious dragon known as the Sun Dragon, they were like clay chickens and earthenware dogs. Such immense power. The elderly silver dragon Ryan standing next to him couldn't help but gasp. He had seen the sword dragon and the rock before. Before the amethyst dragon even made a move, the 2 giant beasts had joined forces to kill a 9th-tier demon. But they couldn't even last a second against Caesar. In terms of physical strength, the giant red dragon before him was far above him. Bess, the amethyst dragon standing beside her, was also incredibly surprised. As the older sister, she knew Herrick's 2 spirit crystal servants very well. When they joined forces, they could suppress even an adult dragon. A sense of unease arose in her heart. Could it be that Herrick will really lose to a true dragon of the same level? What other methods do you have? Caesar, like a supreme emperor, looked down upon the amethyst dragon before him, his tone extremely calm, as if he had just dealt with 2 ants with ease. The red dragon's physique is unparalleled among dragons. Even Jinlong's physique is slightly inferior. As he rose to a higher position, his bloodline power was also truly developed, and even a casual claw strike possessed destructive power comparable to a high-level spell. How is this possible? On the other side, Herrick's mask trembled slightly as he was preparing a psionic spell. He was also caught off guard by this scene and was extremely shocked. The rock and the Stegosaurus. His 2 psionic servants were like thin sheets of paper in front of Caesar, easily torn apart. Through their telepathic connection, Herrick could clearly feel their fear. Obviously, they had never seen a creature as powerful as Caesar, whose melee combat abilities were so terrifying. Chapter 80 Solar Flare vs. Singularity Breath. What terrifying power! Herrick the Amethyst Dragon's heart was in turmoil. However, he quickly recovered. Although I experienced some minor setbacks, I did not experience any negative emotions such as fear. Their fighting spirit only intensified. One of the maxims that spiritualists adhere to is to always have faith in one's own will. They are like cockroaches that can't be killed, with an unyielding will. The more adversity they face, the stronger their mental power becomes. If they fall into self-doubt, then they are not far from the collapse of their psychic energy. Herrick immediately changed his tactics. The pale purple dragon body immediately took flight, carrying a layer of spiritual energy, and disappeared into the air as if it had vanished without a trace. Advanced stealth technique. This is the specialty of the amethyst dragon. Every amethyst dragon is a master of invisibility, a high-level invisibility technique that alters reality with psychic abilities. Rather than invisibility, it's more like etherealization, making it difficult for physical attacks to land on them. Psychic step. The next moment, Herrick's figure flashed behind Caesar. Whoosh! The sharp dragon claws almost created a sky full of afterimages, and the amethyst blades on the claws sparked bursts of intense sparks as they sliced through Caesar's scales, leaving marks. He's got something. Caesar swung his dragon tail to retaliate, but hit nothing but air. His body was well-proportioned and agile, and his scales were stronger than many hard metals, making them virtually indestructible, but they had been scratched by the amethyst dragon. At this time, Herrick's body shone with an extremely bright psionic light. It was a psionic spell comparable to an 8th circle spell Steel Bones. At this moment, his dragon body was greatly enhanced, and he could be described as a steel dragon. Even legendary creatures would bleed and be injured if they took a hit from him. Advanced stealth techniques and steel-like body. The combination of etherealization and enhancement is simply a divine physical skill. But there's not much! With a sudden roar, Caesar revealed the blazing sun pattern on his chest, and layers of destructive power converged on his dragon claws. Solar Flare. This is one of the spells he awakened during his promotion to a higher rank. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy erupted, continuously heating up the area, accompanied by various negative effects resembling electromagnetic radiation, which exploded around him in an instant. Not good! Herrick, the amethyst dragon, narrowed his eyes, sensing the terrifying power within. Even with the enhancements of advanced invisibility and steel bones, he was absolutely not immune to this power. His gaze immediately turned solemn. Then it opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Roar! With a high-pitched dragon roar, the surrounding air was instantly compressed, quickly forming an incredibly bright gravitational bead. Various force fields filled the area, and space itself was violently collapsing. Singularity breath. The normal breath of the amethyst dragon is a burst of gems, but it's different when it's promoted to a higher level. Just as a red dragon experiences a significant increase in size after ascending to a higher rank, the amethyst dragon, the king of gems, is enhanced by its breath, a breath capable of controlling gravity. The singularity breath of the amethyst dragon is like the physical status of the red dragon among dragons. The breath of the high-ranking amethyst dragon. It is unparalleled in the entire dragon race, and no other dragon can compare with it. Even legendary creatures that directly withstand the power of the singularity's breath may be severely injured or even die. Solar Flare versus Singularity Breath. Like a thunderbolt striking a volcano, the two forces collided instantly, unleashing a violent shockwave centered on their battle area. The earth shattered, and the cataclysmic power terrified the high-ranking mages watching from the sidelines, who hastily cast magical barriers. Not good! High Priestess Monroe's expression turned slightly grave. She hadn't expected that two dragons below the legendary level could unleash such combat power. If this power were to spread, the soldiers of the Three Kingdoms Alliance would likely suffer heavy casualties. She immediately picked up the legendary staff and murmured, "Merciful and merciful God of Light, your devout follower begs for your help." The high-ranking monks were sweating profusely. Just when it was about to give up, an immense, milky white barrier formed by the vast element of light intercepted the destructive energy shockwave. This is a legendary level 10 ring divine skill. Immediately afterwards, it was as if a golden rain of light fell from the sky. The terrifying solar flare and the explosive shockwave from the exploding singularity's breath were not only stopped, but the devastation was also restored, and the area was filled with abundant life. Amidst the billowing dust, a battered amethyst dragon was revealed. Its once glossy scales were now charred and blurred, and its elegant and beautiful wings were tattered. Finally, it collapsed helplessly to the ground. It looks quite tragic. And in the clouds, a radiant golden dragon stood, with countless golden particles swirling, spinning, and shimmering around it, like a sun god standing in the sky. Caesar said calmly, "Amethyst dragon, not bad." With his current strength, even a 9th-tier creature would be easily defeated by him, without even needing to use the power of the sun element. However, the amethyst dragon Herrick forced him to unleash his sun form. It must be said that the amethyst dragon truly deserves to be the leader of the gem dragons. Any other creature would have been dead long ago under Caesar's claws. The originally battered amethyst dragon gradually recovered from its injuries under the healing rain of the 10th ring divine spell, and looked at Caesar in the sky with extremely complicated eyes. His head gradually lowered. This is a way of showing respect and acknowledging the strength of the other party in dragon-related cultures. Herrick's pride was almost completely shattered. Even the most powerful singularity breath failed to inflict the slightest injury on Caesar, which made him feel that he could never defeat his opponent. The spiritual power within him was also constantly decreasing. Looking at the utterly dejected Herrick, Caesar frowned. It seemed he had used too much force and made the amethyst dragon somewhat withdrawn. That won't do. He's going to exploit the other party for another 10 years. If a psionicist's inner pride is shattered, their psionic level will continue to decline, and they will soon become an ordinary creature. The same applies to amethyst dragons with psionic abilities. Once they become decadent, they will become ordinary dragons. After carefully choosing his words, Caesar's voice rang out again. Herrick, what's with that expression? What's with that look in your eyes? Will your tears help you defeat the enemy? Ryan. Beezy. Monroe Lena. Herrick, who had been listless, was stunned. Could this be the legendary killing the dragon and destroying its spirit? Chapter 81 lays the foundation for the Great War. A temporary setback doesn't determine anything. Caesar skillfully painted a rosy picture for the amethyst dragon, saying, Every dragon has infinite potential, and among the dragons I've seen, your talent is enough to rank in the top 3. Upon hearing this, Herrick's mindset finally improved. His spirits were lifted considerably. After all, a genius dragon like Caesar was a rare find in the entire history of the dragon race, and being praised by him meant that he was quite outstanding. Really? Of course it's true. There's no point in lying to me. That's the absolute truth. However, if Herrick were to learn that Caesar had only seen 3 or 4 dragons before, it might collapse again. Hearing Caesar's sincere words, Herrick gradually regained his confidence and developed a good impression of him. Suddenly, he asked, Thank you for your comfort. Can you tell me how big the gap is between us? He was very curious. Caesar's sun form was completely different from the red dragon he remembered. Maybe just a tiny bit. Caesar pondered for a moment before speaking, gesturing with his dragon claws as if the distance between his 2 toes represented the difference between Herrick and himself. To be honest, even Caesar didn't know the limits of his own strength. Only when a dragon ascends to a higher level of being can its innate powers and abilities be truly developed. The battle just now was merely a warm-up for it. Herrick nodded thoughtfully. I will keep my bet. I will serve you for the next 10 years. Bess, who was standing next to her, also agreed to fulfill the bet. Apart from the chromatic dragon, most dragons are quite trustworthy. Caesar nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of these 2 Tier 8 amethyst dragons, his forces have seen a significant boost in high-end combat power, and it will also help attract more monsters to come and join him because of his fame, making it easier to manage the Silvermoon Kingdom. Ah! At this moment, the high-pitched roars of dragons suddenly rose and fell in the distance. Not far away, Caesar's monster army slowly appeared in the distance. 2 green dragons, 1 black dragon. They couldn't resist joining the war. After all, the wealth of a human kingdom is quite astonishing, and if they could plunder a portion of it, they could definitely become a very wealthy dragon. With the appearance of 3 super-large dragons, many human officers on the 3 Kingdoms Alliance side showed apprehension. The infamous reputation of the colored dragons was well known, but fortunately, these 3 giant dragons were an asset to their side. Why is there a silver dragon? Ilya noticed the metallic dragon's aura the moment she appeared, and her face showed some displeasure, clearly indicating that she was quite unwilling to join forces with the silver dragon. Guria and the black dragon beside her had the same expression. They have no problem with the gem dragon, but they are full of malice towards the metal dragon. Once the gem dragon and the metal dragon meet, you can't tell what's going on 1 second, but they may start fighting the next. In particular, the 3 dragons absorbed the life crystal from the previous one. Each of them experienced a significant increase in strength. Ilya broke through to the 8th rank, while Guria and the black dragon's life level reached level 16, and their strength also improved considerably. This gave them the confidence to provoke the elderly silver dragon. The 5 colored evil dragons become arrogant with the slightest bit of strength. All right. Caesar pressed down on the dragon's claw, signaling them to quiet down. After all, the faction of the Grand Duke of Zijing has at least 3 legendary level beings. The elderly silver dragon would be a pretty good tool dragon, and might be able to help them hold off a legendary level combatant. Forced by Caesar's authority, the 3 colorful dragons immediately became well-behaved. Although they hadn't witnessed Caesar's battle with the amethyst dragon, the sheer size of the dragon was enough to quiet them down. Even though dragons are evil, they still maintain considerable respect and awe for their kind, who are far stronger than themselves. Regarding this scene, the amethyst dragon Beezy clicked her tongue twice, thinking to herself, I've never seen anything like this before, except for legendary dragons, where 3 adult evil dragons can be made to submit so completely. The old silver dragon's gaze was also peculiar. Especially Caesar's blazing sun form just now seemed to have caused him a strange misunderstanding, making him change from his original hostile attitude towards the dragon to a more benevolent one. Soon, after a brief discussion, both parties agreed on the cooperation. The allied forces of the 3 kingdoms also began to officially assemble, with more than 1 million soldiers marching in a mighty procession toward the territory of the Silvermoon Kingdom. Although most of the soldiers were not extraordinary warriors, with the bloodline potions researched by the spellcasters, their combat power was not much worse than that of ordinary melee professions. The only price to pay. It means there will be some minor changes in body shape. If you are lucky, you will only become taller or fatter. If you are unlucky, your body will have some extra parts, such as magical organs like feathers, scales, tails, etc. Ordinary humans have to pay a price to become stronger. But most of them were cannon fodder on the battlefield. Most importantly, they are humans with special talents, such as knights who patrol the skies at any time, gunmen carrying giant cannons, and sorcerers who sit atop large elemental bodies. Each one carries at least a mid-level life force, and there are many high-level beings among them. Although their status is not as noble as that of spellcasters, their strength is not to be underestimated. They are also the most elite legions among the 3 kingdoms, and the royal families of each country are clearly prepared to fight to the death. The royal bloodlines of every country are remnants of a former magical empire. That guy, the Grand Duke of Zijing. Having tasted the benefits of the royal bloodline of the Silvermoon Kingdom, they also developed an even stronger greed for the royal bloodlines of other kingdoms. The royal families of the 3 kingdoms were very close to the territory of the Silvermoon Kingdom. In order to preserve their bloodline and rule, they would never surrender to this lackey of hell. On the other side, that is Caesar's monster army. Since the Night Elf clan of Uter joined, the Red Dragon territory has undergone great changes, becoming more orderly and gradually transitioning from barbarism to civilization. Many monsters are now also classified into different levels. Numerous gnolls, kobolds, trolls, fire lizards, and others are categorized into ordinary, elite, and leader classes based on their strength. Adding Caesar's companions, the number of high-ranking combatants has already exceeded 10, and the number of mid-ranking combatants is countless. The Red Dragon territory is greatly affected by the radiation power of the dragon veins, and the number of dragon vein followers that have naturally transformed is countless. If it weren't for the short time that has passed, Caesar's dragon vein radiation power would probably have increased many times over in terms of mid to high level combat strength. The cooperation between human and monster armies is extremely rare. A massive war involving over 1 million people was quite rare since the Magic Empire split, and it determined the fate of several nearby human kingdoms. This will be a grand stage, Caesar remarked. He had a premonition. This battle will definitely not be easy. It will most likely require revealing some of our trump cards. After all, devils are cunning creatures, and it's hard to say how much fighting power they've hidden. But this will also be his battle to make him famous. After this battle, the title of the Red Dragon King will resound throughout the entire continent, not only in the Karo Mountains, the Emerald Forest, and the Silvermoon Kingdom, but also throughout the entire Emerald Continent. Caesar enjoyed the feeling. This feeling of being the center of attention and being unique. His goal is to rule everything and make all living beings in the world call upon his name, whether out of respect or fear. Caesar was never a low-key person. Even if he possesses the memories of his previous human life, it will at most make his mind more meticulous, rather than making him as reckless as an ordinary evil dragon who only knows how to rely on strength. It possesses both the pride and domineering nature of a red dragon and the agility and cunning of a human, thus creating a dragon unlike any other. Red Dragon Emperor, King of Kings, Great Decree, Supreme Authority. All creatures will kneel at my feet, and they will sing my name for 1,000 years. The colossal dragon of light, shimmering with patterns of blazing suns, revealed a domineering gaze from its mask. Its surging dragon might caused all the creatures around it to look on with awe and fear. In preparation for the war that was about to break out, Caesar absorbed the power from the blazing sun with all his might, accumulating strength to the maximum extent, adjusting himself to his peak condition, making him seem like a giant source of light. This prompted several nearby dragons to gossip. The black dragon Ryaux exclaimed, "Have you all felt that the power around Lord Caesar seems to be constantly increasing? I feel like my physique has become stronger. As a dragon, they are more sensitive to these subtle changes. The two green dragon sisters also frequently stared at Caesar's body, their gazes becoming unfocused, as if they were thinking something sinister. Giria. Hiss, those are beautiful, golden dragon scales. I wonder if Caesar would let me take a bite. I promise, just a tiny bite. Ilya. This is definitely not the power of an ordinary red dragon. Could Caesar be an alternate red dragon? No wonder he is so outstanding and powerful. My, for choosing a partner is indeed excellent. Even the amethyst dragon's siblings started discussing it. Herrick exclaimed, I feel that this power is one of the reasons why Lord Caesar is so powerful. To have a fellow member of his race who can awaken the power of the sun, he is indeed no ordinary red dragon. In the multiverse, the sun holds a very special position, playing an irreplaceable role in any material world. Therefore, the gods who control the sun are all extremely powerful. In the lineage of dragons, only the creator of dragons, the great wheel of eternity, the lord of all dragon gods, the great nine-headed dragon god Aio, ever held the power over the sun. After it disappeared, no dragon god has ever again been able to wield the power over the sun. Bis was somewhat speechless, not expecting her younger brother to adopt the identity of a follower so quickly, but she did admire Caesar's strength and excellence. She carefully examined Caesar's dragon scales, which had turned golden and shimmering, and suddenly asked the elderly silver dragon beside her, Uncle Ryan, I feel that Caesar's personality is quite different from that of a typical red dragon. Could he possibly have the blood of a golden dragon? Ryan was silent for a moment. When Caesar revealed his sun form, he did indeed have such doubts. His golden dragon scales were even more dazzling and beautiful than those of an ordinary golden dragon. He wasn't entirely sure either. I didn't sense any sense similar to that of a golden dragon on him, but the power attribute is indeed very similar to that of a golden dragon. After all, it's a combination of a red dragon and a gold dragon. This sounds absolutely ridiculous. Perhaps there have been such rare examples in other prime material worlds, but in the world of Elrond, he had never heard of any offspring of gold or red dragons being born on Metal Dragon Island. That's all. As time quietly passed, the million-strong superhuman legion swept across the land like an invincible lion, and even the most resilient cities could not withstand the elite forces of the three major human kingdoms. There was not the strong resistance I had imagined along the way. It wasn't until half a month later. Rumble! The continuous rain fell from the sky, and the large raindrops pattered down on the ground, making the branches and leaves of many trees look crooked. If you weren't paying attention, it would be hard to spot the evil creature hiding in the shadows. The capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Bright Moon City. Kill, the more the better. Dressed in a jet-black mage's robe, the ninth tier necromancer let out an extremely strange laugh, seemingly eager for the upcoming battle. Beside, he was a gloomy-faced Duke sieging, a stark contrast to his former image. A pair of long, winding horns extended from the back of his head, burning with terrifying hellfire, and behind him were a pair of bat-like wings, a classic image of a devil. They abandoned their human identity, and descended into a degenerate hell of power addiction. He asked in an extremely hoarse voice, Roland, how much longer until you break through to the legendary level? It'll be here soon. The ninth tier necromancer Roland smiled sinisterly. If you're willing to hand over that legendary paladin to me, I might be able to break through to the legendary level immediately. Grand Duke Sieging shook his head. That's a gift offered as a sacrifice to our Lord. It's impossible to give it to you. Wait a little longer, you'll soon have plenty of materials. Of the 8 major schools of spellcasting, necromancers are the most evil. They are universally condemned. Only a spellcaster of this type could help him summon a legendary level demon, the Pleasure Demon, from the 9 layers of hell, otherwise he would have been killed by the legendary paladin long ago. Although he rose to legendary status. But in the end, he only relied on the power of hell and took a shortcut. He was much weaker than an ordinary first-tier legendary knight, so naturally he could not be a match for a third-tier legendary paladin. The difference between each level of legendary is significant. The gap is even greater than the previous 9 levels before the legendary level. It is not easy to challenge those above the level. Even dragons are the same. Anyone who can enter the legendary realm is a genius who has reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect. They can do what others cannot and have extraordinary talents. The gap of one level is often extremely difficult to overcome. Grand Duke Sieging looked towards the horizon. Suddenly, an incredibly ferocious eyeball appeared between his brows. Through the power of the hellish demon eye, countless soldiers thousands of miles away appeared in his eyes. Chapter 82. After this job, let's run! A fierce wind swept through, and heavy rain poured down. Bathed in the damp, cold air, the mighty million-strong army, like an iron torrent, approached the capital city of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Bright Moon City. Like reefs in the sea, they persevered despite the wind and rain, embodying a power known as the spirit of the army. Dozens of war behemoths led the way. Those were medium and large mechanical bodies that the human kingdom had imported from the Magic Empire. They were special creations of magic and machinery. Although they were far less agile than magic mechs, they still had a very strong sense of oppression. They were equipped with mechanical weapons such as magnetic rotary machine guns and large heavy cannons at their front ends. This mechanical body is made entirely of rare magical metals, and is engraved with various magical patterns to provide powerful propulsion. The magnetic rotary machine gun it carries can theoretically rotate tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times in an instant, and can even pierce through the scales of an adult dragon. Its power is comparable to that of a dragon-hunting crossbow, and it is a national treasure of various human kingdoms. The mechanic operates the equipment from the central control room inside. Mechanic is not a profession exclusive to the Magic Empire. Many human nations invest significant resources in training this special talent. However, due to the scarcity of human psychics, the cost of training mechanics is very high, and their numbers are even fewer than those of spellcasters. Unfortunately, most high-ranking psychics with even a little talent leave the Emerald Continent to pursue further studies in the Magic Empire, hoping to achieve better development. This professional advantage is quite obvious. Even if they are relatively weak in the early stages, they can still play a significant role on the battlefield. Even a low-level mechanic can control a mid-level mechanical being one level higher than themselves, while a mid-level mechanic can control mechanical beings comparable to high-level creatures. It is said that every resident of the Mechanical Empire is proficient in mechanics, and this powerful empire has even developed magical weapons that ordinary people can use. However, the price is quite expensive. Let alone ordinary people, even ordinary nobles couldn't afford it. Then, the Mechanical Empire sells these mechanical weapons to various human kingdoms and other human forces in the material world in order to amass wealth, accelerate the development of the entire empire, and thus expand the Mechanical Empire's influence in the endless world. Through the Hell Demon Eye, the Grand Duke Zijing quietly observed this scene. He had to admit that if he had encountered the Three Kingdoms Alliance's attack before he joined Hell, he would probably have been terrified. Of the three major human kingdoms, none is stronger than the Silver Moon Kingdom. There are also many people in the righteous camp who cannot stand evil. Mechanics, spellcasters, monks, knights, priests, gunners, forest rangers, many extraordinary professions that were once somewhat famous on the Emerald Continent, upon hearing of the evil deeds of the Grand Duke of Zijing, have gradually joined the ranks during this period. Come on, the more the better. A mysterious smile appeared on the lips of the Grand Duke Zijing. Having experienced the thrill of shortcuts, he could no longer suppress his desires. To him now, these were the finest souls to be offered as sacrifices to his master. Especially after sacrificing the entire royal family of the Kingdom of Nice last time, the power of the Grand Duke of Zijing has been enhanced again, and has been firmly established at the peak of the first level of the legendary realm. This feeling fascinates him immensely. The Eye of Hell stares intently at those beings radiating vibrant life force. As his view shifted, he discovered the Monster Legion next to the Three Kingdoms Alliance army. Although its numbers were many times fewer than the Human Legion, it had far more elite troops. Especially higher life forms. Among them, the enormous Green Dragon Sisters, the ferocious and majestic adult Black Dragon, and the huge white tiger radiating abyssal demonic fire were quite conspicuous on the battlefield. In midair, there were also dragon-blooded gnolls and dragon-blooded kobolds, as well as trolls riding griffins, circling and roaring, occasionally letting out ferocious screams. Behind them, gnoll watchmen, fire lizards, troll wizards, dark elf mages, and other beings with spellcasting abilities formed a ranged warlock line. Monsters of the Karl Mountains? Grand Duke Zijing frowned. He didn't have much information about the forces in the Karl Mountains, but he could still make a basic judgment about their origins. After all, it was the largest monster mountain range in the vicinity, and it was not easy for monsters from other places to reach the Silver Moon Kingdom. The dragon's participation in the battle did not surprise him. He just didn't quite understand how monsters could team up with humans. As the gaze gradually shifted, he saw the colossal dragon of light in the sky, a dragon wearing a dark gold crown. All the raindrops were evaporated by the gold particles surrounding its body, and its entire body exuded an aura that was not to be trifled with, making even this legendary warrior feel that it was extraordinary. Suddenly, The golden dragon of light raised its head, its dazzling golden dragon eyes seemingly traversing thousands of miles to meet the hellish demonic eyes of the purple thorn duke. The next moment, Grand Duke Xijing saw this strange, mysterious dragon stare at him coldly, then raise its claws, which were surrounded by golden particles, and burst forth with dazzling light. Sizzle! Grand Duke Xijing let out a muffled groan, and the hell demon eye on his forehead instantly lost its vision, as if it had suffered an unknown blow, and blood gushed out. Roland, the ninth-tier necromancer beside him, looked at him with some surprise. You were even able to break through your hellfire eye? Could it be that some powerful figure has appeared on their side? Regarding the power of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Roland was quite clear that, apart from the High Priest of Light, only the elderly silver dragons could briefly contend with legendary combat power. The rest, no matter how many there were just chickens and dogs. A dragon. A strange and powerful golden dragon, whose power is somewhat restraining towards me. Grand Duke Xijing expressionlessly removed the damaged hell demon eye from his forehead and swallowed it. Another ferocious eyeball grew on his forehead, though it had become somewhat withered. He was somewhat surprised. But he didn't take it to heart. Like Monroe, the Grand Duke of Xijing also deduced that Caesar had not advanced to the legendary level, and as long as a legendary dragon did not appear, it would not have a significant impact on his plans. Upon hearing what the Duke of Xijing said, Roland was slightly relieved. He had long heard of the silver dragon's ability to summon companions, so it wouldn't be surprising if another powerful golden dragon appeared. Actually, what he feared most was the sudden arrival of an envoy from the Magic Empire. Even though he was a ninth-tier necromancer, he was still terrified of such a behemoth. He secretly planned, I'll run away after I've done this job. Once someone advances to become a legendary spellcaster, they can simply run away to some unknown plane and hide away. Even if the Magic Empire is powerful, it can't do anything to them. Chapter 83 Legendary Level Seraphic Envoy. At the same time, the golden dragon, now shielded from prying eyes, flicked its claws. Caesar's gaze turned toward the direction of Bright Moon City. The distance was too great. He could only sense a very evil aura. Legendary level? Caesar spread his more than 50-meter-long dragon wings, resembling a majestic beast. Even the storms of nature could not shake the dragon's body, as if it were excited about the upcoming battle. Among the ranks of high-ranking life forms, it was like a bright flame in the night, the most dazzling presence, carrying an overwhelming aura of oppression, making those who came later feel the power of the dragons even more deeply. The last time we fought against someone of a higher level. At that time, Caesar had only just reached the 6th rank, crossing the gap between the middle and high ranks, and it took his full power to kill the 8th rank hill giant leader. But this time, he was fighting a legendary player at the 8th rank, which increased the difficulty countless times. Witness the mighty ship rolling on. Witness the pinnacle of power. I am the chosen one, and the only one. Caesar's blood seemed to boil, and the red dragon's warlike nature reached its peak at this moment. He wished he could immediately march to the capital of the Silvermoon Kingdom, and make legendary creatures kneel at his feet. The wind howled and the rain poured down relentlessly. After some time, as the legion advanced, they came to see a tall, dark wall. It was the black iron defense line forged by Bright Moon City, and the last barrier of the Silver Moon Kingdom. They are hundreds of miles apart. Some high-level spellcasters have begun to chant incantations, and some high-level spells with extremely long range can easily strike locations tens or even hundreds of miles away. Magical auras of various attributes flashed wildly. Fireballs, meteor showers, star crowns, dark stars, and other high-level spells locked onto distant targets, enabling precise long-range strikes. The mechanics also began to operate the turrets of large mechanical bodies to perform trajectory calculations. Rows of heavy mechanical cannons formed a ruthless array of turrets, with magic-powered cannons with calibers of hundreds of millimeters ready to charge up, each shot as powerful as a high-level spell. This is the horror of war. Even high-ranking creatures can die in such a brutal battlefield if they are not careful. They were not worried about harming the civilians inside. Because almost all the humans in Haoyu's city had been sacrificed by the Grand Duke Xijing, and a small portion of them had been transformed into demons from hell, this was the main reason why the Grand Duke Xijing aroused public outrage among the humans. The other side. Grand Duke Xijing narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "Hellfire!" He raised his arm. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. The sky, which had been just a gray haze, suddenly darkened, the rain turned into black liquid, and the gale transformed into a raging black cloud. A black wall of fire, stretching for thousands of meters, then appeared. Buzz! A barrage of spells and magical cannon fire struck the black wall of fire made of hellfire, thinning it considerably, but failing to shatter it. At the same time, the necromancer Roland began chanting incantations loudly. As his last incantation fell, the earth trembled, the bones shook, and countless dead opened their eyes. 9-ring legendary spell, Calamity of the Dead. Buzz! The countless undead creatures buried underground let out mournful roars and burst forth from the earth. Besides, 4 teleportation portals appeared in the 4 cardinal directions, with countless undead creatures roaring and guarding them, frantically pouring into the material world from the interdimensional portals. Skeletons, zombies, vampires, ghouls, ghosts, ghouls, demons, gargoyles, demonic corpses, death knights, these terrifying undead creatures are enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Hee hee! Roland let out a sinister laugh and gave the order for the undead creatures from the outer plane to begin their attack. This is a horrifying scene. This caused all the high-ranking spellcasters to change their expressions. A legendary spell of the 9th ring level. No one expected that the Duke of Zijing's side had such a powerful necromancer hidden away. In all the major material worlds, any necromancer is a character that everyone hates and shuns. It would be difficult to survive. If a necromancer wants to go further, he cannot do without the study of life and soul, which means that he will constantly conduct large-scale death experiments. If this continues, most necromancers become mentally twisted and turn into inhuman and depraved characters. As a high-ranking spellcaster, they could clearly sense the terrifying power of this 9th ring legendary spell. The necromancer hidden in Bright Moon City had obviously made preparations in advance. These were several necromancy spells extremely effective against large-scale legions like theirs. The more living things die, the more necromantic power a necromancer can draw upon, the stronger they become, as does the scale of death. High Priestess Manrina of Light, her face contorted with rage, cried out, "Damn necromancer!" In the last battle, this necromancer who colluded with the Duke of Zijing did not show up, which clearly indicates that he had premeditated this war. "God, grant me the power to destroy evil!" She chanted the incantation. In an instant, another enormous portal appeared in the sky, but this portal was filled with an aura of holiness and purity, and was radiant with intense light. "Seraphim of Mount Paradise, descend!" The once dark, rain-soaked world suddenly brightened, and the wind and rain were instantly stripped of their evil. Transformed by holy light, they became a sacred rain of light, causing the undead creatures on the ground to let out agonizing howls. At the same time, a perfect figure, clad in magnificent golden armor, with wings on its back and an obscured face, appeared in the material world, arriving on a battlefield filled with evil and chaos. "With a sharp blade in hand, we will punish all sides." He held a long sword engulfed in flames, and in a mere instant, the terrifying heavenly fire annihilated countless undead creatures. The radiant god messenger from the 7 heavens mountain of the outer dimension. The high priest of light is a being watched over by the god of light. Legendary priests are able to summon celestial beings residing in the 7 heavens mountain to help them eliminate evil. The seraphim are the highest-ranking angels. They are usually the favorite guards of some benevolent deities, serving as a defense against the invasion of evil forces into the material world. Some of the most powerful seraphim are even comparable to lesser deities. Although the seraphim summoned by Monroe Lena were not among the most powerful. But it has reached the level of legendary tier 3. Almost the instant it appeared, it noticed the Bright Moon City not far away. Looking at the city filled with wronged souls and deathly aura, its voice was filled with rage. "Prepare for the judgment of raging fire!" Chapter 84. Hidden Cards Revealed. With wings unfurled and hope soaring, let us welcome the supreme flame! The radiant god's face was beautiful and calm. Instead of immediately helping the Three Kingdoms Alliance resist the undead, he headed towards the nearby Bright Moon City. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The seraphim, who had fought for thousands of years, understood this principle all too well. Seeing the noble angels who seemed like saviors, many humans were excited. To be able to fight alongside such sacred and noble celestial beings was a great honor for them. The seraphim possesses divinity. In many material worlds, they are usually treated as gods. An angel! It's a messenger of the seraphim. As expected, the gods of Paradise Mountain will not stand idly by while these evil creatures run rampant. With the help of the seraphim god Anva, we will surely defeat the devil, the Purple Thorn Duke. Justice will prevail. Because of the appearance of the seraphim, the human army, which was originally panicked in the face of undead creatures, seemed to be given a high-level boost, and each of them had a confident smile on their face. It's obvious. They believed that the appearance of the seraphim was enough to annihilate all evil. There are differences even among legends, with a huge gap between each level. With the strength of the blazing god envoy, he could easily kill the Purple Thorn Grand Duke who has just reached the legend level. But High Priestess Monroe, however, was far less optimistic than them. She looked solemnly at the distant city of Bright Moon, where she could see a familiar, incredibly burly figure standing on the city wall. That was a legendary paladin of the Church of Light. His once resolute face was now numb, and his eyes had lost their former luster, giving him an aura of violence and evil. The power emanating from his body radiated outwards like a roaring wave. Facing the radiant god's envoy, the legendary paladin, controlled by the pleasure demon, immediately drew his blood-stained demonic sword and charged forward, swinging it heavily from thousands of meters away. Bang! In an instant, the rain curtain that filled the world seemed to be cut in two. The incomparably sharp blood-red sword light stretched for nearly 1,000 meters, cutting through all the raindrops and gales along the way, and slashing towards the blazing god envoy. A battle between two legends is about to erupt. It's a pity that after so many years, we've only managed to cultivate 1/9 infernal ferocious creature. Otherwise, one more would have been enough to summon another pleasure demon. The Grand Duke of Zijing on the city wall looked at this scene with a touch of melancholy. Hee, what are you thinking? If it weren't for the succubus queen helping us suppress the legendary paladin's holy ritual, we'd probably all be in hell right now. The necromancer Roland mocked his ignorance. It's true that the pleasure demon can control the minds of legendary creatures, but that depends on the creature's background. Once a legendary paladin realizes he is no match, he will sacrifice himself to draw the attention of the god of light. At that point, even the most powerful legend will be unable to resist the powerful divine incarnation. It has to be said. The great demon who can control the 6th level of hell must have some tricks up his sleeve. In the material world, the power that gods can descend to is relatively limited, and the highest they can reach is no more than a demigod. Therefore, throughout history, we have occasionally seen some evil demigods provoke the gods of Paradise Mountain. Grand Duke Zijing smiled wryly. Come to think of it, if it weren't for his master's blessing, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the legendary level in his entire life, let alone stir up a great upheaval on the Emerald Continent that would be recorded in history. He gazed at the battlefield. As the battle intensified, the dark portals in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, gradually expanded to their maximum size, each revealing a terrifying figure. A headless knight riding a neighing, fiery warhorse, clad in heavy armor. A demon with menacing fangs and 2 horns on its head. Burning like will-o'-the-wisps, an ancient vengeful spirit whose body is like an illusion. And there was a nearly 30-meter-long undead dragon, its skeletal body radiating an extremely cold aura, its body burning with ghostly blue underworld fire. The intense aura of death caused the creatures around it to age rapidly and lose their strength. A legendary creature from the underworld. One of the ultimate spells of the ninja school is the Nether Gate, which allows a 9th ring necromancer to summon an endless army of the undead. Or perhaps, if one knows the name of a being in the underworld, one can summon a single legendary creature whose rank is not much higher than one's own by using the creature's real name as a medium. Roland's improved 9-ring legendary spell is based on the gates of the underworld, using the vengeful spirits and death energy on the battlefield to simultaneously open 4 gates of the underworld. Only, this legendary 9-ring spell also has certain drawbacks. The 4 legendary undead creatures summoned were completely beyond the necromancer's control. They were free to leave and would decide whether to help the necromancer or, in a fit of rage due to being forcibly summoned, kill him outright. However, this weakness can be easily overcome on today's battlefield. Undead creatures have a natural aversion to living beings, and such a strong life force immediately caused the 4 legendary and terrifying beings to begin their slaughter. This is the true trump card that the Bohemia Duke has against the various human kingdoms. Legendary creatures are absolute top-tier powerhouses in any prime material world, capable of easily slaughtering armies. Their legendary level pressure alone is enough to make non-legendary creatures unable to resist. 4 legends? My god, how could we possibly be a match for these monsters? Some human officers panicked at the sight, not to mention the ordinary superhuman soldiers. If it weren't for the priests constantly casting auras of faith and other amplifying spells on them, some might have already started to flee. Their hope for Seraphic Envoy has also reached a stalemate with the legendary paladin. Every move he made was earth-shattering. As a celestial being with divine power, the Seraphim's combat strength is naturally quite formidable. However, he faces not only legendary paladins but also legendary demons, the pleasure demons, who control the paladin's consciousness and continuously release charm spells within their sea of souls to interfere with the Seraphim's actions. Things didn't go so smoothly as expected. Caesar's gaze was fixed on the legendary undead not far away. He knew that this Grand Duke of Zijing was a very cunning fellow, and he would not go against the entire Emerald Continent without certain preparations. At the same time, based on the actions of the 4 legendary undead, I had a rough idea of what to do. These undead creatures from the underworld were very strong, but even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for the celestial envoy. I estimated that they were only around the first level of the legendary realm. Even a first-tier legendary being is a terrifying existence that cannot be ignored. He immediately issued the order. Ilya, you 3 can take action as needed and clear out the undead creatures around you. As for the 4 legendary undead, the humans can handle them themselves. To prevent the 3 of them from becoming arrogant and provoking the legendary undead, Caesar then gave Natasha some more instructions, asking the 9th-rank Dark Elf swordsman to keep an eye on the 3 of them. Not all humans are weak. He was quite surprised by the few powerful humans who joined during this period. For example, the 9th-rank Cloud-Climbing Monk, the 9th-rank Elemental Fire Mage, and the 9th-rank Phantom Assassin were all powerful professions among humans, and their combat power was also extremely amazing. They had already discussed tactics when the 4 legendary undead appeared. Under the divine amplification of the legendary priest, the elderly silver dragon Ryan alone managed to hold off 1 legendary undead, and the other 3 legendary undead were also delayed by sheer numbers. Although the human side suffered some losses, they managed to stabilize the situation. Legendary priests are not good at direct combat. However, within the team, she is practically a super support, like a milk cow, whose powerful amplification spells and various healing spells make even the legendary undead feel quite disgusted. Divine skin. A strong body. Blessings of light. A large number of buff spells were used by the High Priestess of Light, Monroe, and stacked on various high-level units, making them look exceptionally radiant, truly top-tier special effects. Even Caesar was no exception. It was also imbued with a high-level divine spell that amplified a single target, and its body shimmered with various divine lights. Its power increased dramatically, as if it had transformed into a radiant dragon with unprecedented and astonishing might. 9-ring divine art, the blessing of the god of light. This 9th circle divine spell requires a lot of mental energy. Monroe Lena, who had cast several 9th circle divine spells in succession on the battlefield, felt mental pain and needed to rest for a period of time before she could cast the spell again. It's pretty good. Caesar grinned, suddenly realizing how awesome it was to have such a super support. With a flap of his wings, he flew straight toward Bright Moon City, tearing any undead that stood in his way to pieces, and soon arrived at the city wall. Just like the Seraphic Envoy, killing the culprit would greatly reduce the losses of his monster army. Looking at the 1,000-meter-long wall of fire made of hellfire, he extended his dragon claw, raised a sharp finger, and countless golden particles danced around it before he stabbed at the incredibly strong barrier. Buzz! Waves of energy spread outwards like ripples, and the fire wall, which even high-level spells couldn't penetrate, was struck as if by a heavy blow, forming a huge indentation inwards, accompanied by a piercing cracking sound, before collapsing and disappearing completely. Below, the deep voice of the Grand Duke Zijing rang out. "Now, legendary dragon, are you courting death?" He deliberately provoked a legend. He even admired the courage of the dragons before him. As he became enraged, countless black wisps in the sky solidified, transforming into thousands of demons that roared and howled as they hurtled toward the radiant dragon in the sky. "Legend? Nothing special." Caesar laughed, his words filled with contempt. With the red dragon's arrogance, he dared to provoke even the queen of the lustful demons, let alone a loyal dog who merely believed in her. With a deafening dragon roar, in an instant the power of the solar flare erupted directly from his body, and the demons formed from the black mist disappeared with shrill screams. "No wonder you were able to block my eye of hell, you are indeed quite capable." Grand Duke Zijing's expression changed slightly. His attack just now was enough to severely injure any being below the legendary level, but Caesar easily neutralized it, instantly realizing that the dragon before him was no ordinary 8th-tier dragon. However, he will make sure the other party understands. How terrifying are those who step into the realm of legend. Dragons are excellent sacrifices. My lord will be very pleased to offer you as a sacrifice to hell. Grand Duke Zijing's eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, incredibly tough black fur appeared on its body, the horns on its head became curved and huge, and its demon wings continued to expand, completely transforming its appearance. He transplanted the hellish bloodline of the demon lord. After transforming, it becomes a gigantic demon, 20 meters tall and weighing hundreds of tons. As a high-ranking demon in the 9 levels of hell, the Overlord demon is a powerful being capable of wrestling with dragons. It possesses a brutal nature and is generally the favorite gatekeeper of the lords of each level of hell. Die! A halo of fear and aversion appeared around the Grand Duke of Zijing, moving at an alarming speed, appearing before Caesar in an instant. Boom! The enormous demon claw collided with the dazzling golden dragon claw, producing a deafening roar. The dragon scales on Caesar's arm cracked open one by one. Hot dragon blood flowed out. Even with the blessing of the 9-ring divine art, it is still difficult to deal with an existence of a level far exceeding one's own. After all, the gap between legendary and non-legendary is too great. But Grand Duke Zijing was also feeling quite unwell. His whole body was numb, and he was shocked to find that he was only on par with the dragon in front of him in terms of strength. What kind of monster dragon is this? His expression was somewhat gloomy. As a legendary being, he had been repeatedly thwarted by a non-legendary dragon. You fool, you think you can kill me? Caesar scoffed, the injury on his arm healing at an astonishing speed. The 9th ring divine art was an all-encompassing buff spell with high-level healing, so it wasn't significantly affected. Although he was very blunt with his words. However, it was still taken very seriously. After all, it was a legendary being. If the dragon's defenses hadn't been so strong, any 9th-tier human would have been unable to withstand it by now. Good, very good. You have successfully angered me. Now I will show you what cruelty truly means. Grand Duke Zijing snorted coldly. In the next instant, hellfire spread to every part of the body again, with a powerful and terrifying force. Human soldiers and undead creatures that were slightly close did not even feel pain before they were turned to ashes. He picked up a jet-black magic sword. This is a hellish demon sword forged from the souls of hundreds of thousands of humans. Fine spatial gaps can be seen on its sharp edges, which is enough to illustrate how terrifying this weapon is. In order to restore the dignity of the legend. In order to end the battle quickly, the Grand Duke of Zijing used his ultimate move. In an instant, the Hellfire sword transformed into a sword beam 1,000 meters long. Under the terrifying blade, the open ground seemed to be hit by a level 10 hurricane and earthquake. I really hate guys who keep having so many trump cards up their sleeves. Caesar shook his head, and the dark gold crown on his head finally showed its power for the first time. 9-ring defensive spell Shield of Glory. As his offspring continued to be born, this family artifact was very close to being upgraded, and the inscription spells that could originally only be used passively were also transformed into active skills. Buzz. With a sudden burst of magical light, the dragon's size increased dramatically, reaching over 100 meters before finally stopping. Dark golden light covered the entire sky, and every scale on its body shone brilliantly, displaying unparalleled power. Facing the hellish demon's sword that was slashing towards them, the 100-meter-long dragon merely swung its claws lightly and violently crushed it into pieces. Chapter 85 Cat Lord. The heavy dark clouds gradually dispersed. Centered on the 100-meter-long dragon, brilliant and dazzling light and heat radiated outwards in all directions, instantly evaporating all the wind and rain, as if the world was dyed with a golden halo. To alter celestial phenomena. This is a power unique to legends. However, it was preemptively seized by a non-legendary dragon. At this moment, Caesar was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Every dragon scale on his body became dazzling and golden, as if the sun god was surveying the world. The visual impact far surpassed that of any other creature present, even the seraphim from Mount Paradise. What a wonderful feeling! Caesar could feel the power continuously flowing into him from the dragon crown, and the shackles within his body seemed to be broken layer by layer, reaching an unprecedented level. He realized he had underestimated the power of this legendary item. The 9th ring defensive spell Shield of Glory was not inscribed by the legendary craftsman for its own effect, but to greatly strengthen the user's physical body, enabling it to withstand the power of the Dragon King's crown and prevent its body from collapsing. Is this Lord Caesar's true strength? Herrick, the amethyst dragon who was assisting the elderly silver dragon in fighting against the undead dragon, one of the 4 legendary undead, couldn't help but look over here. Looking at the 100-meter-tall dragon above the distant bright moon city, his eyes couldn't help but show a look of awe. Only by facing legends head-on. Only then can one feel the terrifying pressure of the legend. However, at this moment, Caesar felt even more terrifying to him than a legendary undead dragon. The change in size was secondary. The main thing was the special power surrounding him. Field. Why does this guy have mastery of the domain? The Grand Duke of Zijing felt it even more clearly. He looked at Caesar, who was like a golden giant, his face twisted to the extreme, filled with disbelief. Each stage of the legend spans a large range, with a qualitative leap every 3 levels. It is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. One of the necessary conditions for advancing from a beginner-level legendary to a mid-level legendary is to master a domain. The difficulty of this is no less than that of a dragon breaking through the boundary between life and death to become an ancient dragon. This is one of the reasons why the top experts on the Emerald Continent are only at the 3rd level of legendary. Each legendary powerhouse awakens a domain with different effects, but a legendary powerhouse who has mastered a domain will almost always have overwhelming combat power against other legendary powerhouses of the same realm who have not mastered a domain. For example, the 15 common types of dragons in the material world. Once promoted to ancient dragon, the vast majority of them are powerful beings at the mid-level of the legendary rank. This is one of the reasons why the territory of the ancient dragon is so magical. The power of dragon blood radiation, amplified by the ancient dragon's domain, can have a geometrically enhanced effect on the creatures within the territory. After the last period of slumber ended, Caesar had already awakened the domain belonging to the ancient dragon ahead of time, but he had not yet advanced to the legendary level, and the power of the domain was only passively displayed in his territory. But now, having activated the power of the dragon crown, Caesar experienced the wonders of legend ahead of time, and was now able to actively unleash the power of the domain. Roar! Caesar roared to the sky, his 100-meter-long dragon body exuding an overwhelming aura. A pair of dragon wings spread out, almost covering the entire sky, and its body radiated a blazing golden flame, shocking all creatures on the battlefield. Immediately, the terrifying dragon launched a ferocious attack on the powerful, demonic-formed Grand Duke Zijing. His entire body, every part of it, was a terrifying weapon: claws, dragon wings, dragon tail. Every move he made carried an extremely powerful destructive force. It only lasted a few seconds. Grand Duke Zijing's body was already riddled with holes. If it weren't for the fact that he had received the bloodline power of a high-level demon, he would probably have been beaten to death by Caesar long ago. Roland! Grand Duke Zijing roared in anger. He knew that it would be difficult to contend with the terrifying dragon in front of him on his own, so he immediately and decisively chose to ask for help. He swung the Hellfire sword once more. Layers of hellfire enveloped the entire body of the demon lord, forming a ferocious, all-encompassing armor, from which layers of hard-bone spurs grew. However, in the next instant, the terrifying claws pierced through his body, drawing out corrosive black blood. "You piece of trash!" Roland cursed and swore, never expecting that the legendary Grand Duke of Zijing would be beaten into such a miserable state by a non-legendary dragon. But criticism aside, having colluded with the Duke of Zijing, he certainly couldn't stand by and watch the Duke of Zijing be killed like this. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive until he was promoted to legendary. Roland immediately began chanting an incantation. "Dead souls become my power according to the contract." 8th ring spell Netherworld Dead Soul Cannon. Soon a black turret with a caliber of over 5 meters appeared before him. The necromancer's spells are not all about summoning the dead, they also have devastating attack spells. Boom! 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 Each shot of this spell is a dead soul cannon formed from the resentment of countless souls. It can easily shatter an entire steel city, and it carries an extremely strong negative spiritual power. It's a pity. Caesar's current 9th circle defensive spell, Shield of Glory, provides extremely strong resistance to spells below the 9th circle, rendering them completely ineffective. What a monster! Roland cursed under his breath again, finally realizing how difficult Caesar was to deal with. Previously, he had been drawing power from the souls of the dead through the magic arrays he set up on the battlefield, and had not focused his attention on this aspect in order to break through to the legendary level. However, the 9th tier necromancer was quite knowledgeable. Through telepathy, I recognized it as a 9th level dwarven spell, one of the strongest defensive spells below the legendary level. Casting spells below the 9th level on it would be a complete waste of magic. Roland hesitated for a moment. He pulled a crystal-colored skull from his pocket. It was a spell scroll he had obtained from the tomb of a legendary spellcaster, and it was incredibly precious. However, he then crushed it violently. Legendary spell Summon Animal Lord. Beastland is one of the many outer planes, also known as the Garden of 10,000 Beasts in the Endless Wilderness. Every naturally existing animal has a corresponding animal lord, and some of the most powerful animal lords are even comparable to gods. The spellcaster's summoning spell is to offer the animal lords what they like, so that their projections will descend into the material world. A huge magic circle appeared. The magical light flickered continuously, and soon an elegant and beautiful figure appeared. With its slender body, exquisite fur, and well-proportioned physique, this is a gigantic cat that is pure white and extremely elegant. Chapter 86: A long-awaited reunion, Celia. This is a snow-white cat that is 100 meters long. Meow Lord. Most animal lords do not like to appear in the prime material world. Only a very few animal lords choose to sign contracts with humans and accept their offerings and summons. The Meow Lord is one of them, and is famous in the Garden of Beasts in the Endless Wilderness for its extremely beautiful appearance. On the other side, Caesar swatted the Bohemia Grand Duke away with a single swipe of his claw, then immediately fixed his gaze on the animal lord. Even though it was just a projection, it gave him a very strange feeling. The Meow Lord didn't attack. Instead, it let out an incredibly melodious meow. Call dash. Caesar took a deep breath, feeling his mind wander. The snow-white cat in front of him stirred an extremely strong feeling in his heart, as if looking at it was a desecration. At the same time, his body gradually became unable to move. Enchanting creatures. The Meow Lord doesn't like the crude act of fighting. Instead, he excels at using his charisma to make other creatures lose their will to fight, or even drive them to his own ends. She may not be the most powerful animal lord, but she is definitely the most beautiful animal lord. If she were to descend in her true form, even demigods would be obsessed with her, and willing to be her servants. Looking at the powerful dragon that had suddenly stopped moving, Grand Duke Sijing stubbornly stood up, his face extremely pale. If he had stayed any longer, he might have been hammered to death by Caesar before he could even realize his dream of unifying the continent. Died at the hands of a non-legendary creature. For any legendary powerhouse, this would be an absolute disgrace, recorded in history, and become a laughingstock among legends. However, now it's you who will die. He grinned maliciously as he raised the Hellfire sword. Even though this mysterious dragon possessed incredible combat power, capable of overwhelming him, a legendary powerhouse who had reached the peak of the first tier, its movements were restricted, thus sealing its fate. Demon Flame Slash. Buzz. A massive amount of hellfire rapidly rose, forming a towering fiery shadow centered on him, which looked incredibly terrifying. Caesar stared at him indifferently. Although it was very difficult for me to move around, I wasn't completely unable to move. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. He muttered to himself, the blazing sun pattern on his chest armor vibrating at an extremely high frequency. The power of the dragon's crown is not limitless. There are limitations. If we fully utilize the power of the domain, we can break through the cat lord's charm restraints. However, this may consume most of our energy, making it impossible to maintain a legendary level state. But it would still be worthwhile to take this opportunity to kill the Bohemia Grand Duke. However, before Caesar could continue activating the sun pattern, a rapid sonic boom suddenly arose on the distant horizon, and the howling wind emitted a howling sound like a wolf. The air pressure was low, and the earth shook. Caesar's gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Without extremely strong mental power, one would only see a storm of lightning. A muffled rumble approached from afar. A terrifying, deep blue mechanical body gazed at them from afar. Its mechanical eyes, like light bulbs filled with blood, exuded a cold indifference that seemed to lord over everything, looking down upon the world. It caused everything to tremble. Its gaze locked onto the Bohemia Duke, causing the long black fur on the Bohemia Duke's body, which was preparing to launch an attack, to stand on end, as if it were being stared at by something terrifying. Grand Duke Sijing turned his head. They all froze when they saw the dark blue storm of lightning on the distant horizon. If you look closely, you'll find that the colossal creature is about 80 meters tall, and the energy flowing on its surface is like a layer of fiery red mist, which violently rubs against the surrounding air, exploding into rings of lightning. The instant my thoughts shifted, a terrifying pressure, as if the sky were collapsing, pressed down upon me. It stretched out its hands from above, crossed them, and aimed them downwards. Its upper body leaned slightly forward, and it suddenly threw a punch downwards. Rumble! The wind pressure generated by the giant fist instantly pierced the earth, dividing the ground into two smooth sections hundreds of meters deep. Some underground currents even surged with turbulent waves, extending along the direction of the mechanical arm all the way to the location of the Bohemia Grand Duke. This moment. Not only Caesar, but also the allied forces of the three kingdoms and the undead creatures in the battle stared in horror at this scene. The oppressive feeling was so strong that it made all the creatures who saw this scene tremble to the extreme. For legendary undead creatures. Even the seraphic Anva and the legendary paladin, who were locked in fierce combat, turned their gazes toward this place. Click, click, click. Centered on the Grand Duke of Zijing, the ground within a radius of several thousand square kilometers suddenly began to tremble. Accompanied by terrifying spiritual energy shocks and the sound of underground currents gushing forth, the impact even reached the surrounding Bright Moon City, where the originally impregnable black iron defense line let out mournful cries. Next came the complete collapse. Boom dash. This punch carried the power to seal off space, leaving Grand Duke Zijing with no way to avoid it. Under the oppressive force that felt almost tangible, the mechanical Iron Fist's punch had barely arrived when even the Hellfire Sword couldn't be lifted. The outer armor of the Overlord demon form shattered layer by layer, its curved and enormous horns were snapped off, and gushing blood stained its jet-black fur. Strength. Its power is unparalleled. As time passed second by second, the tall and imposing Xiongba Mo seemed to be directly ground into dust by an unstoppable force, with only the terrifying crater in the place bearing witness to his past. They didn't leave a single word. This ambitious man with remarkable wisdom, the devil who caused turmoil throughout the entire Emerald Continent, a legendary powerhouse, was so easily annihilated. There were no warning signs whatsoever. The chilling scene caused the four legendary undead creatures from the underworld to disappear hastily from the battlefield without daring to harvest any more fresh flesh and souls. The next moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out from the deep blue mechanical body that had so easily annihilated the Grand Duke of Zijing, as if it came from the depths of the soul. Caesar, it's been a long time. Hearing that slightly familiar voice, Caesar was somewhat surprised. It's you, Celia! He was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected that after not seeing this ninth-tier psionicist for several years, he would actually break through to the legendary level and become so powerful. Looking at this dark blue mechanical body, Caesar's heart skipped a beat. Was this the so-called Divine Source Mech? Before he could continue thinking, Celia, piloting the Divine Source Mech, looked at the Animal Lord to the side and said, Lord Miao, I greet you on behalf of the Magic Empire. Chapter 87 The Proof of the Goddess of Beauty. Miao. The Miao Lord ignored Celia and instead circled Caesar's body with a scrutinizing gaze. A long tail made of light and shadow gently touched the sun pattern on his breastplate. What's this guy trying to do? Caesar was completely bewildered. From the beginning, he had not sensed any hostility from the Miao Lord, and apart from making things a little difficult for him at first, he had hardly made any offensive moves. However, the next moment, the sun pattern on the breastplate, illuminated by the light, slowly formed a heart-shaped phantom pattern, which looked incredibly beautiful and harmonious. Proof of the Goddess of Beauty? Celia, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Having finished everything, the Cat Lord patted Caesar on the shoulder like a big sister, giving him a look that said, I have high hopes for you. Before the projection quickly disappeared from the prime material world. Summoned by legendary magic. Due to the ritual in the contract, the Miao Lord only made a symbolic move, but when she saw the envoy of the Magic Empire arrive, she knew that the spellcaster who summoned her was doomed to failure. Let's not waste any more energy. After completing the routine task assigned by the goddess, I simply went back to sleep. As felines, the Cat Lord can be considered the god of all cats, naturally inheriting their laziness and having a personality that only exerts a little effort when possible. The summoner's appearance, in particular, disgusted her. It's easy to show up at work but not put in the effort. Only spellcasters with outstanding appearances would confidently choose to summon the Cat Lord, which is why the necromancer Roland hesitated so much. The appearance of spellcasters from the necromancer school can only be described as frightening. If it weren't for the constraints of legendary spells, the Cat Lord wouldn't even want to appear here. Witnessing her disappearance, Caesar could only look at Celia with a puzzled expression. Although the dragon's legacy contained a lot of knowledge, it was not an encyclopedia that knew everything. This is proof of the Goddess of Beauty. Celia's ethereal voice rang out again, tinged with envy. The Miao Lord is said to be the best companion of the god of love and beauty. Every time she descends upon the material world, she selects suitable saints for him. However, not all creatures can gain the Miao Lord's approval. They must have exceptionally outstanding appearances. The Miao Lord's strength is not considered strong among the animal lords. But absolutely no one dares to mess with them. Because behind her stands a goddess of great divine power, the Meow Lord, as an animal lord renowned for her appearance on many levels, is the most admired being by the goddess of love and beauty. The god of love and beauty? After a moment's thought, Caesar finally found information about the goddess. This is an extremely special deity. Amidst the constant vying for the faith of the major material beings, she was extremely selective in choosing her followers. Only beautiful creatures were qualified to worship her, and some creatures with exceptionally outstanding natural appearances would even receive blessings and rewards from the goddess of beauty. The selection of believers. To sum it up in 2 words, it was an ugly rejection. For the god of love and beauty, good looks are justice, and ugliness is evil. This unique personality makes many beauty-loving creatures extremely enamored with him, because being recognized by the god of love and beauty means that one's appearance has been certified by the gods. On the contrary, some people who are of average appearance, or even ugly, hate this goddess intensely. Because of her unique preferences, they are often beaten up by the believers of the goddess of love for no reason. What an insightful deity! Caesar couldn't help but raise his head, gazing melancholically at the sky at a 45-degree angle. To gain the approval of this goddess was enough to demonstrate his charm, which even the gods could not resist. Whether it's the Lord of Hell, it is still powerful divine power. Everyone is envious of his existence. Sometimes being too outstanding can be a problem. Celia didn't know much about the proof of the goddess of beauty, only a few bits and pieces from the books of the Magic Empire. It was a mark left by the goddess of beauty for